Opt. Zhou Chuchu let out a sharp scream and bolted upright from the bed drenched in cold sweat. The flaying pain of skin and bone seemed to cling to her like a shadow. She panted heavily. She drew in 2 deep breaths, then suddenly froze. That suffocating terror of looming asphyxiation was gone. She touched her nose. Her nose was still there. Her breathing was smooth, comfortable. It had been so long since she had breathed this freely. Ever since her nose had been destroyed and torn off by those people, she could only draw in a trace of air when struggling desperately. It had been agony beyond words. But now this unrestrained, liberated breathing felt wondrous. Her nose was still there. How wonderful. Her gaze gradually focused, and she saw a pair of delicate, pale little hands.
Qi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Shuan had no choice but to open the door and invite him in. She took out a map of City J and pointed to the northern mountain peaks. This is the famous Jiyun Mountain Scenic Area.
Her skin had long since rotted away in those experiments, leaving her unrecognizable. Yet now her hands had returned, and her skin was once again so smooth and fair. That feeling of being covered and protected by skin, no longer exposed to the air like a body pierced by thousands of needles, was simply marvelous. Her nose was still there, her hands were still there. What about the rest of her? Her black hair was thick as clouds, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. It had not all fallen out from injected toxins. Her face was smooth as a peeled egg, no longer covered in bulging blue veins and malignant lumps. Her neck was fine and gracefully curved, no longer swollen like a toad. Soft curves rose upon her chest, her waist was slender and could be encircled with one hand, her legs long and shapely. Everything was still there, everything had returned. Everything had come back. She leapt to her feet and half walked, half skipped, quickly running a few steps. Excitement, exhilaration surged through her. She raised both hands to her eyes. She could see. No longer was she trapped in eternal darkness. No longer was she reduced to a limbless husk lying on an experiment bed, letting those people conduct endless, ceaseless trials upon her body. No longer was there endless, borderless pain gnawing at her every moment. She was so overjoyed that tears fell in silence. She gently wiped away the falling teardrops. Even her tears felt precious. Only after losing something does one truly understand its value. She looked around. 4 small wardrobes of purple sandalwood stood in the room. The bed was covered with soft silk quilts, and atop the golden Nanmu dressing table lay an array of luxurious cosmetics. This was a scene dearly cherished in her memories, the home that had ceased to belong to her from the moment she opened the door that day. She suddenly grasped one thing. Have I been reborn? The overwhelming joy of having a complete body delayed her for a full 15 minutes before she finally formed this thought. Then, like a rising tide, ecstasy surged over her. I've been reborn. Realizing this, her eyes opened wide. If she had been reborn, didn't that mean everything she had lost was still there? All those people she had once scorned, loathed, even resented, yet who were immeasurably precious. Her parents, Sinlaw, her children, and him. They were all still alive. She would never lose them again. This time, no matter what, she would survive the apocalypse with them, the whole family, united, facing hardship together. She would never repeat the mistakes of her previous life. Barefoot, Zhou Chuchu ran out of the room and called out 2 names that made her heart tremble. Lin, Chi. Her 2 children, a pair of Dragonan Phoenix twins, were 4 years old this year. She had once regarded them as burdens, as encumbrances, 2 adorable children she had hated only because she hated their father. The entire villa was empty and echoing, and no one answered her. Only the sensor lights flicked on in response to the sound of her running. She flung open room after room, yet found no trace of her children. A tremendous panic clutched her heart once more, almost stealing her breath. Had she returned too late? Had the 2 children already gone back to the countryside with their grandparents? The shrill ring of a phone suddenly cut through her thoughts. She dashed back to the bedroom, grabbed the phone, and hand-trembling glanced at the date on the display. September 23rd, 2035. It was 1 month before the apocalypse. She remembered now. On this very day, she had had a fierce quarrel with her husband Qin Ziyuan. Enraged, he had gone to the company. Her parents, Sinlaw, afraid she might remain angry, had taken the 2 children to stay temporarily in their high-rise apartment. Worried she would overthink, they had called home. Yet in her previous life, she had been muddle-headed, watching the phone ring again and again without answering. Now she answered in an instant. Damon. On the other end, they seemed surprised she had picked up so quickly. After all, toward the elderly couple, this daughter-in-law had never been fond. Their voices were cautious. Hearing that careful tone, Zhou Chuchu's defenses crumbled again. How long had it been since she last heard her mother-in-law Lu Julin's voice? 5 years perhaps. Her mother-in-law had volunteered to draw the zombies away to protect Lin and had never returned. Mom, she called out sincerely from the depths of her heart. Lu Julin had truly treated her like a biological daughter, no, even more dearly than a daughter. She had endlessly tolerated Zhou Chuchu's bad temper. She had been a saintly mother-in-law. Yet back then Zhou Chuchu had been ignorant and willful, even showing the elderly woman a cold face. At that thought, Zhou Chuchu slapped herself hard twice. She had been utterly wretched. The person on the other end of the line was startled. Damon, what's wrong? Good child, don't be upset. I'll scold that rascal properly later. Her mother-in-law had turned on the speakerphone. Her father-in-law, listening at the side, snatched the phone away. Though anxious, his voice was gentle. Manner, don't overthink it. Your mother-in-law, and I don't want you upset. Then his tone grew stern. If that brat dares bully you, I'll go back and whip him with a belt. Zhou Chuchu's defenses shattered completely. To be cherished and treated with such care. Ever since her parents-in-law had died, she had never again been treasured like this. Dad, she sobbed. Her tears would not stop, they fell in heavy drops. Manor, don't cry, oh dear, please don't cry. The phone was passed along, and the voices of two little treasures came through. Mom, what's wrong? Mom, let me come and hug you. Zhou Chuchu's chest trembled. Her sobs grew even more uncontrollable. Her children, her two children, those sweet cries of mom, had been her only salvation during the days when she was tortured into an unrecognizable half-conscious state. Even though she had done so many excessive hurtful things before, whenever she cried, the children had still chosen to forgive her and comfort her. In her previous life, after that fierce quarrel, she had threatened her parents-in-law, forcing them to take the two children back to the countryside. Then the apocalypse descended. In the scorching summer, outdoor temperatures soared to 58 degrees. Vehicles broke down directly under the blazing heat. Traffic collapsed completely. Even when she later wanted to bring the children back, the thousands of kilometers between them made it impossible. It was not until 5 years into the apocalypse that they brought the two children to her in order to threaten her. The memory of those events sent stabbing pain through her heart. In this life, she would never again allow her children to leave her side. She would make it up to them properly and wholeheartedly. Dad, Mom, Leaning, Chi-Chi, I'm fine. I just miss you all so much. Will you come back tomorrow? The two little ones burst into cheers. Oh, wonderful. We're going back tomorrow. Mom, I miss you so much too. Her parents-in-law chimed in, we'll come back. We'll return tomorrow. Zhou Chuchu gripped the phone and gave a heavy sniff. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. This apology had weighed on her heart for so many years. Her parents-in-law were instantly flustered, hurriedly saying, Manor, you've done nothing wrong. If anyone's wrong, it's that stinky brat. You're his wife, and he still dares not to pamper you. Truly outrageous. Zhou Chuchu burst into tears and laughter. Qin Ziyun, what fault did that man truly have? All the fault lay with her. It was she who owed him an apology. After chatting a little with her parents-in-law and child, Zhou Chuchu reluctantly ended the call. The excitement bubbling in her heart gradually calmed. In only 1 month, a black hole drifting into the solar system would explode, its dark matter spreading outward and battering every planet within. The apocalypse would arrive, scorching heat, brutal cold earthquakes, tsunamis, mutated beast zombies. Waves upon waves of calamities crashing in, and even by the time she died in her last life, it had not yet ended. In this life, she was determined to prepare supplies in advance and find every possible means to survive, not just for herself, but for all of them. Their whole family had to make it through together intact. The first priority was supplies. In the apocalypse, resources were incomparably precious. Food, water, all kinds of equipment. Each would become indispensable for staying alive. The first wave of the apocalypse brought searing heat, high temperatures, and drought. Crops withered for lack of water, countless people died, and society ground to a halt. Electricity use and transport were strictly curtailed. Air conditioners, refrigerators, and all cooling devices in supermarkets and malls lost power, and vast amounts of food spoiled. Just recalling that chaos and horror made Zhou Chuchu's heart tremble. There is a saying, once bitten by a snake, one fears even the rope for 10 years. Yet what she had endured was far worse than a single bite. It had been blows at every stage, on every level from the outside, and relentless and all-encompassing. It had left her with a profound sense of insecurity. She had to hoard enough supplies, build enough safeguards, so that her whole family could live steadily and safely through the apocalypse. Suddenly, a mechanical chime sounded in her mind, announcing that she had successfully checked in and received 50 million in cash and 1 unlimited storage space, along with a lavish check-in gift pack for her first day. Out of nowhere, a mechanical voice echoed in her consciousness. Joy surged through her. A system, her Tongzi, her Tonga, it was here. Wonderful. After suffering so much, there was no way it had all been in vain. At last, the golden cheat every reborn person dreamt of, the welfare of rebirth, had arrived. First, 50 million in cash already transferred in an instant. Then an unlimited storage space. With a mere flicker of intent, she vanished from where she stood and arrived in an immense storage space stretching endlessly into the depths. Rows upon rows of shelves extended beyond what the eye could see. Yet every shelf was completely empty. How much can this hold? Zhou Hamster cried out in delight. But how am I supposed to put supplies into it? She exited the space, and the moment that question formed in her mind, her gaze swept over the dressing table. Instantly, the dressing table appeared inside the storage space. So convenient. She swept her eyes over the bed and wardrobe, and both entered the storage space. Her playful side awakened. She tested it on chairs, stools, the refrigerator. Everything slipped effortlessly into the storage space. There were limits, though. She could not store things that were still parts of a larger whole, like the walls of the house, the air conditioner fixed to the wall, or the house itself rooted in the ground. But once such things were dismantled into independent pieces, they could be stored. Come out. With another thought, the items she had stored reappeared according to her will, in whatever quantity and arrangement she desired within the range of her vision. She continued testing. She cooked a steaming bowl of noodles and checked with an infrared thermometer, 96 degrees. Sending the whole pot into the space, she took it out an hour later and measured again, still 96 degrees. Wearing her Patek Philippe lady's wristwatch, she entered the space and lifted her arm to look. The watch's movement had indeed stopped, proving that time inside was frozen in eternal stillness. Items sent in remained exactly as they were when they came out. It was incredible. This laid the fundamental groundwork for stockpiling supplies in vast quantities. Combining these two properties, inspiration suddenly struck her. If she stored heavy objects in the space and then released them according to her will, wouldn't that become a formidable offensive ability? She ran out to the garden. She lived in a standalone villa with a very large garden attached. Originally, the garden had been filled with flowers, but she had grown tired of such ornamental fuss and the work of maintaining it. She had pulled them all out and planted string beans, radishes, scallions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn instead. There was also a great peach tree. For this, her parents-in-law had been mocked for quite some time by the neighbors in the villa district. Yet it was one of the few correct decisions she had made in her previous life. After the apocalypse began, she had lived off these vegetables for a long time. Now, looking at the little plots again, she felt a surge of intimacy toward them, almost wishing she could greet them one by one. There were some stones in the garden once used to build an artificial rockery. Now they lay in a messy pile. She had never liked classical Chinese gardens, and had replaced the traditional landscaping with a swimming pool, leaving these rocks behind. Looking at the stones, she sent out a thought. A large boulder was transported into the space, then thrown out from the location she envisioned. Boom. A deafening crash resounded. Fortunately, her home was a detached villa, otherwise such commotion would surely have drawn angry curses. This trick is not bad. In the future, whether I'm smashing people or zombies, it'll be quite useful. Zhou Chuchu collected all the stones in the yard into the storage space and piled them in a designated area. The space was vast anyway, and the rocks solid enough. Perhaps they could be reused again and again. Right, there's still a check-in gift pack I haven't opened. Zhou Chuchu saw the dazzling gift pack shining inside the storage space. She thought to herself that this check-in system was quite clever, placing it directly into the storage space. She was very curious. What rewards lay inside? She asked the system, but it did not respond. No matter, she would explore on her own. Open the gift pack. A mechanical voice congratulated her on obtaining an S-grade plant controlling ability, the Yuzishi. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened in excitement, her heart pounding wildly. S-grade ability. Heaven above. In the second year of the apocalypse, people had only begun to awaken abilities one after another. Abilities ranked from weakest to strongest were divided into G, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S grades. Rumor had it that even higher tiers existed beyond S, though she had never witnessed them before her rebirth. An's great ability alone was enough to shake Huaxiao and stand against 10,000 foes. She had once personally witnessed a powerhouse with An's great fire ability unleash it. Mountains seemed to burn, seas to boil, and tens of thousands of zombies were reduced to ash in the sea of flames. In her previous life, she had only obtained a grade water ability, and even that had made her a core combatant in her team. Now S-grade. A ring of verdant light encircled her, brimming with life energy that surged into her body. In that instant, she seemed to hear countless faint rustling voices, strange yet profoundly familiar. She stood there as the vegetables growing in the garden gently swayed toward her. Look at me. Come see me. I'm growing really well. Of course, the plants themselves were not speaking, it was that she could hear their voices. So this is the Yuzishi? If all it does is let me hear plants, it hardly seems worthy of S-grade. Zhou Chuchu's gaze swept over the plants and finally settled on the peach tree. Perhaps because of its size and age, its voice was the clearest. This old peach tree, said to be 200 years old, had been dug out of the mountains and brought back by her father-in-law Qin Zhuangming. Because the peaches it bore were large, sweet, and juicy, she had spared it from being cut down. Now its meaning came through most direct and distinct. Feed me some sugar, and I can evolve. Sugar. Zhou Chuchu looked down at her hands, now wrapped in a faint green radiance. The light clustered into little globes like emerald fireflies. To it is this sugar. Zhou Chuchu did not find it strange. After all, she had seen many abilities in her previous life. One could say that in the realm of abilities, there was nothing impossible, only unimaginable. There were far too many powers. The special energy generated by abilities. Perhaps that was exactly the sugar the tree craved. Zhou Chuchu tried tossing 2 spheres of light toward the peach tree. The tree immediately absorbed them. Before her eyes, its leaves grew visibly greener, its branches thickened, and its bark hardened. Crack, crack. One grub after another was squeezed out of the wood, falling to the ground only to be pierced and absorbed by the roots.
When Qi Mingyu finally woke up, it was already late afternoon. Grandma Pang had just taken his temperature and was pleasantly surprised to see him awake. Xiao Yu, you're awake. You scared Grandma.
They gnawed at the wood, and the tree bled sap. Peach gum might be a prized delicacy for women, but for the tree, it was blood. Now with just 2 light spheres, it had learned to expel its own pests. It even treated the insects as nutrients to be absorbed. Remarkable. After giving the peach tree 2 globes of green light, Zhou Chuchu clearly felt a connection form between them. She sensed that she could now command any branch of the peach tree to move as she wished, make it lash at whomever she chose. In her mind, vague directions for the tree's evolution took shape. So this is what it means to be a Yuzishi. As long as I use my ability to help plants evolve, I become their master, the one who governs their evolution. It felt truly impressive. Yet she had never heard of such an ability before, nor did she know how to develop it. All she could do was experiment step by step until she fully grasped it. For now, this peach tree and the patches of vegetables in the garden were her best experimental subjects. 1. First, feed half of the supernatural abilities to this peach tree. 2. Then evenly distribute the other half of the supernatural abilities to this group of vegetables. I won't set their evolution direction yet. Let's see how they choose to evolve before focusing on nurturing them. Zhou Chuchu made up her mind. The black hole exploded, dark matter was released, and the apocalypse arrived. Amidst various natural disasters, all living things were evolving and seeking survival. She believed that compared to complex humans, simple plants understood better how to evolve and cope with environmental changes. Even if their evolution doesn't meet her expectations, at least her abilities can help them withstand the scorching heat and biting cold, continuously providing a supply of food. After all, at that time, fresh vegetables were as precious as gold. Without hesitation, she reached out to the peach tree and infused it with half of her supernatural abilities. A faint green light flowed into the peach tree, causing it to emit a soft green glow. The peach tree was exceptionally delighted, swaying its branches and leaves continuously expressing its gratitude. Thank you for the gift, Great Master. I'm so happy, thank you, Great Master. So much candy, I want to evolve to be the strongest, thank you, Great Master. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit embarrassed being called Great Master by it. Even though she was the only one who heard it, it was still quite awkward. Next, the other half of the light evenly covered the lentils, radishes, scallions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn. She had planted quite a few vegetables, and with this handful of supernatural abilities sprinkled, each plant could receive 2 or 3 little light orbs. And a large area was filled with rustling sounds of gratitude. So sweet. Thank you, Master. Candy delicious. So happy, so happy. The small vegetables in the garden were not as steady as the large peach tree. After all, compared to the 200-year-old peach tree, they had only grown for a month at most. After feeding these small vegetables, she established a shallow connection with them. With a bit of guidance, she could probably make them crawl out of the mud and dance on the ground. Thinking of this, a noticeable bulge appeared in the small cabbage. 2 leaves pushed through the soil, pulling out its white roots and dancing in front of her. Zhou Chuchu, you are impressive. She casually fed it the remaining light orb, and the little cabbage joyfully bounced on the ground. Swish! A flashlight beam shone in. Security guard Lao Feng saw her staying in the garden late at night and asked with concern, Ms. Zhou, I just heard some noise over here. What happened? Zhou Chuchu glanced down. The little cabbage had already settled into the soil quietly. Hey, quite clever. Zhou Chuchu hurriedly said, I'm fine, uncle, just can't sleep at night. She respected this security guard very much. With the apocalypse coming, everyone was looking out for themselves, and various dark sides of humanity were unfolding. Yet he managed to maintain his integrity and kindness, giving the last precious food to a mother and child in the community while starving himself. Such people earned her admiration. He was also one of the few in this wealthy community who showed her kindness. Due to her family circumstances, she had often been ridiculed and looked down upon by the wealthy ladies in the area. Even other security guards often followed suit, finding pleasure in bullying her. For example, deliberately making her wait outside for more than 10 minutes, or saying that other people's cars or bags were better right in front of her, or treating her requests with indifference, and so on. Of course, her previous life was indeed terrible, though frankly her troublesome behavior also made her unpopular. Lao Feng looked at her and earnestly advised, You girl, don't act out. Your husband is a great person, living peacefully is better than anything else. He wasn't very educated and didn't speak well, but he could see the situation between Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan clearly and felt anxious for her. In his eyes, this couple was a perfect match. The man was the CEO of a large corporation, wealthy beyond measure, and many girls would do anything to marry him. Yet she was unsatisfied, causing trouble, and the couple fought every few days. Today was no exception. They had a big argument, and the man stormed off to work while the in-laws took the child away. You say you live a life envied by gods better than many others. If you keep causing trouble, you'll lose your fortune. Lao Feng had a strong accent, but every word came from the heart. Their colleagues laughed at the couple's fights, thinking, look, even the rich have miserable lives. The wealthy ladies also gossiped about her daily like tongue-wagging wives. He felt upset because he knew that Zhou Chuchu was a good person. Others looked down on this security guard and didn't even, but every time she returned home, she would bring him a small gift. There's no obstacle that this couple cannot overcome. They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Zhou Chuchu listened earnestly. In the past, she would have been impatient already. But after being reborn, she felt exceptionally grateful for these good intentions. Because in the apocalypse, such kindness was as precious as diamonds. Thank you, uncle. I understand now. Oh, I won't quarrel with my husband anymore. I'm fine here. You should get some sleep early. Lao Feng nodded and turned to leave. That's good, that's good. Zhou Chuchu watched his back and suddenly called out, Uncle. The weather outside hasn't been good lately. A typhoon is coming. If your neighbor is doing well, save some food. That was all she could remind him. After all, while apocalyptic scenarios were common in novels, who would believe them in it was too absurd to say out loud, and she didn't want to die halfway through her grand plans and end up in a mental hospital. In an apocalypse, if she had to speak about it, it should be to the closest people. Returning to her room, Zhou Chuchu smelled a foul odor on her body. Looking down, she saw a layer of black grime. Wiping it with her hand, it was both smelly and sticky. Is this impurity? Zhou Chuchu was very surprised. In her previous life, awakening her class supernatural ability also went through this process, but the impurities expelled were minimal, only a faint layer. In the apocalypse, with water and electricity cut off, there was naturally no way to bathe, so these impurities mixed with sweat and were dealt with by wiping down with dirty clothes. Now this layer of impurities had completely covered her skin's original color. It was like a layer of black mud smeared all over her body. Anyone who didn't know would think she had applied a mud mask. This wasn't just a matter of wiping off. She needed a shower. Thinking of this, she rushed to the bathroom. Having not used this thing in 10 years, she almost forgot how to operate it and twisted it several times before it finally turned on. Splash. Water poured down, and she couldn't help but cry out in comfort. It had been 10 years since she had such a refreshing shower. The feeling of being nourished by water was simply fantastic. Applying rose-scented shower gel, she joyfully bathed for half an hour before emerging smelling delightful. As she passed by the mirror, she paused for a moment. Had she become more beautiful? Uncertain, she looked closer. It wasn't her imagination. She had indeed become more beautiful. She was originally a stunning beauty with striking features and a tall figure. However, upon closer inspection, there were many flaws. First, her skin was not delicate enough and quite rough, needing expensive moisturizers to maintain a hydrated state. Furthermore, there were some spots on her face that required concealer. With irregular sleeping patterns, the heavy dark circles under her eyes were particularly noticeable after removing her makeup. Although her hair was thick and plentiful, it lacked shine and needed regular treatment with hair masks. But now her skin was moist and smooth, delicate and fair like high-quality mutton fat jade or a peeled egg. All the spots on her face and the dark circles under her eyes had vanished. Her large eyes were as dark as obsidian, and her eyebrows were slender and long. Her hair was dense and shone with the luster of black pearls. She radiated like a light in the darkness. If she was a beauty before, now she was a super beauty. Is this really me? She found it hard to believe. The 10 years of torment in the apocalypse had dulled her In the apocalypse, strength was far more important than beauty. Simply being beautiful was not a blessing, but a tragedy. However, becoming beautiful would surely help in winning her husband back. Zhou Chuchu anxiously thought, her hand unconsciously tightening. Crack. A bottle of toner was crushed. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. She hadn't applied much force, had she? Could it be that this glass bottle was too brittle to withstand? Let's try again. She picked up another bottle of luxury cream. With a squeeze. Crack. It shattered again. The shards lay in her hand, yet she was unharmed. She was certain now, it wasn't that these bottles were fragile, but that she had grown stronger. This must require at least 200 kilograms of grip strength to achieve such a result. My goodness, have I turned into a strongman? Zhou Chuchu shook off the terrifying image of a muscle-bound strongman that entwined her mind. She glanced at the 500-kilogram sandalwood coffee table in the living room. After a moment of thought, she approached, gathering her energy. Lift. She effortlessly flipped it over. Zhou Chuchu was dumbfounded. She had truly become a strongman. Immediately, she felt a surge of excitement. This is even better. With this strength, those rascals won't dare to harass me again, and I can knock them down easily. She clenched her fist. In her past life, those scoundrel neighbors had barged in, stealing her supplies. She wanted to stop them, but was powerless. If her husband hadn't found supplies to bring back to her, she would have starved. Later, she awakened her water-based supernatural ability, but it was merely a supportive ability with weak offensive power. She was easily controlled by those people, becoming a mere water vending machine. No one knew how intensely she craved strength. Did my power increase due to this glass ability itself, or because I facilitated the evolution of plants which in turn granted me strength? She vaguely felt it was the latter. I'll feed them the light orbs again tomorrow and see if it works. In just a little while the already fed light orbs had recovered some vitality. She anticipated that by tomorrow these light orbs would fully recover. At that time she would try feeding them again. After contemplating evolution, she began to think about stockpiling supplies. After all, stockpiling supplies was also of utmost importance. Both were equally vital. I remember that I have 50 million in spending money in my card plus another 50 million from signing in. I will use all this money to buy supplies. No, it's still not enough. I need to ask my husband for more. He has plenty. Her husband Qin Ziyuan was rich. He was a veritable billionaire with enterprises spanning the globe and controlling 15 publicly listed companies. Thinking of her handsome and capable husband, she slapped herself twice. How could she have been so foolish in her past life, neglecting such a good husband and instead chasing after that morally bankrupt scumbag? She deserved that ending. She accepted her punishment. But what about her in-laws, her children, her husband? What wrong had they committed? Why should they bear such a tragic fate? A chilling glint coursed through Zhou Chuchi's captivating eyes. She had been reborn to reclaim everything, to reverse all. In this life, she would not allow anyone to harm them. As for the mistakes she had made, she would spend a lifetime atoning for them. And Qin Ziyuan, her husband. In her past life, he had pursued her even through the flames of hell, still protecting her as a corpse king. This time it was her turn. In her previous life, after a big argument, he had worked tirelessly for a month, and after the apocalypse struck, he collapsed from exhaustion and developed lasting health issues. Now their relationship had plunged to freezing point. But brave Chuchu was not afraid of difficulties. She pulled out her phone and searched for her husband. Seeing the contact name, Qin Scumbag, her eyelids twitched. She hastily changed the contact name to Darling Husband. She sent a voice message. Darling husband, I'm sorry, please don't be angry, okay? From now on I will do whatever you say. After waiting 5 minutes, there was still no response from the other end. This was within her expectations. After all, as a man, it was impossible for him not to be angry after what happened with Qin Ziyuan. Moreover, such a proud man. It was normal for him to be angry. She would be angry too if she were in his shoes. She now wished she could beat her past self 300 times. She sent another message. Darling husband, don't tire yourself too much, make sure to rest. No matter how big the world is, it's not bigger than you. You must take care of your health. After waiting another 5 minutes, there was still no reply. If it were in her past life, she would definitely be angry. But now she felt no anger at all. Her husband not replying meant he was busy. First, I need to get money. Buy supplies. She glanced at her wardrobe, filled with various luxury items. Some were purchased by her, some were gifts from her in-laws, and others were from him. The cheaper ones were worth tens of thousands, while the pricier ones were worth hundreds of thousands, with one Hermes crocodile bag being an outrageous 2 million. Most of the clothes inside had never been worn, still sealed, just stuffed in there. When the apocalypse arrived, the gas pipelines exploded from the heat, halting gas supply. Once the burnable items at home were used up, these valuable clothes and bags all turned into firewood. Sell them, get rid of all these things in exchange for practical supplies. Just one small bag worth 100 could be exchanged for so much coal. Recalling the waste from her past life, she felt a pang of heartache and swiftly posted these items for sale on her social media. Selling brand new Dior autumn dress, original price, 0, now only 150,000. Selling brand new Chanel haute couture set, original price, 500, now at a fire sale price of 300. Selling brand new Givenchy silk dress, original price, 180, now only 800. Selling brand new Hermes crocodile bag, original price, 2 million, now only 3 million. As soon as these clothes and bags were listed, responses started pouring in on WeChat. After all, these clothes were all new and the bags had barely been used. The clothes she had worn were sold at even more significant discounts. However, a few people inquiring about prices were overly picky about her clothes and bags, wantonly bargaining. Zhou Chuchu realized they weren't genuinely interested in buying and ignored them outright. Another ding from WeChat. Lin Shuang, Chuchu, what's wrong? Why are you selling those clothes and bags? Seeing this name, Zhou Chuchu's eyes narrowed, a cold, hateful glint emanating from them. Lin Shuang, her former best friend, but a venomous friend. She had always envied Zhou Chuchu for marrying the handsome and cool billionaire Qin Ziyuan. She had even attempted to seduce him several times while Zhou Chuchu and her husband were arguing. Her husband had warned her that Lin Shuang was untrustworthy, but at that time Zhou Chuchu stubbornly went against his words, believing he was just looking down on her social circle, and instead grew closer to Lin Shuang. What was the outcome? Not to mention that before the apocalypse, Lin Shuang deceived her right in front of her, taking away quite a bit of money. After the apocalypse, she used Zhou Chuchu as a stepping stone, first selling out the whereabouts of her children, then her own location. When Zhou Chuchu was tied to an experimental bed, Lin Shuang appeared before her, brazenly mocking and humiliating her, detailing all the tortures she endured, making her bleed from every pore. Why didn't she cry? Because her tears had already dried up. Do you think I want to be friends with you, you fool? If it weren't for your billionaire husband, would someone of my noble birth even bother with you? That kind of top-notch man, Qin Ziyuan, must be blind to love you, I failed to seduce him several times. Look at how you are now. I can't help but feel delighted. The pain of losing your children must be unbearable. Their hiding place was revealed by me. Oh dear, they were in so much pain when I was peeling their nails, crying out for their mother. How pitiful. Those two little brats even at that time still loved you. What's so good about you? If they recognized me as their mother, wouldn't I have let them go? Guess whose idea it was for you to end up like this? I want you to live in misery. These words gnawed at her heart day by day, making her blood boil with resentment. Even seeing this woman's name made her tremble with rage. She wished she could tear her apart. But she wouldn't let it be that easy, as she wouldn't let her die so painlessly. With immense effort, she regained control over herself. The 5-year hellish ordeal had forged within her an extraordinary resilience. By the time she picked up her phone, her composure had fully returned. Only the smoldering ember of hatred deep in her heart betrayed the depth of her loathing, so well concealed that even she could scarcely detect it. She replied, I despise these clothes and handbags. Everything that he bought for me makes me sick. Sorry, my husband. I'm only pretending. Every word is an act to lure my enemy into the trap. It's not that I don't love you. Just as Lin Shuang understood her former self, she too knew Lin Shuang intimately. Envy had festered in Lin Shuang for years. She longed to usurp her place, and whatever she possessed, Lin Shuang demanded in equal measure. Yet Lin Shuang's family background paled in comparison to the Qin family's. How could she possibly sustain such extravagance? With no other recourse, she resorted to purchasing high-end counterfeits, anything to assert dominance over her rival. Now that Lin Shuang was selling luxury goods herself, she must be reveling inwardly, certainly imagining her husband could no longer bear it, that divorce was imminent. Sure enough, another message arrived. Each word laced with insidious intent. Could it be him again? Who upset you? Men like CEOs are cold-blooded and ruthless. Just endure it. If you truly can't stand it any longer, threaten him with divorce. Zhou Chuchu let out a hollow, icy laugh. Exactly as expected, Lin Shuang had long whispered such suggestions into her ear, urging her toward divorce, promising a life with a gentle, wealthy, diamond-encrusted bachelor. After divorce, your second husband will dote on you like a princess. A woman's worth isn't defined by dependence on a man. Her independence is her greatest strength. He doesn't love you at all. He sees you only as a vessel to bear children. Back then, she truly had been foolish, easily swayed and brainwashed by those words. She'd provoke arguments with Qin Ziyuan, constantly hurling divorce threats at every quarrel, leaving him enraged beyond reason. And when he lost his temper, his aura turned terrifying, intimidating enough to seemingly confirm Lin Shuang's accusations. Yet she never paused to consider, if he truly didn't love her, would he have transferred millions to her account each month, funding her endless indulgences? Would he fall silent the moment he realized he'd frightened her? Stay calm, stay calm. This is a sting operation. We mustn't act on impulse. Zhou Chuchu's slender fingers flew across her phone screen. I've brought up divorce, but he refuses. How do I make it happen? There was a long pause before the reply came. Smug and calculating, then pretend to cheat on him. Give him the ultimate humiliation. No man could tolerate that. Zhou Chuchu's eyes flashed with glacial fury upon reading it. Such venomous counsel. Indeed, this very suggestion had surfaced in her past life too. Fortunately, she'd retained just enough clarity not to carry it out. She typed back, no, I can't do that. If I cheat, I become the guilty party and forfeit all marital assets in the settlement. Undeterred, the other side pressed, then give me those clothes and bags, and tell him you sold them. Just to spite him. Zhou Chuchu nearly slapped the screen in outrage. What audacity! Not only did she need the proceeds from those items, she wouldn't gift them to Lin Shuang even if she were giving them away to beggars. Since Lin Shuang coveted them so desperately, she'd sell them straight to her. Selling to anyone else might stir guilt. Selling to her was an act of public service. Sorry, I've already accepted an offer for the clothes and bags. Payment's been transferred. Let's talk later. Panic flared on the other end, afraid she'd sell to someone else. Wait, Chuchu selling to others is still selling. Why not sell them to me? Zhou Chuchu feigned wide-eyed naivety. Sell them to you? Does your husband even have that kind of money? Lin Shuang, reading the message in another villa, slammed her fist hard. She dared not wake the obese, middle-aged man sleeping beside her, until he rose and struck her across the face. Who the hell are you texting at this hour? Some random man. Lin Shuang cradled her stinging cheek, revulsion flashing in her eyes. Yet she obediently snuggled closer, her posture submissive. Master, how dare I speak to any stranger? It's just my best friend Zhou Chuchu. Arguing with her husband and threatening to sell her clothes. At the name Zhou Chuchu, the man's mind conjured the image of a breathtaking beauty, and a sly, knowing smile curled his lips. Your friend is truly exquisite. No wonder she captured a man like Qin Ziyuan. Enough. Go chat in the guest room. Don't disturb my sleep. Lin Shuang swallowed her disgust, kissed his greasy cheek, and fled to the guest room, clutching her phone. Staring at Zhou Chuchu's social media posts, those dazzling images, Lin Shuang grew more envious, more furious with every second. Damn her. Damn her. In what way was she inferior to that fool? Why did she possess a flawless, peerless husband, while Lin Shuang was forced to marry this repulsive old man? Why did she effortlessly amass endless luxury garments and handbags, while Lin Shuang had to exhaust every trick just to extract one item from him? Why did she receive boundless wealth each month without lifting a finger? Unbearable. Unthinkable. How magnificent those clothes would look on her. How dazzling she'd appear at her friends' gatherings carrying that platinum crocodile skin handbag. How they'd swoon with envy. Give me those clothes and bags, and give me a discount. Zhou Chuchu had been waiting for precisely that plea. Fine, total price 40 million yuan. And only because you're my dearest sister in heart do I grant you this exclusive rate. 40 million. Lin Shuang froze. Where would she find such a sum? Before she could bargain, another message arrived. Surely not. You've been married to Old Song for years. Surely he hasn't withheld even this much from you. Lin Shuang clenched her fists until her nails pierced her palms, drawing blood. That wretched old man guarded his fortune fiercely, even favoring his ex-wife over her. Yet having clawed her way into this position of privilege, she would never relinquish it. Of course, I do have it. Just wait a moment, Chuchu. Lin Shuang scrambled to borrow, mortgaging properties, applying for online loans. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu politely declined other buyers awaiting Lin Shuang's transfer. Given her nature, she would stop at nothing to raise the funds. This amount represented her absolute limit. She lacked the capital outright. Acquiring it would demand desperate, unconventional means, and once exposed, her downfall would be spectacular. Moreover, draining Lin Shuang's resources now would leave her utterly unprepared for the coming apocalypse. But patience, this was only the beginning. Ding. Your beloved husband has sent a message. A top-end starred notification. Zhou Chuchu opened it. Qin Ziyuan's message radiated raw, searing fury. Have I gone bankrupt? Or am I incapable of supporting you, that you're peddling clothes on social media? Zhou Chuchu immediately softened her tone, voice trembling with feigned vulnerability. My dearest husband, I'm truly short on cash. Could you please send me some spending money? Qin Ziyan pinched the bridge of his nose. The pain in his skull was excruciating as surreal fragments flooded his consciousness, cleaving his mind like a blade. Every vision centered on Zhou Chuchu, but none were tender or kind. They were monstrous, unspeakably vile. She forced him to send his parents and child back to their rural hometown. Then the apocalypse descended. He was betrayed, mutilated, limbs severed. His parents perished. His child perished. In a violent confrontation, zombies attacked her, and he shielded her only to be bitten. He mutated into a zombie sovereign. She no longer recognized him, and led his enemies in assault. The more visions surged forth, the colder his expression grew, his presence turning glacial, implacable. His aura erupted, overwhelming, terrifying, as though a demon's sovereign had awakened. Zhou Chuchu, how dare you betray me thus? The scenes defied reason, yet an unshakable intuition told him they were true. Given her nature, she would do exactly this. The thought of those unspeakable tragedies ignited a furnace of rage within him. His most cherished one slaughtered, his vengeance demanding 1,000 cuts upon his enemies. And the agony of being so grievously wronged and discarded reverberated through his entire being, as though the wounds were fresh, as though the horrors had already transpired. He sat motionless in shadow, his presence that of a fallen god, so fearsome that had any employee remained they would have fled in terror. However, Qin Ziyuan remained calm in the end. He swiftly pieced together the threads of the situation. These images appeared out of nowhere, yet were strikingly memorable. This was quite strange, whether he believed it or not depended on whether Zhou Chuchu acted as depicted in the scene. From what he could see, her actions aligned with her character. Did she not argue with him simply because she found the child bothersome and felt that his parents were too meddlesome, insisting they leave? Was she not disgusted by him, avoiding him, feeling that he was cold and heartless? Did she not blindly trust Lin Shuang, the tea girl, while disregarding his words? Wasn't her heart focused on someone else? But what if? What if? Qin Ziyuan felt a wave of pain. He admitted that he did not know how to make women happy, not even his own wife. He was busy with work and lacked companionship for her. Yet he tried to adjust, made efforts to come home early, took the child out more often, and even handled some household chores. But she still hated him, forbidding his touch and viewing him as a predator. If it truly played out as those images suggested and the apocalypse arrived with him doing his utmost to protect her only to end up with that kind of conclusion, then he should sever emotional ties and agree to her request for divorce, parting ways forever. He would survive the apocalypse with the child and his parents. Ding. Your wife has sent you a message. Qin Ziyuan scoffed. Oh, is she here to propose a divorce? He promised to agree immediately, drafting a divorce agreement for her to sign and leave. Gripping his phone, he opened the message. Dear husband, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? From now on, I will listen to you and everything. Qin Ziyuan was taken aback. What was she up to now? Would she really speak to him in such a sweet, coaxing tone? Wasn't her way of expressing herself always cold, harsh, and accusatory? Or did she want something else from him? He coldly stared at his phone, not replying. 5 minutes later. Ding. Your wife has sent you a message. Dear husband, don't tire yourself too much. Take care. The world is vast, but you are the most important. Make sure to take care of your health. Silence, silence, silence was tonight's Cambridge. Qin Ziyuan stared at his phone, his expression peculiar. Something was too off. This woman must have taken some wrong medication. It was too abnormal. Did she actually care about him? What on earth was she trying to do? He opened her social media hoping to find some clues, but saw that she had posted a slew of pictures starting to sell clothes and bags. All those clothes and bags were bought for her by him and his parents. He silently chuckled coldly. Oh, so she was playing these tricks to get divorced, huh? Before the divorce, she was already cashing out, huh? Did she so eagerly want to leave him? Fine, he would fulfill her wish. A terrifying aura surged around Qin Ziyuan, palpable, like a tangible force, his eyes glowing red, yet he remained oblivious. With a frozen expression, he sent a message. Have I gone bankrupt, or can't I afford you? Why are you selling clothes on social media? He promised that if that woman did not explain herself properly, this would be their last message. Ding. Your wife has sent you a message. Dear husband, I really need money to spend. Before he could get angry, another, can you give me some money to spend? Then came a flurry of dings. Husband, please come back tomorrow, I miss you. I can't live without you. I promise I will never argue with you again. You are the child's father, I am the child's mother, we are a loving family. It's okay if you don't give me money, I will figure out a way to make money myself. No matter if you come back tomorrow or not, if you don't come back, I will go find you at the company. A stream of messages came pouring in. The more Qin Ziyuan read, the more serious he became. This was unprecedented. She had never sent him so many messages before. Previously, the most they communicated were his transfers and her payment receipts. Had she truly changed? Zhou Chuchu finished sending a series of messages, but there was no response from him. She felt a bit down, but she quickly slapped her cheeks to motivate herself. Zhou Chuchu, you owe him so much from your past life, having done so many despicable things. What does it matter to endure a little grievance in this life? Keep pushing forward, you can do it. Zhou Chuchu intended to send a few more messages, but a transfer from Lin Shuang arrived. 368400000. Her eyes gleamed. Lin Shuang, Chuchu, I'm sorry I could only gather this much money. How about you just give me those You're pulling this on me. Lin Shuang, I'm sorry, I want to divorce him. I will need money in the future, and I can only give you these things in exchange for your money. The rest I'll find those wealthy women who wanted the bags earlier. Lin Shuang bit her lip. That damned miser, why was she being so stingy with the bags? Was their friendship not worth millions? I just remembered, I still have over 3 million in my card. I'll transfer it to you right now. Lin Shuang resentfully transferred the money. After Zhou Chuchu received it, she smiled in satisfaction. Thanks, my good best friend. Rest assured, I will use this money to buy plenty of supplies, using these supplies to serve myself, allowing me to live well in the apocalypse. And you will only be left staring in despair. This time, even if you beg me on the ground, I will not give you a single bit of supplies. On the other side of the phone, Qin Ziyuan was still waiting for Zhou Chuchu to send a message. After she sent over 10 messages, she stopped. He sneered as expected, unable to persist. She gave up. Even if she asks me for money, she should at least have some self-awareness. Thinking that this money was meant for her divorce, anger surged within him. But ding. Your wife has sent you a message. Husband, it's getting late. Take care of yourself and go to bed early, or we'll see each other tomorrow. Qin Ziyuan's cold eyes opened, resembling a deep-sea beast lurking in the darkness. He irritably tore off his tie. Just then a beam of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his sharp jawline and his exquisite yet powerful collarbone, making him appear dangerous and alluring amidst the flickering light. Zhou Chuchu, you better not play tricks on me again. If you betray me once more, you will pay the price. After bidding goodnight to Qin Ziyuan, Zhou Chuchu lay on her bed, feeling the smooth and comforting silk quilt before immediately bouncing off the bed to pack all the silk and velvet quilts into her storage space. She then jumped back onto the bed, ready to enjoy a good sleep. The tranquility before the apocalypse was truly precious. If she could sleep, well, she would savor every moment. Otherwise, once the apocalypse arrived, it would be difficult to fall into a deep slumber. Not to mention that period of high temperatures at night, she could hardly sleep, drenched in sweat as soon as she lay down, the heat making her restless. In the apocalypse, humanity's morality deteriorated. Killing and arson for a meal was not uncommon, and the slightest disturbance sent people into a panic. Just as she was about to drift off into a pleasant sleep, a notification pinged from WeChat. A special contact, Sun Qishuan Chuchu, are you asleep? Thinking of you. Zhou Chuchu's face instantly turned cold, a murderous intent spilling forth. Her good mood for sleep was immediately shattered. Sun Qishuan, that scoundrel. If she wished to dismember Lin Shuang 1,000 times, then for Sun Qishuan her hatred ran deep, desiring nothing less than to consume his blood and gnaw on his flesh. She wished to cast him into the depths of hell to suffer eternal torment. But in this world, there is no hell, so she would transform into hell herself, wielding the knife and delivering all the punishments upon him to ease the hatred in her heart. The ultimate root of her tragedy was him. She and Sun Qishuan were college classmates at that time. She was just an inconspicuous student, while he was a prominent figure. He came from a good family. Coupled with his strong abilities and handsome looks, he was very courteous to girls, winning Back then, due to her striking appearance, she was ostracized by some girls, but he extended a helping hand, treating her differently from others. As a girl experiencing her first blush of love, she naturally developed feelings for him and confessed. But he neither expressed his stance nor rejected her. His attitude was ambiguous. Whenever she took the initiative, he distanced himself, claiming they were merely schoolmates. When she sought to end this unclear relationship, he would send flowers and messages to entice her, playing with her emotions. She had no idea that this was merely his hunting tactic. She was just a foolish fish in his pond. What he truly wanted to pursue was Lin Shuang, but unfortunately Lin Shuang didn't even look at him. Until Zhou Chuchu got engaged to Qin Ziyuan for special reasons, the Qin family held a grand engagement ceremony to show their seriousness, inviting the prominent figures of Haisher to attend. Sun Qixuan's family also attended the invitation, and when he discovered she was Qin Ziyuan's fiancée, his attitude immediately became warm and attentive. She was tempted to break off the engagement with Qin Ziyuan multiple times. If it weren't for that drunken night when she accidentally had relations with Qin Ziyuan and subsequently became pregnant with twins, she would have truly broken off the engagement. But now pregnant, the Qin family would never agree to the divorce, treating her with utmost tolerance and spending $1 billion to give her a grand wedding. Her lavish marriage was regarded as a legendary event in Haishi, unmatched to this day. Yet even so, Sun Qixuan continued to linger around her, dangling before her. After she became pregnant, not wanting to remain in such an ambiguous situation, she cut off contact. But he came crying to her, claiming he could not live without her, that losing her would mean his death. In her confusion, she ended up contacting him again. After that, he coaxed her into getting numerous projects from Qin Ziyuan, allowing the Sun family to prosper greatly. A once declining third-rate family, after revealing a few projects under Qin Ziyuan, unexpectedly soared to become new nobles. Looking at it this way, she seemed to owe Sun Qixuan a favor rather than harboring enmity. But what was the outcome? She paid an unbearable price for her foolishness. When the apocalypse arrived, due to the good security of this upscale community and the high standard of villa construction, Sun Qixuan begged her for refuge, and thinking her space at home was ample, she agreed. As a result, a family of wolves was invited in. Sun Qixuan did not come alone. He brought his family to live with her. Qin Ziyuan was furious, scolding the entire family of opportunists, while the two elderly members of the Sun family knelt before her, begging. She had a fierce argument with Qin Ziyuan, and they each slept in separate rooms. Before the apocalypse, Qin Ziyuan had overworked himself and was seriously weakened by fever. That night, a loud thud echoed as he fell from the second floor. From then on, he was unable to walk properly. The reason he fell was that Sun Qixuan had pushed him. And then, she couldn't think any further, otherwise she would go insane, go wild. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails tearing through the silk sheets. A layer of green shimmering light enveloped her. After a long while, she revealed a smile that was stunningly sinister, bloodthirsty, like a Azura. Just seeing his name for another second made her feel nauseated. She directly blocked him. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was him again, an unrelenting ghost. She blocked him once more. Sleep. Because of this troublesome matter, Zhou Chuchu hardly slept that night. In her dreams, she envisioned all the events of the Sun family, moving in truly a case of the crow occupying the magpie's nest. First, they consumed her food supply, yet served her and her husband spoiled meals. They made her do menial tasks, and if they were even slightly dissatisfied, they would resort to beating and scolding. Qin Ziyuan resisted stubbornly, trying to drive them out, but he was so weak from malnutrition after eating those spoiled meals that a once tall man had become as thin as a skeleton. After being pushed down the stairs by Sun Qixuan and suffering a broken leg without treatment, it was a miracle he survived. How could he possibly stand against them? He was beaten time and again until he was covered in blood, his handsome face marred every inch of his skin. Hatred. She felt so much hatred. Hatred for them, but even more for her own blind stupidity. In this life, she would never repeat the same mistakes. She would make them all pay the price. Having not slept well, Zhou Chuchu got up at 6 a.m. Her in-laws sent a message early. A little incident occurred. We'll be home by 4 p.m. Okay, take your time and be safe. After replying to the message, taking advantage of the kids not being home, yet she decided to go on a large shopping spree to stock up on supplies for the storage space. The apocalypse could end at any time, and there were too many items needed to consider. Time was of the essence. Not a single moment could be wasted. Zhou Chuchu immediately left for the garage, but she happened to see old lady Luo leaning at the door, peering inside. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu rushing out, her triangular eyes rolled, her high cheekbones seemingly able to pierce through a person. She sarcastically said, "A coarse pig cannot eat fine bran. How could you with such a good yard plant these lowly vegetables? It's truly laughable. You can't even manage to be a good young mistress. No wonder you're always fighting with your husband." This old lady Luo was not a legitimate owner in the community, but rather the mistress of someone else's family, hiding out here in a golden house. Her daughter had brought her over to take care of her life, and she had taken on the persona of a noble woman. This woman was the most gossip-loving, always prying into affairs, and somehow learned about her husband's wealth, shamelessly visiting several times with her daughter. Fortunately, her mother-in-law Lu Julin treated her coldly and called security to chase them away. But she refused to give up, frequently coming over any time there was a commotion at Zhou Chuchi's home. Old Lady Luo's figure would surely appear. Her villa, located at the back of the community, was separated by a wall. It would take at least half an hour to walk over, yet she could still make it. In her previous life, Zhou Chuchu had been quite harsh towards Qin Ziyuan, but had tolerated these older individuals and never spoke harshly to them. Yet her kindness was wasted on those who were worthless in their youth and were even worse in their old age. In this new life, she would no longer indulge them. Where did this shameless old hag come from, spewing filth and stinking up the place? Good dogs don't block the way or get lost. Goodness. Zhou Chuchu's sharp tongue left the of such people often. She was not afraid of Zhou Chuchu, a delicate young woman. Of such people often have soft skin. She was just troubled by her skills having no place to be demonstrated, and now she encountered someone who wouldn't back down, so she immediately started cursing. You little wench, I'll slap you. Zhou Chuchu was not polite at all. She opened the courtyard door and swiftly slapped her. Bang! The old woman fell to the ground. She could be polite and respect the elderly, but that was reserved for those truly deserving of respect. For someone like this, even a kind word would be a waste. Dear readers, this is a novel, and for the sake of the plot, please do not imitate. If you encounter an immoral elder, do not resort to violence, but instead quickly leave and call the police. The old woman was dazed by the slap, lying on the ground screaming, help. Someone's hitting me, it's unjust. Zhou Chuchu couldn't be bothered with her and just walked away. The old woman wasn't done as she came to grab her. But Zhou Chuchu dodged her cold gaze, enveloping the old woman. Do you want another slap? The old woman trembled, fearing Zhou Chuchu's heavy hand. Zhou Chuchu got in her car and drove away. The old woman glared with malice at Zhou Chuchu's retreating figure and spat on the ground. Damn little brat, I hope I don't get my hands on you, or I'll make sure you regret it. Zhou Chuchu thought of the old woman and furrowed her brows tightly. She felt her villa was very unsafe. Not to mention, in her previous life, the old woman had climbed over the wall and stolen vegetables from her yard. This old hag not only stole, but also ruined what she couldn't take. No way, I need to find a way to turn my home into a stronghold. First, she rented a temporary warehouse. She headed straight to the farmer's market. Food was of utmost importance. No one knew how long the apocalypse would last. Perhaps it would never end, so she had to prepare for the long term. She needed to buy enough food. She had no psychological burden, or if she didn't buy it, all this food would spoil and rot in the heat. After the heat wave ended, she had once followed a group to search for food, opening warehouses and cold storages, only to see massive quantities of food completely rotten. The pain in her heart was unbearable, so she would buy as much as possible. At this time, money was the most valuable. In the apocalypse, money would quickly devalue and ultimately become worthless paper. As social order was reshuffled, what use was having more money? She switched to a frenzied buying mode. Rice flour, millet, yellow rice, corn, soybeans, mung beans, red beans, lentils, along with seeds, salt, brown sugar, white sugar, various seasonings, peanut oils, soybean oil, corn oil, olive oil, walnut oil, canola oil. The farmer's market was filled with neighboring grain and oil shops. Her basic operation was to step inside, take a glance, and wave her hand. All bought. The shopkeepers were astonished. Miss, can you eat all this food? Zhou Chuchu casually concocted. Scorching Group is hosting a large banquet across 100 cities, and I'm responsible for purchasing food. Scorching Group was well known, and it belonged to her husband, so she felt justified using its name. The owner exclaimed and gave her a thumbs up. Scorching Group has great benefits, high salaries, and such social responsibility. Truly impressive. Zhou Chuchu smiled, feeling a sense of pride. What's with all these seeds? Oh, we're sending seeds to the countryside. A truckload of food was packed and sent to the designated temporary warehouse. Once it was delivered, Zhou Chuchu would enter alone and store them in her space. Looking at the fully stocked shelves of food, Zhou Chuchu felt truly content. Spending 50 million, she had bought nearly 200 tons of food, which would be enough for 400 people to eat for a year. Then she hoarded more. Another 50 million was spent to sweep the vegetable market. Various radishes, root, mustard, turnips, and beets. Green onions, scallions, garlic, onions, ginger, lotus root, asparagus, yam, water, bamboo, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Napa cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, spinach, chives, celery, bitter lettuce, oilseed lettuce, yellow okra, water spinach, chrysanthemum, cauliflower, broccoli, and enoki mushrooms, all kinds of mushrooms. Dried and fresh. Wild, cultivated, marine, frozen, pickled, and canned. Everything bought, including seeds. Buy. Another 50 million was spent buying 1.8 million tons, all packed and transported to the warehouse, then transferred to the storage space. After a long day of work, Zhou Chuchu hadn't even eaten and had spent 100 million like flowing water. So money can be spent so easily. Don't say 100 million here, I could spend $1 billion too. With food secured, she felt empowered. But just having food wasn't enough. Off to the supermarket. She diverted to the largest Yonghui supermarket. Call your manager over. Oh, I want to shop. The front desk replied, "Miss, you can shop directly inside. You just push a cart to buy what you need." Zhou Chuchu said, "That might be a bit difficult. After all, a cart needs to be filled with at least 10,000 items." The front desk doubted she heard wrong. "Miss, did you say? How many carts?" Zhou Chuchu reiterated, "At least 10,000 carts." "All right, miss, please wait a moment, or I'll call the manager over right now." Soon the manager of Yonghui Supermarket strode over looking at Zhou Chuchu as if he saw a fortune. He was accompanied by 30 staff members, all in a grand procession. "Miss, your purchase quantity is too large. Oh, I need to know the purpose. Can you share?" Zhou Chuchu brought up her husband again. "Xinqing Group is organizing a countryside delivery event. Here's my husband's phone number. You can ask him directly." Who didn't know the president of Xinqing Group? The manager dared not call him to confirm Zhou Chuchu was indeed his legitimate wife, and he immediately became more attentive. "Quick, push the shopping carts and follow Mrs. Qin." Zhou Chuchu directed them to clear out the food section first, ensuring various instant foods were included: instant noodles, sausages, chocolates, milk tea, milk yogurt, ice cream, and water, totaling 100,000 items. In the apocalypse, a single pack of instant noodles was unattainable even with money. In the scorching heat, a box of chilled yogurt or ice cream could be life-saving. In the living supplies section, she picked various toiletries, shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, face cream, face masks. Even in the apocalypse, she wanted to look good. Oh, she was fed up with her smelly self. In the clothing section, she chose light, breathable, and thick warm clothing, avoiding expensive and impractical items. After the heat came the cold. Ooh, she had to be prepared. For her parents-in-law, herself, and her husband, and the children from now until they grew up, she needed everything. Just a few tens of thousands of sets. In the appliance section, she needed refrigerators, freezers, washing machines, air conditioners, televisions, coal stoves, rice cookers, gas stoves. All of them a few hundred sets each. Power outage. No fire. Manager, find a way to get me 10 diesel generators, 10 gas generators, 10 wind turbines, and 10 solar generators. Plus 100 liters of diesel gas and natural gas and 500 tons of coal. If you can manage that, I'll give you a commission of 2 million. The manager replied, "I can get these things, but it may take about 7 days. These would cost around 15 million, and I need a 5 million deposit." Zhou Chuchu immediately transferred. "Also help me get 10 sets of cold-proof clothing, 10 snowmobiles, 100 sleds, 10 kayaks, and 10... After the heat came the cold, and after the cold came the torrential rain. Cold-proof clothing, sleds, and snowmobiles were needed to go out in snow-covered cities, while kayaks and yachts would be necessary when floods inundated the city. If possible, help me get 100 hunting rifles, 100 sharp tang knives, heavy swords, bulletproof vests, and grenades. In the apocalypse, human nature deteriorated, and everyone fought to survive. When people are starving to the extreme, they become desperate and act recklessly, killing and robbing as easily as drinking water. She had to obtain weapons to protect herself and her family. As the conversation continued, the manager felt increasingly uneasy. "Wait, Mrs. Qin, I can't get you those. That's illegal. At most, I can get you practice bows and arrows, tang knives, and heavy swords should be doable, and I can think of a way to get crossbows, but bulletproof vests, hunting rifles, and grenades are truly impossible." Zhou Chuchu anticipated this possibility and didn't press the manager too hard. As usual, she instructed the manager to transport the items she purchased to the warehouse and then transfer them to her storage space. Zhou Chuchu anticipated this possibility and didn't press the manager too hard. As usual, she instructed the manager to transport the items she purchased to the warehouse, and then Zhou Chuchu immediately drove to a restaurant, ordered a large bowl of beef noodles, added 2 extra portions of meat, and devoured 3 bowls in a row. The steaming beef noodles alleviated her deep craving for food. With each bite of meat, she contentedly rubbed her belly and burped. She was overjoyed. Oblivious to the strange looks from others, a dazzling beauty like Zhou Chuchu dining in a small, humble noodle shop and consuming 3 bowls was bound to raise eyebrows. Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Chuchu kept calculating. "No, I must stockpile enough meat." In this apocalyptic world, meat was a luxury. In the scorching heat, various farm animals and poultry succumbed to the high temperatures, while those that managed to survive mutated and evolved into vicious creatures. Forget about eating them. It would be a miracle not to be eaten by them. The meat stored in cold storage across the land completely spoiled due to the heat and power outages. In the apocalypse, wanting to eat meat was incredibly difficult. But to store meat, one needed money, lots of money. "Boss, pack 500 portions of beef noodles and deliver them to this address." Zhou Chuchu provided the address to the boss. The boss was shocked. 500 portions of beef noodles. "I can't even make that right now. You should be able to manage it in a day, right? 200, pay 100 up front, add more meat, and I'll pay the rest upon delivery." "Got it." Zhou Chuchu stepped out and saw a balloon vendor on the street. Thinking about how her 2 children loved balloons, but she had never bought them when a pang of regret hit her heart. She immediately bought all the balloons from the vendor. She rushed to a toy store to buy a bunch of toys and to a mother and baby store for various children's foods. After spending 200, she returned home loaded with gifts. Back at the villa, her in-laws and children hadn't returned yet. Feeling a bit down, she was relieved when the system notification rang out beautifully again. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully checked in. You have received 50 million in cash and a high-speed alloy steel fence. The high-speed alloy steel fence 30 centimeters thick can be installed with just a click, providing you with Good heavens! Zhou Chuchu exclaimed in amazement. High-speed alloy steel is widely used in submarines and aircraft manufacturing. A thickness of 30 centimeters cannot be breached even by a bomb. With a 30-centimeter thick high-speed alloy steel fence, her mother would no longer have to worry about anyone climbing in. She wanted to install it immediately, but feared that her in-laws and children would be frightened. Clicking to install it could wait until just before the apocalypse. Additionally, she needed to help her husband and in-laws gradually accept the impending apocalypse and prepare early, and not to forget her distant parents and younger brother. Thinking of them, Zhou Chuchu's expression turned somber. In her previous life, her parents forcefully insisted she marry Qin Ziyuan, which she couldn't comprehend. She cried and protested vehemently. Later, her parents coerced her into marrying him, citing their business failure and how Qin Ziyuan offered them help. She agreed, but harbored resentment towards her parents. Her mother chatted with her, urging her that Qin Ziyuan was worthy of lifelong commitment, while Sun Qishuan was not. She couldn't accept it and angrily accused them of selling her for glory. Her brother initially sided with her, but after visiting Qin Ziyuan, once he was captivated by his charm and began to advise her to live well. Furious, she cursed her brother and declared a severance of their relationship. After marrying, she ruthlessly cut off contact with her parents and brother, avoiding them when they came looking for her until the apocalypse arrived. Later, even though she regretted it and wanted to reach out to her parents and brother, they were unreachable. 5 years into the apocalypse, she saw her brother next to a high-ranking official. He had grown into a powerful ability user capable of standing on his own. Yet at that time, he treated her coldly, filled with resentment for her heartlessness. Her parents repeatedly called her, but she didn't answer, and they lamented her until their deaths. No matter how heartbroken and regretful Zhou Chuchu felt, the rift with her brother could not be mended. Beep. As soon as she pressed the call button, it was answered on the other end. It was her brother Zhou Xingyang, and his voice was booming. Sister. It's sister's call. Beep. As soon as she pressed the call button, it was answered on the other end. It was her brother Zhou Xingyang, and his voice was booming. Sister. It's sister's call. Dad, Mom, come quickly, sister is calling. The phone was passed around, and her father's voice, Zhou Xiaoyuan, came through. Near. Just that one word made Zhou Chuchu shed tears. She remembered her father's care for her, lifting her onto his shoulders when she was small, repeatedly asking, Near, are you having fun? Near. Zhou Chuchu's sobs were heard by her mother Lu Yunxi, who reached out and snatched the phone away. You old fool, look what you've done to make Near cry. Her mother's voice was gentle as she comforted her. Don't be afraid, Near. Whatever it is, Mom is here. Don't cry, don't cry. Is it that Qin family boy bullying you? Don't worry, if you can't make it, just come back. Your parents can take care of you and your daughter. Zhou Chuchu shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, he treats me well. The son-in-law you chose is very good. Especially good. I realized I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. I shouldn't have ignored your calls. I shouldn't have. Mom and Dad, little brother, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. On the other end of the line, her mother was also in tears. Near, we don't blame you. We were too forceful back then. One sentence left them unable to continue. As parents, how could they blame their daughter? They only felt heartache. Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of sourness and swelling in her heart, and her tears flowed even more. This was her family, her flesh and blood. Even if it was clearly her fault, they couldn't bear to blame her even a little. Her brother snatched the phone and casually said, What are you all doing, Mom and Dad? It's a good thing that sister called. Sister, don't worry, I'm living well with Mom and Dad. We have leased 20 hills here in your city, and the sugar tangerines we planted are almost ripe. We're going to get rich. Once we sell the tangerines, we'll go see you. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu wiped her tears and said earnestly, Zhou Xingyang, listen, I'm going to transfer 50 million to you right now, and then you must do exactly as I say. Younger brother Zhou Xingyang thought Zhou Chuchu was joking. He chuckled, Sister, it seems brother-in-law treats you well. He gives you plenty of pocket money. Zhou Chuchu's heart stirred. Qin Ziyuan treated her well. He provided generous allowances. She had 50 million in her card. Could it be that the amount was related to this? This still needs verification, but what's more important now is the situation with Mom and Dad. Living in the mountains, they had endured extreme heat, severe cold, earthquakes, and tsunamis, but their lives surely weren't easy. Hearing her brother's nonchalant tone, Zhou Chuchu seriously took on the demeanor of an elder sister. Zhou Xingyang, I'm not joking with you. The pressure from their bloodline made Zhou Xingyang shiver. Their dad gave him a slap. You better behave. Your sister must have something important to discuss, so listen carefully. Got it. Zhou Xingyang replied to his father while becoming serious. Sister, you say it, and I will do it. Very good. Zhou Chuchu took a deep breath and said, with this money you need to buy enough supplies. Get enough rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea for 10 years. Generators, coal, diesel, and gas, buy enough for 50 years. Cold-resistant equipment, polar cold protection suits, sleds, snowmobiles, heating devices buy enough for 50 years. Inflatable boats, speedboats. The more Zhou Xingyang listened, the more uneasy he felt, finally unable to help but shout, "Sister, are you serious? Food and generators are one thing, cold-resistant equipment I can understand, but what's with the inflatable boats and speedboats? I'm up in the mountains. This is too ridiculous." Zhou Chuchu knew exactly what her brother was thinking. If she hadn't experienced the apocalypse herself and hadn't endured those hardships, if those memories weren't so vivid and detailed, she wouldn't believe that the end of the world was approaching. The weather is abnormal, and disasters are occurring everywhere. The forest fires in Australia, the black storms in the beautiful country, the plague in India. Nuclear discharge in the Sakura country. We need to be prepared, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhou Xingyang scratched his head, a look of confusion appearing on his handsome sun-kissed face. "But sister, those countries are too far from us." Zhou Chuchu said deeply, "Perhaps they are far away, but have you ever thought about how we would respond if these disasters fell upon us? Haven't you noticed that the weather has been unusually hot recently?" Zhou Xingyang felt a chill in his heart at Zhou Chuchu's words. She added fuel to the fire. "Just think about it, if there were 3 consecutive years of high temperatures and no rain, what would happen? In 10 years. Zhou Xingyang was startled. "Sister, don't scare me." Very well, even the local dialect of their hometown is coming out of him. This kid, even if he doesn't believe it, will at least prepare, but I'm still not at ease. When you purchase supplies and transport them, be careful. Oh, don't let anyone know you are the one buying them, and don't let anyone know where you hide these supplies. After I transfer the money to you, they'll give you half a month to prepare. Once you're done, come to Haishur with Mom and Dad. Oh, I want to check your shopping records and discuss some important matters." Having said that, she hung up the phone without giving Zhou Xingyang a chance to refuse. That kid, he is very steady and meticulous. Even if he doesn't know the reason for doing this, he will follow her instructions. Next, she transferred the 50 million. Her card was a special black card issued by Qin Ziyuan, allowing unlimited transfers. She wanted her brother to prepare the supplies, better safe than sorry. After finishing these tasks, she sank into the imported leather sofa, waiting for her in-laws and children to come back. Time passed by second by second. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhou Chuchu's mood began to grow anxious, her gaze frequently darting towards the door. Her phone was repeatedly lifted, then dropped. Feeling nervous as she approached home, she didn't dare to call, fearing any unexpected events. Finally, click. "Mom, I'm back. Mom, I miss you so much." 2 radiant little treasures rushed toward her. Yes, radiant. Memories of the past flashed by, some good, some bad, but mostly bad, ending in darkness. She had rarely participated in their childhood, she had missed their youth, and now their reunion felt distant and unfamiliar. However, those 2 children, even before dying, had tried hard to tell her that they loved her. Seeing them now, they were like 2 glowing beings, 2 little angels, true angels. Her angels. A rush of warmth surged through her, with a profound sense of emotion and love enveloping her. She had rarely participated in their childhood, she had missed their youth, and now their reunion felt distant and unfamiliar. However, those 2 children, even before dying, had tried hard to tell her that they loved her. It's so good to see them again. It's so good to have them back. She would never let them go again. She would protect them. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Her daughter Qin Yueshi, with big eyes full of concern, used her chubby soft white hands to wipe her tears, and when her eyes turned red, she also began to cry. "Mom, don't cry, Lin will protect you." Her son Qin Zaheo hugged her neck, displaying a little manly demeanor. Zhou Chuchu smiled through her tears. Holding the 2 little ones, she brought over the balloons she bought. A total of 30 balloons. Dinosaurs, rabbits, octopuses, airplanes, submarines, Ultraman. Everything one could imagine. The 2 children instantly became excited, each kissing her. "Thank you, Mom. Mom is so nice." They were so happy today, because Mom bought them balloons. Mom had never bought them anything before, as she usually didn't hug or kiss them. They felt so sad and disappointed. They had asked their grandparents if Mom didn't love them, and their grandparents told them that Mom indeed loved them. Mom truly loved them. Zhou Chuchu brought over the balloons, and also took out toys. She had never done such things before. Even though she wanted to treat them well and show them her love, it still felt clumsy. "Why aren't you playing with the balloons? Don't you like them?" The 2 little friends shook their heads. "No, Mom, we like them very much, we just want to hug you a little longer." Mom's embrace is so warm, and Mom smells so good. It turned out they were afraid that if she only hugged them intermittently, the next time might be who knows when, so they were reluctant. Zhou Chuchu felt a pang in her heart, constantly scolding herself. What a jerk I was. My past self was such a jerk. From now on, I will hug you every day, kiss you every day. Zhou Chuchu, one on each side, kissed the soft and chubby little faces of the 2 treasures. The 2 little ones giggled joyfully. "All right, Lin Zishi, it's tiring to hold on to Mom like this, let go." Lu Julin and Qin Zhuangming exchanged glances, seeing surprise and delight in each other's eyes. It seems that their daughter-in-law has matured. It's fine, they like it, so we'll hold them a bit longer. Zhou Chuchu carried the 2 little ones toward her in-laws. With 1,000 words condensed into 2, she said, "Dad, Mom." The elderly couple felt a tremor in their hearts. "Oh, Lu Julin hurriedly responded softly, saying, "Haven't eaten, yet I'll go cook first. Mom's cooking might not be great, don't mind it." Lu Julin entered the kitchen stunned. Where was the fridge? That big four-door fridge. Zhou Chuchu followed and also dazed, realizing they had put the fridge into storage yesterday and hadn't taken it out. She had no intention of hiding the existence of her storage space from her in-laws, but it wasn't the right moment to mention it. Just as Zhou Chuchu was about to think of an excuse to deflect the situation as Savior arrived. "Zhou Chuchu, what on earth are you up to? Speak up, I'm listening." The domineering CEO Qin Ziyuan had returned, his voice as cold as ice shards. However, upon seeing a pair of innocent eyes looking at him, he realized it belonged to his unfortunate wife. 2 pairs of adorable big eyes were staring at him. They belonged to his precious children. And 2 pairs of angry gazes were fixed on him. Those were his own parents. In an instant, the imposing aura of the cold-faced tyrant who held absolute authority in the company diminished as the temperature in the room dropped by 10 degrees. Before he could say anything, Qin Zihao slid off Zhou Chuchu's lap and walked up to Qin Ziyuan, resembling a miniature version of a CEO, and in a babyish voice said to Qin Ziyuan, "Daddy, come here, let's have a chat, just us men. Mommy is a girl, how can you be mean to her? You need to speak to her nicely, do you understand? And how can you call her by her name? You should call her wife." Qin Ziyuan's scalp tingled. He was so angry he couldn't express it. He had to suppress his rage, or else this little brat would turn around and say, "This is what you taught me, and you can't even do it yourself." He couldn't underestimate the little one. He gazed directly at Zhou Chuchu and asked, "What trick are you playing?" His voice was calm, but the chilling aura was palpable. Zhou Chuchu felt even more wronged. Mean daddy, you're so fierce. You mustn't treat mommy like that. She won't talk to you anymore." She clung to Zhou Chuchu's neck, pouting, and turned her head away. Qin Ziyuan. His dark eyes were deep and imposing, his extraordinarily handsome face combining a sharp and aggressive charisma. As long as he did not show a smile, few dared to meet his gaze. Zhou Chuchu had been afraid of him in her past life, avoiding him partly for this reason. No one wanted to get close to someone who was excessively perfect, extraordinarily capable, and had a powerful presence. Before she even got close, she felt frozen. But Zhou Chuchu was someone who had lived again, as she was no longer afraid of death. She looked carefully at his face and sighed, "This is my husband, so damn handsome. That physique, what is a tiger's back and a monkey's waist? That is it. What are 8-pack abs? That is it." She wanted to pounce. She wanted to touch. Such an exquisite man, and in her past life, she had foolishly taken him for granted. Feeling Zhou Chuchu's fiery gaze, Qin Ziyuan found it very strange. This moment had not been part of it. Not to mention before she had avoided him like he was a beast. That is it. What are 8-pack abs? That is it. Never had she looked at him with such a wronged expression. It was one thing to feel wronged, but her gaze was also fiery, as if she could see through his clothes and observe his physique. Qin Ziyuan suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Zhou, what do you want?" "Need money." Today she had spent lavishly, exhausting 50 million in a single day, and upon a brief investigation found a long list of shopping items consisting entirely of basic necessities. Upon further inspection, there was another 50 million spent on various fruits and vegetables, all purchased under the company's name. This left him utterly perplexed. The YH Group called his secretary to verify the delivery information, totaling over 40 million in purchases. Just moments ago, she had also sent 50 million to her brother. Hadn't she rejected contact with her family? For 5 years, he had urged her multiple times, each time ending with her sarcastic questioning, and later, he had given up, only discreetly sending money to his in-laws. Yet every time he sent money, they returned it. Today, however, she had behaved unusually, sending a huge sum of money. This was also something not seen in those memories. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He was fully aware of how much money she had. 50 million was her pocket money, and another 40 million was from selling clothes and bags. Where did the remaining 100 million come from? He had tracked the account from which the money was sent, but even the company's engineers could not uncover any effective information. This was too strange. She had secrets. Just as Qin Ziyuan thought this, he saw Zhou Chuchu mischievously winking at him. "Hubby, I need money, give me some pocket money." Seeing Qin Ziyuan's expression, Zhou Chuchu knew he must have guessed something. If nothing else, he would definitely suspect that 100 million. Fortunately, she had never intended to hide it from him. Qin Ziyuan coldly laughed. "You have plenty of money, do you still need to ask me for more?" He was hinting at that 100 million. Before Zhou Chuchu could respond, her father-in-law began to lecture his son. "If your wife needs money, give it to her, whatever she needs. I don't care about anything else, but don't let Mon-air suffer." Lu Julin, wielding a spatula, joined her husband in scolding their son. "I see you're getting tight-fisted, no wonder you two are quarreling. It's all your fault for making Mon-air feel wronged." Qin Ziyuan. He was both furious and amused. Lu Julin was infuriated and swung the spatula. "Oh, you dare mock your mother." Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Fearing to hurt someone's pride, she quickly put on a serious face and pulled her mother-in-law. "Oh dear, Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. He gives me quite a bit of pocket money, but I recently needed to stock up on some things and spend it all. Lu Jolin had never been treated so affectionately by her daughter-in-law. Her heart felt sweeter than honey as she shot a glance at her unfortunate son. See, your wife still cares for you and speaks up for you. Look at yourself. Qin Ziyuan felt wronged, so I'm not even your real son. You, get out of here. This family rarely had such a warm scene. The family of 6, if not perfectly harmonious, enjoyed a simple dinner filled with laughter. During the meal, Zhou Chuchu beamed with joy, patiently feeding the 2 children. The 2 children were pleasantly surprised, eating 2 bowls more than usual. Afterwards, they clamored for Zhou Chuchu to accompany them to sleep, but were persuaded away by their grandparents, leaving the room for the couple. Qin Ziyuan loosened his tie and approached Zhou Chuchu, his sharp phoenix eyes scrutinizing her. Now can we Qin Ziyuan's aura was overwhelming, as if every inch of the room was filled with his presence, causing her heart. The term overwhelming presence was perfectly embodied in him. The 2 were very close now. His breath descended upon her neck. Her neck felt ticklish. The last time they had been so candid was 5 years ago, but for Zhou Chuchu that was 15 years ago. How familiar, yet so strange. Bang, bang, bang. Her heart raced, and her face and ears turned red. Qin Ziyuan realized how close they were only when he caught a whiff of Zhou Chuchu's sweet scent. In the past, she would have pushed him away at this distance. But now, Zhou Chuchu's hair was thick and jet black, radiating a sheen reminiscent of black pearls. Her skin was as white as milk, flawless in its purity, and clad in a simple red dress, she was utterly enchanting. Qin Ziyuan had always known she was a great beauty, but today she seemed even more stunning. However, he quickly suppressed such thoughts, recalling Zhou Chuchu's actions in the past, his gaze gradually turning cold. His voice was icy, piercing through with a bone-chilling cold. In the past, if he had begun to emit cold air, Zhou Chuchu would have distanced herself immediately. She came from a warm and loving family. Her father was a devoted husband, and the partner she idealized was also of a gentle nature, which made her susceptible to Sun Qixuan's facade. Yet Qin Ziyuan was a cold, imposing figure whose very words could freeze a person in place. Coupled with his domineering and decisive style, it was less about Zhou Chuchu's dislike for him and more about her fear. However, having experienced the apocalypse, the malice hidden beneath smiles, and the excruciating pain endured, how could she possibly fear his mere cold demeanor? Though his expression was frigid, his heart burned with warmth. Zhou Chuchu reached out and wrapped her arms around his strong waist, her fingers brushing against his back. Wow, he was really sturdy. A flicker of dark flame erupted in the depths of his eyes, but he remained composed. So you even resorted to seduction. You really went all out. Although he couldn't trace the source of the billion on his card, he didn't believe Sun Qixuan had that capability. Yet the thought of this woman always trying to escape into the embrace of that pretty boy stirred a surge of resentment within him. Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly. Is this considered seduction? Did I manage to charm you? Qin Ziyuan frowned, sensing something was off. Zhou Chuchu was acting unusually today. He tore her away from him. Although he somewhat enjoyed the sensation of her soft hands caressing him, certain matters needed clarification. Zhou Chuchu, have you lost your mind? Zhou Chuchu immediately played along, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her head. That's right, I was muddled before, got kicked by a donkey, but guess what? I'm awake now. Exactly, my main trait is having thick skin and endurance. Qin Ziyuan. He was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a headache coming on. Alright, let's put that aside for now. What exactly do you plan to do with those supplies? Is the apocalypse upon us? Upon hearing Qin Ziyuan finally address the matter, Zhou Chuchu perked up, immediately grabbing his large hand and pulling him toward the sofa, pressing him down to sit before jumping onto the sofa, nestling into his embrace. Qin Ziyuan felt quite uncomfortable with Zhou Chuchu's natural closeness. Just as he was about to shift away, she took his hand and placed it on her waist, adjusting it to a more comfortable position against his well-exercised, powerful thigh. Not to mention it felt a bit rough. Zhou Chuchu, be serious. I am being serious right now. Qin Ziyuan, helpless, said, give me a reason for all this. The apocalypse is coming. Qin Ziyuan. Hey, don't squeeze my waist, that hurts. Zhou Chuchu wasn't truly in pain, but the soft flesh around her waist felt both painful and ticklish when squeezed. It wasn't too much to endure considering all the pain and suffering she had already faced. Yet in this life, upon reuniting, she turned into a delicate wife, tears brimming in her sparkling eyes. Qin Ziyuan visibly tensed, quickly shifting from squeezing to caressing. He wanted to apologize, but his pride wouldn't allow it, and he genuinely didn't know how to handle this situation. He could maneuver through business deals with ease and face treacherous and ruthless enemies. But when faced with a pouting, tearful wife, he was utterly at a loss. Qin Ziyuan visibly tensed, quickly shifting from squeezing to caressing. He wanted to apologize, but his pride wouldn't allow it, and he genuinely... Zhou Chuchu let out a couple of soft hums before saying, hubby, I have something to tell you. I had a terrible dream. I dreamed that in a month the apocalypse would arrive, bringing extreme heat. She didn't dare mention that she was a reborn person. After all, revealing what she had done might cause her husband to turn against her on the spot and abandon her. Not to mention, even if she were in his position, she would think that her actions were unforgivable. She roughly recounted the future events, the deaths of her in-laws, her children's tragedies, his transformation into a world-destroying corpse king, and her own equally tragic fate. These things she couldn't say, it was too cruel. Since those events had not yet transpired, she would bear the burden herself. She felt anxious, uncertain whether Qin Ziyuan would believe her. What if he thought she was crazy and sent her to a mental hospital? She looked at him, but his gaze was as deep as the ocean. Dejectedly lowering her head, she realized that normal people wouldn't believe that the apocalypse was imminent based on a mere dream. Wasn't that absurd? He surely wouldn't believe her, right? He definitely thought she was squandering money. He might even freeze her card. Unexpectedly, Qin Ziyuan not only refrained from scolding her for her nonsense, but seemed to take her words seriously and cautiously said, if the apocalypse arrives, the supplies you bought are far from sufficient. At the very least, medical equipment and medications are essential for survival in the apocalypse, yet you haven't purchased any. Qin Ziyuan continued, slightly shifting his body to make her more comfortable. If we merely seek survival, food and water, cold and heat protection and security equipment would suffice. But if we aim to thrive in the apocalypse, that is nowhere near enough. Far from it. However, Qin Ziyuan stated gravely, in high-temperature environments, food is hard to preserve. It might require substantial investment to construct vacuum storage facilities for supplies in a month's time. Is insufficient. Do you have any ideas? Zhou Chuchu was stunned. What was going on? Was he accepting this matter and beginning to calculate it? Hubby, you believe me? Qin Ziyuan gazed deeply at her, neither affirming nor denying his belief. He only asked in return, do you believe me? Indeed, if those scenes were real, she would surely not believe herself. She would undoubtedly doubt herself and reject her own feelings. When Qin Ziyuan asked that question, it seemed as if a blazing fire ignited in his eyes and a terrifying dark tide was about to surge forth within him. Even if she said nothing, merely hesitating would transform him into a furious blaze, consuming her and himself. Zhou Chuchu leaped into his arms, hugging his waist, her face rubbing against his chest. I believe. I can distrust anyone but you. I will always believe in you. Qin Ziyuan's chest vibrated, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Chuchu dropped a bombshell. Hubby, I have a secret to tell you. It seems I have awakened a special ability. I have a storage space. She had no intention of hiding the matters of space. Just as she was about to find an opportunity to speak about it, the current moment presented itself perfectly. Without hesitation, she grasped Qin Ziyuan's large hand and silently focused her thoughts. The next moment, they found themselves in the infinite storage space. In those fragmented images, Qin Ziyuan had seen plenty of supernatural abilities. Even he, after transforming into a corpse king, had awakened some exceptionally powerful abilities. He had also witnessed spatial abilities before. Hearing Zhou Chuchu mention the storage space, he was momentarily taken aback, as he had not seen her awaken this particular ability. She had only awakened a level purification of water used to purify water sources, which later evolved into an A-level ability called Water Song, granting her offensive capabilities. However, it had nothing to do with spatial abilities. Witnessing Zhou Chuchu's infinite storage space with endless shelves, only a small portion of which was filled with supplies, left him profoundly shocked. This was hardly a storage space that could only be described as a world of storage. Zhou Chuchu had been observing his expression, and seeing the normally unflappable man now displaying a look of astonishment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Look, you're shocked, aren't you? Hee. She knew all too well how calm he usually was, how well he adapted to his surroundings, as if nothing could surprise him, and he could accept things quickly. Now that she finally saw an expression on his face beyond his usual calmness, she naturally felt a sense of triumph. Yet what shocked Qin Ziyuan was not just this infinite storage space, but also the void in those images regarding her, an empty space about her. The her in those images and the current her seemed to travel along two diverging paths, heading towards entirely different futures. Lowering his gaze, he caught a glimpse of her smug expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing him smile, Zhou Chuchu felt relieved and immediately said, in my storage space, time is frozen. Everything placed on those shelves remains in a state of absolute stasis. Whatever you put in is what you get out. I was thinking of buying more supplies to stock up. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come, it won't hurt to sell them later. If the apocalypse does arrive, these will become our lifelines. As Zhou Chuchu spoke, her expression dimmed slightly. She truly hoped the apocalypse would not come. You've done well, and the rest leave it to me. I will draft a plan to make the most of this storage space. Qin Ziyuan surveyed Zhou Chuchu's storage space, his gaze profound and his demeanor resolute. Is that it? Acceptance, and immediately devising a plan. Is the efficiency really that high? Won't he say anything else? Qin Ziyuan indeed said more. Don't tell anyone that you have a storage space. He looked deeply at her, suspecting that those images might not represent the true future, but perhaps were merely a certain future or some kind of ability of his. The past cannot be traced, but the future can be rewritten. With Zhou Chuchu possessing a storage space, the future would surely not mirror those images, where they suffered humiliation just for a bite of food. The children would not suffer from malnutrition, leading to stunted growth. Parents would not take desperate risks for a bit of food attracting zombies. His reminder to Zhou Chuchu stemmed from the twisted, degenerate nature of humanity during the apocalypse, where people would do anything for a bite to eat. Keeping the storage space hidden was of utmost necessity. I know I won't tell anyone but family. Zhou Chuchu nodded earnestly. When I get the chance, I want to tell my parents, and you have to help me. Before she could finish, she was pulled into a broad embrace. All because of the word family from her mouth. Qin Ziyuan held her tightly, his gaze suddenly deep and dangerous. Zhou Chuchu, remember what you said. I am beginning to trust you, but only this once you. He couldn't finish his sentence as a soft, fragrant kiss met him, and lingered for a long time. Zhou Chuchu snuggled on the sofa, silly smiling, while Qin Ziyan busied himself in the study. Remembering that kiss, Zhou Chuchu's smile radiated sweetness. Her in-laws brought the two children out, exchanging smiles, unaware of what had transpired with their daughter-in-law that led to such a significant transformation, but it was clearly a good thing. Qin Zhuangming signaled to Lu Julin, and the mother-in-law gracefully walked over to sit beside Zhou Chuchu. Nearly 60, she was well-maintained with an elegant demeanor, appearing only 40. She handed Zhou Chuchu a card softly, saying, "Mon, this card has some money on it, not much, just over $1 billion. Take it and use it." Zhou Chuchu hurriedly waved her hand. "How can this be? This is your and Dad's money. I can't take this card." "Why not? We are family. What is mine and yours?" Lu Julin pressed the card into Zhou Chuchu's hand. "We old folks don't have many places to spend money. If you have a use for it, just go ahead and use it, spend it as you wish." The mother-in-law's attitude was very firm. It was no different from her previous life, always willing to give everything for their descendants. Such good in-laws, yet in her past life, she had thought they were putting on airs because of their different backgrounds and used money to humiliate her. Her in-laws noticed this and hesitated to mention money in front of her, so they bought her all sorts of expensive luxury items instead, which made her feel they were using these things to remind her of her humble origins. She was so naive back then. In truth, she knew very well that it was her own inferiority that led her to view issues in extremes and behave awkwardly, always maliciously speculating about others, resulting in various misunderstandings and negative consequences. Now if she were to refuse, she would hurt the elderly's feelings. Moreover, with the apocalypse approaching, money would soon become worthless. Failing to utilize this money properly would be disrespectful to the elderly. Furthermore, she genuinely needed this money. Thus, she stopped declining and accepted it graciously. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Oh, no need to thank us, no need to thank us." The elderly couple was overjoyed. This was the first time Zhou Chuchu accepted their money, which meant she truly recognized them. "Mom and Dad, I had someone take the big fridge home to sell and buy a better one. Next, I will use this money to buy various supplies to bring home. I will also use it to renovate the villa." Zhou Chuchu revealed her plans slightly to avoid shocking the elderly too. Lu Julin was taken aback. Qin Zhuangming immediately said, "The money is yours, do whatever you want with it. Don't mention just buying things or renovating the house. If you want to buy another villa, we have no objections." Qin Zhuangming exchanged glances with his wife, who immediately chimed in, "That's right, Mon, you can use it for whatever you wish. Your parents won't interfere." "Mom, I also have New Year's money to give you." Son Qin Zihai waved his little hand. "Mom, and all my pocket money goes to you." "Daughter Qin," Yueshi snuggled into her embrace. Usually Mom was so indifferent, but today she was so nice that they wanted to cling to her without stopping. Zhou Chuchu held one child in each arm, kissing their soft little faces. "Thank you, dear ones." Kiss. While playing with the two little ones, Lin Shuang entered gracefully. Chuchu. She was adorned with beautiful makeup, exuding refinement, wearing Zhou Chuchu's most expensive Chanel dress, which was a gift from her in-laws. Upon seeing Lu Julin and Qin Zhuangming, a calculating delight appeared on her face. She walked in quickly, affectionately calling out Uncle Auntie. Seeing the two little ones cuddled in Zhou Chuchu's arms, she felt a mix of dissatisfaction and confusion. Didn't Zhou Chuchu dislike these two little ones? Lin Zishi. She walked over, intending to pull the two children from Zhou Chuchu's embrace. Zhou Chuchu slightly furrowed her brow. Lin Shuang acted so familiar, as if entering her home was as natural as stepping into an empty space. She flattered her in-laws with sweet words. To the children, she deliberately sought their favor. But once they were gone, she would speak ill of them in various ways. For instance, this dress she received made her quite happy at first, but when Lin Shuang saw it, she sourly remarked that a family of lowly status bought it for their daughter-in-law, just to mock her. Zhou Chuchu thought her in-laws were alluding to her, and stopped wearing the dress altogether. She immediately gifted it to Lin Shuang. Now Lin Shuang wearing this dress was self-explanatory. Zhou Chuchu held her two children steady as a mountain on the sofa. Lin and Chi showed no intention of leaving their mother's embrace. It was hard for their mother to hold them, so they didn't want to leave. As for that aunt, they never liked her. Lin Shuang saw that the two children didn't even glance at her, and felt furious. "Two ingrates, I treat you so well usually, yet you show no gratitude. This woman speaks coldly to you, looks down on you, and yet you cling to her." Lin Shuang, feeling angry inside but not showing it, lifted her skirt and said to her in-laws, "Auntie, this dress was bought for Chuchu by you, right? Your taste is really good. She didn't like this dress, so she gave it to me, and it suits me quite well. Auntie, do I look pretty in it? Lu Jilin glanced at Lin Xuan. She had seen many like her. If it weren't for the fact that her daughter-in-law was friends with her, she wouldn't even let her cross the threshold. Things that Chu doesn't like should have ended up in the trash. You wearing it is just right. Lin Xuan's expression suddenly changed. Oh, was this a jab at her being a beggar? Zhou Chu nearly laughed crazily. Her mother-in-law understood how to play the game. Lin Xuan didn't manage to disgust Zhou Chu and continued, Uncle Auntie, I came here today to pick up something. Chu might be in a bit of trouble. She actually sold the clothes you and Xian gifted her for 40 million. I hope this money helps her a bit. Lin Xuan emphasized the clothes you gave and 40 million, afraid the elders would miss it or not understand. Zhou Chu glanced nervously at her in-laws. She hadn't considered that not informing them beforehand might lead to misunderstandings, making them think she didn't cherish their intentions. Lin Xuan wore a smug expression, ready to enjoy the show. No in-laws liked a daughter-in-law who sold gifts they gave her. In a smaller sense, this was being greedy. In a larger sense, it was disrespect. However, her in-laws' reaction made Lin Xuan feel jealous to the point of grinding her teeth. Lu Jilin looked concerned, sternly lecturing Zhou Chu. This child really, if you need money, just tell mom. This one. 8 billion is still a bit less. Qin Zhuangming added. It is a bit less. Give another 5 billion to Monair, so some people don't think my Qin family is going bankrupt. Lin Xuan looked at the card Zhou Chu was holding, her eyes blazing with jealousy. This card has won 8 billion. Her words not only didn't turn her in-laws against Zhou Chu, but instead added another 5 billion. Lin Xuan nearly spat blood. She was furious. How could this foolish woman so stupid end up with such an outstanding man like Qin Ziyin and have such divine in-laws? She instantly felt that the dress bought for 40 million was no longer appealing. Just thinking about it filled her with anger. She dryly said, Uncle Andy, don't you worry that Chu might do something bad with this money. Once she said this, Zhou Chu had yet to react, but Lu Jilin exploded immediately. What's wrong with you? Are you really Mainer's friend? I think you are quite venomous. Her mother-in-law was straightforward, only careful in front of her daughter-in-law. As for others, even the king wouldn't spoil her. Coming in with all this tea and drama is one thing, but now you are actually saying Chu would use the money to do bad things. What could she possibly do? Why don't you tell me what bad things she could do? Do we not know who Monair is? Even if we don't know, don't you know? Quickly take her useless things and leave. Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh. Her mother-in-law was truly her mouthpiece. It felt great. She felt warm inside. It turned out that despite her antics, she was still good in her mother-in-law's eyes. Lin Xuan was rebuked, her heart boiling with anger, but she didn't dare to show it. Everyone in their social circle knew what kind of person Lu Jilin was. She was someone who dared to flip tables and curse when displeased. Back then, she stood by Qin Zhuangming to build the Qin family's empire, playing a crucial role. It was only after withdrawing from company management that she began to cultivate her mind. If she truly got angry, her mother-in-law could give her a scolding that her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Enough, stop talking. Qin Zhuangming spoke up, halting his mother. Lin Xuan looked at Qin Zhuangming pitifully. Uncle Qin. Qin Zhuangming didn't even look at her, holding his wife's hand. Some people aren't worth your words, my dear. Lin Xuan was so angry she trembled all over, but even so she didn't leave. She was unwilling to give up. She looked at Zhou Chu. Chu, I didn't mean that. You know my. Had she really come begging to her? Did she really think she was a soft persimmon? Her in-laws supported her if she stood up for Lin Xuan in front of them, a complete fool. Yet she had done a lot of such things in her past life. Teased by Lin Xuan, but having trusted her wholeheartedly, she never doubted anything. She had never expected that she had harbored malice from the start. She asked herself in her past life, she had wronged her husband, her in-laws, and her children, and had never treated Lin Xuan poorly, yet she hated herself for torturing herself so badly. Having died once she understood that a venomous snake is a venomous snake, it wouldn't change its nature because of kindness. Zhou Chu's gaze turned cold as she stood up, extending her hand toward Lin Xuan. Hand over my house keys. From now on you are not allowed to enter my home without my permission. Lin Xuan could come and go freely because Zhou Chu had given her a spare key to the house. The smart lock recognized her fingerprint and facial scan. After the end of the last world, Lin Xuan used the key to come in and never left. After eating all the food in the house, her true face was exposed. This was a huge safety hazard that had to be eliminated. In this life, she would never make such a low-level mistake again. Lin Xuan's face turned pale. What? Chu, why are you asking for the keys? She stared closely at Zhou Chu, not missing a single change in her expression. Was it her illusion? Since last night, this fool had shown signs of an attitude problem toward her. Today, not only did she not welcome her, flatter her, or compliment her, but she also joined her in-laws to get angry at her. Now she even wanted to take back the villa keys. How could this be? Zhou Chu was too lazy to pretend with her. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. Who would still indulge her? It's not the thief you fear, but the thief who's watching you. The key is in the hands of an outsider. I can't rest easy. Lin Xuan tearfully said, Chu, you misunderstand me. I don't have the keys right now. Was she refusing to hand over the keys? Zhou Chuchu didn't want to waste time with her. Forget it, I'm going to change the door lock anyway. Come with me, take the bag, and you leave. Zhou Chuchu issued an eviction order. Lin Shuang couldn't wait to be alone with Zhou Chuchu again. This way she could brainwash her once more. This fool has always been soft-hearted, as she must have heard some news. I need to soften my attitude a bit to find out why she is treating me like this. Lin Shuang was furious inside, filled with disdain for Zhou Chuchu, but she was neither flustered nor did she leave immediately. How could she let this fool go? Regardless of how she looked, even if she had no practical value, just a hint of her connection to Qin Ziyuan and the Qin family would be enough to make her prosperous. Creak. The study door opened and Qin Ziyuan stepped out with his long legs. The man casually wore a black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, 2 buttons undone at his neck, revealing 2 strawberries on his collarbone. Having just assigned a series of tasks, he still carried an unyielding aura, extremely domineering and compelling. Usually he handled business matters at the company and never brought work home. Thus Zhou Chuchu rarely saw this side of him. However, today the shock Zhou Chuchu brought him was so great that he changed his plans at the last minute for a plan concerning many people's futures. So he had to be cautious, assertive, and decisive. As soon as Zhou Chuchu saw him, her eyes lit up. She immediately forgot about Lin Shuang and rushed over to embrace his strong waist. Honey, are you done with work? As Qin Ziyuan was embraced by Zhou Chuchu, looking at the koala hanging on him, his imposing aura diminished significantly, feeling a mix of helplessness and enjoyment as he lifted her effortlessly with one hand. What are you going to do now? Zhou Chuchu proudly showcased her black gold card, saying, my parents gave me 1.8 billion. Qin Ziyuan responded, I thought it was something significant. If they gave it to you, take it. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu kissed Qin Ziyuan on the cheek. Thank you, husband. Lu Jilin teased, your parents give you pocket money, why are you thanking this punk? Lu Jilin grew increasingly satisfied with Zhou Chuchu, especially for her earlier retort against the malicious green tea girl. It was simply brilliant. Her attitude towards her became more affectionate. Zhou Chuchu smiled and said, Mom, if my husband doesn't agree, I can't dare to spend this money. With these words, she pleased 3 people. Qin Ziyuan's gaze towards Zhou Chuchu softened a bit. Lin Shuang watched the warm scene of the family, feeling nearly furious, consumed by jealousy. But wait, something was off. That fool Zhou Chuchu, wasn't she the one who hated Qin Ziyuan the most? Didn't she like Sun Qishuan? She frequently visited the Qin family not because she liked Zhou Chuchu, but to create a persona in front of Qin Ziyuan. Unfortunately, Qin Ziyuan was cold to everyone except Zhou Chuchu. So she changed her strategy, constantly sowing discord between the couple, and thus every time she came they would argue or be in a cold war. When have they ever been this affectionate and close? This scene was truly an eyesore. She wanted to destroy it. Chuchu Qishuan asked me what you've been busy with lately. He wants to see you. As soon as Lin Shuang spoke, the temperature around dropped instantly. Lin Shuang felt secretly pleased. Sun Qishuan was a taboo in this family, specifically a taboo regarding this powerful and outstanding man. Just mentioning him could drive anyone mad. And that foolish Zhou Chuchu, oblivious to the danger, kept provoking this taboo, fainting at the mere mention of his name. As expected, Qin Ziyuan's entire body radiated coldness, and his previously gentle expression vanished, revealing a hint of chilling light in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Chuchu. As long as she showed any hint of joy, he would withdraw immediately. But whether in the past or in those images symbolizing the future, she was always unwaveringly trusting of that scoundrel until he completely betrayed and sold her out. Thinking of this, his brow. However, can a man perceive another man as accurately as a woman perceives a man? Naturally, he hoped she would. But whether in the past or in those images symbolizing the future, she was always unwaveringly trusting of that scoundrel until he completely betrayed and sold her out. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed tighter, growing more solemn. He contemplated how to discreetly eliminate this scoundrel before the apocalypse would affect her greatly. A resounding slap interrupted his thoughts. He looked at his wife in surprise, then broke into a slight smile. Oh, this little kitten who only knows how to claw at him can still explode at others. After Zhou Chuchu slapped Lin Shuang, she turned around and pulled Qin Ziyuan's hand around her waist, leaning against her man like soft mud. Her gaze towards Lin Shuang was anything but soft, carrying a fierce coldness. What is Sun Qishuan? Does he even deserve to see me? If I hear that name again, it won't be just a single slap. She feared she might not be able to stop herself from killing Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was stunned by Zhou Chuchu's slap. First, she never thought Zhou Chuchu would hit her, daring to hit her. Secondly, she was surprised by Zhou Chuchu's attitude. What was happening? Was she possessed? Or was she pretending on purpose? Lin Shuang covered her face, feeling pitiful for Chuchu, glancing down at Qin Ziyuan, then quickly averting her gaze. I was wrong, Chuchu. I thought you felt for him. I'm sorry. Zhou Chuchu felt disgusted enough to vomit. After seeing Lin Shuang's true colors, she couldn't tolerate her pretentiousness and ulterior motives for even a moment. However, it seemed that men liked her type. She nervously looked at her man. In the past, she felt nothing for him, wishing for him to have something with someone else so she could divorce him, yet he was merely a workaholic, completely indifferent to women. Seeing the little expression from his wife, Qin Ziyuan felt strangely soothed. She was concerned about his reaction, afraid he might get angry. The murderous intent instantly calmed down, even feeling a bit cheerful. As for Lin Shuang, how could such a filthy thing catch his eye? Was his wife underestimating him a bit? She needed to be. Wife make her get lost. She's an eyesore. Qin Ziyuan took long strides towards the children. The two kids rushed into his arms, laughing and playing. Lin Shuang shuddered violently, her face turning pale, on the verge of collapse. Her face was trampled on the ground. Zhou Chuchu, she spat out with hatred, intensifying her tone. In the past, when she acted this way, Zhou Chuchu would panic, apologizing whether she was wrong or not. But this time she intended to glare fiercely at Zhou Chuchu, but was intimidated by the icy glare in her eyes. Who gave you the face to shout at me in my house? Zhou Chuchu pouted at Qin Ziyuan. Husband, she shouted at me. Qin Ziyuan replied without looking up. What do you want to do about it? She married that old man who is no good, a bad egg. I want him to go bankrupt. That old man, having made his fortune through bloody means before the apocalypse, obtained news from somewhere and bought a farm, acquiring a large number of hunting rifles and crossbows through special channels, assembling a bunch of outlaws to form a team, burning, killing, and plundering, having a good life in the apocalypse. Later he awakened and a level ability found Lin Shuang, and with her by his side, he lived lavishly, becoming increasingly arrogant. In this life, let him lose all his assets and end up in prison. Let's see if he still has the capital to rule over others. Qin Ziyuan remained motionless, his magnetic voice resonating. Good. Zhou Chuchu curved her lips. Qin Ziyuan had always been a man of his word. Either he didn't agree, but once he did, he would certainly follow through. A warm feeling flooded her heart. He held no grudge against Lin Shuang's husband, yet with just her one sentence he responded. This is pampering. Lin Shuang trembled all over, greatly impacted. With just one sentence, this man agreed to let Song Xiqing go bankrupt. She had no doubt that Qin Ziyuan had such capability. If Song Xiqing went bankrupt, what would happen to her debts? She had secretly used assets under Song Xiqing's name as collateral. If Song Xiqing went bankrupt, how could she continue her luxurious life now? She began to panic, forcing out a dry smile, reaching out to pull Zhou Chuchu, pleading with her. Chuchu, don't do this. Old Song has no grudges against you. Please don't take action against him. In her fear, she suppressed her hatred and jealousy. Zhou Chuchu took a step back, entering the room and throwing all the packed luxury goods at her. Begging me is useless. This is my husband's decision. Now take these things and quickly get out. Lin Shuang felt as if struck by lightning, filled with both hatred and fear. If it weren't for you making your husband do this, would he do it? Now she was completely pushed away. She no longer cared about the coveted designer bags she had long desired. Quickly walked over to Qin Ziyuan and knelt down with a thud. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain as they silently embraced the child and departed, indicating their disregard for Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was taken aback, feeling a deep sense of humiliation as her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She looked up, her face adorned with a charming expression, pleading. Brother Ziyuan, it's all my fault, please don't ruin Song Xiqing, just consider it a favor for Chuchu, alright? If he goes bankrupt, I will have nowhere to go. After all, I am also Chuchu's friend. Lin Shuang pulled Zhou Chuchu out as a shield. Zhou Chuchu laughed, thinking, am I mistaken? The one who wants to ruin that old bastard is me. How could she use my name to plead with my husband? Where did she get such audacity? Lin Shuang had a good idea, but without the presence of the elderly and children, Qin Ziyuan was like a cold-faced living llama. Not a trace of a smile graced his face, his icy gaze fixed mercilessly on Lin Shuang, a chilling aura emanating from him. Lin Shuang caught a glimpse of that gaze, and her once boiling blood instantly turned cold. A shiver ran from her tailbone through her limbs. She had the almost delusional feeling that if she continued to kneel here and create a fuss, she would die. With this realization, she sprang up as if fleeing, hurriedly dragging the 2 boxes of clothes to escape from the Qin residence. Zhou Chuchu rushed to the door, deleting Lin Shuang's fingerprints and facial recognition set up inside. We'll change the door tomorrow. Returning, she faced her husband, whose eyes were filled with coldness, and said, Husband, you are amazing. Not afraid at all, she jumped into her husband's embrace, stealing a few kisses. Only then did Qin Ziyuan's icy demeanor begin to melt, warmth returning to him. This woman has ulterior motives. Do not associate with her in the future. He had said this before, but Zhou Chuchu had angrily retorted that he was looking through the cracks in the door and had misjudged her. But now she realized just how right her husband was. She nodded vigorously, raising her small hand in a gesture of pledge. Not just in the future, I will never associate with her. Qin Ziyuan looked at her obedient demeanor, his gaze deepening. If she were always like this in the future, then he would undoubtedly have to completely revise the plans he had made. It's getting late, you should sleep early. After saying this, Qin Ziyuan stood up and walked towards the study, but his hand was pulled back. Zhou Chuchu said, Husband, it's been a long time since we slept together, why don't we Qin Ziyuan's eyes suddenly blazed with two bursts of flames. Didn't you say we should sleep separately? Zhou Chuchu put her hands on her hips. What do you mean sleep separately? Could you take that seriously? Husband, are you not capable? Qin Ziyuan let out a slight humph demonstrating through action that he was indeed capable. He immediately wrapped his long arms around Zhou Chuchu's waist, lifting her gently and striding into the room. For hours later, Zhou Chuchu emerged supporting her waist, feeling sore and regretting her previous decisions. I never expected that the cold, icy person who was like a block of ice could actually be so. After her first time with Qin Ziyuan, she had spent the past 5 years rejecting him out of fear and dislike, keeping her distance, and sleeping separately. In this new life with more time, she was eager to make amends. He had pent-up feelings for too long, naturally leading to some recklessness. Remembering the recent events, her cheeks flushed. Feeling weak in her waist, she pounded the bed, sighing that her husband really could not be provoked easily. Fortunately, her abilities had strengthened her, otherwise she would be unable to get out of bed. I should go check on how those plants are growing in the garden. Yesterday, she had given those plants some sugar, and today, feeling her powers replenished, she naturally wanted to go feed them again and see if there were any changes. In the garden, 10 types of vegetables: broad beans, radishes, scallions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn, were thriving. Externally, they seemed unchanged, merely looking healthier, but with a slight perception, she could already discern some results. Master, I've grown up. I want to eat sugar. Eat sugar. Master, I've grown so. These little vegetables all bent towards her, waving their leaves. Of course, some remained still quiet, and she sensed that those unresponsive ones would not evolve, but they had indeed experienced rapid improvements in taste, nutrition, yield, and growth speed. For those unable to evolve, she set them aside. As her thoughts stirred, the next scene made her widen her eyes. She saw the small cabbage she had fed with more light yesterday climbing out of the soil, its leaves gesturing, while the oblito-evolved little vegetables pulled their roots from the mud, moving aside to make way for those that couldn't evolve. Zhou Chuchu was dumbfounded. The little cabbage gestured to her, and Zhou Chuchu squatted down, extending her hand. It moved its roots, climbing onto Zhou Chuchu's hand, carefully brushing off the dirt from its roots to avoid dirtying her hands. Is this a cabbage pet? This cabbage was more robust than the others in the field, its leaves like jade and stems like emerald. It showcased itself in Zhou Chuchu's hand, resembling a noticeable package. Zhou Chuchu smiled, giving it some extra energy. Master, my great and beautiful master. A deep voice called out. It was the old peach tree. It had silently thickened considerably, its branches like ink and iron, the leaves lush and vibrant. Even in September, they still flourished. It absorbed half of Zhou Chuchu's energy, naturally evolving better than these little vegetables. Moreover, through their connection, she discovered other changes in the peach tree. Within its internal space, areas previously eaten by insects had formed small holes. These holes seemed to represent small spaces. Yes, master, these are my spaces. Please take a look. The peach tree, almost like a sentient being, was able to respond to Zhou Chuchu with clear thoughts after just one night. It then used its branches to grab a piece of decorative stone, and the next second it appeared in the peach tree's hole. Zhou Chuchu gave a thumbs up. Awesome. But just having space seems to have limited use. Master, my master, I have other abilities. My bark is hard, my branches can shatter stones, and I can run. The peach tree, eager to show off its abilities to avoid being abandoned by Zhou Chuchu, attempted to pull its roots out of the soil to demonstrate a naked peach tree. But the peach tree was deeply rooted, and pulling its roots caused quite a commotion. Zhou Chuchu hurriedly stopped it. All right, you are very useful. Don't pull your roots out. Zhou Chuchu fed the peach tree half of her energy. A round green light group, slightly larger than yesterday, flew towards the peach tree like a green firefly. The peach tree welcomed the light group, enveloping the entire tree in a faint green glow. The light group's brightness was also slightly stronger than yesterday. It seems feeding these plants should be done when it's deep into the night and no one is around. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, evenly distributing the remaining light group to the little vegetables. Since she had selected the ones that couldn't evolve, the other little vegetables received a bit more of the light group. Thank you, master. The sugar is delicious, very tasty. I want to grow even better. Wow, this is so... Hearing these voices, Zhou Chuchu smiled. In some ways, these little vegetables were a bit like children. Today's total amount of abilities has increased compared to yesterday. If I nourish these plants, will their evolution enhance the total abilities? Zhou Chuchu contemplated the changes in her powers. As with yesterday, after nourishing these plants, she received their feedback. A layer of mud formed on her body, although much lighter than the day before. She hurried back to her room for a shower. Bathing feels so good. For a woman who had once lacked resources and had not bathed for years in her past life, it was an immense pleasure. Right, I must store enough water to ensure that my family can bathe every day in the apocalypse. Although she had purchased 1,000 bottles of mineral water, this precious drinking water could not be used for bathing. However, with the intense heat that followed, her body would become sticky every day, and not showering was unbearable. Even if she could endure it, how could the children? First, let's see if there are any water storage devices in the house. Zhou Chuchu searched for a while, but found nothing useful, only a few round, empty mineral water bottles. Let's fill these buckets with water first. She was about 4 meters away from the buckets when suddenly a green vine shot out from her palm, wrapping around a bucket and dragging it over. Zhou Chuchu was utterly stunned, staring at the mysterious vine that had appeared. Her heart raced. When did she acquire such abilities? But she quickly understood the situation. It was the plants giving her feedback. As she nourished the plants, their evolution deepened, and various types of feedback would be given to her. With a thought, the vine glowed with a soft green light and retracted. Releasing and retracting the vine was incredibly easy, like an extension of her own body. It didn't impose any burden on her body. Zhou Chuchu, feeling playful, enjoyed herself thoroughly sitting on the sofa while the vine took the bucket to fetch water and easily lifted it out. The vine swept the floor. It lifted a 3-ton solid wood table. She pressed the remote control. The door opened. Crack. The vine abruptly halted. Her husband Qin Ziyuan stood there with deep-set eyes, his gaze sweeping over the green vine. The vine then slowly retracted. How long had he been standing there? What had he seen? She pondered how to explain this situation. Hubby. Qin Ziyuan took long strides, his silk pajamas swaying as he moved, revealing his robust chest and strong waist. There was nothing under the pajamas. Zhou Chuchu suddenly felt embarrassed and turned her head aside. Shy. It's not like you haven't seen before. Zhou Chuchu's face flushed bright red as she had seen, but she hadn't expected it to be so spectacular. Qin Ziyuan remarked, a new ability. His gaze was profound, enveloping Zhou Chuchu, one spatial ability and one plant ability. Yes. Zhou Chuchu was caught and decided to admit it. After all, there was nothing wrong with it. Unaware of Qin Ziyuan's familiarity with abilities, she casually mentioned their source. Qin Ziyan nodded and did not delve further into her abilities, his gaze sweeping over the water-filled buckets on the floor. If you want to store water, this amount is not enough. It's late, let's sleep. He stood up and returned to the room. As Zhou Chuchu followed him into the room, a voice suddenly came from her phone. China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your bank account ending in 4773 has completed a transfer of 20 at 1126 on September 24th, 2035. Your balance is 200034533. 32. 200 million. Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan, her eyes sparkling. Hubby, you transferred 200 million to me. Qin Ziyuan put down his phone. Your parents gave you 8 billion, or I just rounded it off. Zhou Chuchu immediately jumped onto the bed, her head resting against Qin Ziyuan. But my parents said they would give me 5 billion in total. Qin Ziyuan chuckled silently. Do you think I gave you too little? No, it's just too much, I don't know how to spend it. Qin Ziyuan replied. Don't you still have many supplies to buy? Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up, her squirrel nature kicking in as she nodded repeatedly. That's right. You're so thoughtful, hubby. She pouted, but you really gave a bit too little. She reached in to touch him. The feel was Qin Ziyuan caught her mischievous hand. Don't mess around. I have my plans for that money. I can't give you more. He wrapped his arm around Zhou Chuchu's neck, enclosing her, and closed his eyes. Let's sleep first. Zhou Chuchu rested on Qin Ziyuan's arm, inhaling his slightly musky scent, feeling a wave of reassurance in her heart. Yes, the 7 billion was enough. I'll let him worry about the rest. This man was never a weakling. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in just a few minutes. The daily torment of excruciating pain, nightmares, and regret did not appear this time. Until she fell asleep, the blood glow flowing in Qin Ziyuan's eyes gradually faded. In Qin Ziyuan's mind, images of the future surged continuously. The more images that flooded in, the more his inner brutality and the urge to destroy the world intensified. The parts concerning his awakening as a corpse king increased. He knew very well that if this continued, he would become a terrifying being capable of annihilating the world. Perhaps before the apocalypse arrived, he would awaken to bring destruction. However, right now his children and parents were his anchors of humanity, a Zhou Chuchu. She was the one holding these anchors. For every divergence from the images presented, his humanity would increase by a fraction and vice versa. The next morning, Zhou Chuchu rose feeling refreshed, but her side was empty as usual. She wasn't surprised. Qin Ziyuan had always been a workaholic. No matter what happened, he would work as usual unless it was the apocalypse. I wonder how much he believes what I said. But this money should be enough. I don't expect Qin Ziyuan to believe my words. Selling the trillion-dollar developing company, he had invested so much blood and sweat into it. If I were him, I couldn't just give it up easily. She also didn't demand too much. 7 billion was enough for her to prepare well. Buying supplies for 100 years of survival in the apocalypse was trivial. Compared to others, she was already very fortunate. Taking out a notebook, she wrote down the items she needed to purchase next. Water is essential. First, let's go to the water plant to buy water. I also need to buy medicines. Bulk medicines are definitely hard to procure as the country has strict regulations in this regard, so I can only find alternative routes. Grains and oils as well as seeds need to be purchased, the more the better. Fuel and coal must be added. Various delicacies. Oh, we won't be able to eat them in the apocalypse, so let's order. With immense effort, she regained control over herself. A good night's sleep. In the morning, Zhou Chuchu woke up from the heat. Qin Ziyuan was no longer beside her. This was normal. He was a workaholic who wouldn't stop working unless the sky fell or the apocalypse arrived. It was the same in her past life as it was in this one. Strange we didn't turn on the air conditioning yesterday. How could it be so cool at night? In September, the temperature was still around 37 or 38 degrees. Without air conditioning, it would be unbearable. However, last night when her husband held her while sleeping, it was not hot at all. Could it be that he turned on the air conditioning at night? Outside the window, the heat was rising, and even in the morning it was already unbearable. Yet this would be the coolest weather before the apocalypse. Temperatures would soon soar above 50 degrees. Time was of the essence. Jumping out of bed, she tidied up casually and walked out of the room. She didn't see her in-laws or children. There was a note left for her on the table. Monere, I took the 2 kids to kindergarten first and also canceled their school withdrawal application. There's a bowl of white fungus soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll drink some later. In her past life, she had made a huge scene threatening her in-laws to take the kids back to the countryside or she would divorce. Despite her behavior, her in-laws bore her no grudge and treated her the same as before. Zhou Chuchu walked into the kitchen and indeed saw a bowl of white and sticky goji berry and white fungus soup. She took a spoonful to taste. It was sweet. She gulped it down, finishing the bowl clean. Her mother-in-law often made these soups for her, but in her past life, she had been so foolish, either pouring them away or letting them spoil, not realizing how much goodwill she had wasted. But in this life, she wouldn't do that anymore. After drinking the white fungus soup, she indeed felt refreshed and nourished. Even the heat seemed to dissipate slightly. As Zhou Chuchu stepped outside, she immediately spotted old Madame Luo peeking at her from the doorway, and upon seeing her, she turned her face away and walked off arrogantly. She cast a glance at her, but chose to ignore her. She didn't have time to argue with this old woman right now. Once she was done preparing everything, she would deal with this old hag. After driving away, old Madame Luo emerged from under the shade of the trees and spat venomously at her limited edition Maserati. Little hussy, what are you being so arrogant about? Isn't it just because you've married a rich man? What's there to be proud of? With that appearance. She paused. No matter how blind she was, she had to admit that Zhou Chuchu was very beautiful, far beyond what her daughter could compare to. This realization only made her angrier. A body full of flaunting. With that figure. She paused again, her expression worsening, because Zhou Chuchu's figure was also top-notch. After thinking it over, she truly couldn't figure out what her daughter had that was better than Zhou Chuchu. So pretty, what of it? Men are like cats, they love chasing after fishy smells. He'll make sure my daughter visits more often. Dressed more provocatively, old Madame Luo snorted coldly. Her daughter was a goldfinch kept in a cage by a rich businessman, but as time passed, the businessman's interest shifted away from her daughter. Although the 2 mother and daughter lived in a villa, that house had nothing to do with them. Once they were thrown out, they would have nowhere to go. As the saying goes, it's easy to fall into luxury, but hard to return to frugality. Having gotten used to a good life and feasting on delicacies, how could she return to the countryside and live like a bunch of peasants? She was anxious. During this time, she kept wandering around the neighborhood looking for a new family. She had her eyes set on the Qin family. She couldn't read or understand the news, but that young man from the Qin family was someone she had accidentally seen in a financial news article, so he must be wealthy. After inquiring, she learned that the Qin family was the richest in this already prosperous neighborhood, which made her even more satisfied. She came by every day, spending more than 2 hours round trip to listen in. Originally, she had heard that this young couple had a big fight the day before and the 2 old ones left with the children. She thought it was a golden opportunity and planned to stake out and have her daughter coincidentally meet the young man from the Qin family, hoping to match them. Unexpectedly, that little woman had completely changed. Not only did she beat her up yesterday, but she also reconciled with the old man and the child. Aunt Luo, what are you doing here? A graceful woman approached and asked. The newcomer was adorned in jewels, but spoke to old Madame Luo in a gentle tone, making her feel quite pleased. It's Miss Fong. I'm just wandering around, she replied. As she spoke, she glanced towards Zhou Chuchu's garden. Miss Fong, your garden is the real garden of a big family, unlike this daughter-in-law, who can't even grow proper vegetables. Fong Monru smiled, hiding her disdain, but making it hard to see. There's nothing wrong with growing vegetables. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu don't mind these things at all. Old Madame Luo scoffed, her voice thick with disdain. If it were me, I'd never let my daughter-in-law ride on my neck. If she dared, I'd definitely beat her to death. Old Madame Luo had a son who was unambitious, always loitering on the streets with some bad friends, and whenever he was short on cash, he would ask her for money. Yet she still regarded him as a good son. Fong Monru understood all this, and with a pointed comment said, if she were your daughter-in-law, could you really keep her in check? Then you must be really impressive. Old Madame Luo perked up. Of course. If she were my daughter-in-law, I'd make sure she knew her place. If she dared to yell at me, my son would definitely beat her to death. If that doesn't work, I'd throw her out. My son is a filial child when he was little. Fong Monru didn't want to hear about how old Madame Luo's son was as a child. She gently interrupted her. Aunt Luo, you might not know this, but when a wealthy couple divorces, they split the assets. If Zhou Chuchu divorces Zigo, she would at least get this much. Fong Monru held up a hand. Old Madame Luo gasped, 5 million. Fong Monru smirked, her expression condescending and more disdainful. You're underestimating it, it's 500 million. How much it? Old Madame Luo jumped up, extending her hand to count. My goodness, 500 million. If it were my family, I couldn't spend that money in 3 lifetimes. Fong Monru casually dropped a line and floated away. Yes, if she divorces, that 500 million will be hers. Aunt Luo, I remember your son hasn't married yet, right? At first, old Madame Luo didn't grasp the meaning, but soon she understood Fong Manru's implication. She slapped her thigh. Right? She was only thinking about finding a new family for her daughter, but hadn't considered that her son was still unmarried. With her having 2 children, already marrying my son would be a loss for him. Forget it, let's get her money first, then get her to scram to prevent her from stealing my son's soul. Old Madame Luo's face was filled with resentment. Little hussy, dare to hit me. Just wait until you fall into my hands, or I won't kill you, but I'll make sure you suffer. Fong Monru, hiding in the shadows, lightly smiled at old Madame Luo's words. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang. Seeing the name Sun Qixuan, she showed a hint of disdain, letting the phone ring for a few minutes before lazily answering. Monru, I took a picture of a diamond necklace for you. I've sent you the photo. Do you like it? Fong Monru casually swiped her phone, seeing the picture of the diamond necklace with a mocking expression. It's okay. Fong Monru replied with just 2 words to dismiss Sun Qixuan. Sun Qixuan on the other end seemed a bit anxious. Monru, are you dissatisfied? What do you want me to do to make you happy? Yesterday Zigo came home, and aunt and uncle took the kids back. The argument you instigated didn't separate you. Know what you should do, right? On the other end there was a pause, and he quickly explained, yesterday, I sent her a message to inquire about this, but her attitude was off. Not only did she block me on WeChat, but she also blocked my phone number. Fong Monru raised an eyebrow, her slender fingers gripping the phone tightly. Then you should go find her, sweet talk her, and make her fall for you again. The voice on the other end said, but Monru, I don't love her, I love you. If you can't even handle this small matter, do you deserve to love me, eh? She hung up the phone. Looking at Zhou Chuchu's home, a glint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Zigo is mine. How dare you occupy his heart? One day I will make him see your filth and know that only I deserve to stand by his side. She turned and left, not noticing a peach branch silently hovering above her head, capturing this scene in its entirety. May I confirm? Are you sure you want to purchase 5 million cubic meters of water? The plant manager checked. This is a major client. He could not afford to be careless. Here is the deal. Our water is 3 yuan per cubic meter. 5 million cubic meters would be 15 million yuan, or I can give you a discount, 14.5 million yuan. Zhou Chuchu did not hesitate. Very well. I need you to package the water into tanks of 10 cubic meters each. The plant manager nodded repeatedly. All right. But that requires an additional tank fee, 50 yuan per tank. You will need 500,000 tanks totaling 25 million yuan. I can charge you only 23 million. He finished and glanced carefully at Zhou Chuchu, afraid she would balk at the price. Zhou Chuchu exclaimed that the water was cheap. In the apocalypse, clean drinking water is priceless. When water and power are cut, it is more precious than gold. Money is not the issue. When can you prepare the water for me? The plant manager said, your required volume is enormous. We will need at least a week to assemble it. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand grandly. I will give you an extra 3 million 3 days. Have it ready in 3 days. The plant manager bit his lip. All right. Well, work overtime and meet your demand. Any other requests? Once the water is ready, deliver it to this warehouse. After I inspect it, I will pay the remaining balance. Zhou Chuchu transferred 10 million yuan to the plant's corporate account and drove off. Where did this wealthy woman come from? Burning money, buying so much water. The plant manager's secretary said, both sour and envious. The plant manager shot a cold look. Mind your own business. If you had that kind of money, you could be as lavish as she is. In the car, Zhou Chuchu let out a small sigh of relief. With 5 million cubic meters of water, drinking and bathing would be no problem. Keep buying, buy. First, drive around clearing supermarkets. Purchase all the goods at every supermarket encountered along the way. Supermarket supplies are the most basic and practical. The more the better. The stock of a small neighborhood supermarket could sustain a family for several years. A medium-sized supermarket's goods could last a family for decades. Supplies from large supermarkets, Yonghua, Carrefour, Walmart, and the like, could in theory sustain a family for centuries or even 1,000 years. Zhou Chuchu emptied 10 large supermarkets in succession. Her family, of course, could not consume it all, but adhering to a no-waste principle, she bought as much as possible. Under sweltering heat, if these goods were not purchased and placed into storage, they would eventually spoil and rot. What a pity. Next, she went to large maternity and baby stores and cleared out all baby and maternity supplies, making sure to buy everything a child would need from birth to age 12. Diapers, bottles, formula, baby cereal, toothpaste, clothes, toys. Don't ask. These will be for future grandchildren. Prepare for a long-term struggle. Prepare for at least a century. As yesterday, using her husband Xinqiang Group's name made purchasing supplies effortless and spared many hassles. Her husband seemed to have taken action as well, forming a dedicated team to assist her and ensuring green lights all the way. As truck after truck headed to the designated warehouses, the balance in her account plummeted. 2 billion yuan had already been mostly spent, leaving only 400 million. Looking at the bank balance for the first time, she realized how quickly money could vanish. Agricultural Bank of China. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your account ending 4773 completed a transfer of 500,000 at 1126 on September 24, 2035. The transfer was completed. Your balance is 543433555363. 32. Her parent Sin-law had transferred the money. Zhou Chuchu felt fully revived. Keep buying, bye. She spent another 1.5 billion yuan and cleared the agricultural market again, buying a full 1.8 million tons of staples, rice, flour, corn, various beans, along with fuel and condiments, and 2 million tons of vegetables and seeds. For this, she even rented several large warehouses to conceal the operation. After transferring everything into her infinite storage space, she looked at the shelves brimming with goods and felt a deep sense of security. I have 3.9 billion left. I must think how to spend it. First, spend 1.5 billion on various fresh seafood, then another 1.5 billion on various grains are essential survival supplies, but to make life better, daily diets also require seafood, fish, shrimp, crab, and meats from pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. When the apocalypse arrived, scorching heat, bitter cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, it was cataclysmic for humans and animals alike. Vast numbers of animals were wiped out. Humans could barely care for themselves, let alone tend animals. By the time anyone reacted, there was no meat. The animals that survived often mutated into ferocious creatures. It was a mercy when they did not seek out humans, and no one dared to hunt them. Even Zhou Chuchu herself, though later upgraded from tire ability to a tire and becoming a powerful ability user, scarcely ate meat. Once while rummaging through supplies, she found an expired can of meat whose spoilage was slight. She and a few teammates cherished and shared it. It's a pity my storage space can't raise live animals, she thought regretfully. Otherwise, life in the apocalypse would be much more prosperous. Her urge to hoard supplies intensified. Her stomach rumbled, and she realized she had been so busy stockpiling that she had skipped breakfast and was hungry by midday. This body had not endured the torment of the apocalypse and still kept the habit of needing 3 meals a day, unlike in the end times when going a day or several days without food was commonplace. Patting her stomach, she said, "First eat." Reborn, she would not deprive herself. She went straight to High City's finest Diyun hotel and ordered generously. Before rebirth, she loved dining at this hotel. After the apocalypse, she had dreamed countless times of its cuisine, but had no chance to taste it again. This time she must properly reward herself. Morel and lobster rolls, premium Wagyu crab road, stuffed fish, mosno, vegetable stir-fried, 3 shreds, truffle-seared cod. Buddha jumps over the wall. Tasting the food again, her heart was full of sighs. This is life. Chewing slowly, she savored the emotion and beauty the meal brought. After the meal, Manager Zhang approached. "Madam Qin, your bill is 8434 yuan. With our VIP card, it will be 8000 yuan. Zhou Chuchu felt a stir. After the apocalypse, Diyun restaurant had not lasted long before announcing its closure, and once closed it never reopened. What a shame. Now before the end comes, it is wise to order generously and store food. Manager Zhang, I want to place an order for your food. As a VIP of the restaurant, Zhou Chuchu received the best service. Very well, Madam Qin, how much would you like to order? Manager Zhang responded casually, assuming she would order only a few tables. Ordering dozens or even hundreds of tables was not unheard of. Zhou Chuchu handed over the menu and Manager Zhang prepared to record the order. I want 5000 portions of each dish on this menu. Manager Zhang's hand trembled. Could you say that again? I didn't hear clearly. Years of professional composure fell away. Manager Zhang stared at Zhou Chuchu in stunned disbelief. Zhou Chuchu patiently repeated, I said 5,000 portions of each dish on this menu. Once prepared, deliver them to the address I will provide. Is that all right? No problem. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. But Madam Qin, this quantity will take at least 3 days to prepare, and to ensure quality, they cannot all be cooked in one day, or it will take at least 2 days to produce them in batches. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Fine. She could wait 3 to 5 days. Please wait a moment. Oh, I will calculate the... Very well. Manager Zhang hurried off. Zhou Chuchu sat and waited. While she waited, a young man in expensive clothes noticed her not far away. It was hard not to notice Zhou Chuchu. Among the crowd, she shone with a luminous complexion and striking beauty. The young man nudged his companion. Young master son, look over there. Isn't that your sycophant Zhou Chuchu? She's quite pretty. I heard she has brought up divorce with Qin Ziyuan many times for you. Your charm is astounding, the youth said jealously. Sun Qishuan wore a self-satisfied smile as he spoke disdainfully of Zhou Chuchu. That woman is all beauty and no brains. Aside from being somewhat attractive, she is utterly worthless. The youth beside him, Su Kong, raised his voice a notch. No way, son, is that really what you call somewhat attractive? Honestly, now that I've seen her in person, I finally understand why Qin Ziyuan is so infatuated with her. Sun Qishuan found it strange. Su Kong was someone who often flirted with women. It shouldn't be that he was so excited just to see a woman. Could it be because Zhou Chuchu's husband Qin Ziyuan held a significant status? Thinking of that, surname Qin's son Kixuan's expression soured. The Qin group had built its legacy in the previous generation, and in Qin Ziyuan's era it expanded its territory, with a strong hand, exceptional strategy, and precise investments, becoming the wealthiest in Haixi within just a few years. This was Haixi, where wealthy families were as common as dust. The value of its richest man was evident. Qin Ziyuan was like a mountain looming over this generation of young people. Almost every wealthy family's child had to navigate around him. How many parents sighed wishing their sons could be like him? Sun Kixuan's ancestors had also enjoyed glory, but each generation was less impressive than the last. By his time, the family had fallen to a third-rate status, barely clinging to the label of noble family, yet lacking substantial wealth. After saving up 3,000 to buy a diamond necklace to win over his goddess, she remained indifferent. The goddess he admired wholeheartedly had her heart set solely on Qin Ziyuan. But just thinking of Zhou Chuchu brought a self-satisfied smile back to his face. No matter how strong or impressive Qin Ziyuan is the king of Haixi, what does it matter? His wife is still following me around, licking my heels. With this thought, he felt much more balanced. Son, that Zhou Chuchu is truly stunning. You should call her over. Su Kong elbowed Sun Qishuan, practically drooling as he looked at Zhou Chuchu. Su, you're being too exaggerated, a Zhou Chuchu's looks. As Sun Qishuan spoke, he slowly turned his head and was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Chuchu. It was indeed her, but it felt like the difference between low resolution and high resolution. Her features hadn't changed, yet somehow she appeared far more refined. Just sitting there casually, many eyes were drawn to her. Those dining at the Dekun Hotel were all somewhat affluent with refined tastes and experiences. They had seen plenty of beauties, yet they were still captivated by her charm. Sun Qishuan felt a twinge of unease as he watched a handsome young man dressed impeccably and exuding a remarkable aura approach Zhou Chuchu. He suddenly felt as if something of his was being coveted. He quickly moved closer to Zhou Chuchu and sat down opposite her before the young man could say anything. With a glass in hand, Su Kong watched with an amused expression, waiting for Sun Qishuan to bring the beauty over so he could take advantage. The young man, however, raised his eyebrows and silently returned to his seat, yet remained focused on Zhou Chuchu. In a corner, a phone was raised aimed at Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qishuan. The video was sent to Fong Manru, who then forwarded it to Qin Ziyuan, who was in a meeting. Zeg, your wife is meeting with Sun Qishuan again. You should keep an eye on her. I'm really worried she might do something inappropriate. As Qin Ziyuan watched the video, his expression turned cold as ice. You all can leave now. The sudden chilling atmosphere made everyone tremble in fear as they hurriedly left. Otherwise, the CEO's anger could lead to unbearable consequences for them. Once everyone was dispersed, Qin Ziyuan finally clicked on the video. Seeing Zhou Chuchu sitting with Sun Qishuan, a palpable black aura emanated from him, wrapping around him like an ancient ferocious dragon. Zhou Chuchu is your recent abnormal behavior for him. With a forceful motion, a black line erupted, sweeping across the porcelain cup on the conference table, reducing it to dust. Chuchu, what a coincidence to run into you here. Sun Qishuan presented a gentle and affectionate demeanor. Up close, Zhou Chuchu appeared even more stunning. It was as if she had become 10 years younger, yet there was an indescribable quality about her. He thought to himself, this woman, could it be that she underwent cosmetic procedures to keep me? The aesthetic sense of the lead surgeon is quite remarkable, and their skills are impressive. Now I'm tempted to take her to bed. Sun Qishuan had always played with Zhou Chuchu's affections, and while he previously sought to entice her to bed to fulfill the task given by the goddess, Zhou Chuchu was stubborn. She insisted that only after divorcing Qin Ziyuan would she marry him. She was dreaming. How could he possibly marry her? But now he truly intended to put in the effort to make her throw. Chuchu, are you upset because I've been neglecting you recently? Sun Qishuan wore a sincere, yet troubled expression. You know, I've been busy with my startup, working late into the night until 1 or 2 in the morning. After finishing, Sun Qishuan awaited Zhou Chuchu's response. Hearing him, she would surely feel heartbroken, right? Upon seeing Sun Qishuan, Zhou Chuchu's mind instantly flashed through over 10 ways to kill him. Slitting his throat, poking his eyes with chopsticks, stabbing his temples. Calm down, Zhou Chuchu. We still live in a society governed by law. Murder is illegal. Murder is illegal. I can always deal with him after the apocalypse. She suppressed her murderous impulses, appearing calm on the surface. Yes, after enduring such inhumane torment, how could she expect her mental state to be the same as a normal person's? Only she knew how dark and insane she had become. She was a vengeful angel who crawled out of hell determined to shred her enemies to pieces. As her desire to kill subsided, the sharpness in her eyes could not be concealed. With a chilling gaze, she swept it past Sun Qixuan, causing his hair to stand on and almost making him leap from his seat. Trying to see more clearly, Manager Zhang had already approached with the bill. Mrs. Qin, here is your reservation bill for a total of 5800 dishes. You need to pay our hotel 1.8 billion in total with an advance payment of 78 million. Can you accept that? Zhou Chuchu reigned in her murderous intent, feeling much better. 5800 dishes should last a... He nodded and promptly paid 78 million. Sun Qixuan was left stunned. Su Kong dropped his wine glass to the floor, shattering it to pieces. The young man was quite astonished, gazing deeply at Zhou Chuchu. Around them, there was an uproar. That's quite a hefty sum. 5800 dishes, 1.5 billion. I consider myself someone who can spend money, but compared to this beauty, I feel utterly insignificant. Buying 5800 dishes, what a display of extravagance. Who is this beauty? Does anyone know her? Zhou Chuchu walked straight ahead, ignoring them. She had pressing matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time with scum like Sun Qixuan. How great it would be if he could have that money. While he felt disapproving inside, he maintained a gentle facade. Zhou Chuchu must have more money in her account if Chuchu, why did you buy so much food? 1.8 billion. How could you spend so much? It's such a waste. How great it would be if he could have that money. While he felt disapproving inside, he maintained a gentle facade. Zhou Chuchu must have more money in her account if she could afford such food, if he could get his hands on that money. He became even more affectionate. Seeing his disgusting expression, Zhou Chuchu felt nauseated, cursing herself 1,000 times for being so blind in her past life, having fallen for such a person. The money is mine and I can buy whatever I want. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Qixuan was taken aback by her retort. Zhou Chuchu never spoke to him this way. Usually he held the high ground while she was submissive. Feeling agitated inside, he wanted to walk away, but this Zhou Chuchu was even more enchanting, and his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Of course I have no objections, Chuchu. I just meant to say that I've been short on funds while starting my business. If you have extra money, why not invest in some shares? It's not much, just 500 million, no 1 billion will do. Once I make some money, I will surely repay you well. Sun Qixuan's words flowed effortlessly, as if he was certain that Zhou Chuchu would give him the money. Of course, this was merely a Pinthesky scheme he had painted. If Zhou Chuchu truly handed over the money, it wouldn't be long before it entirely became his. He looked at Zhou Chuchu with eager anticipation. Zhou Chuchu stared at him coldly, thinking of a way to deal with him, and scoffed. I have money, though not much, only around 5 billion. But why should I give it to you? Upon hearing the hefty number of 5 billion, Sun Qixuan's breath quickened, his face flushed with excitement, failing to notice the coldness in Zhou Chuchu's words. Chu. Sun Qixuan mustered his patience, biting his teeth as he took out the diamond necklace he intended to gift to Feng Manru. This diamond necklace cost me 40 million, and I've wanted to give it to you for a long time, but I've been too busy. Today I just happen to have it with me, and here you are. What a stroke of fate. As soon as Sun Qixuan opened his mouth, he inflated the value of the necklace by 130 times. In his view, Zhou Chuchu, coming from a humble background, wouldn't recognize the true worth of these diamonds. He had never given her anything valuable before. Mere gifts worth a few hundred or thousand made her jump with joy. Surely this diamond necklace would move her to tears. Spending 300 to pry away 5 billion. What a bargain. He was secretly calculating, planning to make further demands once Zhou Chuchu joyfully accepted the necklace. However, after seeing the necklace, Zhou Chuchu's mind sparked with realization. Her expression became... She had a vivid impression of this necklace as she had once seen it around Feng Manru's neck. Feng Manru, the eldest daughter of the Feng family, was said to be childhood friends with her husband. In her past life, she hadn't paid much attention to her husband, so this information didn't elicit much of a reaction. She even secretly wished for Feng Manru to steal Qin Ziyuan away. Feng Manru herself was quite diligent, often visiting her home with various expensive gifts to curry favor with her in-laws. It was only when her in-laws explicitly forbade her from coming, fearing she would overthink, that she stopped. Yet she distinctly remembered the hatred and resentment in Feng Manru's gaze back then. Later, Feng Manru pursued her husband, demanding to become his secretary under the guise of a family alliance. How did her husband handle it? It seemed he rejected the family alliance entirely, thoroughly offending the Feng family. She questioned herself, believing she had done nothing wrong to this eldest daughter of the Feng family, even providing her with opportunities to get closer to Qin Ziyuan. Though recalling these events made her want to slap herself, she genuinely didn't believe she had antagonized Feng Manru until her past life, when she was disfigured, mutilated, and left to rot, with only her eyes unscathed. Feng Manru appeared, donned in that diamond necklace, radiant and dismissive, uttering nonsensical words. At that moment, Sun Qixuan stood nearby, holding her. And she at that time was the leader's wife in the base. A series of clues swiftly connected in her mind as she recalled Lin Xuan's words, "Zhou Chuchu, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending those you shouldn't have." Suddenly, she smiled, her eyes glinting red, yet her smile was radiant. So it was her. She had claimed to love Qin Ziyuan, yet when she saw her husband with a limp, she had never looked at him with respect. Even when Qin Ziyuan was suffering from high fevers, and she sought medicine, he had rejected her. Did she love Qin Ziyuan? No, she merely loved his lofty status, his identity as the wealthiest man. Sun Qixuan, unaware that the necklace he presented had sparked Zhou Chuchu's realization of the true villain behind her suffering, continued. "Chuchu, you would look especially stunning wearing this diamond necklace. Once my startup succeeds, my group will be no worse than Qin Ziyuan's. Don't you hate him? He'll surpass—" Zhou Chuchu let out a cold laugh, interrupting Sun Qixuan. Sun Qixuan frowned. "Chuchu, what are you laughing at?" Zhou Chuchu's laughter grew louder and louder, unable to contain herself as she doubled over with laughter. A beautiful woman naturally attracts attention, while lavishly spending beauty draws even more eyes. With her carefree laughter, she captured the attention of everyone in the room. After laughing, Zhou Chuchu said sharply, "Sun Qixuan, what do you think you are? How can you compare to my husband? You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. My husband's excellence surpasses 1,000,000 of you. How can you compare to him? Where do you get the audacity?" She suddenly raised her voice. "Everyone come listen. This shameless scoundrel has devised a clever scheme trying to use this worthless necklace to pry away 5 billion from my account. This money was given to me by my dear husband for my personal spending. He is also calculating. What a lowlife. And he dares to compare himself to my husband Qin Ziyuan. Ridiculous." Qin Ziyuan, witnessing this, felt the chill dissipate, and a smile crept onto his face. The boiling darkness was instantly suppressed and melted away. The darkness that had filled his heart was released into a beam of light due to her affirmation. So in her heart, I am seen this way. Sweetness spread within him as he gazed at the charming figure on the screen, his eyes softening further. In the video, as Zhou Chuchu spoke, whispers filled the hall. Some who recognized Sun Qixuan commented, "No way, this Sun Qixuan looks decent, yet his thoughts are so vile. Indeed, talent is lacking and character is so poor. How dare he compare himself to Qin Ziyuan, this young business magnate, completely declined with his generation. Indeed, talent is lacking and character is so poor. How dare he compare himself to Qin Ziyuan, this young business magnate." These murmurs caused Su Kong to quietly distance himself, pretending not to know Sun Qixuan. Sun Qixuan panicked, hastily defending, "What nonsense are you talking? This necklace is worth 40 million. If you want to invest in me, go ahead, or if not, then don't. Why make it sound so harsh?" Zhou Chuchu truly did not know the value of the diamond necklace. She had never paid attention to such things. But she was clear about one thing: the jewelry her husband bought for her was never inferior to this. Just as she was about to speak, a young man suddenly stood up saying, "Sorry, I'm Liang Donglai, the second young master of Lingyun Jewelry, and I happen to have a bit of knowledge about jewelry and accessories. This necklace comes from my family's collection. It's a mid-range piece that won't exceed 3,000. Please do not inflate the price and tarnish my family's reputation." Liang Donglai's casual words completely exposed Sun Qixuan's lies, causing him to seethe with anger and be unable to respond. Yet he dared not vent his anger on Liang Donglai, instead erupting at Zhou Chuchu. "Zhou Chuchu, what do you mean? Are you trying to ruin me?" He reached out to grab Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu reacted swiftly, striking Sun Qixuan hard across the face. Slap. Her strength was now sufficient. This slap sent Sun Qixuan crashing to the ground, 2 teeth flying from his mouth, his cheeks swelling like a pig's. The whole place was stunned. Liang Donglai looked at her with admiration. He liked strong women, and Zhou Chuchu fit the bill perfectly. Qin Ziyuan, watching from behind the screen, felt his face turn green with anger at Liang Donglai's admiring gaze towards his wife. Liang Donglai, this person appeared in the flood of images rushing into his mind. A powerful ability, user awakening and shrank ability, the gem shining brilliantly, striking with extreme elegance, capable of using gems as weapons and turning enemies into shattered gem fragments, attaining a high status among supernatural beings in the apocalypse, known as the King of Gems. Having a high status is one thing, but the key is that this guy is very popular with women. Zhou Chuchu was unaware that her husband was watching her situation through a video filled with jealousy. She cast a glance at Liang Donglai, the renowned powerful shrank ability user in this post-apocalyptic world, whom she naturally recognized. There was no intersection between them. She did not understand why Liang Donglai chose to help her with words, nor was she interested in knowing. After defeating Sun Qixuan, she moved swiftly. Zhou Chuchu struck him with full force without mercy. He never expected Zhou Chuchu to hit him, let alone dare to hit him. Once he realized, his anger was ignited. In his eyes, Zhou Chuchu was merely a dish on his platter, a docile little lamb, a cash machine at his disposal. But today this dish overturned the table. The little lamb transformed into a fierce tigress. The cash machine ceased its service. How could he possibly tolerate that? He got up and blocked Zhou Chuchu. "Zhou Chuchu, do you dare to hit me?" Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, coldly glaring at him. Get lost, a good dog does not block the way. If you don't get lost, I will slap you to death. For someone like him, just not rushing at him with a knife would be good enough. Hitting him, what does that even count for? A hint of fierce light flashed in Sun Kixuan's eyes as he thought of striking back, but when he recalled Zhou Chuchu's slap, a shiver ran through him. How could this woman be so strong? Thinking of Zhou Chuchu's 5 billion, he softened his tone, pretending to be a romantic. Chuchu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Since you've hit me, you should be feeling better now, right? If you're still not calm, just hit me again. He tried to act deeply affectionate, but he didn't realize his cheek had swollen, painfully, losing 2 teeth, and speaking in a way that leaked air, making him look utterly ridiculous. Zhou Chuchu immediately laughed. Is there such a request? You said it yourself? She waved her hand and slapped Sun Qixuan again before he could react. Slap. Sun Qixuan never expected Zhou Chuchu to truly hit him, and with that slap, he lost 2 more teeth, both cheeks swollen and bruised, truly resembling a pig's head. Zhou Chuchu shrugged. Everyone saw it. He asked me to hit him. I've never heard such an unreasonable request. Does anyone understand family? After she innocently finished speaking, she swayed her way out of the Diyun Hotel. Sun Qixuan stood there completely stunned. Liang Donglai chuckled softly. Hee, such a temper, really explosive. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Kong approached, seeing Sun Kixuan's miserable state, feeling a bit schadenfreude. Sun Xiao, you usually boast about how Zhou Chuchu is devoted to you, but it seems the reality isn't quite so. Seeing how badly she hit you, should I take you to the hospital? Sun Kixuan's face was dark, staring fiercely at Zhou Chuchu's back. There is some misunderstanding between me and her. She resents me. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, she will treat me as she always does. Su Kong insulted him secretly. Even after being beaten like this, you're still dreaming. But let me tell you, Qin Ziyuan treats her very well, giving her a huge amount of funds to spend freely. That significant sum of money could buy dozens of Zhus family. If he could get that money, what would 2 slaps count for? Sun Qixuan detected the implication in Su Kang's words and warned Su Kong, keep your thoughts to yourself. A Zhou Chuchu will not be interested in you. He covered his face, walking out of the Diyun Hotel with a twisted expression. He was utterly humiliated this time. How could he stay here? Su Kong glanced at his back and spat. Does he really think he is something? Qin Ziyuan gives her 5 billion to spend, and you're flaunting a broken necklace worth 300. She'd be blind to choose you. In the office of Xinxing Group, Qin Ziyuan felt pleased after watching the video. Such a fiery temper, really a little chill. This was indeed a fresh discovery. Previously, she mostly showed fear and aversion towards him, but had never revealed this spicy side in front of him. Yesterday, she was charming and gentle. Both sides of beauty were entirely new discoveries. It made him curious about just how much he still did not know about her. He called his chief secretary and bring the person in to continue the meeting. The secretary had followed Qin Ziyuan for many years. Seeing him in such a good mood was rare, which made him feel rather uneasy. He immediately went to call the person in for the meeting. Everyone sensed the boss change. Is this real? The usually stern king of hell was actually smiling from time to time. Halfway through the meeting, Qin Ziyuan stopped. All cooperation with the Sun family is hereby terminated. Inform the legal department to sue the Sun family for irregular business practices, recover the losses of our group, and seek compensation. This casually spoken sentence made everyone present break into a cold sweat. This is what it means to silently kill someone while chatting. However, this move was very satisfying. The subsidiaries of the Qin group were upstream for the Sun family, having fed them for years, making them very fat. But the Sun family not only showed no gratitude, but also became increasingly demanding, often failing to meet the targets provided. There were so many qualified companies seeking to cooperate. The president only helped them out of consideration for his wife, yet the Sun family did not cherish it. Now the boss finally took action against them. Everything that was eaten would be spit out. Just a mention of the Sun family's affairs determined their fate. Additionally, have lawyer phone wait for my call. Manager Lin from the strategy department launch a full-scale assault on Song Siching's entire industry. In 3 days, I want him bankrupt and in prison. Everyone was once again shocked. The Sun family was easy to deal with. It was simple to grasp them. But Song Siching was a bit troublesome. He operated in both the dark and the light, a well-known capital shark in Haishur. Moving against him was not easy. But hearing the president mention needing lawyer phone, that was no issue. Moreover, over the years, whenever the president aimed to take action against someone, he had never failed. His reputation as the king of hell was earned this way. Dealing with the Sun family was a matter of a single sentence. Dealing with Song Siching was a bit more complicated, but just a bit. Next, Qin Ziyuan delved into arrangements, strategizing thousands of miles ahead, mobilizing millions of employees and trillions of assets of the group, working with full force. Ding, a WeChat message from Fong Monru came through. Zij, don't be angry. Sister-in-law definitely did not intentionally meet secretly with another man. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll ask her for you. Qin Ziyuan glanced at his phone, his gaze deep as a chasm, not paying any mind to Fong Monru. Miss, please save me. Old Song will kill me once he finds out I borrowed 40 million by mortgaging his assets. Fong Monru, after sending the message, raised her phone with one hand and took a sip of red wine with the other. Upon raising her eyes, she saw Lin Shuang standing opposite her, watching her cautiously. She silently curled her lips. Lin Shuang was very clear about what kind of person she was, trying to steal her man. She had directly schemed with Song Xiqing. If there was someone to blame, it was her greed for wealth, wanting to become the young mistress of the Song family. Little did she know Song Xiqing was a wolf that could devour her completely. That glance from Fong Monru left Lin Shuang feeling like she was walking on thin ice, trembling with fear. She truly feared this Miss Fong. The Fong family was an old aristocratic family in Haishi, deeply rooted, and with financial power just slightly lesser than the Qin family. She knew that the Fong family had been wanting to ally with the Qin family through marriage. This Miss Fong was quite infatuated with Qin Ziyuan. Yet the Qin family ignored her, marrying the humble Zhou Chuchu instead. On the surface, Miss Fong appeared unfazed, but secretly she was furious. Only she understood how venomous this glamorous miss was. She herself was vicious, but compared to Miss Fong, thus she feared Fong Monru. As for Zhou Chuchu, she took pleasure in her misfortune. This woman would soon find herself in a dire situation without even knowing it. Did she really think Qin Ziyuan was so easy to marry? Fong Monru ignored Lin Shuang, glancing at her phone. When she saw that Qin Ziyuan hadn't replied, she smiled like a dark night poppy. Ziyuan must be furious. No man could tolerate a woman cheating on him. She stood up, swaying as she walked towards the crowd of socialites and wealthy ladies. The ladies adorned in flowers flattered her. Miss, your skin is truly beautiful, as white and delicate as milk. Of course you should see what the Miss eats daily. It's top quality bird's nest, costing $500 per gram. Can you afford that? This set of emerald jewelry on the Miss is worth at least 6 million, right? This necklace is merely one of the many accessories of the Miss. There are far more expensive ones. The Fong family has only this Miss, truly showered with affection, making us envious and resentful. Fong Monru smiled, accepting everyone's compliments. Lin Shuang lowered her head, feeling increasingly humble. Only then did Fong Monru look at Lin Shuang, saying, "Come here." Yais. Lin Shuang approached with her head lowered and shoulders hunched, completely lacking the arrogance she displayed in front of Zhou Chuchu. One wealthy lady let out a sneer. Lin Shuang clenched her fists, not daring to show any displeasure on her face, her expression even more submissive. Among these wealthy ladies and young mistresses, she was the one with the least assets, the poorest. She had squeezed her way in with great difficulty and would never back out. Fong Monru pointed at her teasingly, saying, "She is truly the most miserable one among you. She doesn't even have 40 million and secretly mortgaged her husband's assets, afraid of being discovered and beaten. Who among you will lend her a hand?" Fong Monru gave Lin Shuang no face, directly exposing this matter. The wealthy ladies erupted in laughter, mocking her. She is truly useless. Just a fallen aristocrat who clings to Song Xiqing to become a lady. She has flirted with many men before, eating quite well off of them. Oh dear, what would happen if old Song found out about her glorious past? Lin Shuang trembled, feeling her pride trampled on the ground. At this moment, a wealthy lady seemed to remember something and covered her mouth, laughing. "Doesn't she have a close friend who married our Haishi's richest man? She can borrow money from her friend." Fong Monru lightly swirled her wine glass, looking down at them, saying, "What you don't know is that her 40 million is debt from buying her friend's discarded clothes." The wealthy ladies burst into laughter. Lin Shuang trembled all over her face, turning crimson. But she didn't blame these people. Instead, she hated Zhou Chuchu fiercely. Her current embarrassment and humiliation were all her fault. It was all because of her. Those clothes and bags, she clearly could have given them to herself, yet she wanted to sell them to her. She clearly had 7 billion, but wouldn't share a single cent. She hated. Fong Monru saw the timing was ripe, having nurtured her poisonous snake well enough, casually tossing out a card. This card has 3 million. Find a way to ruin that Zhou's reputation. She knew well that one shouldn't feed a dog too much at once, otherwise it wouldn't help you bite others. Lin Shuang knelt down to pick up the card, speaking humbly and cautiously, "Yais, miss, I will help you accomplish this." Fong Manru's gaze was icy as she lifted Lin Shuang's chin, saying, "Remember, this isn't helping me, it's helping yourself. I have no grievances or enmity with that Zhou. It's you who wants her to be ruined and embroiled in scandal, not me." Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled with venom. "Yes, miss." In the warehouse, Zhou Chuchu shivered. "How strange, on such a hot day, I'm actually feeling cold. There must be treacherous ministers plotting against me from behind." She transferred 5,000 servings of steaming beef noodles into her space. Then she began to place orders with reputable hotels and restaurants in Haishi. Her magnificent feat of ordering 5,800 dishes had already spread. As soon as the major hotels received her call, they immediately arranged for her, and their service attitude was truly top-notch. She called one after another, placing orders at each, starting at 5,000 dishes per restaurant, ordering everything on the menu, only needing to report the quantity and the cost. Any reputable hotel or restaurant in Haishi opened a dedicated ordering line for her, even secretly comparing which restaurant she called first and which had more orders, using that to gauge her status. Any restaurant that received more orders from her was celebrating as if it were the new year. Those who received fewer orders were gloomy. If they didn't get her call, it was as if the sky was falling. The news of Zhou Chuchu ordering meals spread back to Dayun, causing them to become nervous. Every chef stood ready, not wanting to lose to the others. Other chefs also brought out their best skills, determined to showcase their culinary talent in this ordering competition and come out on top. The chefs went wild. Zhou Chuchu spent 500 million to order from 99 restaurants, totaling 5 million dishes, then drove to the fresh market and slaughterhouse. In the seafood market, various king crabs, blue crabs, Australian lobsters, large shrimp, and all kinds of sea fish along with grass shrimp, hairy crabs, lobsters, freshwater fish, etc. were bought without restraint as long as it was edible aquatic produce. She spent 2 billion buying 300 tons of various seafood and another 2 billion on 600 tons of pork, beef, lamb, rabbit, chicken, duck, and goose. In the blink of an eye, her 7 billion was reduced to just 700 million. She then went to buy medicine, but unfortunately there were purchase limits, and she couldn't spend the money. She only managed to buy some household medications for a few $100,000 from a pharmacist. As for medical equipment, it was even more difficult. The reviews were strict, and she couldn't get her hands on any. She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But there was nothing she could do about it. Opening her phone, she began a shopping spree, ordering everything that could be used in daily life, clearing out her inventory. After this round of operations, she spent another 300 million. With the remaining money, I will create a safe house. Safe houses are not exclusive to apocalyptic scenarios. In fact, throughout history, there have always been those who prepare for uncertainties. The concept of a safe house was proposed as early as the 1960s, but it has gained more popularity abroad compared to domestically. In recent years, with various natural disasters occurring frequently, the wealthy in the country have also begun to focus on building safe houses. For instance, the villa she resides in has integrated safety features capable of withstanding earthquakes of magnitude 7 and below, as well as typhoons and fires, with additional designs for fireproofing and insulation. However, compared to true apocalyptic disasters, these measures are still insufficient. A top-tier safe house, specifically designed to handle various calamities, must be constructed. After researching online, Zhou Chuchu chose a premier safe house manufacturing company from the beautiful country. She directly dialed the phone number. Once connected, she heard the voice of Qin Ziyuan on the other end. Stop shopping outside for now, and come back right away to discuss the design plan for the safe house. Zhou Chuchu. This is definitely an international call. Husband, what are you? I'm preparing to transform our home into a safe house. Zhou Chuchu immediately began to flatter him. You're amazing, husband. We are truly in sync, thinking of the same thing. A light chuckle came from the other end. Zhou Chuchu continued to ride the wave. Husband, building a safe house must be expensive, but don't worry, I'm not short on money. He laughed again, saying, no need to spend money. Zhou Chuchu raised her voice. What? No need to spend money. Is that reliable? Angrila Safe House Customization Company, one of the foreign companies I acquired. Zhou Chuchu quickly responded, got it. That must be reliable, your incredible husband. She immediately drove home, and at the entrance of the villa area, she saw a Sam's Club and Hema Seafood. The instinct to shop surged within her as she went in and spent 50 million on supplies, including 2 6-door refrigerators. Sam's Club and Hema Seafood dispatched personnel in a grand manner to deliver the supplies to her door. This ostentatious display naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, most of the reactions were mockery and ridicule. What a waste of money. Can you eat all this? What a wasteful spender. Qin family is truly unfortunate to have married her. She must be from a small background. Even if she becomes rich, she doesn't know what to buy. Instead of purchasing antiques or artwork, she just buys consumables. Haha, by the time she finishes eating, all this will expire. Zhou Chuchu rolled down the window and fired back. No matter how expensive your clothes are, you are still just gossiping hens. My husband earns money. Should I wait for it to expire before spending? I can spend however I like. Who are you to judge? Not satisfied. If you're not satisfied, just hold it in. In her past life, Zhou Chuchu would have felt angry and upset upon hearing such remarks. But in this life, she was determined to live freely and openly. Even though those who mocked her would end up begging her for food and water during the apocalypse, that was a matter for the future. Right now, she wanted to enjoy herself. Those who were ridiculed by Zhou Chuchu were instead silenced. As long as she was the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, they dared not truly offend her or the Qin family. Upon arriving at the entrance, old phone was absent, and the security guards, as usual, blocked her way, lounging in the air-conditioned room, chatting and eating sunflower seeds, ignoring her honking. Zhou Chuchu wouldn't let it slide. She recorded a video and called the property management to file a complaint. The manager rushed over, drenched in sweat from the heat, and scolded the security guards. Are you out of your minds, daring to block a homeowner? If you don't want to work, get lost. The head of security stepped forward, forcing a smile, intending to shift the blame onto Zhou Chuchu. We opened the door. It's this homeowner who won't come in. Without saying a word, Zhou Chuchu sent the video to the She spoke directly to the manager. I live in a 200 million luxury home and pay you 300 in property fees every year. Is this the level of service I receive? Consider the consequences of this video being posted on Weibo. Oh, think carefully. The manager's sweat increased as he repeatedly bowed to Zhou Chuchu, saying, I'm sorry, I will handle this immediately. He shouted at the security guards, apologize immediately, and ask Miss Zhou for forgiveness or pack your things and get lost. The security guards quickly realized Zhou Chuchu was serious. They lined up and bowed to apologize. We're sorry, Miss Zhou, it was our mistake. Please have mercy and forgive us this once. Zhou Chuchu, sure you can stand in the blazing sun for 3 days, and I'll forgive you. Don't forget to record a video. The security guards exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied, but with the manager glaring at them, they dared not show any displeasure and kept smiling. Zhou Chuchu initially planned to leave some food for Old Feng, but then thought that if she left it for him, it would likely be taken by others. It would be better to urge him to buy supplies for storage. Dayong, this is Miss Zhou, isn't she beautiful? The young man who had been waiting impatiently was instantly mesmerized by Zhou Chuchu, his eyes wide, and blocked her car. It was old Luo. She blocked Zhou Chuchu's car, her face filled with wrinkles, as she smiled. Miss Zhou, you're back. She pulled over a young man with dyed yellow hair, hands in pockets, cigarette in mouth, exuding a dubious vibe. Dayong, this is Miss Zhou, isn't she beautiful? The young man who had been waiting impatiently was instantly mesmerized by Zhou Chuchu, his eyes wide. He looked infatuated, practically drooling. Beautiful, beautiful, truly beautiful. Zhou Chuchu's gaze turned cold. What was this old Luo trying to pull? She got out of the car and instructed the people from Sam's Club and Hema to start unloading the supplies. The lush peach tree blooming profusely brushed against her, transmitting some images. It was the scene of Feng Manru talking to old Luo during the day, coaxing her. Zhou Chuchu felt a chill in her heart, a surge of madness and bloodthirst rising within her. Feng Manru, you wait to die? And this old Luo, a scheming old woman, truly dared to set her sights on her. Truly despicable. Old Luo was eager to match Zhou Chuchu with her son. She was eyeing the 5 billion Zhou Chuchu would receive after her divorce. Now seeing the people from Sam's Club and Hema unloading piles of supplies into the Qin family, her face turned green. How heart-wrenching it was. Chuchu, you see, life is about living well. Look at these things you bought. Such a waste, really a waste of money. She approached, trying to stop the workers. Don't move, everyone, stop. Withdraw, all of you. The Sam's employee who was blocked looked troubled, unsure of the relationship between old Luo and Zhou Chuchu, seeking help from her. Zhou Chuchu made a final decision. I have no relation to this old lady, she is just a lunatic. Everyone ignore her and continue moving. Upon hearing this, the staff realized there was no connection after all. Hey, this person is really shameless, blocking the way and interfering with other shopping. It's unbelievable. Exactly, the world is vast, and there are all kinds of oddities. Everyone then ignored old lady Luo and continued with their moving. Old lady Luo was furious, her eyebrows knitting together as she placed her hands on her hips and began to scold Zhou Chuchu. How can you be so disrespectful to your elders? I am your senior, how can you call me a lunatic? Zhou Chuchu retorted without hesitation, Senior, you think you deserve that title? My respect is reserved for virtuous elders. You may have a human form, but inside you are a pig or a dog. Calling you a pig or a dog is already too lenient. Get lost. If you keep pestering me, I'll slap you. Old lady Luo glared and attempted to lunge at Zhou Chuchu to grab her face. You little ex-woman, I'll tear your face apart. She had clearly forgotten her original intention. She planned to first win Zhou Chuchu over so that her son could get to know her. After she divorced that boy from the Qin family, and if her daughter married him while her son married Zhou Chuchu, then wouldn't the Qin family's wealth be hers? She was already upset about Zhou Chuchu buying those things, and now being insulted as a pig or dog had ignited her fury. Zhou Chuchu was just waiting for her, ready to strike. For such an old hag, not hitting her would be a disservice. Old lady Luo ultimately did not charge at her as her son Zhang Daong held her back. Mom, be nicer to her. Zhang Daong stared at Zhou Chuchu leeringly, saying, Sister, you are truly beautiful. His eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed at Zhou Chuchu's luxury car and the mansion behind her like a fly drawn to blood. Wow, this woman is really wealthy. If I married her, wouldn't all of this be mine? He thought. Even if she has children, I wouldn't be at a loss. Zhang Daong was indeed old lady Luo's son. His thoughts mirrored hers exactly. Zhou Chuchu felt nauseated by Zhang Daong's presence. Her gaze turned cold, filled with an icy aura. Even touching him would dirty her hands, and just as she was about to kick him away, someone was faster. A long leg swept, and Zhang Daong flew 3 meters away like a kite, with a broken string crashing to the ground and rolling several times. The newcomer radiated a chilling aura. Although his expression remained unchanged, it evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Upon seeing her son being assaulted, old lady Luo let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My son. She wanted to curse Qin Ziyuan, but when she met his gaze, she shivered, and her cries diminished. She quickly ran to Zhang Daong's side to help him up. Zhang Daong spat out a mouthful of blood, still wanting to act tough, but upon seeing Qin Ziyuan, he felt a jolt in his heart and realized he was facing a truly ruthless person. Get lost. Qin Ziyuan's gaze was as cold as death. The Zhang family duo dared not linger and hurriedly fled. Zhou Chuchu's eyes sparkled as she looked at her husband. Honey, you are so handsome. Thinking that old lady Luo and her son had been summoned by Feng Manru, she hesitated to speak, as there was no evidence. Feng Manru was always good at pretending, and she never disguised her admiration for him. It was said that the two families were still in a long-standing friendship. Could he trust her solely based on her words? Qin Ziyuan's gaze locked onto his wife. You need to be careful of Feng Manru. Zhou Chuchu looked puzzled. Seeing his clueless wife, Qin Ziyuan halted his words. He did not want to burden her further. Today's events bore Feng Manru's fingerprints. In the past, she had not gone too far, and he couldn't find a reason to explode. He had merely warned her that he was a married man and that she should suppress her feelings. But now that she had reached out to his wife, that was intolerable. He'll deal with the Feng family. This matter originated from him, so it was only fitting that he resolve it. Zhou Chuchu was confused. What happened? Did she say something? Why did her husband want to deal with the Feng family? But this suited her perfectly. Feeling sweet inside, even though she knew Qin Ziyuan was not acting for her sake, she was pleased that the Feng family was in trouble and that Feng Manru would suffer. For those who harmed her, the worse the better. Let's go inside and customize a safe house. Qin Ziyuan glanced in the direction where the Zhang family had disappeared and picked up his phone to send a message. After the Zhang family left, old lady Luo's face showed a fierce expression. Son, we have never suffered such a great loss. This matter cannot be left unpunished. That little ex-woman dared to insult me, and her man dared to hit you. Think of a way to make them bleed. Zhang Daong also had a sinister expression. Mom, don't worry, I will capture that woman sooner or later. As for that man, don't let me find an opportunity. If I do, I will kill him. Old lady Luo felt some apprehension thinking of that murderous man. Maybe it's better to let this go. He seems very fierce. Fierce. He'll gather a bunch of brothers. Can he fight against all of us? Upon hearing this, old lady Luo was overjoyed. Not bad, my son is indeed clever. Dare to hit my son, I'll kill him. The mother and son plotted as they walked further away. Little did they know a small cabbage was following behind them. This little cabbage raised its two leaves and swung at the back of their heads with the thick branches of the honeysuckle. The strikes made them scream in terror, thinking they had seen a ghost, and they ran faster than rabbits. Honey, that old lad's son is no good. Zhou Chuchu wrapped her arms around her husband's strong and powerful arm, casually touching him a couple of times. Qin Ziyuan felt a surge of heat from her touch, his voice slightly hoarse, yet relaxed and alluring. How do you know? Zhou Chuchu sighed, finding it strange. How was Qin Ziyuan different from her memory? That one sound made her heart flutter. Looking up, she saw Qin Ziyuan's phoenix-like eyes, long black eyelashes, and sharply defined features, his lines as smooth as if carved by a knife. A strand of black hair fell over his forehead. His robust physique was wrapped beneath skin as soft as down. He tilted his gaze slightly, nearly taking her breath away. Wow, when did he become so charming? Gulp. Zhou Chuchu swallowed hard, unable to control her reaction. Realizing her embarrassment, she quickly said, that person is malicious. He gathers a group of ruffians and does some very bad things. He is a malignant tumor. Old lady Luo's son had kidnapped a rich young lady after the apocalypse, locking her in a room with a group of thugs. In the end, the rich young lady could not bear it and committed suicide by jumping off a building, her body reduced to mere bones covered in wounds. But by then it was already the apocalypse and humanity had deteriorated. Everyone was looking out for themselves. Even those with a sense of justice could not stand against a group of scoundrels. Later, Zhang Daon's group of thugs occupied a building, bullying the weak and scavenging their remaining resources. Those who resisted were thrown off the building, resulting in numerous tragic incidents. Although they eventually died in the struggle for resources and deserved their fate, their hands were indeed stained with blood. Qin Ziyuan naturally saw Zhang Daong in the future scene, confirming that his wife's words were not false. Don't worry, he won't cause any trouble. I've made arrangements. The prison is his final destination. Zhou Chuchu felt something was off, sensing that her husband seemed to know something. Could it be that her husband is also a reborn person? No. It should be impossible. If her husband were a reborn person, he would surely hate her. It would be a miracle if he didn't kill her. How could he treat her so well? She was overthinking. Shaking off these messy thoughts, the two of them entered the house. Inside, it was already piled high with supplies. The movers had already left, leaving only two foreigners inside. The two foreigners were waiting, and when they saw the two enter, they immediately approached. BOSS, your custom plan worth $1 billion has not yet been completed. Oh, let's continue. Qin Ziyuan pointed at Zhou Chuchu. My part has already been designed. You can ask Madam about her requirements for the rest. Prioritize her needs. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. A custom plan worth $1 billion. Just a custom safe house would be worth all the money she had on hand. It all comes down to her husband. Picking up the safe house design specifications, she noted that the entire structure was surrounded by 50 centimeters thick titanium alloy capable of withstanding the shockwave from a 500-ton nuclear explosion with 3 layers of AMI glass, as hard as diamond, waterproof, fireproof, cold-resistant, toxin-resistant, and insulated. Equipped with multiple energy generation devices, a water circulation system, external cameras with embedded lenses, and hidden surveillance cameras, as well as radio transmission devices. This was all fine, but the more she looked, the more she felt something was off about the safe house her husband designed, with shooting holes throughout the house, a shooting platform on the balcony, mortars, and an underground armory. Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan with a complex expression, wanting to ask, is this safe house normal? Qin Ziyuan seemed to understand what she was thinking. Creating a safe house isn't about hiding like a turtle. Having the capability to counterattack is what makes a safe house truly safe. Zhou Chuchu thought about the chaos of the apocalypse and greatly agreed with Qin Ziyuan's statement. Yes, what's the use of just hiding? At critical moments, one must strike back with overwhelming force. Husband, you really do think ahead. But how can ordinary people like us acquire these weapons? Qin Ziyuan smiled. You don't need to worry, he'll handle it. One foreigner, perhaps trying to flatter her, said, Madam, our country does not prohibit gun sales, and boss. Qin Ziyuan shot him a warning glance, and he immediately lowered his head in silence. Zhou Chuchu felt a scratchy sensation in her heart. What did that mean? Finish your sentence. What's wrong with... The foreigner, like a stubborn gourd, refused to speak about Qin Ziyuan anymore and awkwardly changed the topic, asking her if she had anything to add. Qin Ziyuan looked at her furrowed brows and couldn't help but smile. Wife, do you have any thoughts? Zhou Chuchu considered the state of the apocalypse, temporarily letting go of her inquiries about Qin Ziyuan's identity. After careful thought, she said, the gas pipeline in the kitchen must be sturdy, durable for 100 years, and easy to replace. The shower system and water circulation system must also remain stable under vibrations and be usable for 100 years with easy replacement. The heating and cooling systems have the same requirements. That's all. Compared to Qin Ziyuan's focus on counterattacks, she was more concerned about her family's quality of life in the apocalypse. The two foreigners took notes seriously but couldn't help but mutter to themselves that the boss and madam's preparations felt like the apocalypse was imminent. However, they were professionals, and no matter how strange, they would ensure the safe house was built according to the requirements. BOSS, during the construction of the safe house, there may be some inconveniences, so please find another house to live in with madam. Qin Ziyuan nodded in understanding. Then we'll start tomorrow. BOSS, madam, goodbye. Once the others left, Zhou Chuchu immediately began to store all the supplies on the floor into her storage space. Qin Ziyuan already knew about her storage space. Today she purchased a large amount of supplies which would all presumably be transferred into this infinite space, but seeing her use it with his own eyes was a first. This scene completely contrasted with the images of the future that surged within him, yet it filled him with a new He couldn't completely confirm whether his wife would become like the future scene he observed, but surely there would be some difference. The greater the disparity, the more differences there would be in the future. This made the rolling dark clouds in his heart dissipate slightly. Husband, let's not live too far from home, okay? Zhou Chuchu said. That way she could come every night to tend to her plant. The previous batch of small vegetables that had consumed the energy orbs but had not gained intelligence were now ripe and needed to be harvested and replanted. The peach trees and bok choy that were beginning to show signs of evolution could not be interrupted in their evolutionary. Qin Ziyuan nodded, having already discerned the oddities about Zhou Chuchu. That green vine must be her plant-based superpower. The aura emitted by the vegetables and peach trees in the garden was distinctly different, likely her handiwork. I've already bought the villa next door. During the construction of the safe house, we can live next door. Zhou Chuchu was overjoyed at the news, running over to jump into her husband's arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. Husband, you are so wonderful. He actually thought of everything so thoroughly. The more she looked at her husband, the more reliable and handsome he seemed. How could he be so handsome? Qin Ziyuan instinctively caught her little bottom to prevent her from falling, and despite his usual stoic demeanor, a hint of pink appeared at the tips of his ears as he listened to his charming wife's praises. Zhou Chuchu noticed. Husband, your ears are red. She was quite curious and reached out to touch them. Qin Ziyuan felt as if he had been electrocuted, his eyes burning with intensity, as he warned, don't tease. His tone carried a suppressed desire. He cherished her. After all, he had been reckless yesterday and feared she might not be able to handle it, but if she continued to tease him, he would no longer hold back. Zhou Chuchu felt her heart race at his gaze. It had indeed been quite wild yesterday, and she sensed her husband was still holding back. Thinking of her past life and how she had let him down, a wave of sourness surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch his chiseled face. Husband, in the future, let's live well together. No matter what difficulties or dangers we face, we will overcome them hand in hand, she said earnestly. Qin Ziyuan's gaze swept over her, and beneath the vast ocean of his eyes a torrent of emotions surged, stirred by her words, creating immense waves. He said nothing, holding her as he headed toward the bedroom. Zhou Chuchu was startled and tried to jump out of his arms. Hey, husband, I didn't mean it like that, I swear. Qin Ziyuan held her tightly. Now you want to run. It's too late. 2 hours later, Zhou Chuchu rubbed her aching waist sitting in the living room and thumping the sofa. If it weren't for the fear of her in-laws and children returning to see their chaos, that guy wouldn't let her off. But really it's just too hard to bear. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in. You have received 200 million in cash and you have received premium fertilizer and nutrient solution. The system's voice rang out again, capturing her attention. First, the cash for signing in indeed increased. Yesterday, her husband transferred her 200 million, and today she received another 200 million for signing in. It seems that the cash from the system's sign-in is indeed related to the amount her husband transferred to her. She instantly became excited, having found a way to take advantage of the system. However, this method still needs verification. Time is of the essence. She ran barefoot to Qin Ziyuan's husband. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan was in a great mood, conducting a video conference. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu rush over, her cheeks flushed, her skin as fair as jade, and her thick shiny hair slightly disheveled, yet beautiful. Dressed in a silk spaghetti strap long dress, with delicate collarbones adorned with blush-like patterns, she radiated light. Qin Ziyuan swallowed hard, glancing at the curious high-level executives on video, and directly ended the conversation. He didn't want his delicate wife to showcase such splendor in front of others. This beauty was meant for him alone. After he ended the meeting, the foreign executives were left in utter disbelief. Heavens, our boss actually acted like a tyrant. This has never happened before. The boss never interrupts meetings for any. That voice just now was so pleasant. Was that the lady? Wasn't it said that the relationship between the boss and the lady wasn't good? Mind your own business about the boss family affairs. Focus on what the boss has assigned to you. Oh heavens, with all these orders from the boss, I sense the world is about to change. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu had already jumped into Qin Ziyuan's arms. Husband, can you transfer me a bit more money, please? Qin Ziyuan straightforwardly replied, how much do you want? His bluntness left Zhou Chuchu's carefully prepared speech ineffective. It's like this, husband, aren't you curious why I suddenly have 300 million more? From the day before yesterday to today, I have increased by exactly 300 million, which came from the extra funds you and my parents gave me. Look, Zhou Chuchu took out her phone to show Qin Ziyuan the balance on her account. Originally, after purchasing those items, she had 400 million left. Now the amount had reached 600 million. The new transfer just occurred from an untraceable account. Realizing this had nothing to do with Sun Qixuan, her eyes sparkled. This opportunity must be seized. Husband, can you transfer me 100 billion? Even if it doesn't reward me with this money, I'll return it all to you later. Her eyes sparkled. This opportunity must be seized. Husband, can you transfer me 100 billion? Even if it doesn't reward me with this money, I'll return it all to you later. We wouldn't lose anything. Zhou Chuchu mentioned an amount. It was quite large. Her husband should have that amount of money, right? I've been using money a lot these past 2 days, and the fund movements are quite significant. Qin Ziyuan said. Zhou Chuchu nodded, realizing that indeed the amount she wanted was a bit excessive. That's all right, but can be a little less. Qin Ziyuan played with her tender little hand. No, I mean, I just happen to need money. Transferring you 100 billion is a bit less. How about 50 trillion? Before Zhou Chuchu could react, he made a phone call. After the call, 50 trillion arrived. Zhou Chuchu stared at the transfer information on her phone, stunned by the long balance. She reached out her finger to count, and oh my, so many zeros. After counting several times, she stammered, husband, are we this rich? Qin Ziyuan was very pleased with the little expression on Zhou Chuchu's face, feeling a bit smug inside. Don't you know how much money your husband has? Zhou Chuchu pointed with her 2 index fingers. Husband, you make so much money. I only know I have endless money. How would I know how much it actually is? Looking at Qin Ziyuan's deep and meaningful expression, she immediately added with great assertiveness, anyway, no matter how much money my husband has, all this money belongs to me. Qin Ziyuan was delighted. Go ahead and busy yourself, though I still have a few things to finish. Zhou Chuchu did not disturb Qin Ziyuan's work and quickly left the room. Tomorrow the rewards will arrive, and I will transfer all the money to you. She no longer knew how to spend it. Having so much money was also a worry, so she simply decided to leave these troubles for him to solve. After all, someone who knows how to make money will also know how to spend it. Money in his hands is more effective than in her own. As for herself, a simple 1 billion would suffice. A light laugh came from the room. Good. Inside, the video conference continued, and Zhou Chuchu faintly heard English words like arms and submarine. She didn't have the habit of eavesdropping, so she walked aside. It seemed her husband had some mysterious identity, with a transfer of 50 trillion arriving without prior notice, which was thought-provoking in itself. However, a series of setbacks in her past life caused him to fall silent. Those exceptional abilities were not displayed due to his disability, later becoming a corpse king. He still retained human wisdom and dignity, feeling too ashamed to appear in front of others in a corpse state. Moreover, because of her and the child's ties, he clearly had such overwhelming power that could annihilate the world, yet was always constrained. Memories of his past life flooded in, and the coldness on her face gradually emerged, filled with guilt towards him and hatred for his enemies. In the end, it crystallized into determination. Such a wonderful husband she would absolutely not let go of. The urgent matter now was to strengthen herself as quickly as possible, diligently cultivating her abilities. Let's see what effect this premium fertilizer and nutrient solution has. Currently, her abilities came from the little vegetables in the garden. Her current ability was only enough to feed these little vegetables, as she needed to understand their evolutionary state before proceeding. Although she was anxious, she knew that cultivating abilities couldn't be rushed, as she had to take steady steps. After all, she had the system, and her abilities were activated 3 years earlier than in her past life, and they were still shrank. Walking into the garden, she communicated with the little vegetables, which were all conveying joyful emotions to her. Their happiness infected her, lifting her spirits. She took out bags of premium fertilizer and spread them in the garden. The fertilizer was blood-red soft and thick like meat, with a faint fishy smell. After spreading it in the garden, all the little vegetables were extremely happy. So warm, such a comfortable bed. I can grow quickly, grow quickly. Master, thank you for giving us such a wonderful home. So comfortable, so happy. It is obvious that this fertile soil can provide a continuous source of nutrients, allowing the little plants to evolve better. The peach tree's expression is the clearest and most complete. My great master, this soil can triple our evolution speed. It allows our nutrition to be more comprehensive. Without feeding abilities, simply covering with soil, Zhou Chuchu felt her physical strength increasing again, a layer of stickiness on her body. She diligently sprayed the fertilizer as well. With just one spray, a peach-colored light emanated from the leaves of the peach tree. My great master, spray a bit more for me, I can open up other directions of evolution. Zhou Chuchu generously sprayed some more. She was curious, what directions of evolution do you have now? The peach tree unfolded its leaves while answering Zhou Chuchu. It's like this, master, I now have 6 directions of evolution. Do you see the holes in my body? One of my evolutionary directions is to transform them into internal space. And look at my bark, the second direction of evolution is to enhance the toughness of the bark. As for my leaves, they will be used as offensive weapons. My roots can walk quickly on the ground. I will bear fruits with extraordinary abilities. Finally, just now I attempted to evolve into a wise tree, coordinating these little fellows to reduce the burden on the master. Wow! Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, amazed. 6 directions of evolution. Is plant evolution this intense? Was it just her plants evolving this intensely? Zhou Chuchu sighed and patted the peach tree's trunk. You've worked hard, keep it up. The peach tree was excited, its leaves swaying. Thank you, great master, I will definitely work hard. Zhou Chuchu sprayed some fertilizer on a few little plants that were evolving quickly. She received feedback from the plants again. A flash of emerald light sparkled on her body, and she was able to control 3 vines. Moreover, her body naturally emitted a fragrance. The body that originally feared the heat became cool and refreshing. Of course, there was another layer of black mud on her body. Quickly picking the non-evolving little plants into a basket, she scattered some seeds on the empty ground and rushed into the house to take a shower. She became clean and fragrant again. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Why haven't Lin and Cece come back yet? Usually Grandma would pick up the kids by 4:30. In her past life, she complained about her mother-in-law picking up the kids too early, but now she wanted to see them every moment. She decided to go out and take a look. The indoor children's park in the community. Lu Jilin listened absently to her friend Shin Danhong's boring words, while keeping an eye on her grandchildren, ready to prevent any unexpected situations. Lin and Cece were playing with her friend's nephew, a boy 2 years older than them, who was chubby and had a fierce look. She feared her grandchildren would be at a disadvantage and planned to casually chat with her friend before taking the kids home. But Shin Danhong clearly intended to chat for a long time. Julian, look, we are about the same age. I'm only 2 months younger than you. Look at you, and then look at me. I look more than 10 years younger than you, right? Since I had these 2 grandchildren, you've stopped doing beauty treatments, stopped playing mahjong, and when we invite you, you don't. Taking care of grandchildren is so tiring. You're foolish. Why not call your daughter-in-law's mother over to help? You dress simply. Your daughter-in-law really doesn't know how to show you respect. I feel so sorry for you. Shin Danhong was dressed elegantly, wearing makeup and adorned with jewelry. In contrast, Lu Jilin was in casual clothes and wore no jewelry. Lu Jilin replied, you don't have grandchildren, you don't understand the joy of taking care of them. For me, taking care of the kids feels like they are more precious than a mountain of treasures. I can't express how happy I am. If my mother-in-law wants to help, I won't let her. I don't wear jewelry because the kids are too small, and the jewelry is hard. I don't want to hurt them. My daughter-in-law is good as she gets along well with my son, which is better than buying any jewelry. Lu Jilin replied to Shin Danhong without missing a beat. Shin Danhong was immediately choked up. She decided to stop beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Julian, you should have let your Zhe Yuan marry my daughter Monru back. Then our families would have been united. A strong combination would have been wonderful. Look at your daughter-in-law now born from a small family after suddenly becoming wealthy. She can't find her way, and that extravagant spending 50 million today at Sam's and Hema on all kinds of random things. She even bullied others, making the security guard stand in the sun. Oh, it made those young guys suffer. With such a vicious temperament, you should be more cautious. It turns out Shen Danhong is Feng Manru's mother. She has long wanted to match Feng Manru with Qin Ziyuan, and even now that Qin Ziyuan has married Zhou Chuchu, she has not given up. As long as they want, there are numerous ways to let a daughter-in-law without a background leave with nothing. Yet Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu often argue and have cold wars, but they just won't divorce. Previously, Zhou Chuchu was very obedient and didn't use the Qin family's money, but today she spent 50 million at once, and that money made her heart ache. Her daughter marrying Qin Ziyuan means that money belongs to her daughter. It's Fang's family money. Zhou Chuchu spending Fang's family money, how could she not feel heartache? Lu Jilin glanced at Shen Danhong. What kind of person is Xiaoman? I know very well that the money is hers, as she can buy whatever she wants. I don't care, and I can't control it. Your Fang family is rich. It's not like you would come to complain about my daughter-in-law spending 50 million, right? Her implication was that her daughter-in-law spending money had nothing to do with the Fang family. They were meddling too much. As for Manru, don't mention her, and my son again, and my son is only not disliked by Chu-Chu. If you keep saying those things, don't blame me for turning hostile. Shen Danhong's face turned pale from being stumped by Lu Jilin. What did she mean that 50 million was just a small amount? Is that even a reasonable statement? 50 million is a large sum for both of them. The Fang family couldn't even produce this amount of money. It turns out that the Fang family is nominally one tier lower than the Qin family, being the second largest family in Haishi, but it is all just a facade far inferior to the Qin family. Fang Shixiang has been investing everywhere in recent years, claiming to have invested hundreds of billions, with numerous titles appearing on television every day, accepting interviews, and getting exposure daily. But so what? Most of those investments have failed, and there are very few that are actually profitable. They know their own situation. Moreover, although Qin Ziyuan's reputation isn't prominent, and he has only appeared a few times in financial news as a scientist, his position is significant. No one knows how much real wealth he possesses. It is known that all the companies he is involved in are profitable. According to Fang Shixiang's estimation, his wealth is at least 300 billion. Fang Shixiang spoke these words with a sense of regret, and even without him saying it, she knew he envied the Qin family for having such a good son. And she only gave birth to a daughter. Shen Danhong felt a mix of emotions, resenting Fang Shixiang, and even more so Lu Jilin. Back then it was clearly Lu Jilin who married Fang Shixiang. If she had married Qin Zhuangming Qin Ziyuan, Shen Danhong resentfully thought, without considering that she was the one who looked down on the down-and-out Qin Zhuangming, snatching Lu Jilin's fiancée, Fang Shixiang, away, getting together with him while he was still engaged, and now blaming Lu Jilin. Exactly, Aunt Lu, you should take care of your daughter-in-law. She spends too much money. Shen Danhong's niece He Liju said jealously. He Liju was quite overweight and had a voracious appetite, currently chattering away while stuffing her mouth with chips, munching continuously. Her small bean-like eyes darted around, seemingly calculating something. If I were your daughter-in-law, I definitely wouldn't do this. I would save all the money. As she spoke, she was thinking about the things Zhou Chuchu had bought. Those were items sold at Sam's Club. Not to mention, just that mousse cake, a tiny piece cost over 100 yuan. But it was truly delicious. She usually couldn't bear to buy even one. Just that kind of cake. Zhou Chuchu had bought several boxes of them, let alone those coveted unaffordable Thai gold pillows, sugarcane candy, and juicy beef patties. All bought by the box. How could she not be jealous? Plus there were the king crabs, abalones, blue crabs, Australian lobsters, big crabs, and hairy crabs from Hema. Her mouth was watering. If only she could be the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Lu Jilin was utterly speechless and ignored He Liju. Engaging with such a person would undoubtedly lower her own status and taste. Shen Danhong glared at He Liju, feeling disdain inside. This He Liju was both lazy and greedy, relying on having a son to come over and take advantage every now and then. Now she actually dared to say such things in front of Lu Jilin. She should take a good look at herself and see if she was worthy. With her appearance, she was fit for a pig. And she had the nerve to covet the ones that Manru had her eyes on. Coming over every day with her stupid son to mooch off others, truly shameless. Liju, stop saying such things. Aunt Lu looks down on you. He Liju was unwilling to back down, shouted at Shen Danhong, her chips mixing with saliva sprayed onto Shen Danhong's face. Why wouldn't Aunt Lu look up to me? I'm sturdy and easy to give birth. I've only had one son. Uncle said that a son-in-law should marry someone like me. Shen Danhong's face darkened. Was this fool mocking her for not being able to give birth to a son? Lu Jilin had no energy to argue with the two of them, calling to the two little treasures. Lin Zishi, let's go home with Grandma. As a top-tier luxury residential area, this indoor amusement park was naturally grand and magnificent, with all sorts of children's play facilities available. He Liz's son Xiao, who was following behind two porcelain dolls walking on a 6-meter-high slide bridge. He thought Qin Yueshi looked pretty and adorable like a little angel, and wanted to play with her to tease her. But Qin Zihao stayed close by his sister, which made him very angry. Relying on his strength and height, he provoked Qin Zihao. Your mother is a troublemaker, can't manage a household, buys things recklessly, wasting money. Children can't tolerate others speaking ill of their mothers. Moreover, their mother was the favorite person of the little guy. The small boy immediately protested. Even if Xiao, who was taller and fatter, he wasn't afraid and vowed to defend his mother. My mom spends her own money however she wants. Can your mom control that? My dad makes money to let mom spend. If your mom is unhappy, she can go ask your dad for money. The little guy's logic was tight, leaving Xiao speechless. His dad would never make money for his mom to spend. He only... Qin Zihao ignored him, reached for his sister's hand. Grandma called us. Oh, let's go home. As the two little ones were about to go down the stairs, Xiao, who lurking behind, suddenly pushed them from behind. The two children were completely unguarded, unprepared. They were pushed over the railing and fell from the 6-meter-high slide. Although the ground in the amusement park was padded with soft foam, falling from such a height would definitely hurt. Lu Jilin was horrified at this scene, sprinting over. However, she was a bit far from the slide, and no matter how fast she ran, it was too late. Just as the two little ones were about to hit the ground, a red figure flashed by and caught the two children secure. The two little ones were held tightly by their mother, forgetting their fear, feeling extremely safe. For round eyes shone with excitement as they looked at their mother, sparkling with brilliance. Mom, are you a superhero? Mom, thank you for saving us. Their mother must be a superhero because she could shoot out vines from her hands. So amazing. Both little bottoms were filled with admiration for their mother. Zhou Chuchu placed the two little ones on the ground, soothing them. Mom is a superhero. But this is our little secret. The two adorable kids nodded vigorously, very happy to keep the secret with. After all, it was so cool that their mom was actually a superhero. Lu Jilin rushed over, seeing the two children safe and sound, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but as she did, almost fainted. She was filled with a sense of dread, unable to imagine what would have happened if her daughter-in-law hadn't caught the two children. Monru, it was my fault for not watching them well. She felt extremely guilty. Zhou Chuchu supported her mother-in-law, reassuring her. Mom, it's not your fault, it was that beast who pushed them down. She suddenly glared at Xiao, with a cold gaze. The plants evolved again, bringing her many benefits, including improvements in vision. Not only could she see distant objects clearly, but she could also replay and analyze the scene she witnessed. Time was of the essence. She first saved the children, and then began to analyze the scene she saw, catching sight of Xiao, who pushing the two children. Although Xiao acted quickly, and the two children were about to go down the stairs, it seemed like they accidentally fell. What? He pushed them. Lu Jilin was instantly enraged. Lin and Zishi were her darlings, her reverse scales. Anyone who harmed her grandchildren must pay the price. Mom, Grandma, he pushed us. Zishi said, crisply pointing at Xiao. He also said that Mom is a troublemaker, wasting money, can't manage a household. Lu Jilin's gaze darkened immediately. Children wouldn't understand such words. Of this must have been taught by an adult. Xiao felt a wave of fear as he saw Zhou Chuchu's icy gaze, and he started to cry. Liju rushed over, shaking her plump body to hug him, turning around and loudly shouting. You guys are slandering my Xiao without evidence. He could never do such a thing. Shun Danhong also came over, taking on an elder's demeanor as she spoke to Zishi. Little child, don't lie. Lying is not what a good child does. Zishi felt wronged. Grandma, I didn't lie. He really pushed us. Lin also supported her sister. Sister is right. He pushed us. Liju slapped Xiao on the bottom. You're dead. Just admitted it. Did you push them or not? Xiao, feeling the harmless slap, immediately lay on the ground, rolling around, howling. I didn't push them. Liju shouted loudly. See, my child didn't push your children. Shen Danhong, who already disliked Zhou Chuchu, seeing her as someone who stole her daughter's suitor, didn't care about whether Xiao, who pushed the two children or not. In her mind, she only regretted that Xiao didn't manage to kill or injure them. If they died or were hurt, how could Lu Jilin still be so proud? Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan would surely have to divorce. She immediately blamed Lin and Zishi. You two little ones were too careless. When you're at a high place, walk carefully, don't fall, and blame others. This isn't what a good child should do, she said with a smile. The two kids instantly felt downcast. They felt uncomfortable and wanted to argue, but since this annoying grandma was a good friend of their own grandma, they were afraid that continuing would upset grandma. Lu Jilin saw this scene and was so furious that she almost exploded. Shen Danhong, what nonsense are you spewing? Lu Jilin in her youth was both literate and martial, having followed her husband to establish the Qin family's dominion. If she didn't possess a certain authority and bravery in her bones, how could she have reached this point today? She was startled earlier and was already burning with rage. Upon hearing Shen Danhong utter such absurdities, slandering her grandchildren, she could no longer contain herself. She immediately grabbed Shen Danhong's clothes and slapped her twice on her well-maintained face. Slap, slap. Shen Danhong was stunned by the blows. As a noblewoman who had enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, everyone had always been careful to please her, which had led her to develop a haughty temperament, saying whatever she pleased. As for Lu Jilin, she had stolen her fiancé, yet she had never truly been angry at herself. Instead, she told herself that a man who could be taken away was never hers to begin with. She then turned and ran towards the then penniless Qin Zhuangming. But now Lu Julin was genuinely furious. She couldn't understand why Lu Julin was so angry. It was simply because she had not been a grandmother. At this moment, after being slapped, she felt both wronged and enraged, glaring at Lu Julin. "You hit me. You dare hit me." She lunged at Lu Julin, attempting to grab her hair, but was kicked to the ground by Zhou Chuchu. Unbeknownst to her, some mischievous child had left a mess on the ground that the staff had yet to clean up. She just happened to fall right into it, rolling all over. Shen Danhong screamed in despair. Zhou Chuchu, with a cold face after kicking Shen Danhong, said to the two children, "Remember, anyone like that old hag who has no dignity should not be regarded as an elder, and there's no need to listen to them." Her two children nodded. If she had been a bit slower, they would have at least suffered a concussion. How could that old hag have the audacity to say that her children accidentally fell? Lin and Zizi nodded, watching their imposing mother, feeling a great sense of security. After dealing with Shen Danhong, Zhou Chuchu walked towards He Liju. He Liju was so shocked that she hugged Xiaohu tightly and shouted, "What are you doing? Someone, help! Someone is hitting people." Zhou Chuchu stared coldly at He Liju, speaking each word icily. "I can directly pull up the video to prove that your child pushed mine." He Liju was taken aback. She knew her son Xiao, who had indeed pushed the two children. If the video were reviewed, the truth would come to light. But at this moment, she still wanted to argue, straightening her neck and loudly saying, "Your two children blocked my child's way. Besides, my child wasn't intentional. This is just kids playing around. And your child wasn't hurt, so why are you being so aggressive?" Zhou Chuchu laughed, cold and bloodthirsty. In the apocalypse, she had witnessed scenes of children dying before her eyes, and she regretted every day, blaming herself for not protecting the two little ones. Now that she had been reborn, how could she almost fail to protect them? How could she not be angry? "I want report to the police with the video, because even if I do, this matter will be hastily resolved, at most compensating me a little bit of money. But if my child suffers harm, what use is money to me? You as a mother have raised your child to be a beast, so don't blame others for treating your child like one." After saying this, Zhou Chuchu kicked Xiao, who sending him flying 2 meters away. Xiao, who cried out in pain, clutching his stomach, wailing heart-wrenchingly. This time it was a real cry. He was in pain and scared. He often pushed others and bullied younger children, relying on his size and weight to often leave other kids injured and bleeding. Others saw him as just a child, often getting angry, but not pursuing the matter deeply. Thus he became increasingly arrogant and bold. Several times he had caused serious injuries to other children, and he had already become the little tyrant of the area he lived in, with other kids avoiding him. He thought no one could deal with him. Even if someone reported him, most of the time, due to his young age, they would handle it with compensation, leaving him unscathed. He thought the police could do nothing to him. Pushing Lin and Zizi was intended to harm the two little ones. Little did he expect today he would encounter someone fierce who would deliver a solid kick, leaving him genuinely afraid. "Mom, save me. Help me." He Liju yelled, rushing up to fight Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu slapped her aside with one hit. She walked over, grabbed her hair, and slapped her again. Slap, slap, slap. Zhou Chuchu's face was cold, relentlessly delivering slaps. Such a display of violence made several mothers who wanted to intervene stop in their tracks, not daring to approach. Even Shen Danhong, wrapped in filth, stopped screaming, feeling a burning pain on her cheek. Xiaohu was also left dumbfounded by fear. Lu Julin watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Manair truly has my former vigor." She felt increasingly satisfied with Zhou Chuchu. A mother who cannot protect her child, a mother who remains indifferent while her child is bullied. Such a person is unworthy of being a mother. Manair can be fierce, but her fierceness is perfectly justified. The two adorable children looked at their powerful mother with shining eyes, feeling that her image was even more towering. Zhou Chuchu tossed aside the swollen-faced He Liju, wiping the blood from her hands on her. She walked over, cradling one child in her arms, and briskly left. He Liju shouted in frustration from behind, You can't just leave like this." Lu Julin walked over, glaring at her coldly. "I will retrieve the video from the amusement park. My Qin family has the best legal team, so just wait for the court summons." He Liju stopped, filled with regret. Just as Lu Julin was about to leave, Shen Danhong called out to her, "Julin, this matter is just a misunderstanding. I don't blame your daughter-in-law for hitting me. Our families have been friends for generations." Shen Danhong had already come to her senses, fully aware of what losing the Qin family's support would mean for the Feng family. Her daughter's marriage into the Qin family would also become increasingly uncertain. Thus, she harbored deep resentment, but had to swallow her pride to plead with Lu Julin. Lu Julin halted her steps, her eyes devoid of any friendship. "Shen Danhong, from this day forward, our two families are completely severed." She could overlook the things Shen Danhong had done to her, as there had been some past affection. But her grandchildren were her reverse scale. If she hadn't said those words earlier, perhaps the two families could still maintain some contact. But in the end, that connection would still fade away. However, what she had said as a grandmother, she would never forgive, no matter On the way home, Zhou Chuchu said to Lu Julin, "Mom, I'm sorry I hit your friend." In the past, it would have been impossible for her to apologize to her mother-in-law, as she wasn't yet part of a family. But now she needed to apologize. Not because she hit Shin Dan-hong, but because that person was her mother-in-law's close friend, and she had to consider her mother-in-law's feelings. Lu Julin frowned at her words. So what if you hit her? I've already cut ties with her, and from now on you can hit her however you want, no need to inform me. Zhou Chuchu was greatly astonished. Mom, you cut ties with her? Aren't you two decades-long friends? Lu Julin's face showed a hint of sadness, but looking at the two adorable children, she regained her resolve. I cannot conspire with someone whose path diverges from mine. Even decades of friendship cannot compare to a single hair of my two grandsons. We are a family, and she is just an outsider. How can an outsider be more important than family? Lu Julin recalled the earlier incident and felt a wave of fear. If there's any apology to be made, it should be from me. If it weren't for you catching the two kids this time, I truly would have. I shouldn't have listened to that surname son's nonsense. Lu Julin regretted it immensely. Zhou Chuchu was deeply moved by her mother-in-law's words, realizing they were indeed a family. In this lifetime, she would not allow any harm to come to them. Mom, this isn't your fault. They are too malicious. You can't predict the future. Zhou Chuchu's eyes flickered. This Shin Dan-hong had often visited their home before, showing no regard for her, and boasting about how her mother-in-law and Fong Manri's childhood friendship with Qin Ziyuan was so perfect, mocking her for meddling and sabotaging it. Yet in her past life, she dared to go against Qin Ziyuan, but to others, she had a submissive personality. Such words were too harsh. If she couldn't stand them, she would walk away. It was her mother-in-law who had lost her temper with Shin Dan-hong several times, gradually preventing her from coming over, which brought her some peace. After the end of her past life, Shin Dan-hong ended up in a miserable state. First, He Liju brought Xiaohu to live at her house, and then various disasters struck, with the plague spreading. She contracted the disease and was abandoned by He Liju on the balcony to fend for herself, dying within 2 days. Her death was extremely tragic. Green flies buzzed around her body rotting into pus-filled sores with maggots crawling all over her. Now thinking back, while He Liju was indeed cruel, Shin Dan-hong deserved it. Upon returning home, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Zhuangming were already waiting, each heading towards their wives. Qin Ziyuan first checked his wife thoroughly, confirming she was fine, and only then did his cold, rigid face. Then he checked the two little ones, ensuring they were okay before he could truly relax. At this moment, a strange light burst forth in his eyes, enveloping Zhou Chuchu. She had previously shown little concern for the two children, not to mention saving them. She probably wouldn't even feel sad if they truly got hurt. Seeing the video from the amusement park, her timely intervention, her soothing of the children afterward, and her violent beating of Shin Dan-hong and He Liju, it was clear how much she cherished the children, and her anger was so genuine. This was a Zhou Chuchu he had never seen before and did not understand. Qin Ziyuan's chest trembled violently, with inexplicable emotions flowing within. He saw Zhou Chuchu softly speaking to the children, smiling as she responded to her parents, and then turning back to him with a bright smile. Qin Ziyuan felt as though he saw Zhou Chuchu bathed in light, walking towards him from the darkness, illuminating the shadow that enveloped him. The sound, color, and light drew near, then suddenly withdrew, only to return again. He called out, "Chuchu, my wife." "Moi." Zhou Chuchu replied, bringing sound, color, and light. She looked puzzled. This was the first time Qin Ziyuan had called her that. Usually he either used her full name or didn't call her at all. In their previously infrequent yet relatively peaceful interactions, they felt like two parallel lines that never intersected. But she was quite happy to be called that by Qin Ziyuan. It made her feel warm and fuzzy inside, and it sounded so nice that she hoped he would call her that a few more times. "You brat, how cheesy." Qin Zhuangming did not notice his son's change. To him, his son was still that stubborn, solid ice block of foolish simpleton. Today, thanks to de Monaire being clever and timely catching my two dear grandsons, or else. Before he could finish, his wife pulled him and pinched his hand. As a mother, Lu Julin was naturally more sensitive and attentive to details, and had already noticed her son's change in attitude towards his wife. In the past, no matter how he behaved outside, upon returning home, he was a clumsy and straightforward guy, unable to speak sweetly or charm girls, his words coming out one by one, making her anxious. When her son insisted on marrying Zhou Chuchu, although she and her husband had no particular demands about their daughter-in-law's background, it was apparent that Zhou Chuchu did not love their son. But since their son married her as parents, they accepted Zhou Chuchu as family. However, their relationship felt more like that of enemies than a loving couple. Monaire had many misunderstandings about their foolish son, who didn't know how to explain himself. As for her, even when she spoke from the heart as a mother, it was merely out of favoritism. At that time, they often quarreled, and to outsiders it seemed like a living hell, but Zhou Chuchu could easily provoke emotions in her son. Meanwhile, the usually gentle daughter-in-law seemed to be targeting that fool, both calculating and counter. The two children were often frightened and cried out loud. But now, since yesterday, their interactions had undergone a tremendous change. This change was all due to their daughter-in-law. The extent of her transformation was as if she had completely turned into a different person. Yet she was indeed. It wasn't that she was entirely unfamiliar, it was just that she seemed to have awakened to many things after experiencing so much. Let's cook first. Lu Jilin planned to drag Qin Zhuangming to cook, giving space to the young couple. Zhou Chuchu, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Qin Ziyuan's increasingly warm gaze, found it hard to bear. This person usually had a cold, icy gaze, but when he warmed up it felt burning. It made her blush. Mom'll go with you, the small vegetables in the yard are ripe. She quickly took out the freshly picked small vegetables. These small vegetables, nurtured by her abilities although they couldn't evolve, grew exceptionally well. Lu Jilin had originally praised Zhou Chuchu's bravery today, but when she suddenly saw her take out these small vegetables despite feeling a bit regretful that she couldn't spend more time with her son, she found a new direction for her praise. Monere, you really grew these vegetables well. I came from the countryside too, but I couldn't grow such good vegetables. The younger generation is often spoiled, not to mention growing vegetables, there are few who can even cook. But my daughter-in-law can grow vegetables and cook. It's true, I see others using pesticides and fertilizers on their vegetables, yet they can't compare to the ones planted by Monere. These small vegetables are thriving in this heat. Having a daughter-in-law who can grow vegetables is truly wonderful. Lu Jilin fiddled with the small vegetables, each cabbage plump and vibrant with thick leaves. The green beans were particularly vibrant and appealing, their flesh thick and almost translucent. The potatoes were round and plump with thin skin and a fragrant taste. The peppers resembled small lanterns, thick-fleshed with tiny seeds, both spicy and aromatic. The more she looked, the more she liked them. Lu Jilin came from a rural background in Shandong and had grown vegetables in her childhood, but had never produced such good ones. These vegetables are worth far more than money. I'm going to cook them right away. Those people laughed at Monere, but I see that she truly knows how to live well. It's getting hotter and hotter, and I can enjoy fresh vegetables without even going outside. How wonderful. Lu Jilin entered the kitchen, swiftly washing and preparing the vegetables with great efficiency. Zhou Chuchu was also busy taking out the green crabs, shrimp, and lamb from the refrigerator, each processed with care. She felt exceptionally joyful, carrying a profound sense of happiness while doing these tasks. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, she struggled with hunger and cold. Sometimes it would take 10 days, or even half a month, to eat a bit of wild vegetables or pig feed. Later she was tied up in a laboratory where they prevented her from dying by keeping her alive with saline and nutrients. Day by day her craving for food reached its peak. This resulted in an intense desire to hoard supplies, leading to a stubborn obsession. Her craving for food reached its peak. In preparing these foods, she finally felt the joy of living well and enjoying life. Boiling water, heating oil, stir-frying vegetables. Sizzling and popping sounds filled the air. Qin Ziyuan's gaze was fixed on Zhou Chuchu, watching her busily, feeling an unfamiliar yet profound happiness flowing through him. If only time could pause at this moment, how wonderful that would be. Would she ever change back? Ziyuan, what do you plan to do about the Fong family? Qin Zhuangming asked seriously. He had seen the video from the children's amusement park and was still somewhat shaken. Looking at his two clever and well-behaved grandsons, unspoken anger filled his chest. It's fortunate that we didn't ally with the Fong family if we had such in-laws. Humph. Qin Zhuangming snorted heavily. Your mother no longer has contact with Shundan Hong, and you need to clarify things with Fong Manru. Don't let the man. Qin Ziyuan remained composed, offering no explanations or rebuttals to his father's questioning. He articulated each word carefully. It won't happen again. His gaze swept over the two children reading pinyin, then to his busy wife in the kitchen. He spoke seriously as if making a vow. I will protect them and their mother well. He narrowed his eyes, vowing that those terrible events concerning the future would never take place. The Fong family would surely pay the price. Qin Zhuangming scrutinized his son closely, unsure if it was just his perception, but he felt as though his son had emerged from hell, ready to lead countless ghost soldiers to conquer the world. This made him feel a bit fearful. Yet looking again, his son was still the same, speaking stiffly like a piece of wood. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. He was frustrated with his son's lack of effort, saying, You should know better, you need to sweet-talk your wife. Sai, I really don't understand how a person as good at sweet-talking as I am could have a son like you. If I were a man, I wouldn't be able to stand you either. Qin Ziyuan. Soon a variety of dishes were ready. Oil-braised shrimp, steamed crabs, boiled lamb, stir-fried greens, meat stir-fried with green beans, and potatoes braised with meat. 6 small dishes exuded an enticing aroma. The family joyfully gathered around the dining table. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Jilin tasted the greens and were quite surprised. These vegetables are more delicious than those in 5-star restaurants. Monere, how did you make them? Indeed, those 5-star hotel vegetables are made with broth, but I find their flavor can't compare to yours. The two exclaimed in wonder. After tasting the meat stir-fried with green beans and the potatoes braised with meat, they found everything to be incredibly delicious. Hearing this, Qin Ziyuan also picked up some food and tasted it, his eyes sparkling. Delicious. He paused for a moment, then praised, very delicious. The two children, Ji and Lin were at the age where they loved to eat meat. Initially struggling with the boiled lamb, they saw their grandparents and father eating greens, and out of curiosity, decided to try some. Once they tasted it, they couldn't stop. The two little ones' eyes sparkled as they generously praised their mother. "Mom, your cooking is so delicious." "Well, Mom, I'm so happy from now on I'll be a good child who doesn't pick at food." Zhou Chuchu watched her family eat with satisfaction, and joy her heart filled with happiness. "Eat slowly, if you like it'll cook for you every day from now on." Qin Ziyuan placed some food in her bowl. "Chuchu, you should eat too." He had seen the difficulties of their life in those visions of the future. Grateful for Zhou Chuchu's foresight in preparing for scarcity, his heart was filled with appreciation. Not to mention these small vegetables that could grow in high temperatures were indeed a precious resource. In the apocalypse, being able to eat such fresh vegetables was a true blessing. Zhou Chuchu looked at her husband. Qin Ziyuan felt a bit uneasy under her steady gaze, only to hear her say, "Husband, you actually served me vegetables. This is the first time you've done this." Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you really happy about that?" Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly, her crescent-shaped eyes aglow with joy. "I'm happy, I'm truly happy." After saying this, she took a few bites of her meal. "Husband, the vegetables you picked for me are so delicious. Please serve me more." Qin Ziyuan then served Zhou Chuchu 2 more types of vegetables, casually picking up a green crab, extracting the rich yellow filling, placing it in the shell, and bringing it to Zhou Chuchu's mouth. Zhou Chuchu savored the crab filling, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. The 2 elders watched, also pleased, as the family finished every last bite of the 6 dishes. After finishing the meal, the 2 elders belatedly noticed a difference in their bodies. "Dear, don't you feel very comfortable and refreshed?" Lu Jilin carefully considered. "Yes, I feel particularly comfortable and relaxed today." Despite the heat, even with air conditioning, one could still feel uncomfortable. Moreover, with aging, even if the in-laws were relatively healthy, they still had various minor issues like high cholesterol and blood pressure. Their bodies felt as if they were stuck in mud, especially in the heat, making it even more unbearable. But now they felt particularly comfortable, refreshed, as if their minds were clearer, and even their somewhat blurry vision seemed to improve. "Mom, Dad, our bodies feel so wonderfully comfortable." "Our bodies say they're overjoyed, truly overjoyed." Both little bottoms chirped gleefully. In truth, these small vegetables, nurtured by Zhou Chuchu's unique ability, conferred even greater physical benefits upon the children than upon the 2 elders, yet the children were simply too young to articulate those effects coherently. Qin Ziyuan once again turned his gaze toward Zhou Chuchu. He well knew how extraordinary her vegetables truly were, and his own sensations were sharper, more immediate, and far more distinct than anyone else's. Zhou Chuchu beamed with delight. "It seems these vegetables infused with my ability yield tremendous physiological benefits for the human body. I'll keep cultivating them and infusing them with my energy to nourish our entire family." She resolved this silently. Her own body received direct, potent feedback from plants, a transformation both visceral and profound, granting her effortless command over 3 supple 6-meter-long vines, versatile, defensive, and offensive all at once. Even without invoking her ability, her raw physical strength had reached astonishing levels. Overturning a full-grown ox with one hand posed no challenge. Her speed and vitality, too, had surged dramatically. Her body continued purging impurities ceaselessly, leaving her skin luminous and flawless, her movements light and ethereal. Thus, though these vegetables still benefited her, their effect on her was comparatively modest. "My husband was paralyzed in his past life after being betrayed by that wretch Sun Go, and later brutally abused, which irreparably damaged his foundational constitution, delaying his ability, awakening indefinitely. My in-laws took the children back to the countryside, missing the golden window for optimal nutritional supplementation, and thus forfeited the chance to awaken at least Brank abilities. Instead, they barely scraped by with Drank once. By the time of their past life, my in-laws were already advanced in years. Keeping the children alive was itself a monumental feat, yet they paid the price in chronic illness. I will not allow any of this to happen again. I will evolve my ability, cultivate ever more potent vegetables, and lay an unshakable foundation for my family's strength." Having concluded that her vegetables significantly enhanced her family's physical resilience, Zhou Chuchu's confidence soared. She rolled up her sleeves and planted more seedlings in the garden. Gazing upon the nearly Tomu expanse of verdant garden, her heart swelled with quiet joy. That evening, as usual, she discreetly bestowed her sweet energy upon the plants, unseen by any other eye. Her ability naturally deepened further. The upper limit of her power expanded once more, enabling her to energize even more plants. The peach tree evolved most rapidly, advancing steadily along all 6 axes of development. Next came the bok choy, now capable of uprooting itself and moving freely across the soil, a marvel that left her murmuring in awe. Likely due to the enriched soil and nutrient enhancers, scallions, radishes, hyacinth beans, chilies, mint potatoes, and mushrooms also exhibited conspicuous evolutionary traits, far surpassing the others in advancement. Seeds sown that very day had already sprouted a lush emerald green carpet. This growth rate is truly remarkable. I'll never need to worry about shortages again. At this pace we might harvest a fresh crop every 3 days, vegetable abundance fully realized. She stored today's uneaten vegetables in her spatial domain, deliberately segregating the ability-infused ones into a dedicated corner apart from market-bought produce. These special vegetables were to be consumed first and foremost. Afterward, she slipped into the house, luxuriated in a soothing bath, and prepared for bed, only to find someone had already claimed the silk-sheeted bed. A striking man reclined there, silver-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon a document. An aura of icy reserve radiated from him, untouchable, forbidding. His visage possessed the divine symmetry of Lin Wan's final masterpiece, humbling all who beheld it. Zhou Chuchu froze mid-glance, then instinctively retreated, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." Only after closing the door did she realize this paragon lying on her bed was none other than her own husband. She'd completely forgotten her request for him to return and sleep here last night. An overwhelming wave of embarrassment washed over her. Indeed, after so many years she'd grown accustomed to sleeping alone. In her past life, he'd been physically disabled, and she'd tended to him night after night, sharing the same bed. Yet by then chasms of estrangement had already formed between them, coupled with his foul odor and grimy state. Intimacy had long since vanished. They'd merely endured, just to survive. So when confronted now with a vibrant living man reclining so effortlessly upon her bed, such a startled reaction was only natural. Inside the room, Qin Ziyuan gazed at the tightly shut door. His pretended focus on the document shifted toward it instead. A flicker of regret crossed his features. That file, normally his dearest companion through countless sleepless nights, had always held his undivided attention. Nor could the haunting visions from those future fragments, so vivid, so visceral, be easily erased. Beyond the threshold, she whispered fiercely to herself, "Zhou Chuchu, you must not falter like this. Yes, keep smiling. Be grateful that harrowing past belongs solely to you. He never lived it. Neither did the children. That alone is grace enough." Having endured agony so profound it felt like flaying, bone-breaking, soul-rending torment, she could only thank heaven for granting her rebirth a sacred chance to mend, to redeem, to reclaim all that was lost. Bolstered by her resolve, Zhou Chuchu pushed open the door and flung herself forward, playfully clinging to him. "Husband, Lao Gong Ni Gan Ma. What's my husband doing?" As Qin Ziyun gently pressed her face away, she stretched upward, straining to reach him. Watching her squirm like a kitten pinned but desperately lunging for fish, he couldn't suppress a soft laugh, and the shadows clouding his heart dissolved instantly. Without hesitation, he drew her close, enfolding her tightly within his arms. "Chuchu, if you ever betray me, I will kill you. This time without mercy. If I do not love you, your betrayal would set you free. But I do love you. And if you betray me, I will descend utterly into madness and end you without hesitation. If you wish to flee, flee now. If you wish to deceive me, then deceive me for life." Those chilling words drew from her a solemn, heartfelt nod. "Ziyuan, you still don't understand. My very life, my soul, my fortune, my fate, is already wholly entrusted to you." Zhou Chuchu nestled quietly against her husband's chest, just as she had in that former life, when he became the corpse sovereign, yet still shielded her without fail. When he surrendered his life, his sovereignty, his existence to her. This lifetime, it was her turn. Her words struck Qin Ziyuan like a thunderclap. His heart jolted violently. He gazed deeply into her eyes, holding her tighter, still speechless. Indeed, she had revealed even her spatial domain without hesitation, her plant-based ability, her unique bank account, all laid bare before him. She had surrendered everything, her life, her secrets, her very self. "And you? How are you faring?" she murmured, her cheek resting softly against his chest. Though she already knew the answer, she longed to hear it spoken by his own lips. "Me." His eyes, deep as boundless oceans, held hers for a long, silent moment, before he finally replied, voice low and unwavering, "Never, not in this life, nor any other." As he spoke, a faint flush warmed his earlobes. He turned his head slightly, yet kept his body perfectly still, unwilling to disturb her even a fraction. Just as he waited for her reply, a soft, rhythmic breath reached his ears. Zhou Chuchu had already drifted into slumber. In her past life, pain had denied her rest night after night. Now, revitalized and serene, she cherished sleep like a sacred gift, falling asleep the instant her head touched the pillow. Qin Ziyuan smiled faintly, gently repositioning her into perfect comfort, then wrapped his arms around her tightly and closed his eyes. From him emanated a dense, inky aura, terrifying, primordial, pulsing with raw life force. Yet he contained it masterfully, letting it swell and intensify in absolute silence. He understood clearly this was his ability, the one awakened when he ascended as the corpse sovereign. He withheld it not from distrust, but because even he had yet to grasp its nature or boundaries. He recalled the cataclysm he'd unleashed upon learning of her death. Unless absolute safety was guaranteed, he would never, could never, draw her into peril. The woman in his arms shifted, gently nestling closer, pressing herself against him. Not for romance, simply because his body was cool, refreshingly so. Cooler even than air conditioning. Zhou Chuchu was roused abruptly from deep slumber by a barrage of WeChat messages and video call alerts flooding her phone. Roused, grumpily, eyes still heavy with sleep, she glanced at the screen, seeing Lin Shuang's name, and promptly declined the call. Lin Shuang called again. Message after message arrived. Chuchu, help me. Please save me. The loan sharks have come to my door. Only you can help me. Save me, and I will never forget your kindness. My husband has gone bankrupt. All our assets are mortgaged to the bank. Are you satisfied now? I was wrong, Chuchu. I'm already in such a miserable state. Please help me. If I don't repay the money, I will be in deep trouble. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the message. Scorching went bankrupt. Good for him. Loan sharks have come knocking. Serves him right. Help her. Dream on. Not to mention that she wouldn't even get out of her cozy bed to help this ungrateful scoundrel. It was already merciful of her not to have the loan sharks cut off his hands and feet. She still needed to maintain her mental state and prepare for the future apocalypse without time to get entangled with her. She ignored the messages on WeChat as video calls kept coming in. Annoyed, she simply turned off her phone. Looking at her husband's sleeping face, she had just made her request when he caused Scorching's bankruptcy. His efficiency was astounding. With Scorching bankrupt, there would be no capital to form a farm team to flaunt his power right. Her heart raced with excitement. She leaned down and kissed her man's cheek. A soft kiss, and then she was plunged into a deep ocean. Darling, you're not asleep. Qin Ziyuan propped his head up with one hand, wrapping the other around her slender waist. No, the phone ringing was. Zhou Chuchu leaned into his embrace, saying, Sorry, it was Lin Shuang who messaged me. She said Scorching went bankrupt and is now being pursued by loan sharks. I told you everything. Darling, you caused Scorching's bankruptcy, right? I've said enough how amazing you are. Not enough yet, Qin Ziyuan murmured. What awaits him next is imprisonment. Zhou Chuchu's eyes sparkled. Now Scorching wouldn't be able to turn his life around. Qin Ziyuan called out to her from behind, waiting for a moment. Seeing her secretly delighted, he touched the soft flesh at his waist. Still not enough. This isn't enough. Are you going to kill Scorching? The man chuckled lightly. Why not? But it's not necessary. What I meant was you need to say that you're amazing more often. Oh, it's still not enough. Zhou Chuchu's heart raced, caught by the man's deepening voice. She covered her head with the blanket. A muffled voice came from under the covers. Darling, you're so amazing, so amazing. There's even more amazing things. Zhou Chuchu. Feeling the hot hands roaming over her body, she suddenly sensed something was off with this storyline. That was not what she meant at all. Tonight for Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan would undoubtedly be very brief. But for Lin Shuang, it was destined to be long. In a dim and chaotic environment, a group of people knelt on the ground, both men and women, facing a man with triangular eyes, dyed yellow hair, and snake tattoos on his arms. A group of thugs holding weapons stood to the sides, glaring fiercely at these people. The men and women were trembling, some anxious and restless. The man they were kneeling before was the head of the loan sharks, known as Brother Hao. He was infamous as the smiling tiger, ruthless to those in debt. When you go to borrow money, he greets you with a smile, treating you with utmost kindness. But once you can't pay it back, his demeanor changes dramatically, and he has plenty of ways to torment those who owe him money. Now kneeling at Brother Hao's feet was Lin Shuang, who was frantically messaging and calling Zhou Chuchu. Until the voice of the number you have dialed is turned off, came her anger, surged, unwilling to accept, and filled with resentment. Turned off? That bitch Zhou Chuchu actually dared to turn off her phone. At this moment, Brother Hao spoke ominously. You claim to be close friends with Mrs. Qin. It seems you're lying, thinking I Brother Hao am so easy to fool. You really are bold, using the property of a bankrupt fool to trick me, making me lose 32 million. Lin Shuang's face turned pale, her body trembling, drenched in sweat. She hated Zhou Chuchu to the core. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, how could her husband have gone bankrupt? How could she humiliate herself by kneeling at the feet of a thug she usually looked down upon? Clearly all of this was her fault. She was the one who sold those bags to her. If she had just given those bags to herself back, then wouldn't everything have been fine? I really am her close friend. Look, this is our photo together. And here, this is the transfer she made to me before her. She's very wealthy. Her in-laws gave her 6.8 billion. That little amount of money of yours is nothing to her. Brother Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with greed, and he stood up, randomly pointing at a few people in the crowd. This person owes me 300 compounded interest. Now he has to pay me 500. What should we do? Send him to a small room. Let's trade his kidney. The man was dragged away, screaming like a ghost. The other debtors trembled even more, huddling closer together. This person owes me 15000, now must return 25000. I'll be merciful and not take her kidney, but I'll introduce her to a good business deal. Take her to the mama at the Gasang nightclub for training, let her sell herself until the debt is paid off. The woman pointed at turned pale, tears streaming down her face as she was led away. The crowd grew even more fearful. Lin Shuang trembled even harder. She was sinister, but Brother Hao was evil, truly evil. She was genuinely terrified. And this one who has been in debt and not paying can't pay back either. If he can't pay back, that's easy. 10 fingers, one for each 10,000. Let's chop them off right here. Let's play some music for everyone to wake up. A thug opened his phone and played a soothing tune. That man was dragged out like a pig pinned to the ground as someone took a cleaver and chopped off one of his fingers and blood splattered onto Lin Shuang's face, and she let out a sharp scream. The man whose finger was chopped off howled loudly, struggling desperately, blood pooling around him. So noisy. The thug who chopped off the finger removed the man's sock and stuffed it in his mouth, raising the knife again to sever the remaining fingers. The man had already fainted from the pain. Those debtors kneeling down were either frightened into silence or couldn't help but vomit. Miss Lin, Brother Hao's gaze turned towards Lin Shuang. It's your turn. Lin Shuang was truly terrified, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing her head. Brother Hao, please give me some time. I will definitely repay this debt. In a flurry, she reached into her LV bag and pulled out a card, handing it over. Here are 3 million to take this for now, and I will find a way to repay the rest. Brother Hao coldly stared at her, suddenly revealing his yellowed teeth. Did you just say that your good friend has 6.8 billion? Lin Shuang nodded vigorously. Yes. Her husband is the richest man in Haishi, and her in-laws treat her well. This money is from them. She spoke with jealousy and hatred. Upon seeing the greedy look in Brother Hao's eyes, she immediately understood that he had his sights set on that money. Brother Hao, if you want that money, I can help you. Brother Hao smiled like a venomous snake. How can you help me? Qin Ziyuan is not easy to deal with. Lin Shuang's expression was like she had been poisoned. Just don't let him find. I can lure her out, make her drink something that will render her unconscious, and then find a man. Record the whole thing in photos and videos to blackmail her. She will definitely obey and give us whatever we want. Brother Hao looked at her deeply and clapped his hands. Miss Lin, you truly are worse than a beast. From what I know, she has done you no harm. How can you scheme against her like this? This Mrs. Qin must have really bad luck to have a friend like you. Lin Shuang did not dare to retort and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Hao, after this is done, can you waive my debt? Brother Hao smiled ambiguously. Of course. It's late. Let's send Miss Lin home. As Lin Shuang walked out of Brother Hao's territory, she took a deep breath as if she had escaped death. Thinking about how Zhou Chuchu would be ruined and miserable, she trembled with excitement. Zhou Chuchu, this is— How dare you marry into the Qin family? How dare you be so favored? How dare you be so rich? I will make you fall into the mud and be trampled on. I will make you lose everything. Lin Shuang curled her red lips, smiling like a venomous snake. After she left, Brother Hao's underling approached. Brother, how can we really get Mrs. Qin's money? I heard that Qin Ziyuan won't retaliate. Brother Hao said, no matter how tough he is just a businessman, and businessmen are often more fearful of various things than we are. Even if we fail to get the money that Miss Lin has, some people just like to taste the life of a rich young lady. The living room was somewhat noisy as the people renovating the safe house had all arrived and were moving various valuable hardwood furniture to the neighboring villa. Currently, the only room left to be moved was hers. Zhou Chuchu finished washing up and her in-laws greeted her. Chuchu, we can handle this, you go about your business. They had already informed her parents-in-law about the renovation of the safe house at the dinner table yesterday. Although they felt it was strange, they did not show any intention to interfere. They had an inkling that their son and daughter-in-law were about to do something significant, so they voluntarily kept the rear guard. Be careful when renovating and don't trample on the vegetables my daughter-in-law planted. And that peach tree must not be moved. Zhou Chuchu was not polite and immediately drove out. First, she went to the warehouse to receive the 5 million cubic meters of water sent by the water plant, feeling a sense of relief. The future issues of water supply, bathing, and irrigation were resolved. Next, she went to collect the 5 million dishes from 99 hotels and restaurants featuring the top 10 cuisines and various flavors from both domestic and international. This was the advantage of being in Haishi. As long as you have money, you can buy any delicious food. 2 days were enough for these hotels and restaurants to prepare the meals she needed. Only the 58000 dishes from the Diyun Hotel would take 3 more days to prepare. After paying the remaining balance for the water and dishes, the expenditure was 500 million. Yet Zhou Chuchu felt very happy and satisfied. Following the food strategy proposed by the omnipotent internet users, she ordered 20 million portions of various snacks from 100 snack shops. This expenditure amounted to another 400 million. This is what they mean by spending money like water. However, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Who doesn't like spending money endlessly and buying endless goods? Thinking that these purchased supplies would help her family not worry about food and clothing in the apocalypse, she felt a tremendous sense of security and satisfaction. Looking at her phone, she had spent 900 million in a short time, but compared to the colossal figure of 50 trillion it felt like mere pocket money. Is this the pleasure of being wealthy? Thanks to my husband I have truly experienced it. After I finish today's check-in, I will transfer this money back. She and her husband decided to take advantage of the system, uncertain if they would succeed. But regardless of whether they succeeded, earning 200 million daily from check-ins was guaranteed. A snack shop could prepare 2,000 portions of snacks, and those that worked quickly could complete them in a morning. She simply sat in the warehouse waiting for the deliveries. Under the scorching sun, even cats and dogs were lethargically hiding in the shade. The greenery in the landscaping was drooping due to the lack of water. Zhou Chuchu felt hot too, but she was unsure if it was due to her powers or her enhanced physical condition. Although she felt the heat, it was still bearable. She took out an ice cream from her storage space to eat, instantly relieving the heat. Summer really pairs well with ice cream. An ice cream in summer can be life-saving. Although this treat costs only a few dollars now, in the apocalypse an equivalent amount of gold might not even buy one. Unless one survives the sweltering heat and endures the bitter cold. Ice spikes everywhere could freeze people to death. With nothing much to do, she waited for various snacks to be delivered while scrolling through the tomato headlines. Upon seeing them, her eyes widened. Shocking. Why is the Xinjiang Group selling profitable listed companies? Fang Xixiang, president of the Fang Group, spent 500 billion to acquire a company under the Qin Group. Is this a signal of the Fang Group's rise? The foreign supercar industry TUIs is suspected to be controlled by the Qin Group. Song Simin has concrete evidence of illegal activities and has been arrested. The Sun family is suspected of illegal business practices and has filed for bankruptcy. The Qin Group is undertaking significant initiatives, setting up experimental bases in 32 remote mountains with 300 scientists secretly dispatched. What is the Qin Group's motive behind selling off companies abroad? The Qin Group has reached astonishing agreements for material purchases with foreign companies. Goodness, Zhou Chuchu exclaimed. Tomato headlines, Sina Weibo, Baidu Baijia, and various mainstream media. Her husband Qin Ziyuan dominated the news with absolute advantage, with 8 out of 10 trending topics being about him. Her phone was buzzing incessantly with transfer notifications dazzling her eyes. In a short span of time, Zhou Chuchu's account had accumulated 27 trillion. Zhou Chuchu was dumbfounded and sent a WeChat message to her pinned husband. Darling, thank you for your red in. How did so much money suddenly appear? Came the quick reply. I just sold a couple of companies. Look at this tone, just a couple of companies. She showered him with praise. You're amazing, darling. I love you so much. With this money we could buy 10 aircraft carriers, right? On the other end, a serious reply came back. This money could buy 100,000 aircraft carriers. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. Fingers tapped on the phone. Hey, why would we buy that? Even if we had the money, it wouldn't be possible, right? A swift reply came back. You could buy 10 from abroad. I could buy it. Zhou Chuchu thought. No. Even if we bought 10 aircraft carriers, we wouldn't need them. Just as she was about to send a message, Qin Ziyuan sent one first. Busy, let's talk at home tonight. Zhou Chuchu decided not to disturb him further. I guess he wouldn't really buy 10 aircraft carriers, huh? She turned the thought over in her mind, feeling it impossible, and stopped thinking about it, only feeling that her husband was. But at that moment on the other end of the phone, Qin Ziyuan was multitasking rapidly, issuing a series of commands, one of which was to purchase 10 aircraft carriers. He was fully immersed in the arrangements and scheduling of various matters when a commotion arose at the door. Miss Fang, you can't go in. The voice of the secretary sounded, but the door was still pushed open and Fang Manru entered gracefully, her expression a mix of appropriate concern and minimal fluctuation that did not mar her perfect makeup. Zij, I heard you were selling off companies. Is something going on? All those companies are profitable. As she spoke, she gestured for the secretary to leave. The secretary stood there with hands down, focusing on his breathing. He was the president's secretary. If the president didn't speak, he would leave, and he would immediately lose his job. Seeing the coldness on the president's face, the secretary who had followed him for many years felt a wave of despair. If he didn't stop her, he wouldn't lose his job, but his salary would definitely be docked. The secretary standing there made Fang Manru feel very uncomfortable. Every time she came, he was present, showing no sense at all, ruining her plan to be alone with Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan's expression was cold, and his words were even colder. So what? Do I, Qin Ziyuan, need to report my actions to you, Miss Fang? Fang Manru was choked up. She could clearly sense the huge change in Qin Ziyuan's attitude toward her. He had always been cold and unapproachable, but when she sought him out and clung to him, he still regarded her as a sister from a family friend. Now his coldness seemed to carry disdain. Fang Manru's heart immediately felt hurt and resentful. She quickly said with tears in her eyes, Zij, you know my mother has always been thoughtless. She speaks without thinking, but she means no harm. My dad and I scolded her fiercely yesterday and shall soon apologize to Aunt Lu. After all, our families have been friends for many years. It would be too unfortunate to sever ties over such a small matter. Qin Ziyuan's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. A terrifying aura that had never been shown to Fang Manru was released in an instant. Fong Manru felt as if she were being stared at by a prehistoric tyrannosaurus, unable to help, but turned pale, her heart racing like a drum, retreating several steps and nearly stumbling. The secretary next to her silently lit a candle for her. Only in front of enemies would the boss reveal such a side. He couldn't help but wonder what earth-shattering thing she had done. He felt no sympathy. He could only sigh internally. The boss aura had grown stronger. He rubbed his arms and quietly moved away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. A small matter. My 2 children fell from 6 meters. Is that a small matter? Qin Ziyuan's voice grew even colder, as if he were surrounded by grim reapers. He was now simply the king of hell himself. Fong Manru did not dare to meet his gaze, lowering her head in guilt, trying to explain. Zij. I didn't mean it. I meant later sister-in-law caught the 2 children, didn't she? Qin Ziyuan could no longer tolerate her interruption. So you think it's fine then? Fong Manru was dumbfounded. She did indeed think that way. She naturally believed it was a trivial matter since the children were unharmed. And how could such a small matter compare to Qin Ziyuan's selling off of the company, such a big deal? She had prepared a belly full of arguments, such as if he was in trouble the Fong family could lend a helping hand. For example, she would be by his side to help him through any difficulties. For example, encouraging him not to lose heart. With his abilities, he would surely achieve greatness again. But all those heartfelt words and sincere feelings she was about to express were completely disrupted by a few of Qin Ziyuan's retorts. No, I mean Zij. Don't be mad at my mom. Did my dad not spend 500 billion to buy your company? If you wish, that company is still yours. Qin Ziyuan's icy gaze fixed on Fong Manru, her voice growing quieter, until she could no longer speak at all. Qin Ziyuan selling off the company to Fong Shixiang for 500 billion was in essence below the value of that company, resembling a bit of opportunistic robbery. Yet Qin Ziyuan still sold the company to him. Would this usually calm and steadfast man act so if he hadn't encountered some enormous difficulty? And her words could not hold any weight, they were just talk. How could her father possibly return the company that had mortgaged all the assets of the Fong family and taken a loan of 500 billion from the bank to Qin Ziyuan? Unless the 2 of them got married and became a family. Qin Ziyuan saw through Fong Manru's thoughts like a clear mirror. From the vision of the future, he naturally saw all of Fong Manru's intentions toward him. This woman who begged him before the apocalypse, professing her love for him, turned around and left immediately after seeing his miserable state after the apocalypse. Even if Zhou Chuchu pleaded with her for a little medicine to save him, she would refuse after mocking. Of course, he had never loved her. Her actions did not move his heart, it was merely human nature. What truly enraged him was her scheming against Zhou Chuchu and her indifference to the lives of his children. A chilling realization struck him: this woman had always been plotting against Chuchu, both before and after their later encounters. The children, their parents, him, her, all seemed inextricably linked to her. Even though those future events were likely to change due to Zhou Chuchu's influence, he could not allow any accidents. Not to mention, just the events concerning his children were enough for him to take action. Selling the company for 500 billion to Fong Shixiang seemed on the surface to give him a big advantage. Seeing Qin Ziyuan silent, his terrifying gaze scrutinizing her, Fong Manru gathered her courage. Zij, no matter what, I will always support you and believe in you. Zhou Chuchu is incapable of this. Don't tell her about selling the company. Don't give her any of the money from selling the company. She is determined to divorce you. If you mention this to her, she will be even more eager to divorce you. At that point, you will have to give her half of that money. Initially, she would glance at Qin Ziyuan's expression from time to time, but as she spoke, she became more and more passionate, as if genuinely considering Qin Ziyuan's well-being, until a loud shout rang out. Shut up. Secretary Zhong, throw her out. Fong Manru wanted to say something more, but Secretary Zhong Jinwei grabbed her arm. Miss Fong, excuse me, but you need to leave. He dragged Fong Manru out of the Qin Corporation building and tossed her out. He instructed the security and reception to treat her the same way whenever she came. Fong Manru nearly fell to the ground, both angry and furious. She had never been treated like this before. She looked up at the Qin Corporation building, revealing a smile as her anger dissipated, and she dusted off her skirt. Are you angry, Qin Ziyuan? I don't believe that when you see her true face you will remain indifferent. In the office, Qin Ziyuan transferred a massive sum of money to Zhou Chuchu, again his fingers tapping on the solid wood desk. Divorce? She want. His certainty stemmed from the fact that despite his disability, she had never left him during those times. At his lowest, dirtiest, and most helpless, she had stayed by his side. Now she was even less likely to leave. As for the money, he had already transferred all of it to his wife's account. After Zhou Chuchu licked, 3 ice creams delivery trucks arrived one after another. A variety of snacks: grilled fish, grilled lamb chops, grilled leeks, grilled eggplants, sour and spicy noodles, hot dry noodles, spicy hot pot beef noodles, soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, shao mai rice noodles, pancakes, deep-fried dough sticks, spicy hot pot. All steaming hot were moved to the storage space. By 3 in the afternoon, all 20 million worth of snacks were transferred to the space. Even though her physique was decent now, she was still a bit tired. Home. The time to witness miracles has come. She had summarized the experience that the time and location for sign-in were fixed. It was at home. She didn't know what she would sign in today, whether her efforts to exploit the system would succeed. Ultimately, everything would have to wait until she got home to find out. She couldn't wait even a moment longer and drove home immediately. However, at the entrance of her community, she encountered someone who made her feel nauseated. Sun Qixuan, holding 99 roses, confidently blocked her car. Chu-Chu, I have compromised. I realize I deeply love you. Let's start over. His swollen face still had not recovered, and as he smiled at Zhou Chu-Chu, the swelling made his skin appear a purplish hue. He was completely unaware of how ridiculous he looked, fully immersed in his persona of deep affection. Zhou Chu-Chu raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly stepping on the gas, crashing into the road, blocking Sun Qixuan. Sun Qixuan was startled and rolled to the ground, the 99 roses crushed into a mess of red. She mocked, Sun Qixuan, it seems your love for me isn't worth a dime. Sun Qixuan's face changed color. He wanted to get angry, but upon realizing that the Sun family was about to collapse, and he was here to beg Zhou Chu-Chu, he suppressed his anger. Rubbing his scraped palm, he walked to the sports car, speaking with deep emotion. Do you remember this car? This is the one you gave me for my birthday. It helped me save face in front of my friends. You also said you hoped I would take you to see the stars in this car. Today I'll take you. He opened the car door, revealing 999 roses that dazzled the eyes. 999 roses represent my everlasting love for you. He confidently looked at Zhou Chu-Chu. Sports cars and flowers are the best way to stir a girl's emotions, evoking thoughts of romance. He had successfully wooed several innocent girls with this trick, but once they fell completely in love with him, and he grew bored, he would find an excuse to break up, leaving those girls in a state of inferiority and confusion. As for Zhou Chu-Chu, she loved him to the point of madness, just like those girls. But he didn't expect that the current Zhou Chu-Chu, having been reborn, had no feelings for such superficial things. True love should be like her husband, directly sending money, real gold and silver, something tangible. She pushed up her sunglasses that covered half her face, glancing at the sports car, feeling heartbroken. How could she have been so blind back then, giving this ill-fated sports car as a gift? Oh right, she remembered now. Sun Qixuan's birthday was the birthday of that boy in her memories. It was such a distant memory that she could no longer recall what that boy looked like. She only regarded him as him. But if that boy were to become like this, she would utterly despise him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This sports car cost me 1.5 million. Ew, I want my money back. She now felt nauseous just looking at the car. I want my money back. It must be refunded. Sun Qixuan's face darkened. He had come to seek money from Zhou Chu-Chu, not to give it away. Chu-Chu, he softened his voice, attempting to move her. My family has gone bankrupt. You probably don't know about this, right? I don't know what kind of madness Qin Ziyuan is on, suddenly surrounding and intercepting my Sun family. This person is so inhumane. A Chu-Chu, being with him must be very difficult for you. Sun Qixuan pretended to be pitiful. He also took the opportunity to insult Qin Ziyuan behind his back. I have come to a realization, Chu-Chu, you are still the best for me. I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I swear I will treat you well. Even if you bring your 2 children, I will treat them as my own. I need you now, Chu-Chu. Sun Qixuan spoke passionately, weaving tales. Even he found hard to believe, hoping to sway Zhou Chu-Chu. Zhou Chu-Chu removed her sunglasses, revealing a face as exquisite as a pearl. Beautiful cars and stunning women, that's all there is to it. Sun Qixuan was momentarily amazed, his expression revealing a hint of sincerity infused with more genuine emotion. Mainly Zhou Chu-Chu looked extraordinarily beautiful, now even more so than before having children, as if she was growing younger by the day. Time had left no trace on her, instead it made her age in reverse. While her exterior grew increasingly beautiful, her inner essence was entirely the opposite, mature and cold, combined into a captivating charm. He was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that perhaps Zhou Chu-Chu was even more alluring than Feng Manru. His mood heated up a little as he looked at Zhou Chu-Chu with anticipation. However, Zhou Chu-Chu was nearly nauseated. She seriously doubted what kind of madness had overtaken her to be attracted to such a person. Are you out of your mind, Sun Qixuan? You want me to marry you? Are you still half asleep? Am I supposed to give up a handsome, capable, and rich husband to marry you, a useless person? Go eat shit. Zhou Chu-Chu unhesitatingly drove away. This time no security dared to trouble her. They treated her with utmost respect and quickly opened the gate to the villa community. Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu. Sun Qixuan was dumbfounded, quickly taking a few steps to chase after her. Zhou Chu-Chu turned back and Sun Qixuan immediately displayed a smile. If you don't return that 1.5 million, I'll sue you directly. You wouldn't want to be labeled a deadbeat, would you? Sun Qixuan's smile froze. Zhou Chu-Chu, are you really that ruthless? Being judged as a deadbeat by the court would ruin him. Ruthless? Zhou Chu-Chu scoffed coldly, giving Sun Qixuan a frosty glare. There's worse to come. If you don't leave, don't blame me for slapping you. Sun Qixuan shuddered under her gaze. He touched his cheek, wincing at the pain. He finally remembered that this woman was surprisingly strong for some reason. After 2 slaps, he truly couldn't bear it. Reluctant to just give up, he drove to enter the community only to be stopped by Lao Feng. I'm sorry, but this is a high-end community. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter freely. In front of Zhou Chuchu's son Qixuan still needed to put on an act, but in front of Lao Feng, he showed his true self. What do you think, you are just a security guard, and you dare to block me? Lao Feng glanced at son Qixuan with indifference. I may be nothing, but if you force your way into the community, it's trespassing. Son Qixuan's face changed color from red to pale, ultimately huffing coldly and driving away. Upon returning home, the personnel customizing the safe house were working overtime. Boxes of advanced materials were secretly delivered to the villa. Zhou Chuchu looked at the increasingly complete safe house, feeling quite pleased. This would be the place where her family would find safety and security, a true fortress. After walking around, she anxiously awaited today's sign-in. Her husband had given her 30 trillion in funds. Would the system consider this amount unaccounted for? As soon as the time was up, the system began the sign-in process. She heard the familiar ding sound, her heart immediately leaping. Sweat formed in her palms. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in and received 30 trillion renminbi cash and 6 doses of physical enhancement potion. She did it. Successfully reaped benefits from the system, her savings turned into 60 trillion. She quickly shared this good news with her husband. Screenshot sent. Husband, I did it. Praise me quickly. Proud. The man who had originally said he would talk at home that evening quickly replied after seeing her message. Chuchu, you are truly amazing. It's better than me earning money through hard work. Zhou Chuchu felt bashful from the compliments. She had never realized that Qin Ziyuan could actually praise someone. Feeling both proud and happy, she replied, Where would I be without you, husband? If you didn't earn this money, I wouldn't have anywhere to apply my skills. Zhou Chuchu quickly transferred the money. This amount included the money from Qin Ziyuan selling his company. She wasn't sure what he intended to do, but it was definitely a series of big moves that would require funds. As for her, keeping 10 billion a day was enough. Just 10 minutes after she transferred the money Qin Ziyuan sent her, this time it was 100 trillion. I sold 5 companies abroad. Goodness. Zhou Chuchu was he was planning to drain the system dry. But she liked it. As a couple they worked together to reap the system's rewards blissful. While happily counting how many zeros were in 100 trillion, she suddenly remembered something. Although she had shown Qin Ziyuan her infinite storage space and her plant-based abilities, in the end the apocalypse was hard to believe. Just based on her words, Qin Ziyuan dared to execute a series of big moves, selling off profitable companies one after another. How was this different from Rin Zhengfei selling Huawei or Ma Huateng selling Tencent? After the apocalypse, these companies would naturally cease to operate. In the face of harsh survival challenges, all global corporations would come to a standstill. With people unable to survive who would have the time to manage a company, these companies would be worthless in the future. However, the future apocalypse showed no signs as of now. By the time everyone realized something was wrong and wanted to trade companies for money and resources, it would be like a landslide, too late to react. And money would rapidly depreciate within just a year, eventually becoming worthless like waste paper. What would truly hold value would be various survival resources and crystal cores. Qin Ziyuan was surprisingly decisive, showing no attachment, selling off his companies at the most opportune moment, something she never expected. She fiddled with her phone, inexplicably asking, Darling, if the apocalypse doesn't come in the future, would you regret selling these companies? After asking, she stared at her phone with bated breath. The other side didn't respond for a long time. She felt a bit regretful. Why did she have to ask him such a question? Just as she was about to give up, his reply came through, no regrets. If in the future natural disasters and calamities did not occur, it would be a prosperous age where children lived in abundance. What a happy thing that would be. If disasters don't come, I'll become a carefree rich man and take you on a world tour, Qin Ziyuan said. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Chuchu distinctly heard her own heartbeat. So rapid, so intense. She almost began to envision the beauty of the two of them traveling the world together, but unfortunately this dream quickly shattered like a bubble. Traveling the world was impossible now, because the apocalypse would surely come. They couldn't just drop everything they were preparing and go on vacation together. They had elderly and young ones to care for, burdens to bear, and challenges to face in the future. Seemingly sensing her emotions, Qin Ziyuan sent her a message. Starting tomorrow, a large batch of supplies will arrive from abroad. It will be hard work for you then. Zhou Chuchu instantly snapped out of her disappointment, focusing on what Qin Ziyuan had mentioned. How many supplies did you purchase? Since Qin Ziyuan used the term large batch, it surely couldn't be few. What kind of supplies would he buy? She felt a surge of curiosity, eager to know. But the person on the other end simply replied with 4 words to brush her off. We'll talk when we get home. No matter how much she messaged him to pry, he no longer replied. Zhou Chuchu. She glared at her phone. What kind of person is this? Just piquing my curiosity and then disappearing. What are you all doing? A sharp voice suddenly rang out. No renovations allowed, do you hear me? No renovations. What have you turned this perfectly good villa into? This voice seemed somewhat familiar at first, but as memories resurfaced and the appearance of the intruder came into view, she immediately recognized who it was. The nanny Tang Ying. Her gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. How dare this Tang Ying come back? How dare she have the face to return? Tang Ying was around 40 years old, wearing a silk dress with permed and dyed hair, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, and a heavy gold bracelet on her wrist. As soon as she entered seeing the transformed villa, she acted like the mistress, barking orders, and even attempting to stop the workers customizing the safe house. But these employees worked for the Qin family, oh why would they care about her? Moreover, they were speaking a foreign language, and they couldn't understand Tang Ying's words. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Tang Ying tried to snatch a welding machine from one of the workers, only to be pushed away. She then began to throw a tantrum, screaming loudly. They're killing me, they're killing me, they're killing me. The worker looked bewildered, holding his tools in confusion. Don't mind her, just carry on with your work. Zhou Chuchu informed the worker in English, and he seemed relieved as he quickly distanced himself from Tang Ying and resumed his tasks. Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, coldly watching Tang Ying roll on the ground. A faint cold smile tugged at her lips. Then she called, Old Feng. Old Feng, someone has intruded into my home. Please come and drive her away. Tang Ying instantly jumped up, her eyes wide, pointing at Zhou Chuchu. I am the nanny of this family. Neither Qin Gu nor Lu Jie said anything about me leaving. How dare you drive me away? Tang Ying had been working as a nanny for the Qin family for a long time. Even before she married into the family, she had already been there. Relying on her long-standing position in the Qin family, and being 15 years older than Zhou Chuchu, she acted very well in front of her in-laws, but once they were away, she would become arrogant and domineering towards Zhou Chuchu. After Zhou Chuchu gave birth to 2 children, Tang Ying secretly ate the bird's nest and sea cucumber prepared for her by her in-laws and stole the jewelry gifted to her. Later, she also stole the milk powder and nutritional supplements meant for the 2 children, feeding them spoiled food and water, causing them to suffer from constant stomach pains, falling ill, and becoming weak. When no one was around, she would secretly pinch and hit the children. The kids would cry in fear upon seeing her. They were too young to speak and couldn't tell the adults about these incidents. It wasn't until Zhou Chuchu discovered these matters and had a huge fight with her that Tang Ying ran to her in-laws, crying and slandering Zhou Chuchu, accusing her of framing her. Fortunately, her in-laws chose to believe Zhou Chuchu and decisively kicked her out personally, taking care of the 2 children. Zhou Chuchu could only feel disgust towards her. However, the things that happened after the apocalypse, Tang Ying had truly lowered the standards of being a person, inciting both hatred and anger. Tang Ying, along with her in-laws, were from Shandong. After her husband died in a car accident, she lived a hard life as a single mother. Her mother-in-law took pity on her and let her come to their home as a nanny, providing food and shelter and paying her a monthly salary of 2,000. Not only could she send the children to an elite school, but she also drove luxury cars, wore high-end clothing, and enjoyed gourmet food. Thus, she became arrogant, forgetting her origins, taking her in-laws' sympathy for granted, and regarded herself as the second mistress of the Qin family. She would go out of her way to sabotage Zhou Chuchu, and even after she was kicked out, her in-laws still compensated her with 2,000. Yet instead of being grateful, she held a grudge. After the apocalypse, she often brought her son to her in-laws' house, threatening the elderly couple for money and supplies, and she would physically abuse her children. When her in-laws returned with the children, she saw their bodies covered in bruises, new injuries on top of old ones, and her heart ached. In her previous life, she was too busy protecting herself to take any revenge. But in this life, instead of seeking out Tang Ying, she delivered herself right to her doorstep. Thinking of this, Zhou Chuchu looked at Tang Ying again, her gaze now harboring murderous intent. Tang Ying shivered under Zhou Chuchu's piercing gaze. But then she thought Zhou Chuchu looked delicate. She really had no need to fear her. Her arrogance surged. What kind of look is that? Are you not satisfied? Let me tell you, according to the labor contract law, it is illegal for you to terminate my employment without cause. I want you Qin family to compensate me. Zhou Chuchu laughed in anger. Then tell me, how much do we owe you? Tang Ying's eyes darted, raising one hand. 500,000, no, at least 1 million. Zhou Chuchu scoffed. What have you done to deserve 1 million? Tang Ying shouted shamelessly. I don't care. Your Qin family has plenty of money, but you cannot bully people. You must give me an explanation. If you don't pay me, I will expose you all. I won't leave here. Tang Ying sat down on the ground. Zhou Chuchu coldly stared at this shameless person, grabbing her arm and dragging her outside. Tang Ying's heart dropped, as she never expected this usually delicate person would take action against her. Being a brash and unruly person, she immediately went for Zhou Chuchu's hair. You little brat, how dare you grab me? Just watch me tear you apart. Zhou Chuchu threw Tang Ying out using her strength, causing Tang Ying to fall hard on the ground. The commotion from the Qin family's customized Zhou Chuchu threw Tang Ying out using her strength, causing Tang Ying to fall hard on the ground. The commotion from the Qin family's customized safe house attracted a group of elderly men and women, bored socialites and idle canaries. They had no idea what was happening inside the villa, and thought it was just renovation work. Furthermore, with Qin Ziyuan reprimanding the purchase of the neighboring villa and moving furniture in early that morning, it naturally provided a lot of gossip for these people. Now that Zhou Chuchu was dragging Tang Ying out, these people were like flies smelling blood, getting even more excited. Oh, isn't this the nanny of the Qin family? What happened to her face? Did she get hit? What kind of nonsense is the Qin family up to again, selling companies and buying villas? What else can it be? Just burning through some filthy money. The wife of the Qin family is getting more and more arrogant, completely lacking any moral bottom line, beating the lady of the Fong family yesterday, and now the nanny today. Exactly. If they keep acting like this, disaster will strike them soon. The Qin family's nanny has been there for a long time and is older than her. How can she just hit her like that? Oh my. Initially, Tang Ying, who was backing down, hearing others supporting her, immediately began to wail louder. Oh no, this is completely unreasonable. I have worked diligently in the Qin family for so many years. Oh, what have I received in return? Everyone help me judge. Oh, is there anyone who would allow such bullying? Just because the Qin family has money, can they treat people like this? Upon hearing this, the onlookers, regardless of whether Tang Ying was speaking the truth, or not, only wished to hear what they wanted to hear and believe what they wanted to believe, so as to stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. Tang Ying's words provided them with the perfect excuse to attack Zhou Chuchu and the Qin family. The youth of today are truly too tyrannical. The morals of society are declining. The Qin family has reached the peak of wealth. What good outcome can come from this? The older generation of the Qin family is still acceptable, but their son and daughter-in-law are not. The son never looks anyone in the eye, and the daughter-in-law beats the elderly and the maid. The Qin family's daughter-in-law pretended well in the first few years, appearing quiet and demure. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. This Qin family daughter-in-law is not a good person. I saw her just now outside pulling and tugging with a man. She must have someone outside. The Qin family is getting worse with each generation. They had a well-managed company, yet they sold it for 500 billion. How much? 500 billion. So many people's sweat and blood went into this. As news spread that Qin Ziyuan's company was sold for 500 billion, the people present became increasingly unstable, both envious and jealous, and their words became more and more intense. Tang Ying, pretending to cry on the ground, heard this, and her expression changed several times, her greed surging within. She thought, I have worked as a maid for nearly 10 years in the Qin family. I can be considered half a member of the Qin family. In the end, they only gave me 200 when I left. This 500 billion must have my share. At least 300 million, no 1 billion. They must give me 1 billion. She was certain that the Qin family owed her and must compensate her with a sufficient amount of money. She cried even harder with snot and tears flowing, appearing genuinely heartbroken and wronged. I have suffered, I have been wronged. Oh, everyone, please bear witness. This Qin family daughter-in-law is hitting me. I am a widowed mother, and she is bullying me like this. Heaven's justice is clear. Retribution is inevitable. What the Qin family is doing will eventually bring retribution upon their children. Tang Ying wailed and cursed. At first, Zhou Chuchu remained indifferent, whether it was Tang Ying or those neighbors. Their words stirred not a ripple within her heart. Until Tang Ying cursed the child, which instantly struck Zhou Chuchu's sensitive nerve. She quickly walked over, grabbed Tang Ying's clothes, and slapped her twice. Tang Ying screamed like a pig being slaughtered, terrified and retreating frantically, but Zhou Chuchu, undeterred, brought down 2 more slaps. After frightening Tang Ying, she finally let go of her clothes, as if discarding a dead dog. Her gaze swept around, and everyone shivered under her glare, especially those who had just been the most boisterous, all avoiding her eyes. They had lived in comfort for many years, their courage long since eroded. How could they dare to meet Zhou Chuchu? Seeing that those who had just shouted loudly were now quiet, Tang Ying panicked. The fear of being beaten ultimately could not overcome her greed, and she opened her mouth, which had loosened from the beating, to throw dirt on Zhou Chuchu. She hit me. Everyone saw it as she hit me in front of you all. Hiss, she is defying the law. Hiss, I will call the police to arrest her. You all must bear witness for me. Hiss. Zhou Chuchu sneered, refusing to accept the dirt thrown at her, kicking it. Without saying much, she directly pulled out several video recordings, opened one, and there appeared Tang Ying's figure sneaking into the master bedroom, rummaging through the drawers, stealing a jewelry necklace from Zhou Chuchu. At this point, Tang Ying stopped crying out in pain and no longer mentioned calling the police. She was left speechless, pointing at Zhou Chuchu's video. Zhou Chuchu opened several more videos, most of which showed Tang Ying stealing things, while the rest depicted her pinching and hitting children. She brought her phone to the nosy neighbors, showing them clearly. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is what this woman has done in my home. Every item she stole is worth over 300. We haven't sent her to prison, which is already a huge leniency. She actually has the face to come back and cause trouble. Fine, you want to call the police. If she doesn't, I will. Zhou Chuchu directly dialed 110. The public's opinion immediately shifted. So it turns out she was stealing in the Qin family. This kind of maid is simply unacceptable. She even hits and pinches children. The Qin family is truly unfortunate to have hired such a poisonous maid. We have all been deceived by her. She is the real villain turning things around. Tang Ying's face changed colors green, then pale, as she glared at Zhou Chuchu, with hatred turning to her. She clearly knew the value of those jewels which she had already sold, and the money had been squandered. As soon as the police got involved, there would be no escaping her responsibility. She wouldn't even be able to extort 1 billion from the Qin family. She would go straight to prison. Why wait to run? But after running just 2 steps, she tripped over a protruding tree root and fell. She quickly looked, but there was no tree root, only a cracked bluestone tile. With no time to ponder this oddity, she tried to get up and run, but was held down by old Feng, who had rushed over. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Zhou Chuchu expressed her gratitude. If Tang Ying escaped, it would be much more difficult to catch her next time. It would take at least 5 years for her to return to her hometown before they could deal with her. She didn't want it to be that troublesome. I will take her to the security office. When the police arrive, we will hand her over to them. Zhou Chuchu nodded. I apologize for the trouble. Tang Ying's face was filled with despair as she struggled desperately, but old Feng's grip was like a vice. She couldn't break free at all. She plopped down on her knees in front of Zhou Chuchu, repeatedly bowing her head. Madam Zhou, I beg you have mercy on me. Just let me go. I was temporarily confused, just confused. If you let me go, I will return the money to you. Zhou Chuchu stared coldly at her and reprimanded. When my in-laws let you go, they also gave you a compensation. You should feel ashamed and never appear before us again. You could have lived a decent life for some time, but you were just not content. You dare to jump around in front of me. Tang Ying's past actions towards her in-laws and children made her detest her deeply. Now that she had thrown herself into the trap, how could Zhou Chuchu possibly let her go? The value of those jewels was enough for her to spend several years in prison. Uncle Feng, take her away. Old Feng nodded and led Tang Ying away just as they encountered Zhou Chuchu's in-laws returning from outside. Tang Ying's expression brightened as she saw hope showing a smile to the 2 children trying to play the emotional card, Lin Zizi. The 2 children upon seeing her were so frightened that they trembled and rushed into Zhou Chuchu's arms. Tang Ying's expression stiffened again as she began to plead with the 2 elders. Brother Qin's sister Lu, I beg you to forgive me. After all, I have worked for your family for so many years. What will happen to my children if I end up in prison? Please have mercy on me just this once. I promise I will never do these things again. I will go back and set up a longevity tablet for you, praying for your blessings every day. Tang Ying pleaded with tears, looking truly pitiful. The 2 elders felt a bit soft-hearted. Zhou Chuchu held the 2 trembling children and played the videos she had not shown the elders before. Upon seeing the videos of Tang Ying hitting and pinching children, the elders' faces darkened, and they no longer felt any sympathy for Tang Ying. Tang Ying was taken away by the police. Zhou Chuchu, holding 2 children, entered another villa next door with her in-laws. This villa was slightly smaller than their home, but it would only be for a little over 20 days, which was not a problem. Upon entering the house, her father-in-law Qin Zhuangming seemingly casually asked, "Did that brat sell the company, and has the money been transferred to you?" Zhou Chuchu nodded and hurriedly replied, "Yes, he gave it all to me." Qin Zhuangming then sighed in relief and did not ask further. He did not mention anything about how his son selling the company was a problem. In his view, since he handed the Qin family business over to his son, it was entirely up to him to manage it without any interference. He was fully confident in his son. If his son decided to sell the company, there must be a good reason behind it. His son was certainly not someone who lacked judgment. Moreover, the current success of the Qin family was entirely due to his son's efforts. As for Tang Ying, the 3 of them tacitly chose not to mention that ungrateful and unfortunate person. In the evening, Zhou Chuchu quickly began cooking with the vegetables she had planted. The 2 children, seeing her cook, rushed into the kitchen, with one tiptoeing and asking, Mommy, are you making the delicious dishes like yesterday?" One of them grabbed some vegetables to wash, saying, "Mommy, let me help you." Zhou Chuchu looked at the 2 children, and a loving smile unconsciously spread across her face. Yes, Lin Mommy is making the vegetables she planted. Cece, thank you. Mommy really needs your help, so wash the mushrooms for me. Cece immediately grabbed 2 large mushrooms, found a basin, filled it with water, and started washing the vegetables. Lin found it very fun, and also grabbed 2 large mushrooms to wash. The 2 little ones were washing vegetables, treating it like a game, splashing water on their clothes without even noticing. Zhou Chuchu smiled and confidently handed the mushrooms to the children. She then began to prepare other ingredients. Her mother-in-law, worried that she might get tired, came in to help chopping chicken and gutting fish. Between chatting and playing, the dishes were ready. There was steamed pumpkin stir-fried pork with chili vinegar, shredded potatoes, hand-torn cabbage, steamed base with scallions, and a pot of mushrooms stewed with a small chicken. These dishes were colorful and aromatic. Except for the sizes of the mushrooms, there were no other issues. By the time the dishes were ready, it was already getting dark, and Qin Ziyuan returned home from work. Dad, Mommy is amazing. She made a whole table of delicious food. Cece dashed into Qin Ziyuan's arms, tilting her head proudly. Qin Ziyuan scanned the table full of food, saw Zhou Chuchu smiling at him, and the two happy children a warm and relaxed atmosphere flowing through the family. He was momentarily stunned, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. The various tragic images depicted in the future should not be as shackles, but rather a shield to protect this happiness, reminding him not to go astray. He walked over holding the children. Dinner was served. As usual, Qin Ziyuan got busy and Zhou Chuchu initially wanted to ask him about supplies, but now she was not. She began to frantically order supplies on various shopping apps, Alibaba JD, Pinduoduo Douyin Shopping. A flurry of activity. Suddenly she felt someone watching her. She looked up to see Lin and Cici, the two little treasures holding storybooks, looking at her nervously. Seeing her looking over, they were a bit scared, but mostly expectant, the pair of delicate twin siblings exchanging. Finally, it was the older brother Qin Zihao, who took a few steps forward and cautiously said, "Mommy, the kindergarten teacher asked parents to read storybooks to the children. Would you like to read to us?" Sister Qin Yueshi immediately added, "It will only take a little bit of your time, just a little bit." The two little ones were anxious, fearing Zhou Chuchu would refuse them. Because she had already rejected them many times, if she refused again, they would never have such thoughts again. Zhou Chuchu felt the timid looks from the children. Her heart nodded with a mix of sadness and guilt. How many irresponsible things had she done before? She truly did not deserve to be the mother of these two little angels. The two little treasures looked at her expectantly, seeing her not respond. The light in their eyes dimmed. Just as they were about to leave the room, Zhou Chuchu patted the bed and opened her arms to them. "Come here, Mommy will read you a storybook and tell you a story." The two little ones' eyes instantly lit up, and they happily pounced over, snuggling up to Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu then began reading them stories about the nine-colored deer, Nez's troubles in the sea, and Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven. At first the two little ones listened attentively, but gradually sleepiness overtook them, and they fell asleep against her. Zhou Chuchu tucked the two little treasures and snuggling against them, inhaling their faint milk scent, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Ziyuan finished his work and returned to the room, he saw a large adult and two small children sleeping on the bed, and his expression softened immensely. No matter the past or the future depicted in those images, she had never treated the children like this. In the future images, when the children returned at the age of 9, although they still loved her deeply, they had become timid and weak after enduring too much suffering over the past 5 years, afraid to express their love for her. They were very unfamiliar with her due to the absence of those 5 years of growth, not knowing how to express love to her. It was a family that should have been loving and close, yet they interacted almost like strangers. This was truly heartbreaking. But now, with the large adult and two small children sleeping together, it became the source of happiness that he would do everything to protect. Not knowing how long he watched, Zhou Chuchu woke up sleepily and instinctively shifted her body, pulling him closer. "The children are sleeping with us tonight. Oh, luckily the bed is big. You should sleep soon too." After saying this, she yawned and fell back into a beautiful sleep. Qin Ziyuan replied with a smile, but she did not hear. They slept very comfortably. In her dreams, Zhou Chuchu finally freed herself from the endless nightmares. She dreamed of her family living vibrantly in the apocalypse and couldn't help but chuckle, waking herself up with a smile. When she woke up, it was 4 in the morning. Her husband was asleep and the children were sleeping soundly. She tiptoed to lift the thin blanket and carefully covered the children, and her husband then went to the garden. After feeding the plants their sugar, she quickly returned to the room. As soon as she left, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes, and when she returned, he closed them. Zhou Chuchu got into bed, and he instinctively wrapped an arm around her, letting her know he was awake. Zhou Chuchu naturally embraced his arm, and in the darkness, they shared a silent understanding. She did not mention that she went to the garden to feed the plants with her powers, as he had already noticed, and she did not deliberately avoid him. He knew but would not say anything, treating it as a little shared interest between spouses. "You drink the milk I prepared for you in the morning before going to the company. Each of our family members gets 1 cup, and I added enhancement potion to it." She had prepared 6 doses of the enhancement potion for her family to increase their survival chances in the apocalypse. Even though she had made such comprehensive preparations, she would never underestimate any disasters in the apocalypse. How terrifying are the disasters of the apocalypse! Each one is aimed at the extinction of humanity. Intense heat, severe cold, torrential rain, floods, earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis. Along with the mutations of flora and fauna and the tidal waves of zombies. Any one of these calamities could wipe out tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. By the time she died in her past life, the number of survivors on Earth was less than 1/10. In some countries, such as certain island nations, due to their coastal locations, they completely sank to the bottom of the sea after the tsunami struck. Even if humanity awakened their abilities at that time, their situation would become increasingly dire. A great prophet predicted that in the end, perhaps only a few 100,000 level-empowered individuals would survive. How cruel and tragic this is. With a global population of 7 billion, only a few 100,000 could live. In her current nation, at least, she must raise the survival rate of her family to endure the despair of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, besides facing natural disasters, one must also guard against the moral decay of humanity. Without a strong physique corresponding means of balance, any resources discovered will become original sins completely devoured by others. In her past life, just planting some vegetables in her garden drew attention. Not to mention her large-scale purchases in this life have already attracted notice. Perhaps they do not know what she is doing now, but after the apocalypse arrives they will surely react. They will come to steal, rob, and seize. When one is on the brink of survival, some people will do anything. Breaking and burning, killing, looting, bloodily exterminating families. The harsh realities of the apocalypse are far too numerous. Just like in her past life, her family met a gruesome end. Thinking of this, she deeply felt that no matter how many plans she made, it would never be enough. She needed more, much more. With her mind occupied, she dozed off intermittently until dawn. She got up, prepared milk for her family, and took out a light blue body enhancement agent that flowed like starlight. She first poured a portion into her milk and drank it. As the milk went down, her body felt a slight warmth, but this warmth was different from the heat outside. It was a heat released by her cells after being nourished. It was not uncomfortable. If not for careful attention, it would be hard to notice. It seems this body enhancement agent is not too potent. It gradually enhances the physique. Now I can relax. Zhou Chuchu nodded. The system's product was indeed reliable. In her past life, her body had undergone too many experiments, making her extremely sensitive to the effects of medicine on her body. She immediately realized that this thing was definitely a good item. If the effects were too strong, it wouldn't be bad, but the danger would also be high and side effects would be significant. It was better to proceed, gradually nurturing without a trace. Just after putting the other agents into the milk, "Mom, you're up. Mom, you look so beautiful today." Two energetic voices rang out behind her. Her two little treasures had already awakened. They had slept with their parents last night and were clearly closer to her today. "Come on, drink your milk and have breakfast," Zhou Chuchu called out. Gigi wrinkled her little nose. "Mom, I don't like milk." Lin, however, was very straightforward, going over to finish all the milk in the cup. It was evident that these inseparable twins had different preferences. Zhou Chuchu patted her daughter's little bun, pointing at the milk, and said, "Baby, this has milk guardians inside. Once you finish, the guardians can protect our bodies." Gigi hesitated a bit. Really? Lin, who had already drunk the milk, nodded vigorously. "Really, sister, I can already feel the guardians protecting me." Hearing this, Gigi's eyes lit up, and she rushed over to gulp down the milk. The grandparents smiled and approached, not exposing Zhou Chuchu's little white lie, and said, "Grandpa and Grandma will also drink milk to let the guardians protect us." The two elders also finished the milk, realizing that Zhou Chuchu had prepared this with care and naturally would not. Qin Ziyuan also dressed and came out, glancing at the milk, knowing it contained the body enhancement agent Zhou Chuchu mentioned last night. He raised his cup to taste a sip, and his gaze deepened instantly, then he drank it all. He evidently recognized the potency of the body enhancement agent. His curiosity towards Zhou Chuchu grew deeper, and so did his gratitude. Taking this body enhancement agent would completely eliminate his parents' hidden ailments, and the two children would also grow robust. This, however, was something he could not accomplish. Yet she did it effortlessly. The vegetables she planted also contained various beneficial energies that could nurture the body for a long time, and combined with the agent, the effect would be even better. The family sat down to have breakfast. "Chuchu, I'm heading to work now. I'll come pick you up at 3 p.m. Qin Ziyuan said before hugging the two treasures and stepping out. The grandparents also took the two children to kindergarten. Although the two little ones wanted to stay with their mom, they understood that adults had their responsibilities. Seeing their reluctance, Zhou Chuchu felt a pang in her heart. Lin, Gigi, after I finish this, I'll take you to the amusement park, the zoo, and the aquarium to have fun. After the apocalypse, places suitable for children to play had completely fallen into disrepair, and there was no way to play. The two children had never been to any of these places before. They heard other children talk about it, and were envious beyond measure. They kept this regret in their hearts until their deaths, only telling her then. In this life, she would absolutely fulfill her children's wishes and take them to have fun before the apocalypse arrived. The eyes of the two children immediately brightened as they hugged Zhou Chuchu, excitedly showering her with kisses. "Long live Mom. Mom, you're amazing." The two little ones were filled with anticipation, hopping to school while frequently looking back. Seeing them so happy, Zhou Chuchu thought, why not store a few amusement parks in the space? Having just amusement parks isn't enough, various toys must also be prepared. Yes, I also can't neglect their studies. Books must be bought. And workbooks. Zhou Chuchu, like any mother, worried about her children, wanted them to play well, but also didn't wish to delay their learning and knowledge acquisition. Thus she immediately drove out, entering a frenzied shopping mode again. First she cleared out several large amusement parks, then emptied a few high-end toy stores. Libraries, art shops, instrument stores. All kinds of workbooks, learning machines, online courses. All quality education cannot be neglected. All of this is the deep love of a mother for her children. Just as Zhou Chuchu was shopping frantically, the son of old lady Luo Zhang Dayong, along with several thugs, set their sights on her car. Their eyes widened as they stared at the striking sports car parked at the store entrance. That red car was a limited edition Maserati. A thug took out his phone to snap a picture of the car and exclaimed, "Wow, a Maserati MC20 worth 386 million. That's incredibly wealthy. Brother Yong, what kind of woman are you having me keep an eye on? She's so rich." The thugs were filled with curiosity, their eyes glinting with greed. They were desperate for money, and Zhang Daong had found a fat sheep. How much could they fleece from her? Zhang Daong stood across the street, his expression dark, but his greed surging. He glanced at the Maserati, his heart pounding fiercely, sensing that this car would soon be his excitement flushing. He watched Zhou Chuchu enter a high-end musical instrument store. Before long, the store was buzzing as instruments were being packed into a delivery truck. This situation had occurred several times, each time Zhou Chuchu would enter the store shortly before a truck arrived to start packing goods. One truck after another transporting the goods. The thugs following Zhang Daong were left dumbfounded. Brother Yong, what's going on? Is this woman really buying all this stuff? My God, how much would that cost? Even if it's junk, all this stuff must be worth a fortune. A rich relative's daughter bought a guitar or some nonsense from this music store for 100 and bragged about it everywhere. She can't possibly be buying all this, right? What would she do with so many things? Zhang Daong, smoking a cigarette, felt a twinge of pain in his insides with each puff. That was from being kicked by Qin Ziyuan, and it still hurt. Hearing his brothers discuss it, he took a hard drag on his cigarette, a tearing pain in his abdomen, causing him to cough violently. Finally, catching his breath, he saw Zhou Chuchu enter a nearby study material store, and the same scenario unfolded again. He felt a mix of anger and heartache, as if Zhou Chuchu was spending his money. Indeed, wasn't that his money? This spendthrift woman was really too extravagant. No, he had to execute the plan quickly, or she'd spend all the money. Brothers, let's intercept her when no one's around. He'll sneak up from behind and use anesthetic to cover her mouth and nose.
他微微抬头看向四周，两侧是人山人海的群众，头上是湛蓝的天空，嘴里呼吸着的是甘甜的空气。
But looking at the trucks delivering goods and that eye-catching sports car, they exchanged glances, thinking that 100 was too little. No way, Brother Yong, it's not that we don't want to help you, but you're offering too little. Zhang Daong shot a fierce glare at the thug. He didn't want to part with a single cent, but recalling what his mother said about Zhou Chuchu being able to get 500 million after the divorce wasn't out of the question. 500 is too much, at most 300. If you don't accept it, he'll find someone else. The thugs grew anxious. Don't, brother, 300 it is. Zhang Daong snorted coldly and said, she's just a pampered woman. As long as she's alone, we can easily drag her into our car, as she won't be able to resist. It's that simple. Each of you earns 300. You really think you're going to get rich? Zhang Daong certainly wouldn't reveal Zhou Chuchu's identity. What if these fools caught her? At that moment, Zhou Chuchu happened to come out of the study material store. They were far away and couldn't see her face clearly, but they could see her graceful figure glowing white. The thug's eyes immediately turned lecherous. Brother Yong, you can't be thinking. This woman is rich and attractive. Brother Yong, you have good taste. Brother Yong, after you're done, can you let us have some fun too? These thugs had done many bad things with Zhang Daong, including dragging corpses from nightclubs to hotels in groups of 5. Especially when they were desperate for money, they had even abducted children. Now they felt no resistance to such things, thinking that Zhang Daong had found a very good target. Zhang Daong certainly would not agree. He had seen Zhou Chuchu, and regardless of her wealth, such beauty could only be his to enjoy. Unless he grew tired of her. As Zhou Chuchu drove away, they immediately jumped into their rented car and closely followed her. Zhou Chuchu had noticed several malicious gazes early on. She was quite perceptive in this regard, having experienced the zombie tide of the apocalypse. She was keenly aware of malice, which had become second nature to her. Moreover, she had awakened her class ability as a plant manipulator. Although she hadn't fed her powers to the plants by the roadside, they naturally felt close to her, alerting her with the flowing wind. Thus, she discovered Zhang Daong and his gang. To avoid alarming them, she pretended not to notice, continuing to buy supplies, while secretly using her phone to contact her husband. Dearest husband, I've run into trouble. Old Lady Luo's son is targeting me. It's so dangerous and scary. Oh, I'm really afraid. What should I do? Husband, please come save your dear wife. Qin Ziyuan felt a surge of terrifying energy as he glanced at the message on his phone. But he calmly replied, okay. First turn on your phone's location sharing, then drive to this location, and it'll wait for you there. Zhou Chuchu looked at the message her husband sent, a sweetness blooming in her heart. She didn't regard these thugs at all. Her vines were more than enough to handle the 3 of them. Even without the vines, she could easily take down the 3 of them with a steel pipe. But how should she put it? The feeling of being valued, cared for, and protected by her husband was quite pleasant. Moreover, letting her husband handle it was naturally far better than her personally dealing with this current situation. Her husband had the best and most powerful team of lawyers, so she remained calm, ensuring to drive at a speed that matched her followers. Soon she led them to an open but somewhat secluded area. The car stopped. Zhou Chuchu got out and looked for her husband's figure. Seeing her get out, Zhang Daong and his gang were filled with excitement, thinking this was truly a windfall. They approached Zhou Chuchu from 4 directions holding handkerchiefs soaked in sevoflurane. Zhou Chuchu initially intended to feign fear, but thinking of her husband nearby, she found it impossible to act. Seeing Zhang Daong's greedy and vicious face, she felt nothing but disgust. Yet she had no fear. Zhang Daong, do you want to end up in prison for doing this? But Zhang Daong thought Zhou Chuchu was trying to scare him, approaching her with a strange laugh. End up in prison? I can't. As long as you are with me, our relationship is that of husband and wife. Would you really let me go to prison? Zhou Chuchu was infuriated upon hearing this. Unable to wait for her husband to take action, she dashed over like the wind in her red high heels. With a swift kick, she struck the same spot where Qin Ziyuan had kicked last time, sending Zhang Daong flying 3 meters away once again. Zhang Daong fell to the ground, the drug-soaked handkerchief also flying out of his grasp. He hit the ground hard, curling up in pain. It hurts so much. The pain in his abdomen rendered him momentarily stunned, leaving him dazed on the spot. The other 3 thugs took a few steps back in shock, their eyes wide open. Is this the woman Zhang Daong described as powerless? Is this the easily dealt with woman? They felt a chill in their hearts. As Zhou Chuchu approached them, they retreated while trying to explain, Big sister, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Chuchu couldn't be bothered to listen to their explanations. What misunderstanding could there be after staring at her for so long? With another kick, she sent 1 thug flying, and the remaining 2 turned to flee. Just as Zhou Chuchu was about to unleash her powers, the 2 fleeing thugs were apprehended by 2 muscular bodyguards in black. These 2 black-clad men glanced at the writhing thugs on the ground, and gave Zhou Chuchu a thumbs up. Madam, those kicks were truly spectacular. The force of that kick is comparable to a professional bodyguard. Who would have thought such a petite lady could be so strong? The captured thugs gaped in disbelief at the conversation. There was no doubt left, they had kicked a steel plate. The woman they aimed to deal with had bodyguards behind her. They glared at Zhang Daong, this fool who had doomed them. They said meekly, brothers, this has nothing to do with us. We were also tricked. Please let us go. Let you go. The 2 bodyguards scoffed. You dared to kidnap the madam and still expect to be let go. The 2 thugs yelled at the top of their lungs, this is unfair. We have done nothing. How can you say we kidnapped them? A man dressed impeccably in a suit, even in the sweltering heat of 39 degrees, with gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp, slender figure stepped forward. You are suspected of disregarding a woman's will and forcing relations, trafficking 3 children, and extorting 8 million. Tisk, 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 multiple charges. It seems you won't be getting out for a long time. This man was none other than the famous lawyer Feng. With a single word, he could turn the dead into the living. Under normal circumstances, he could send the plaintiff to jail, and under extraordinary circumstances, he could send the judge to jail. The boss asked me to handle this small matter. It's such a waste of talent, utterly lacking in challenge. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu, he realized, oh, the reason I was called was because of the madam. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief. Madam, the boss is waiting for you over there. He pointed to a nearby car where Qin Ziyuan was sitting looking over. Zhou Chuchu didn't care about Zhang Daong and the others anymore. She quickly lifted her skirt and ran over. Lawyer Feng glanced at Zhang Daong and the others with indifference and waved his hand. Take them to the police station, they'll be there shortly. The 2 thugs cried out desperately, we didn't extort anyone for 8 million. If we really wanted to extort that money, we wouldn't have needed to kidnap the madam. Oh, so there's also kidnapping. The situation just got worse. The 2 thugs were left dumbfounded. Husband, Zhou Chuchu opened the car door and squeezed next to Qin Ziyuan, pouting. Husband, that was really dangerous just now. I almost got caught by them. Qin Ziyuan glanced at the groaning Zhang Daong, and the thugs then looked at Zhou Chuchu. Dangerous. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit guilty for a moment, but quickly straightened her chest and said confidently, of course it was dangerous. Where there's no husband, there's danger everywhere. Qin Ziyuan was amused, the corners of his mouth curling up. The driver, seeing the boss smile in the rearview mirror, nearly shook the wheel. Witnessing the boss smile was more rare than seeing the 8 wonders of the world. And although the boss looked calm now, just a moment ago when he saw the thugs surrounding the madam, his expression made the driver certain that the next moment the boss would charge out to fight. In fact, he had already pushed open the car door and stepped out, but once he saw the madam kick Zhang Daong away with a fierce kick, he quickly withdrew his foot and closed the door. The driver stole a few more glances in the rearview mirror, but received a warning glare from the boss and immediately focused on the road ahead. All right, you can get out, I'll drive from here. Qin Ziyuan was dismissing him. Driver. Could it be that the boss was going to kick him out just for looking twice? The driver obediently got out of the car. Qin Ziyuan took his place behind the wheel and drove away, leaving the driver with a face full of resentment. Lawyer Feng walked over, patted his shoulder, expressing his own regret. Let's go. If the boss doesn't even let me tag along, why would he want you? My car is here, do you need a ride? Zhou Chuchu had already been taken by Qin Ziyuan to the port of Haishur. Haishur is an international metropolis with a thriving port trade, boasting 80 trade routes and maintaining trade relations with over 200 countries. At a glance, the containers were neatly stacked, creating the feeling of reaching up to the horizon. Zhou Chuchu looked at the massive ships docked by the sea and the countless containers, marveling. So many ships, so much cargo. No wonder it's the world's largest port. Impressive. She regretted her lack of eloquence, only able to exclaim, 666. After her admiration, she asked Qin Ziyuan, "Husband, the supplies you mentioned, wouldn't they be here, right?" "What are they?" Qin Ziyuan pointed at the moored giant ships. "Well, I bought some grain and oil from abroad, not much, just 30 ships, carrying 900 million tons of grain and oil. Please have Chuchu store them in the storage space." Zhou Chuchu nodded upon hearing this. "Oh, it's grain and oil. No problem, I've got this." Suddenly realizing something, she turned to her husband and said, "I think I didn't hear clearly, husband, how much grain and oil did you say?" 900 million tons. I may have been a bit reckless with money lately, perhaps I misheard." Looking at his wife's adorable reaction, Qin Ziyuan's deep gaze was filled with amusement, nearly unable to resist kissing her. "You didn't mishear, it's 900 million tons. I've already temporarily cleared out the people here. Hurry and move it." Zhou Chuchu let out a strange cry. "Husband, you want to take away the grain and oil from other countries? 900 million tons of grain and oil." Qin Ziyuan smiled patiently, explaining, "It's not like we're taking everything away. After all, you mentioned that the apocalypse is coming and the global heat will be unbearable. If we don't buy these grains now, they'll all spoil." Zhou Chuchu questioned, "Did I say all that?" She indeed recalled describing the apocalypse to him, but she hadn't said much about the heat. "But our family won't be able to eat all this grain and oil." "True." Qin Ziyuan nodded with a smile. "I have great use for this grain and oil." Zhou Chuchu nodded. She didn't know how Qin Ziyuan managed to acquire such a massive amount of grain and oil, but now that it was here, it would be impossible to let it go. Pack, store them all in the storage space. Even though Zhou Chuchu could transfer supplies very conveniently, with just a glance, she could move them into her storage space. Such a massive amount of supplies still took her 3 hours to finish transferring. After the transfer, even she felt slightly fatigued. It wasn't her body that was tired, but her eyes which struggled. However, after everything was packed, seeing the shelves in her storage space filled with grain and oil, she felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. With so much food, it was enough for the entire country to eat steadily for 4 years. It was even more than the national treasury's reserves. On her way home, she felt a bit dizzy, her cheeks flushed, and her heart was shaken. Looking at the man driving, she began to tease him, "Hey brother, don't offend me in the future, or I won't feed you." Qin Ziyuan smiled lightly. "I wouldn't dare offend you. My life and fortune are in your hands. From now on, we need to transfer supplies here at this time, every day." Zhou Chuchu was startled. "What? There's more. It can't still be grain and oil, right?" Qin Ziyuan replied, "There isn't that much grain and oil for me to purchase. It's other items. The quantity is uncertain, perhaps more, perhaps less." Zhou Chuchu reached out and tugged at Qin Ziyuan's clothing. "Brother, give me a hint. What kind of items are we talking about? I'm really scared now." She was so scared that she started calling him brother. Qin Ziyuan had no intention of hiding anything from her. When she asked, he said, "These are pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, military weapons, emergency supplies, scientific research equipment, ships, aircraft carriers, and the like." Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, Military weapons. Aircraft carriers." She looked at her husband with surprise. "You can't possibly be planning a rebellion, right? Good gracious, what a husband I have. He must be insane." Qin Ziyuan's gaze became incredibly deep as he said, "When the apocalypse comes, the world will undoubtedly fall into chaos. Whoever possesses absolute power will gain the sovereignty of survival. Chuchu, to protect our family, not only do we need strong abilities, but we also need hard fists. Weapons are our fists. I have no intention of dominating, but if necessary, it wouldn't be impossible." Zhou Chuchu fell silent. All along, she had only thought about protecting her family's safety, but she had not considered that her husband was thinking deeper and further than she was. This is fine. Her thoughts would not change as she still wanted to protect her family in the apocalypse. After experiencing various calamities, her heart was very small enough to only hold her closest family. However, regardless of Qin Ziyuan's ambitions, she would choose to support him unconditionally and ensure his safety. "In that case, I need to be a bit stronger." She said, "Husband, if you purchase supplies on such a large scale, it will definitely attract others' attention. I'm afraid we will face countless difficulties then. Not to mention, just the fact that so many supplies disappearing will raise others' suspicions. Let alone the 900 million tons of grain and oil your husband purchased from various countries. Even the supplies I bought from Sam's Club and Hema have been seen and discussed by the eyes of the neighborhood. Just this point alone will bring a lot of trouble after the apocalypse." "There's no need to worry for now. I have made various arrangements. These supplies will flow to different places in a reasonable manner. Of course, their large quantity will definitely attract attention, and that is unavoidable. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing." Zhou Chuchu nodded, no longer saying much. Since Qin Ziyuan could make such a big business, he surely had his own methods. She didn't need to know the specific details and operations of this method, she just needed to trust him. Looking at her husband who was driving the neon lights ahead cast shadows on him, his profile, becoming increasingly handsome in the changing lights, exuding a powerful aura that was strikingly different from before. Zhou Chuchu felt somewhat dazed. Before the apocalypse in her past life, he didn't seem to have this aura, did he? After the apocalypse, he first suffered from a high fever that weakened his body, and then was pushed down the stairs by Sun Qixuan, resulting in paralysis. Later he endured various tortures, and his powers had yet to manifest. At that time he was gloomy and silent, and he had never hinted to her about his plans for the future. But now he gave her an impression of having a grand strategy and planning for a century. Is this really the true him? If this is the true him, then under the physical and mental torment of his past life, he was stuck in a wheelchair and still needed her to gather food to sustain him. How much pain did he endure? Fortunately, he would never have to go through those things from the past life again. Never again. He can soar high and realize his strategies and ambitions, using his methods to protect this family, just as she used her methods to protect this family. Brother, you're amazing, I admire you. Zhou Chuchu gave a thumbs up, wholeheartedly praising him. After returning home, congratulations, you have successfully signed in. You have received 100 trillion renminbi in cash and 6 doses of physical enhancement potions. On the 5th day of her rebirth, she successfully signed in, with 25 days remaining until the apocalypse. On the 6th day of her rebirth, Zhou Chuchu retrieved 40 generators, 0 liters of kerosene, and natural gas, 0 tons of coal, and cold-resistant clothing, snowboats, sleds, kayaks, and small yachts from the small warehouse that she entrusted the manager to get. The 5800 delicious dishes customized by Diyun Hotel were all moved to the storage space. Qin Ziyuan sold 3 companies. She transferred 9.8 million tons of various pharmaceuticals transported back from abroad and 600 general medical devices from the port. She signed in and received 150 trillion in funds and a liquid polymer defense wall. On the 7th day of her rebirth, Zhou Chuchu continuously received trucks of supplies sent from various places, and Qin Ziyuan sold for companies. At the port, she transferred 500 large ships, 200 medium ships, and 100 small cargo ships. She signed in and received 200 trillion with 12 doses of mental enhancement potions. On the 8th day of her rebirth, Zhou Chuchu continued to collect trucks of supplies, clearing out Sam's Club, Yonghua Walmart, and others once again. Qin Ziyuan sold 8 companies. At the port, she transferred 80 million various scientific research devices, both named and unnamed. She signed in for 240 trillion, received 18 vitality potions, and a 200-volt electric grid. On the 9th day of her rebirth, Qin Ziyuan had already sold all domestic companies, leaving 102 foreign companies quickly being sold off. Early in the morning, Zhou Chuchu heard a wailing and cursing noise like that of a slaughtered pig. Pulling back the curtains, she saw old lady Luo throwing a tantrum at the villa entrance. Outside, the heat was overwhelming and tears, mucus, and sweat streamed down old lady Luo's face, making her look like a pig that had rolled in a muddy pit as she rolled around and howled. What kind of calamity has befallen my son to be slandered and thrown into prison? They accuse my son of extorting 8 million. Is this not a blatant lie? This is the Qin family using their wealth to bribe judges and frame others. Oh, my son, my dear son, how could I let that little ex-vixen from the Qin family see you? Old lady Luo's cursing was harsh, her wailing voice sharp and piercing. This commotion drew the attention of many neighbors. Beside her stood a young woman with heavy makeup who bore a slight resemblance to her. Hearing old lady Luo's wail, she impatiently reminded, "Stop crying. My brother asked you to plead with him. Your noise won't bring him back." As she spoke, she glanced up and saw the villa being renovated for Zhou Chuchu, as well as the villa she currently resided in, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. These 2 villas were at least 2 or 3 times larger than the one owned by that wealthy merchant. That villa, the old man was reluctant to give it to her. He merely allowed her to stay temporarily. If she lost her looks, that old man would surely kick her out. Having grown accustomed to living in a grand villa with servants, how could she ever return to an ordinary house? All she wanted was to live in an even better villa. She overheard her mother and brother discussing that in a divorce one could get 500 million, which sparked her interest. She had decent looks and a good figure, and she possessed skills that ordinary women did not. If she could marry into the Qin family. No, she needn't marry into the Qin family. She had met Qin Ziyuan before, and a man like him would make her willing to follow him without any name or status. Thus, she was not concerned about her mother's wailing or her brother's imprisonment, as she was only worried that her noise would disturb Qin Zin, diminishing his impression of her. At that moment, she bent her body into a noticeable S shape, hoping that Qin Ziyuan would see her as the most beautiful and eye-catching version of herself. Little did she know that Qin Ziyuan had already left for work, and she was merely displaying herself for the old lechers who had gathered around. Old lady Luo's face was grim. She had been crying here for quite a while, yet no one from the Qin family had. She was sunburned, hot, and thirsty, and after a bout of wailing she had lost quite a bit of strength. Her sweat-soaked clothes clung to her body, and under the scorching sun, it was particularly uncomfortable. She was already anxious and furious about her son being imprisoned, and her mouth was covered in painful blisters. She yelled at her daughter, "Shut up, you useless thing. You were supposed to ask your man for money to rescue your brother, but instead you're here hindering me. I tell you there's no way I'm going to plead with that little ex-woman." Old Lady Luo's pent-up fury had nowhere to go, and she was like a lit firecracker. Zhang Xiaomei, Old Lady Luo's daughter, heard her mother venting her anger on her, and her expression darkened. She had 8 million, but why should she give it to Zhang Daong? This was the money she had scraped together over the years by compromising herself for various men. It was her. Furrowing her brows, a sharp and bitter expression similar to Old Lady Luo's emerged as she shouted, "If you dare call me useless again, I'll send you back to our hometown, believe it or not." With that one sentence, she had Old Lady Luo in check. The old woman dared not shout at her daughter anymore, and continued to wail and roll on the ground, though not as energetically as before. The onlookers continued to watch the drama unfold, while discussing, "The Qin family has been in the news every day lately. Ooh, I heard they have sold their entire company. Oh, the Qin family must be in serious debt. With the economy being what it is, making money isn't easy. Without those companies, let's see how long the Qin family can remain wealthy. They'll be sitting on empty coffers soon. That daughter-in-law of the Qin family is just a jinx, a wasteful woman who buys all sorts of useless things for the house. She really can't change her small-town habits. That daughter-in-law has been quite arrogant lately, as she used to greet us, but now she's so rude. How long can she's merely bullying the weak. When the Qin family falls, she'll have her own tears to cry. That's right, just look at how she has driven this poor old lady to such a state. Oh dear, what a sin. That son of hers seems to be a filial one. A filial child couldn't commit any evil acts, right? That's just a bad mindset." They enjoyed their gossip, showing little sympathy for Old Lady Luo. They merely seized the opportunity to voice their jealousy toward the Qin family and revel in their misfortune. Indeed, the Qin family has sold their company, yet they can casually buy a villa worth tens of millions in cash. How could they not be envious? In the crowd, Shen Danhong turned to go home with a smug smile. The Qin family had fallen. How wonderful. Lu Jilin could never compare to her. Growing old, her son sold the company and went bankrupt. Haha, the heavens are watching. Shen Danhong hummed a tune as she headed home. Zhou Chuchu watched for a while at the window, her phone constantly buzzing with transfer notifications. Her husband had finished selling their domestic company and had begun to ramp up the sale of foreign companies. It was said that some foreign entities like the Morgan Consortium, the DuPont family, the Rothschild family, and the Rockefeller family were buying his companies. She didn't quite understand all of this, but listened earnestly as her husband spoke. She loved that natural confidence he exuded when discussing such matters. Every time he spoke halfway, he would pinch her waist and hum. "If we sign today, we should be able to earn $500 trillion, right?" Feeling the heat outside was too much, she closed the window. After washing up, she had breakfast. On the table, a calla lily was gently blowing a cool breeze towards her, bringing with it a refreshing fragrance. There was also an orchid slowly releasing waves that calmed the mind and could stimulate the growth and advancement of her abilities. In recent days, the total amount of her abilities had tripled compared to when she started. Apart from nurturing the peach tree and some vegetables, she whimsically decided to tend to a few potted plants in the house. After being nurtured by her abilities, these plants, which were meant to beautify the environment and purify the air, underwent some wondrous changes. For instance, this calla lily could absorb all kinds of harmful substances and gases in the room, fanning out a refreshing and clean breeze. It was much more comfortable than the air conditioning. In the future, in a sealed environment, this plant could provide a more pleasant living atmosphere. As for the orchid, its effects were even greater. Placing it in the room made her feel that her abilities had accelerated by at least a third. Her mind was clear of distractions, and even sleeping became much more comfortable. Why have I created my own perpetual motion machine? Zhou Chuchu chuckled, planning to cultivate a few more plants to give to her parents and brother when they came. Hearing movement from inside the door, Old Lady Luo instantly perked up, her cries growing louder with each passing moment. Zhang Xiaomei also quickly made her shaped posture larger, her pair of eyes captivatingly looking over. The surrounding neighbors were even more excited, eager to see the Qin family entangled with trouble and witnessing some scandal unfold. However, when they saw that it was Zhou Chuchu who came out, they were all taken aback. Old Lady Luo, seeing Zhou Chuchu, desperately wanted to rush over and tear her clothes and hair. Yet recalling the 2 slaps she had received from her heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xiaomei was utterly defeated by Zhou Chuchu's exquisite makeup, refreshing demeanor, striking looks, and well-proportioned figure. She felt despondent, but unwillingly looked past her, hoping to catch sight of that handsome man. "Stop looking. My husband has long gone to work. If you want to block the door, at least choose an earlier time at this hour. Aside from me, who sleeps late, no one is home." Zhou Chuchu with a half-smile glanced at Old Lady Luo and her daughter. "If you want to howl, go ahead. Ooh, I won't stop you." She had no intention of engaging with them. Old Lady Luo thought using this tactic would force them, but that was impossible. She had the strength to howl, so let her do it. With no one home, she could howl as she pleased. Even if someone returned home, if she howled outside with the windows closed, the soundproofing was excellent. Seeing that Zhou Chuchu was not responding at all, and was about to leave, Old Lady Luo rushed up to grab Zhou Chuchu's arm. Wait, you can't just leave like this. Come with me to the police station and tell them my son is innocent. Before she could reach Zhou Chuchu, she tripped over something and fell flat on her face. Mom, Zhang Xiaomei rushed over to help her up. Are you okay, Mom? Old Lady Luo had a nosebleed, and at this moment blood, tears, and sweat flowed down her face, making her look utterly disheveled. Ouch, ouch, what tripped me? She looked over and only saw a piece of blue brick flipped up her face, full of confusion, as she clearly felt something vine-like wrapping around her foot, pulling her back forcefully. Could it be an illusion? Looking again at Zhou Chuchu's smile, which was laced with coldness and sarcasm, Old Lady Luo felt an inexplicable fear. A chill ran down her spine. This woman is incredibly sinister. It seems that anyone who seeks trouble with her ends up in misfortune. Just a few days ago, that nanny was also left bloodied. She was frightened, no longer daring to howl or curse. Zhang Xiaomei found her attitude strange, but did not know the reason. She shouted at Zhou Chuchu, "Hey, are you even human? Seeing an old lady crying so pathetically in front of your door, you have no reaction at all. How can you be so hard-hearted?" Zhou Chuchu shot her a glance, as if seeing through all of Zhang Xiaomei's thoughts. What are you even worth to... You know what your intentions are. That Zhang Dayong rapist, child trafficker, extortionist. If he doesn't go to jail, who... And you think I can't manage the three of you, but don't come out and tarnish my eyes. Old Lady Luo herself is no good, and the children she raised are worse than pigs and dogs. Am I supposed to be soft-hearted towards you? Then how am I any different from pigs and dogs? Zhou Chuchu's incisive insults caused Zhang Xiaomei's face to shift from blue to white. The onlookers were also stunned, their anger rising. Among them, some sympathized with Old Lady Luo. They turned around and left. Others who did not catch Zhou Chuchu's insults were still commenting on Old Lady Luo and Zhang Xiaomei. So this is what Old Lady Luo means by a filial son. How dare she cry and howl in front of others? If I were her, I would have no face to show myself. Oh, I said her daughter dressed too revealingly, turns out. TSK. In this day and age, there are so many shameless people. The mother is shameless and the daughter is just as shameless. This villa area is mostly occupied by legitimate wives who detest mistresses the most. Once Zhang Xiaomei's identity as a mistress was exposed, it immediately overshadowed any jealousy towards the Qin family. Zhang Xiaomei, embarrassed by the insults, forcibly dragged Old Lady Luo away. I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've embarrassed yourself at home. Zhou Chuchu also stepped into her car and left, heading to collect goods from the warehouse. In the afternoon, she still had to go to the port with her husband, who she had no time to waste. Old Feng opened the door for her and casually reminded her, "It's been really hot recently, be careful outside, and don't get heat stroke." Old Feng, observing Zhou Chuchu leave every morning and return every night, couldn't help but express he had no children working here as a security guard, claiming a high salary, yet feeling lonely. The other residents looked at him like a lowly servant, but Zhou Chuchu still treated him as an equal. Her two little treasures were also incredibly warm-hearted, greeting him every time they came and calling him Grandpa Feng, melting his heart. Yes, got it, Uncle Feng, take care of your health too. I've noticed various bad rumors lately. If you have time, stock up on... Zhou Chuchu reminded him once more. Old Feng had also seen her loading up on supplies and thought to himself, this girl is too timid, whatever, it's not a bad idea to stock up on things just in case. Zhou Chuchu finished collecting goods from the warehouse and began shopping along the street. The merchants were already aware of her bold moves to clear their stocks, so they prepared everything neatly, without her needing to say much, saving her a lot of time. During this time, she received a few phone calls which led to several new orders for coal and gas. By 3 in the afternoon, her husband picked her up to go to the port, transferring 8 billion tons of cotton, various metals, timber, and other essential raw materials. This time it ran a bit late, and after moving these raw materials, it was already 6 in the evening. Suddenly her WeChat vibrated. You have been added to the Haisher University class of 30 Literature Department Group. Literature Department Group. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the group, her expression complex. Welcome the school beauty to the group. Confetti. Confetti. Chuchu, my goddess, it's been 5 years since we last met, and you're still so beautiful. Breathe in. Breathe in. Come on, Xiang Lei, you've never seen her, how would you know she's still beautiful? Back when Chuchu left the group, she didn't join for 5 years. I even tried to add her, but she rejected. That's great. Since we're all here, let's meet up at Haisher Xingyue Grand Hotel. Don't miss it. Goddess Zhou Chuchu, you must come, we're waiting for you. A class reunion. So that's what it was. The classmates were excited and happy about Zhou Chuchu's joining. After all, she was the school beauty, and even though she had left the group, many still kept an eye on her. They were more concerned about how she had been over the years. Initially, everyone was complimenting her, but soon a few discordant comments appeared. Oh my, look at this is the charm of the beautiful Zhou. As soon as she enters, you men are like you're on steroids. Isn't that right? It feels like this class reunion is being held for her. Back then she was the one who left the group. She probably thinks she's climbed to a higher branch and looks down on us classmates. He Hongqiao monitor look, some people are still as arrogant as back in the day. He Hongqiao, Zhou Chu, you've been angry with me for so many years, you should be calmed down by now, right? What caused you to leave the group back then? I upset you, I apologize. Zhou Chu looked at these people's tea-sipping remarks and smiled coldly. This group was established by Monitor He Hongqiao, who had a crush on Sun Qixuan. Upon learning that she was getting closer to him, she found an excuse to kick her out. In the group, there were Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan. Although she didn't particularly like these two, she felt it was unnecessary to be in the group. After all, she married Qin Ziyuan right after graduation and had no common topics with them. Several close friends she made in college were busy with their own jobs and marriages after graduation, making it hard to keep. Even if they did meet, there wasn't much to chat about, and she hadn't told them about marrying Qin Ziyuan, fearing it would create a gap. Yet even without mentioning it, they had gradually drifted apart. However, among these people there was one she had to see. Qin Ziyuan, noticing her subtle change, parked the car and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Chu replied, "I was added to a classmate group." Qin Ziyuan nodded, "Alright, go ahead. They'll pick you up after the gathering ends." The Xingyue Grand Hotel. Students from the literature department gathered together. 5 years have passed, and their fates have diverged completely. Some are dressed in suits discussing national affairs and the chaos in the world. Some are checking their watches, talking animatedly about stock trading, bull markets and bear markets. Others have become the cogs of society, casting envious glances at those articulate classmates. Some are holding cups, mingling among classmates, exchanging flattery. Meanwhile, others sit silently, merely eating. Soon these people split into two distinct groups. One group is lively, exchanging jokes and creating a vibrant atmosphere, clearly comprised of successful individuals living well, surrounded by many female classmates. The other group is subdued, speaking softly about their own matters, most with less than cheerful expressions, and there are hardly any female classmates at their table. The lively group then divided further. The focus centers around 3 individuals: Sun Qixuan, Lin Shuang, and Dong Jian, the organizer. Dong Jian, I never imagined you were the son of a coal tycoon, quietly going back to inherit the family business right after graduation. What a stark contrast in destinies. This remark ignited everyone's enthusiasm. After all, with their identities now transformed, it felt somewhat inappropriate to rekindle old friendships. Dong Jian is a young talent succeeding his father, unlike us who have to work a lifetime just to buy a house in high. People are different. If we weren't classmates, how could we share a table with Boss Dong? A female classmate gazed at him meaningfully. Dong Jian, are you married yet? Thus, everyone spontaneously assumed that this campus beauty had been deterred by Sun Qixuan's rejection. Sun Qixuan had once been the campus heartthrob, recognized for his prestigious background. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Sun Qixuan. Back then, Dong Jian had silently pursued Zhou Chu for a long time, but she had outright rejected him. Dong Jian, having concealed his identity, was seen as an ordinary guy. Therefore, when he confronted Sun Qixuan, the latter, embodying the demeanor of a scion, told Dong Jian, "I have no relationship with her, it's purely out of concern for a woman. If she misunderstood that I liked her, I have nothing to say." This infuriated Dong Jian, leading to a physical altercation between them. Now standing before Sun Qixuan, as the coal tycoon, Sun Dong Jian might harbor some intentions of revenge. He glanced at Sun Qixuan and said, "I was young and foolish back then, and I made a fool of myself." And seeing him so agreeable, someone grew bold. "Dong Jian, did you come back for Goddess Chu?" Dong Jian remained composed. Having experienced numerous women over the years, he considered himself no longer the naive young man he once was. He did have lingering thoughts about Zhou Chu, but that was more about proving she had made the wrong choice by not selecting him. Of course, not at all. I have negotiated a coal deal worth 80 million, transporting 800 tons of coal here. Nothing to boast about, nothing to boast about, Dong Jian said modestly, prompting waves of astonishment from the crowd. An 80 million deal. Heavens, that's almost a small goal. This must earn at least 10 million, right? Incredible. Based on my salary, I'd need to save for at least 50 years without eating or drinking. Dong Jian is the richest among our class, isn't he? Every female classmate quietly looked over, and those bold enough had already started conversations. Lin Shuang, holding a glass, gently clinked it against his. Her exquisite beauty and striking appearance, adorned in a Dior dress purchased from Zhou Chu, naturally made her stand out among the women. She harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Chu, but still chose to wear the clothes she no longer wanted. Only by donning such attire did she feel like a young lady once more rather than a detritus pauper. Seeing that the previously unremarkable Dong Jian had turned into a wealthy individual, she immediately started to rethink her options. Song Simin had entered, and she wasn't worried about him discovering her mortgage properties. After all his assets had been confiscated for compensation, so there was no way to trace it. But her lack of money was genuine, or if she could get close to this coal heir, her future wouldn't be so bleak. Boss Dong, a young talent indeed, missing out on you is Chuch's loss. Her gaze was alluring, full of charm. Being adults, Dong Jian naturally understood her meaning and played along. Oh, it's you, the beautiful Lin. You and the campus beauty Zhou are such close friends. I wonder how she's doing. Lin Shuang was filled with hatred. 5 years had passed, and he was still thinking about that wretched Zhou Chuchu. She pretended to be surprised. Oh, you didn't know? She got married. Dong Jian's expression shifted. Married? She's married. When? To whom? She got married right after graduation, apparently at her parents' insistence. Her husband. He's quite mediocre, a low-level employee at Scorching Group, young, but already bald with a beer belly. She must be having a tough time. As Lin Shuang spoke, everyone in the room perked up. The men naturally didn't believe it. Zhou Chuchu was practically a dream from their youth, always out of reach. No way. An employee? That's worse than me. Had I known the campus beauty was so easy to pursue, I would have gone after her back then. What a beautiful flower planted in Cao Dong. I thought Zhou Chuchu wouldn't settle for anyone less than the campus heartthrob, though surely she'd marry someone wealthy. How could things be this bad? Fate really plays tricks on people. The women, on the other hand, were elated and excited. I know Scorching Group. Oh, all its subsidiary companies have been sold. Zhou Chuchu's husband must be unemployed now. The president of Scorching Group is quite benevolent, providing generous severance packages to each employee, but how long will that last in Haishur? He might have to take her back to a 3rd or 4th-tier city. Her husband is even worse than mine. Mine earns 200. Zhou Chuchu's beauty and achievements had always been a thorn in many women's hearts. Now hearing she was faring so poorly provided them with a sense of balance. Only Sun Qishuan knew she was lying, but for reasons unknown, he chose not to expose Lin Shuang's words. In the room, only Su Jiao sighed sympathetically upon hearing Zhou Chuchu's misfortunes. So Chuchu married such a man, no wonder she never mentions her husband. As proud as she is, she must be in great pain inside. A female classmate besides Su Jiao scoffed. Forget it, Su Jiao, why do you care about her feelings? Everyone has their own fate. She is just a beauty with a tragic destiny. Su Jiao immediately felt displeased. Fang Sha, shut your mouth. Others can talk about her, but you can't. Who lent you money when you had no food to eat at the end of the month? Have you paid back that money? The girl named Fang Sha was rendered speechless, stammering, well, she was willing. I didn't force her. Another female classmate tried to mediate, but subtly took sides. Right now you're wholeheartedly supporting Zhou Chuchu, but she doesn't even know why bother. Su Jiao ignored her. Right now you're wholeheartedly supporting Zhou Chuchu, but she doesn't even know why bother. Su Jiao ignored her, directly pointing out, in our dorm, who hasn't received help from Chuchu? Who helped you review and highlight the subjects when you failed? And when your mother was sick, wasn't it Chuchu who lent you 300 yuan? The female classmate's expression instantly darkened, turning to talk to someone else. The remaining 2 female classmates also distanced themselves from Su Jiao. Su Jiao snorted coldly, showing no intention of engaging with them. As time passed, class monitor He Hongxiao raised her glass and walked towards Sun Qishuan, who kept glancing towards the door. Great school hunk, 5 years have passed, and you've become even more charming. He Hongxiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at her prince charming, her voice trembling with excitement. Sun Qishuan was dressed in an extremely expensive custom outfit, wearing a luxury watch. His presence rivaled that of Dong Jian, and combined with his past handsome looks, he attracted even more attention from female classmates. Now many unmarried female classmates were eager to approach him, but class monitor He Hongxiao was the first to speak. Oh, it's the class monitor. Sun Qishuan appeared to be distracted. He had applied medicine to his face, and the redness had subsided. With his handsome appearance and relaxed demeanor among the flowers and plants, he looked even more charming than during his university days. Immediately, several girls developed a desire to marry him and crowded around to talk. Great school hunk, you look so handsome. Are you free lately? I know a restaurant with really good food. Do you remember me? You said I was good at photography back then. He Hongxiao felt a surge of anger, thinking these girls were so shameless. She subtly leaned closer to Sun Qishuan, bending slightly to reveal a deep cleavage. He made no attempt to reject her closeness, his gaze sinking into hers. Mutual appreciation. Oh, class monitor, you're becoming even more beautiful. He Hongxiao smiled with pride, feeling that her efforts were worth it. However, her smile didn't last long. After Sun Qishuan chatted with her for a bit and added her on WeChat, he again looked towards the door with a distracted expression. He made no attempt to reject her closeness, his gaze sinking into hers. Mutual appreciation. Oh, class monitor, you're becoming even more beautiful. He Hongxiao smiled. If that happens, he would no longer be a wealthy man, a young master from a prominent family, but entirely a fallen noble, a pauper. He didn't want that, absolutely not. So even if He Hongxiao approached him, he had little interest. He wanted to focus all his energy on Zhou Chuchu. In recent days, Scorching's affiliated companies had sold off assets bringing in several tens of billions. That's several tens of billions. And that's just on paper. Could he not care about that? He Hongxiao also noticed that Sun Qixuan was waiting for someone. In fact, most classmates were waiting for Zhou Chuchu. Lin Shuang's words had sufficiently piqued their curiosity, making them want to see for themselves how poorly the former school beauty was doing. After all, hearing about it was one thing, seeing it was another. This made He Hongxiao particularly uncomfortable. She's become like that, yet she can still attract these worthless men's hearts. No way, when she arrives I'll definitely ridicule her severely. Having thought of this, she looked at her watch and exaggeratedly said, "What's going on with Zhou Chuchu? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Is she deliberately coming late to embarrass me? It was just a small misunderstanding back then, and she's held on to it until now. Why don't we start eating without her? Everyone's time is precious. We can save her a portion when she arrives." Several female classmates beside He Hongxiao were part of the group that had isolated Zhou Chuchu back then. They immediately chimed in. "She married such a poor guy. Isn't she living life, with every penny being counted? She's probably stuck in a taxi on her way here. What status do Dong Jian, the great school hunk, and Lin, the young lady, have? What status does she have? She really doesn't understand. She still thinks she's back in school where everyone caters to her. Just look at her, as she's so pretentious." She left the group over a trivial matter, and even when the class monitor apologized, she didn't even acknowledge it. "Everyone, let's not wait for her. Do you think our reunion can't happen if she doesn't come? She really thinks too highly of." Some male classmates echoed their sentiments. To them, the so-called school beauty meant nothing. Being poor was a joke. They couldn't afford to waste time on her when they could be networking with Dong Jin, Sun Qixuan, and Lin Shuang. Su Jiao stood up, saying Chu Chu said she would come. Are we really starting without her? Isn't that just humiliating her? If that's the case, then why invite her to the reunion? Isn't that just putting her down? Several female classmates were silenced by Su Jiao's retort. Su Jiao had always had this temper back in school. She was poor and had a bad family background, so she was not well liked. Zhou Chuchu was the only one who got close to her, helping her through that difficult time. Su Jiao was grateful and had always remembered Zhou Chuchu. Now hearing these people speak like this, she naturally couldn't remain silent. He Hongxiao was displeased. After all, it was she who suggested not waiting for Zhou Chuchu. "Su Jiao, what do you mean? It's her fault for being late. Should we wait indefinitely for her to arrive?" Just as Su Jiao was about to retort, Zhou Chuchu pushed the door open and entered. "No need to wait, I'm here." She nodded at Su Jiao. She really had no intention of participating in this reunion. Had it not been for seeing that Su Jiao was coming, she would have left the group at the first opportunity. Yes, she came this. As Zhou Chuchu entered, all eyes were drawn to her, filled with curiosity. Some female classmates scrutinized her like X-rays, scanning her hair, makeup, appearance, and attire from every angle. They attempted to find traces of hardship in Zhou Chuchu's life. In reality, she radiated vitality. Through her cultivation of abilities and feedback from plants, the impurities within her body had been completely expelled. At this moment, her hair flowed like clouds, black as a raven, but shimmering with the luster of black pearls, reflecting light as if it were a mirror. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to the finest mutton fat jade, exuding a translucent beauty. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and her lips held a soft cherry hue. Even without makeup, she possessed an exquisite complexion, merely standing there like a source of light. Her beauty was of the strikingly glamorous kind, easily categorized as vulgar, yet there was an ethereal quality about her that made her beauty seem inviolable. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this beauty. Where was the slightest trace of hardship? The female classmates felt a sense of inferiority. Lin Shuang even broke the skin on her palm, while He Hongxiao, the artificial beauty, sneered in disdain. The male classmates like Dong Jian watched her with rapt attention. Sun Qixuan was utterly mesmerized. However, some female classmates were still unwilling to accept it. Seeing Zhou Chuchu dressed casually in a sun-protective outfit and simple white sandals, they deliberately glanced at her ears, neck, and wrists, only to find her wearing a twisted braided ring, revealing their scornful smirks. Indeed, no matter how beautiful she was, her outfit was worth at most 200 or 300. Compared to their high-end clothing and silk dresses, it was truly lacking. Little did they know that Zhou Chuchu had already sold all those expensive clothes that looked good but were useless to Lin Shuang. Her current attire was mainly functional. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and those pretty clothes would only hinder her movements, offering no benefit whatsoever. Su Jiao, long time no see. Ignoring others, Zhou Chuchu walked towards Su Jiao. Seeing her in good spirits, Su Jiao assumed she was doing well too, easing her worries about the situation Lin Shuang mentioned. Zhou Chuchu, long time no see, you're still so beautiful. Zhou Chuchu's beauty left even her, as a woman, in admiration. You're not bad either. It's a pity you don't dress up, otherwise you'd be stunning. Their casual banter drew them closer. For Su Jiao, Zhou Chuchu was a college classmate who had helped her. For Zhou Chuchu, Su Jiao was a trustworthy ally and a comrade to face life and death together. After extreme weather, plants and animals underwent crazy mutations, zombies roamed freely, and cities were besieged and annihilated at any moment. With no choice, everyone had to abandon their homes and emerge from their houses, forming a migration army. Among the various migration teams, there had to be teams of ability users to clear out mutated beasts, mutated plants, and zombies. During this process, she met Su Jiao, and the two teamed up with several others to fight for a full 3 years. Until one cleaning mission, due to erroneous information from above, they encountered an unprecedentedly powerful mutated beast, resulting in Su Jiao losing her life to it. Chuchu Lin Shuang said you married a low-level worker from Scorching group and are living a tough life. Su Jiao asked without any intention of covering for Lin Shuang. Zhou Chuchu blinked, casting a half-smile glance at Lin Shuang. Noticing Lin Shuang's tense expression and the others pricking up their ears to listen, she couldn't help but laugh. My husband indeed works for Scorching group. But hey, Scorching group has been sold, so my husband is unemployed now. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of as expected, their eyes filled with disdain. Only Su Jiao sincerely said, how about this? He'll talk to our company's boss and see if we can get your husband a job with us. Zhou Chuchu looked at Su Jiao seriously. She was still the same warm-hearted and unchanged. However, if her husband were to join her company's boss, might need to be replaced. Thus, she had to decline her goodwill. He's been working for these years and is quite tired. There's a significant event coming up soon. It's just the right time for him to prepare, so he won't be going to your company. Su Jiao nodded, not insisting further. At this moment, Dong Jian left Lin Shuang and approached Zhou Chuchu, his eyes gleaming as he looked at her. Zhou the campus beauty, long time no see. Memories of Zhou Chuchu revived in his mind. Even in her simple clothes, her image undeniably overshadowed all the internet celebrities and stars he had previously associated with. He looked at Zhou Chuchu with anticipation, calculating how much money it would take to win her over. After all, at this age, with both older and younger generations to support, the pressure to survive was immense, and every aspect required money. Long time no see. Zhou Chuchu merely responded casually to Dong Jian. Considering their past as classmates, she purchased his coal, which was clearly overpriced, as a gesture to honor their 4 years of camaraderie. That was the end of it. Seeing Zhou Chuchu's cold attitude towards him, Dong Jian frowned and eagerly said, if your husband is looking for a job, I can help. Although I'm not in Haishi, I can still say a word or two in some major companies. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chuchu expectantly, wondering if his hint was clear enough. Zhou Chuchu found him annoying and replied coldly, no need, he doesn't need to work anywhere. Dong Jian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, some male and female classmates were eager for Dong Jian to help them, yet he was outright rejected by Zhou Chuchu. In her words, there was a strong defense of her husband, causing the others to become sarcastic. Zhou the campus beauty, your husband is an unemployed person. What significant event could he be preparing for? It's not like you two haven't bought a house, right? Employees of Scorching Group have decent salaries, but trying to buy a house in Haishi solely on a salary is impossible without at least 20 to 30 years of effort. The competition is fierce now. If you don't work, you'll be eliminated quickly. Zhou the campus beauty, take our advice. This isn't school anymore. One must learn to compromise. Lin Shuang approached, leaning closely to Dong Jian, her voice soft. Chuchu, we all mean well. Zhou Chuchu's gaze instantly turned cold. Lin Shuang, I didn't pay attention to you. Do you think of yourself as a person now? Her words were sharp and unyielding. As soon as she spoke, the classmates were taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't Zhou Chuchu and Lin Shuang best friends? Why did it feel like they were enemies? Su Shuang immediately wore a look of grievance. Chuchu, there really exists some misunderstandings between us. Your malice towards me is too much. Can we restore our previous relationship? Lin Shuang's demeanor made those unaware of the truth feel that Zhou Chuchu was truly going too far. Immediately, someone jumped out to speak up for justice. Zhou Chuchu, don't take yourself too seriously. Miss Lin, considering your past feelings, is graciously accommodating you, yet you still dare to insult her. Exactly, this is too much. After all, you were classmates, you were once best friends. Zhou Chuchu, I think you should apologize to Lin Shuang. Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, scanning the few speaking female classmates with a playful smile. Under her gaze, those girls instinctively turned their heads away. For Zhou Chuchu's gaze carried an overwhelming and fierce aura. Their eyes meeting hers felt like being struck by lightning, causing them pain and making them shy away. With that, the room fell silent. Lin Shuang is not even worth considering as my best friend. She doesn't deserve it. Only Su Jiao is my true best friend. And Lin Shuang, stop pretending here. Don't force me to expose your dirty little secrets. Lin Shuang's heart trembled, filled with a mix of hatred and fear toward Zhou Chuchu. She feared that Zhou Chuchu would indeed reveal her secrets, which would ruin her plans to seduce Dong Jian. She remained silent, but He Hongxiao took over. Zhou Chuchu, don't be so arrogant, you should consider the occasion. He Hongxiao feigned a righteous expression, trying to gain the upper hand in front of Zhou Chuchu. However, Zhou Chuchu was no longer the person she used to be. Having experienced life and death, she no longer played pretentious games with trivial people, nor engaged in covert battles. She glanced at He Hongxiao, whose body was marked by artificial modifications. I am naturally arrogant, because I am genuinely beautiful, stunningly so. Unlike you with a fake nose, fake breasts, and a fake, but you can't afford to be arrogant. As she unleashed her words, Su Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter triggered a chain reaction, and soon the room burst into waves of laughter. He Honkyo's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Su Jiao was astonished as Zhou Chuchu had changed so much. Compared to her previous quiet demeanor, this boldness was far more admirable. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, a classmate good at lightening the mood quickly called out, "Come on, let's eat first, we rarely gather like this." Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao walked toward a less crowded table, where she had some words to impart, ensuring Su Jiao was prepared for the impending apocalypse. Because Zhou Chuchu had always felt regret for Su Jiao. In her past life, Su Jiao encountered the apocalypse unprepared, leading to a food shortage. Her elder sister, in exchange for food, had to submit to the building bully, ultimately being consumed by him as stored food. Though Su Jiao killed the building bully, her sister could never return. This became her eternal sorrow. Just as they were about to sit down, Sun Qishuan and Dong Jin spoke simultaneously, "Chuchu, come sit by me." This statement came from the richest and most prestigious men in the two private rooms, regarded as golden sons-in-law by the women present, causing everyone in the room to halt their actions. Lin Shuang seethed. "Zhou Chuchu, you already have qinzin, yet you still attract bees and butterflies. But don't get too pleased, as soon you will lose everything." She squeezed the medicine packet in her hand, her eyes filled with hatred. He Hongxiao resented. "Good for you, Zhou Chuchu. You have fallen so low, yet still compete with me for men. Just a married second-hand item, how can she compare to me?" Other female classmates either looked on in jealousy or with an expression of amusement. Only Su Jiao held her hand, shaking her head. "Don't go." Zhou Chuchu naturally wouldn't go and sat down. Dong Jin's expression darkened even further, while Sun Qishuan also felt displeased that she was disregarded. However, Sun Qishuan knew Zhou Chuchu's situation and hoped to use her money to revive the Sun family. At this moment, he couldn't afford to act aloof. If she wouldn't come to him, he would go to her. He approached, a pleasing smile on his handsome face, directly driving away the man next to Zhou Chuchu. Just as he was about to sit beside her, Lin Jiao switched seats. Sun Qishuan then turned to the other side, and Lin Jiao bluntly said, "Sun Qishuan, are you annoying? Chuchu is a married woman, please keep your distance." At that moment, Lin Jiao also noticed Zhou Chuchu's aversion toward Sun Qishuan. She clapped in delight. During college, she had seen that Sun Qishuan was not a decent person, often toying with Chuchu's feelings. What a wonderful person Chuchu was, who had suffered for a long time because of his deception. Once she asked about it, and Chuchu had shared a bit. After hearing Zhou Chuchu's words, she instinctively felt that Chuchu was not in love with that guy, but was merely reminiscing about the boy in her memories, mistaking him for Sun Qishuan. Now that Chuchu had broken through her illusions to see this guy's true colors, it was a cause for celebration. Yet Sun Qishuan clung to her like a stubborn band-aid, leaving her no choice but to intervene. Sun Qishuan, having finally caught an opportunity to see Zhou Chuchu, would never let it go. He looked seriously at Su Jiao. "Su Jiao, where I sit is none of your business, shut up." Zhou Chuchu suddenly exploded, slapping him. "Get lost." This slap landed solidly, sending Sun Qishuan flying, crashing into several tables and chairs. The incident occurred suddenly, and the room fell silent. Everyone stared in shock. Only Sun Qishuan lay on the ground, howling in pain. Dong Jin, who had initially intended to step forward, quietly withdrew his foot. Who would have thought that Zhou Chuchu would act without hesitation? However, what left them even more astonished was that Sun Qishuan, instead of retaliating or anything, covered his face, revealing a pained yet twisted smile, saying greasy words. "Chuchu, you can be angry with me, hit me, or scold me, but please don't ignore me. I was wrong before, neglecting you and making you sad. I promise to always put you first from now on." The men and women in the room were dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. They couldn't understand why Sun Qishuan, who had wealth and status, would be so attentive to a married woman. This behavior was downright lowly. "Young Master Sun." He Hongxiao rushed over to embrace him, her face filled with concern. "Young Master Sun, why bother? Zhou Chuchu is just a blissed actress, how dare she treat you like this?" Her words were cut off abruptly as she incredulously touched her face, which had been disfigured by injected filler, her nose also crooked from the blow. Sun Qishuan yelled at her. "What Zhou Chuchu does to me is none of your business. Get away." He shoved He Hongxiao roughly aside. This action was fueled by anger. After all, Zhou Chuchu had hit him, and he couldn't nor dared to retaliate, so He Hongxiao's misfortune was a perfect outlet for his frustration. Moreover, by doing so, he would also please Zhou Chuchu. He cautiously glanced over, but was met with Zhou Chuchu's cold and contemptuous gaze. Zhou Chuchu's slap was truly shocking. Sun Qishuan's attitude was also intriguing. Regardless, after that slap, the air was quiet, and no one dared to come over and meddle. Zhou Chuchu was very pleased with this outcome. "Chuchu, you've changed so much," Su Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Chuchu's transformation into beauty didn't surprise her much. She was already beautiful, so what was strange about becoming even more so? What shocked her was Zhou Chuchu's change in personality. Back in school, she was the epitome of a goddess, the quiet type. Perfect, but lacking in popularity. But now goodness, she was fiercer than anyone else, and when it came to confrontation, she was merciless. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Zhou Chuchu said, having experienced some things, it's inevitable that my personality has changed. Su Jiao, do you remember our past discussions about how to avoid disaster when the apocalypse comes? Although Su Jiao found it strange that her friend would bring this up at a class reunion, she answered without hesitation, I remember, first find a safe and sturdy shelter, and secondly stock up on supplies. These 2 points are foundational. Of course, there are many details that need to be adjusted based on the different types of apocalyptic disasters. Su Jiao spoke with a serious expression. What was initially a joking topic had been turned into a serious discussion, as the two had previously devised various plans for potential scenarios. Zhou Chuchu continued to guide the conversation. Suppose we are about to face extreme heat, 20 degrees hotter than this temperature, how would you respond? 20 degrees hotter than this. Su Jiao fell into deep thought. A female classmate sitting next to Su Jiao, also from the same dormitory as Zhou Chuchu, and Su Jiao laughed mockingly. Such a situation is impossible. The distance between the sun and our Earth is constant, and the temperature it generates remains stable. It won't change significantly for at least 1,000,000 years. Chuchu, it's rare for us to gather. Why are we only talking about these uninteresting topics? Zhou Chuchu didn't even look at her directly, retorting, did I ask you? Why are you answering? Trying to show off how well you studied. The female classmate was left dazed by Zhou Chuchu's rebuttal, huffing in silence. Others who might have wanted to speak held back, fearing they would be similarly scolded. Class reunions often evoke memories of the past, and soon everyone was engaged in lively conversation. Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao fell silent, as there were too many topics to discuss, and no one was inclined to focus on such abstract and unlikely scenarios. However, Su Jiao thought for a moment, and answered seriously, if the temperature were to rise so high, it would definitely lead to droughts, forest fires, and power line failures in a short time. During the day, we surely wouldn't be able to go outside, and societal functions would come to a halt. Following that, there would be a breakdown of power and water supply systems in the city, and food would quickly spoil and decay. We would need to stock up on heat-resistant supplies and dig underground cooling channels. As Su Jiao spoke, her expression began to change. Clearly, if the weather became that extreme, people's living conditions would plummet from paradise to hell. Young adults might manage, but the elderly and children would struggle to survive, likely leading to mass deaths. Seeing Su Jiao's expression, Zhou Chuchu knew she must be envisioning the horrors of the apocalypse. Yet the true apocalypse would be 1,000 times more brutal than imagined. Those who had never experienced the harshness of the apocalypse in their arrogance held a dismissive attitude towards it, believing that human strength could conquer nature, overconfident in their own abilities. They did not realize that before the might of nature, so-called human civilization is merely a joke. Noticing Su Jiao was absorbing her words, Zhou Chuchu changed the subject. I remember, you have a sister named Su Jiao was still lost in thought about the apocalypse when she suddenly heard Zhou Chuchu mention her sister. She replied absent-mindedly, yes, that's right. Mentioning her sister made Su Jiao's expression soften involuntarily, revealing a smile. Even though your sister Su Xiao is your half-sister, she takes special care of you. The money for your college is what she earned from her job. Su Jiao's expression changed suddenly, as she looked at Zhou Chuchu in confusion. She might have mentioned her sister before, but she had never disclosed that they were half-sisters. In her heart, she felt closer to her sister than anyone else. How did Zhou Chuchu know such things? Naturally, these were stories shared with her by future Su Jiao. To be precise, they were from the previous lifetime's future. During that time when Su Jiao was injured with a high fever in her delirium, she mistook Zhou Chuchu for her sister and confided many things to her. Your sister was born blind, but she is optimistic and strong, self-taught in her craft, taking on jobs from factories, saving money bit by bit. Your sister has a birthmark the size of a palm on her back, and you felt heartbroken seeing it, wanting to earn money to pay for her surgery. She must have had it done by now, right? After dropping this bombshell, Su Jiao indeed jumped to her feet, staring at her college friend in disbelief, completely unaware of how she knew the secrets between her and her sister. At the dining table, amidst the clinking of glasses and busy chatter about old university days, no one noticed her. Even if they did, they quickly looked away to chat with others. Su Jiao looked at Zhou Chuchu, feeling as if she was folding time, sometimes far away, sometimes very close. The surrounding sounds faded, and she could only see Zhou Chuchu. Then she heard Zhou Chuchu say to her, in 11 days, the temperature will rise to 50 degrees, marking the official onset of the apocalypse. By then, food will spoil, the earth will dry up, and forest fires will ensue, leading to a collapse of societal functions. Following that, food shortages will occur, and major markets and food warehouses will be looted in a frenzy for a morsel to eat, resulting in a decline of humanity and the dark jungle law playing out among people. Your sister will sell herself to the building tyrant Jiang Lakun for survival supplies, and during the most food-deprived times, she will be treated as food and shared among his lackeys. Su Jiao listened in a daze, her whole body going numb. She couldn't believe it, yet felt that Zhou Chuchu's words were very likely true. Because if they truly faced such dire straits, her sister's character would absolutely lead her to do so. Moreover, there was indeed a building tyrant in her apartment, building a domineering and unreasonable person who owned a fierce Doberman, and no one dared to provoke him. She felt a chill all over and quickly looked at Zhou Chuchu, but found she hadn't opened her mouth. Looking at the others, their expressions showed no signs of surprise, as if those words were only for her to hear. She could no longer care about anything else, pushing back her chair and rushing out of the private room to head home. This matter needed to be sorted out. Everyone paid no mind to her departure, thinking she had gone to the restroom, continuing to eat and drink. Only Zhou Chuchu wore a slight smirk, as she had just used the decorative plant in the room to convey her message to Su Jiao. This could also be considered the application of her abilities. By reminding her like this, given her personality, regardless of whether the apocalypse will come or not, she will certainly prepare accordingly. In this way, her sister will be able to survive. After finishing this task, Zhou Chuchu planned to take out her phone to call her husband to pick her up. Just then she saw Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan approaching her with drinks. Lin Shuang held 2 cups of wine, handing one to her with a pitiful expression, saying, "Chuchu, if I have done anything wrong in the past, please have a generous heart and don't hold it against me. I truly know I was wrong. I beg you not to distance yourself from me, okay? We have been friends for 7 years. Would you really be willing to let go of this friendship? After drinking this cup of wine, all past grievances will be forgotten, and we will still be good sisters." Lin Shuang's words sounded sincere, and the onlookers, unaware of the context, merely felt that Zhou Chuchu was being aggressive, while Lin Shuang appeared deeply affectionate, clearly a young lady, yet lowering herself for a friend who had married into poverty. Everyone's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Chuchu looked on with mockery, wondering what trick Lin Shuang was up to. From what she knew of her, every step that seemed like a retreat hid a malicious intent. This time, she was actually apologizing in front of their former classmates, which meant her intentions were undoubtedly serious. She hadn't originally planned to pay attention to Lin Shuang, but her repeated antics in front of her were simply too irritating. With this in mind, Zhou Chuchu put her phone in her pocket, smiling, as she asked Lin Shuang, "You say you know you were wrong, so let me ask you, what exactly did you do wrong?" Lin Shuang was left speechless. Her "I was wrong" was merely a reflexive response of what had she done wrong. She hadn't done anything wrong. If there was indeed a mistake, it was Zhou Chuchu's fault. Why should she treat herself like this? If she had simply given her the handbag, wouldn't everything have been resolved? If she had been willing to share a few billion of her 50 billion, would she still need to bow and scrape to Hao Ge and endure his advances? If she had pushed herself closer to Qin Ziyuan, creating opportunities for them, would she still have to care about Feng Manra's feelings? It's all her fault, entirely her fault. But now she couldn't voice her true feelings and had to fabricate, I was wrong for not helping you during your quarrel with your husband. I was wrong for not comforting you properly, advising you to divorce. I was wrong for lacking the ability to bring you better fate." After saying this, she glanced at Sun Qishuan. Sun Qishuan understood and stepped forward, but Zhou Chuchu shot him a cold glance, making him hesitate to come closer, simply chuckling dryly, "Chuchu, I swear I will never ignore you again. Lin Shuang is sincerely apologizing to you now. You should forgive her." Zhou Chuchu smiled slightly. "Oh, you two really are a match made in heaven," saying the exact same thing. As Zhou Chuchu's words fell, her classmates' eyes lit up, casting curious glances at Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang. One more straightforward classmate exclaimed, "No way did they sleep together." After speaking, they quickly covered their mouth, but it was undoubtedly a slip that revealed too much. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan's faces changed dramatically, never expecting that their secret would be discovered by Zhou Chuchu. At that time, Sun Qishuan was pursuing Zhou Chuchu. He was handsome and boasted of being from a prestigious family, which naturally caught Lin Shuang's eye. Though Lin Shuang wasn't as beautiful as Zhou Chuchu, she was still a stunning lady, and every time Zhou Chuchu met with Sun Qishuan, she brought Lin Shuang along, leading to their connection. Later, Lin Shuang discovered that Sun Qishuan was all show and no substance, and his so-called prestigious background was greatly exaggerated. Realizing that Lin Shuang was ambitious and materialistic, he silently broke off the relationship, and neither spoke of the affair, leaving everyone oblivious. Zhou Chuchu knew all this, as Lin Shuang had personally revealed it to provoke her. Thanks to Lin Shuang, she finally understood everything before her demise. Now she wanted to see how the two would explain this matter. Forgiveness was impossible. She would never forgive them. Mainly, she wanted to observe their expressions as they tried to defend themselves. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan had ulterior motives regarding Zhou Chuchu, so they would naturally deny it. Thud. Lin Shuang knelt down. Zhou Chuchu raised her eyebrows, refusing to show any mercy. However, this kneeling caused a stir among their classmates. Without Lin Shuang needing to say anything further, everyone began to comment, "Zhou Chuchu, after not seeing you for years, how have you become so cruel and cold-blooded? No matter what, Lin Shuang is still your close friend. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? She and the school hunk are both unmarried. Oh, what's the big deal if they dated? You're being too domineering." Sun Qishuan, who hadn't knelt, looked bewildered, as if he understood the reason behind Zhou Chuchu's sudden change in attitude toward him. Unable to contain his smugness, he found his charm truly irresistible, and he felt more confident inside. Now he just needed one more step to turn the raw rice into cooked rice, and he could reap the rewards. He shamelessly raised his hand and swore, "Choo-choo, trust me, if I really had something with Lin Shuang, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate." Sun Qixuan's vow inspired Lin Shuang, who also raised her hand. "Choo-choo, me too. If I have anything with him, may I be pierced by 1,000 arrows and die without a burial place." Seeing the two swear such oaths, everyone believed them and grew even more dissatisfied with Zhou Choo-choo. Zhou Choo-choo looked at the two with a smile, finding them particularly ridiculous and amusing. Indeed, it's a case of a bitch and a dog lasting forever. But did they really think that swearing an oath was like before, just a casual joke with no consequences? That would be a grave mistake. The unknown energy generated by the black hole explosion had already begun to affect the Earth. It could bring about myriad disasters, yet it had its benefits, one of which was that oaths proved to be particularly effective. Thus, after the apocalypse, no one dared to casually swear oaths, for those who had sworn faced deaths as dire. Mutual restraint and cooperation were now based on oaths, which could not be changed once sworn. Life in the apocalypse was difficult, yet it also led to fewer scoundrels. She clapped her hands, saying, well, you both have arranged your own demise quite clearly." Seeing Zhou Choo-choo smile, albeit in a somewhat strange way, they chose to ignore that feeling and thought Zhou Choo. Lin Shuang, kneeling until her knees ached, hurriedly lifted her cup of wine. "Choo-choo, if you have misunderstood us because of these rumors, I accept my punishment. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, please drink this wine." After finishing her drink, Sun Qixuan followed suit and handed over his cup. "Choo-choo, if you misunderstand me because of this matter, then I am truly wronged. But I won't blame you. If you drink this cup of wine, let's turn the page on this matter." He finished his drink as well. Zhou Choo-choo looked at the 2 cups of wine in her hand, then at their eager expressions, shaking her cup as she smiled. "I could forgive you, but you both have to drink these 2 cups of wine first. How about that?" As soon as Zhou Choo-choo said this, Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan's faces changed instantly. How could they possibly drink these 2 glasses of wine? Something has been added to them. They couldn't help but feel furious. How did Zhou Choo-choo become so difficult to deal with? Why is there so much going on? Even in this situation, they still wouldn't drink the wine. "Choo-choo, how can this be? We offered you the wine hoping for your forgiveness. You must drink it. Choo-choo, if you don't drink, does that mean you won't forgive us?" Each of them took turns saying. Everyone could not discern the underlying sharpness in their words. They felt that Zhou Choo-choo should not be so unreasonable after they had lowered themselves to this extent. "We are all classmates, why be so aggressive? This is a bit too much, it's a blatant insult. Zhou, the campus beauty, was once very gentle and reasonable. How did she turn out like this? Is it because she has become too poor that her heart has twisted, eh?" He Hongxiao had already straightened the crooked nose of Sun Qixuan and sarcastically said, "Zhou Choo-choo, enough is enough. How big is your face that you have Miss Lin kneeling to toast you while Sun the campus heartthrob lowers himself to you?" Zhou Choo-choo had previously ignored these irrelevant people and did not respond to their words. Now seeing them overstepping their bounds, each one coming to judge her, she surveyed the crowd and slowly said, "As a former classmate, I kindly remind you, do not easily pick sides before you understand the situation, otherwise it will end very badly for you." This is not a threat, but her final mercy towards them. She turned her gaze towards Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang. "All right, I'll say this, drink these 2 glasses of wine, and I will forgive you. If you don't drink, it's fine, and I will leave now." She pretended to walk away. Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan became anxious. We'll drink. They each took the wine offered by Zhou Choo-choo and drank it. Then with hopeful anticipation they asked, "Now you should trust us, right?" Zhou Choo-choo smiled, and both felt a sudden chill. An ominous premonition grew stronger. "Impossible. I was lying to you." The two felt they had been mocked, and especially Lin Shuang charged at Zhou Choo-choo, only to be kicked down to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Sun Qixuan halted his steps towards her. Zhou Choo-choo no longer tangled with them, and turned to leave, pulling out her phone to make a call. "Honey, I want to go home." A light laugh came from the other end of the line. "Come down, I'm waiting for you by the roadside." Zhou Choo-choo was surprised. "You arrived so quickly." Then she realized it wasn't that he arrived quickly, but that he had not left after bringing her here. A warm wave flowed through her heart, dazzling like fireworks. "Honey, I'm coming." She joyfully rushed downstairs. Zhou Choo-choo. Dong Jian rushed down looking for her. He was still unwilling and wanted to use money to impress her, intending to show off in front of her husband. But as he rushed down, he saw a Lincoln parked by the roadside. When the door opened, a man emanating a terrifying aura who looked like a big shot emerged, reaching out to grab his little darling wife. They sat back inside the car, and until he saw the car drive away, he didn't take another step forward, because he had already recognized who Zhou Choo-choo's husband was. All his pride shattered upon seeing that man. When Zhou Choo-choo returned home, it was already 10 at night. Both children were asleep, and in the kitchen her mother-in-law had prepared chicken soup for her. Drinking the soup, the sound of signing in also rang out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have received 300 trillion megabytes, and the passive skill couple affection hearts entwined. She paused her action of drinking the soup. Forget about the money. What in the world is this passive skill? Couple affection hearts entwined. Using this skill, anytime you are in sync with each other, it can enhance your abilities and skills. If you stop loving each other, this skill will dissolve. There's such a skill. It seems quite good. Zhou Chuchu secretly glanced at her husband. Just then he was also looking at her. Seeing her with a sly grin, he smiled and said, "Your smile seems suspicious. What are you scheming?" Couple affection hearts entwined activated. Your abilities and skills are enhanced once. Zhou Chuchu clearly felt her ability pool expand a bit. She was very happy. This skill is truly useful. On Qin Ziyuan's side, he also raised an eyebrow, evidently having noticed something. It seems his little darling wife has some secrets hidden from him. He did not poke holes in it, finding it amusing to see her happy like a hamster that stole candy. Couple affection hearts entwined activated. Your abilities and skills are enhanced twice. Zhou Chuchu widened her eyes. Is this even possible? Feeling her own strength increase again, she looked at her husband hesitantly. She wondered if he had also been enhanced. What else has he been enhanced? Muscles. Stamina. But it definitely can't be an ability. The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet. The impact of dark matter on human evolution will take several years to settle. Moreover, in her previous life, her husband awakened his ability only after becoming the zombie king. He is not a zombie king, and she certainly will not make him one. Even if he doesn't awaken an ability, it's fine. In this life, she will support him, fatten him up to be plump and strong. What are you looking at? She couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but her husband's voice sounded a bit husky. I'm looking at your muscles. Honey, I think your muscles look even better now. Don't you feel a bit stronger? Before this, Qin Ziyuan was an extremely restrained and disciplined person. Even at home, he dressed neatly. But since knowing that Zhou Chuchu liked to touch his muscles, he seemed to have unconsciously unlocked some switch. After coming back, he changed into a deep V shirt that showed off his beautiful muscles, balancing restraint and indulgence. Zhou Chuchu's eyes went up, and she was stuck, unable to move. Qin Ziyuan's voice became even huskier and lower. I feel a slight difference, but I need to verify it. Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan walked over, wrapping his arms around her. Zhou Chuchu immediately understood his intention and blushed furiously. Couple affection hearts entwined activated. Your abilities and skills are enhanced 3 times. Zhou Chuchu was speechless. At this moment, such prompts should not be played. So during the following process, this prompt was presented silently again and again. It was night long. At Xingyue Grand Hotel, the gathering continued. After Zhou Chuchu left, Dong Jian, who chased after her, returned only to have an exceptionally grim expression. Lin Shuang, not having harmed Zhou Chuchu, shifted her target to him, recalling the threat from Hao Ge. She took out a glass of spiked wine and handed it over. Dong Jian, I'm really in a bad mood right now. Can you comfort me? Zhou Chuchu. Before she could finish her sentence, Dong Jian snatched the cup from her hand and poured it over her head. Lin Shuang, you little bitch. Your lies made me look like a clown. Dong Jian angrily left the box. He was furious. If it weren't for Lin Shuang's lies, he wouldn't have lost the great opportunity for the Dong family to rise. As long as Zhou Chuchu spoke a few good words for him in front of her husband, wouldn't he be able to earn endless money? But Lin Shuang's words made him think he could use money to crush her. What a joke. She could use money to crush him instead. Once Dong Jian left, the atmosphere in the box became even more awkward. Lin Shuang, drenched in wine, hurried to the restroom to wipe herself, but suddenly she felt a wave of dizziness and a strong desire engulfed her. Meanwhile, Sun Kixuan's situation was no better. The two exchanged glances, both understanding that their wine was problematic. At that moment, they could not care about bickering anymore, and both rushed out of the hotel. He Honkyo's eyes darted, and she quietly followed suit. She still had intentions towards Sun Qixuan, so she naturally wouldn't let him just run off. Sun Qixuan appeared to be in a bad state, which might provide her with an opportunity. Sure enough, after running out, she saw him fiddling with his clothes, and instead of getting into the car, he dashed into a secluded alley. He Hanxiao was taken aback and followed him closely. Deep in the alley, she saw some women in revealing clothing standing by the street. With years of experience in the underworld, she naturally understood what these women were up to. Her brows furrowed slightly. Although she was a woman of the night, she only targeted wealthy clients and looked down upon these streetwalkers. Could it be that Sun Qixuan came here for? In the dim red and yellow light ahead, 2 figures intertwined on the street, and one of them was none other than Sun Qixuan. He Hongxiao felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She recalled what Zhou Chuchu had said, and now she truly believed that he and Lin Shuang might have had an affair. She spat harshly at Sun Kixuan's back. I thought you were some genuine noble scion, but it turns out you're a beast. Upon realizing that he could do such things with a streetwalker, she couldn't help but feel grateful, and quickly covered her mouth and nose, retreating a few steps. But thinking that retreating like this was too easy on him, she took out her phone, activated the night vision function, and recorded the scene to send it to the group. Does anyone understand? That Sun Qixuan looks all refined, but he's actually a beast engaging in street fornication. Video, curious classmates who hadn't left yet clicked on the video, and the group erupted. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Fear, shock, son, the campus heartthrob actually did such a thing. Crying, distress, shock. Disgusting, disgusting, I can't believe he's that kind of person. Ew, I even had a crush on him before. Anger, fury. You never know a person's heart by their appearance. With his looks and background, what kind of woman couldn't he find? How embarrassing. No wonder Zhou, the campus beauty, treats him coldly, as she probably knew what kind of person he was long ago. Some who were at odds with Sun Qixuan quietly shared the video on Weibo and other platforms, instantly gaining millions of views and countless shares. Although the platform deleted it later, Sun Qixuan had already become famous in a different sense. After Lin Shuang rushed out, she intended to find a hotel to relieve the drug's effects, but was pulled into a car outside the hotel by a thug who had just gotten out. Inside the car, the thug brother Hao looked at her with a sullen face. The deadline I gave you is up. Where is the person you mentioned? It turned out Lin Shuang had an arrangement with brother Hao to bring Zhou Chuchu, who had been drugged, downstairs. But now only Lin Shuang came down, which naturally displeased him. However, Lin Shuang was already disoriented and just wanted to quickly relieve the drug's effects. Feeling as if her whole body was on fire, she cursed Sun Qixuan's ancestors in her heart. Hearing brother Hao's words, her remaining rationality let out a silent wail, and her body involuntarily leaned towards him. Brother Hao was well aware of her current state, and with a sneer he pulled her closer. I gave you a sleeping drug, but you replaced it with this kind of drug, ha. He understood Lin Shuang's intentions, only to remark that this woman was truly malicious. She just wanted Zhou Chuchu to be at the mercy of others. But instead of harming others, she ended up shooting herself in the foot. With a blank expression, he unbuckled his belt while his underlings set up the camera. He wouldn't show any mercy. Debts had to be repaid. If there was no money to repay, then one must pay with oneself. At midnight, Zhou Chuchu woke up to feed her plants with abilities and saw the video shared in the group. After taking a quick glance, what else was there to not understand? The drink Lin Shuang gave her was actually this kind of drink. No matter whether the apocalypse had come or not, she always saw Zhou Chuchu as a thorn in her side and was determined to ruin her. What kind of drink did Sun Qixuan give her? As if to verify her thoughts, another video was shared in the group. Fellow classmates, what is going on with Miss Lin Shuang here? Is she being kidnapped? Video. In the video, Lin Shuang staggered onto the street trying to hail a taxi when two individuals with dyed yellow hair and tattoos jumped out of a van, grabbed her, and threw her into the vehicle. Shortly after, the car began to shake unsteadily. The group exploded with various speculations. What's going on? How did Miss Lin end up in that car? What are they doing inside? I see she didn't resist. It seems she knows those two. How could a lady from the Lin family know such people? What lady? That's just a persona she created. She indeed managed to marry someone with the surname Song, but that person has already been sued and imprisoned. Is that true? Wow, what a big scoop. Those two with yellow hair, I know them. They are loan sharks in this city, known for their ruthlessness. Those who fail to repay their debts face dire consequences. No way could Lin Shuang. Just a moment ago at the gathering, they were praising Lin Shuang, but now they turned into spectators, distancing themselves from her. A few who were more righteous and sympathetic wanted to save Lin Shuang, but the van had already disappeared into the crowd, making it impossible to find her. Zhou Chuchu remained expressionless, exited the group chat, and turned off her phone. Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang were indeed getting what they deserved, having shot themselves in the foot. Regarding the fate of the two, she could only applaud with satisfaction, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. She exhaled a breath of pent-up anger, feeling refreshed. Next, she would focus on enhancing her and her family's abilities. In recent days, she had given her family mental enhancement potions and life force potions mixed into their milk without them knowing. The small vegetables she daily nurtured with abilities, but could not evolve, continued to nourish their bodies. As for herself, since her ability was plant manipulator, her strength was closely tied to the evolutionary state of her plants. The small vegetables in the garden had indeed evolved nicely. Radishes, cabbages, broad beans, scallions, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, corn, mushrooms. Each of these 10 types of vegetables had produced a particularly strong individual. Come out, everyone. With a call, the 10 little vegetable soldiers pulled their roots from the soil, removing their disguises to reveal their true forms. Indeed, these small vegetables have taken on the appearance of little soldiers. They have developed facial features, limbs, and the ability to strike. However, there are distinct differences among the small vegetables. Moreover, each type of small vegetable has evolved distinct skills. The earliest evolved small cabbage in this group has transformed into a cabbage boxer capable of punching at objects within a 4-meter range in both front and back directions, delivering 50 punches per second. Its power is comparable to that of a burly man swinging a hammer with considerable attack strength, and the key point is its speed. After evolving into a cabbage boxer, its size has increased tenfold compared to its original form, now reaching about the thigh level of Zhou Chuchu. The next batch of evolved vegetables includes the scallion thrower, which has elongated scallion bodies with slender limbs. It can throw 3 segments of scallion within a 50-meter range which will fall to the ground and transform into 3 pungent gas clouds obscuring vision, while also launching a chemical attack that temporarily disrupts a person's sense of smell and taste. The pea shooter with its plump pods can continuously shoot 18 peas from various directions. Upon contact with objects, the peas will cause a weak explosion enough to injure a hand with a maximum range of 100 meters. The red carrot sniper can accurately track and throw an explosive carrot at enemies. The explosion's power is slightly less than that of a hand grenade. Despite its strong power, the throwing range is only 10 meters, and it requires a charging period of 10 seconds before it can throw the second explosive carrot. The mint trap expert can set traps made of leaves. Once someone steps into the trap, they will be immobilized for 2 seconds. However, it can only release 5 traps at this time. The flaming pumpkin can unleash a fireball that ignites enemies within a 10-meter range. The corn engineer releases 3 tracking corn missiles that pursue enemies within a 50-meter range. Once the target is locked, the corn kernels will rapidly detach and shoot out at high speed. The demon chili pepper clad in a red cloak with 2 small black horns can spray chili flames with an effective range of 15 meters, burning for an additional 3 minutes upon hitting the ground. The potato wall around and plump potato can throw a giant potato measuring 5 meters high and 4 meters wide every 10 seconds. It serves as an excellent barrier with the thrown potato wall lasting up to 10 minutes. Among these vegetable warriors, the angel mushroom is the most beautiful, pure white in color, looking quite adorable. Its role is to recharge allies within a 20-meter range, serving as a supportive plant warrior. These plant warriors vary in size. For instance, the flaming pumpkin is already about 2 meters tall, appearing bulky, yet it runs surprisingly fast. The smaller ones like the cabbage boxer are about the height of Zhou Chuchu's thigh, while the longer ones like the flat bean shooter have vines extending up to 5 meters, and the shorter ones like the potato wall, though capable of launching large potatoes, are roughly the size of a volleyball. These plant guardians are obedient to Zhou Chuchu, as if she commands them with ease. There is no need for her to exert special effort. They naturally act according to her wishes. Under their command, there is a squad of small soldiers, but these soldiers are far less evolved, currently only able to dig up soil and bounce around. As usual, she fed them with special energy and had them settle into the soil. Next was the peach tree, which received half the energy, allowing its evolution to accelerate and become more comprehensive. Its bark is as tough as iron, resembling dragon scales. Although its exact hardness is unknown, its leaves can also be shot as weapons and can return to the treetop. She has tested its power, and it can easily cleave through a fake rock. The wormholes within its trunk have evolved into spacious interiors, each containing 1,000 square meters of space and about 50 meters in height. Zhou Chuchu has checked inside, and the wormhole space is very smooth, making it suitable as an emergency shelter. 5 peach fruits have formed on its branches. According to its own claims, consuming these fruits has a certain chance of activating special abilities. However, no one knows for sure, as she has never eaten them. As for its root system, it claims that it can now run at a speed comparable to that of a small car. Zhou Chuchu has not had the opportunity to verify this, as doing so would likely lead to her peach tree being taken to the experiment table. In any case, you all need to keep a low profile, pretending to be ordinary vegetables while lying in the soil. As long as it does not jeopardize your own safety or that of my family, do not act, understood? For example, incidents like tripping Guan Ying and Old Lady Luo should not happen again without my orders, unless you can do so without leaving any trace such that no one can find you. This group of small vegetables is generally good, but they are still too naive and need proper guidance. She does not wish for them to encounter any unexpected incidents that could lead to troublesome changes. After all, they are all anomalies, and if discovered, it would be extremely troublesome. The small vegetables are quite obedient, with no rebellious ones among them, all agreeing and lying back in the soil, pretending to be ordinary vegetables. Come on, make the leaves a little yellow. Also, it's too hot now. Oh, if you remain so green and vigorous, it looks obviously abnormal. We need to keep a low profile, indistinguishable from ordinary vegetables. The small vegetables adjusted themselves, turning their leaves slightly yellow and wilting their leaves. The peach tree, without needing Zhou Chuchu's instruction, immediately turned its leaves yellow and drooped, appearing lethargic. Finally, the small vegetables and the peach tree looked no different from others. Zhou Chuchu entered the house to catch up on sleep with peace of mind. Holding her husband's arm, she was once again enveloped in sweet dreams. It was the 10th day since her rebirth. During the day, Zhou Chuchu continued to collect deliveries and transfer supplies, including coal and other items. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, her scale of operations was certainly small scale, but she felt at ease. Today, Qin Ziyuan came to pick her up at noon. Why so early? Zhou Chuchu, having just moved a warehouse full of supplies, was pleasantly surprised to see him standing at the warehouse door. The domestic companies have all been sold off, and I've retired early, Qin Ziyuan said, taking her small hand in his. With nowhere to go, I came to see you. Zhou Chuchu, unsure if it was just her imagination, felt that Qin Ziyuan's hand was cool and very comfortable. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he was not sweating at all. Like discovering a new continent, Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "Husband, I just realized that you don't sweat at all. It's currently 43 outside, and you haven't sweat a single drop." In contrast, even though her constitution had improved significantly recently and her ability to regulate herself had greatly enhanced, she still felt unbearably hot, with her clothes constantly dampened by sweat. Zhou Chuchu let out a soft laugh. Qin Ziyuan's serious joking was truly amusing. It was already a significant improvement considering that in his past life, he didn't possess this skill at all. They make a valid point. You really are an iceberg. It's quite fitting for such hot weather. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, it would be quite comfortable to hug him when the heat becomes unbearable. But one wonders if he would hiss and emit cold air during the harsh winter. Qin Ziyuan held Zhou Chuchu's small hand, his deep gaze enveloping her, yet he diverted his eyes the moment she noticed. Thus he accompanied Zhou Chuchu in transferring the remaining parcels from a few warehouses, and the two headed to a nearby snack street for a meal. They made an incredibly striking couple. The man exuded grandeur, while the woman radiated beauty. As they walked down the street, they drew frequent glances. Soon someone recognized his identity. "Oh, it's Mr. Qin from Xinxin Group. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is that person beside him? Is she his wife? Probably not, as she might be some celebrity. No way, if she were a celebrity, wouldn't she be famous?" Some girls were eager to approach and ask for his phone number, but intimidated by his aura, they hesitated, instead following him at a distance. There were also those hoping to gain some benefit from him, trailing along behind. Qin Ziyuan frowned slightly. He disliked being exposed in public. He often encountered situations like this, but not wanting to dampen Zhou Chuchu's spirits, he endured. After all, such warm strolls on the street would only become rarer as the apocalypse approached. Uncomfortable. Zhou Chuchu keenly sensed his unease. She tugged at his hand, quickly running in her small heels. Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and the two began to run freely down the street. A silent prompt appeared. Zhou Chuchu beamed brightly. While Qin Ziyuan was running, it didn't hinder his appreciation for his little wife's smile. In those visions of the future, she had never smiled so joyfully. She had been gloomy, worried, fearful, regretful, self-reproaching, heartbroken, and in pain. But she had never smiled like this. Since that turning point, she began to change, as if everything was transforming. She started to cherish children, keeping them close. She began to honor her parents, getting along with them better than her own biological child. She distanced herself from Lin Wan and plotted against her. The most significant change was her animosity towards Sun Qixuan, while she spoiled him with affection, openly displaying her love and trust. He admitted he was addicted. He didn't even realize how deeply he craved her love. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he lost this love. Perhaps it would be even crazier than the world-ending catastrophe in his past life. "Chuchu, if you don't tell me to get it, I won't indulge in wild fantasies. Since you've already let me taste such sweetness, I can never let you go. No matter what your intentions are, I'm willing to accept it, as long as you don't leave. Your love as a couple has activated the heartfelt connection, enhancing your abilities and skills 14 times. What's going on?" Zhou Chuchu thought to herself. She hadn't done anything yet. They had resonated 3 times. After several twists and turns, they finally shook off those people and dragged her husband into a small eatery. "Boss, 2 orders of steamed dumplings, 2 plates of cold noodles, and 2 portions of old duck soup." "All right, just a moment." The shop owner, a plump lady, moved swiftly and soon brought over the ordered food. "Is this your boyfriend? He's really handsome." Zhou Chuchu had eaten here a few times and had ordered 500 portions of snacks, so the owner had a good impression of her. Hearing her question, she proudly replied, "He's not my boyfriend, he's my husband. We have a 4-year-old child together." "Oh, I didn't expect that. But you two are so good-looking, your child must be adorable." The owner exclaimed, since Zhou Chuchu revealed a bright smile. "Yes, they are very cute. They are 2 little angels." The owner went off to attend to other customers, while Zhou Chuchu focused on her meal. Noticing the man across from her gazing at her, she handed him a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Come on, eat. The snacks here are very authentic. This is a little treasure I discovered recently." Qin Ziyuan took the chopsticks and watched her eat. The flavor is indeed good. It was unclear whether he was referring to the food or her. Zhou Chuchu's eating slowed down slightly, and she became much more elegant. The atmosphere felt somewhat subtle and awkward. Yet when they looked at each other, there was a sense of novelty. They were a couple married for many years, yet it felt like they were meeting for the first time. After finishing their meal, Qin Ziyuan drove Zhou Chuchu to the port to transfer supplies. Zhou Chuchu leaned on the car seat, idly playing with her nails. Qin Ziyuan glanced at her delicate and fair fingers, resisting the urge to grasp them in his hand, and initiated the conversation. "The domestic companies have completed their sell-off. There are still 87 companies abroad accelerating their sell-off, which should be fully completed in about 5 days. The sell-off price is roughly around 300 trillion. Zhou Chuchu nodded. There was no need for her husband to tell her this. As long as she received the money, that was all that mattered. Due to our enormous investments in purchasing supplies from various countries, their prices have doubled. Oh, that's serious, huh? How much supplies did you actually buy? Zhou Chuchu finally shifted her gaze from her nail. Qin Ziyuan straightened up slightly, raising his voice a bit. Today's raw materials come from the USA, Russia, and India, having purchased more than half of their existing stocks. The minerals from South Africa and Australia will dock in 5 days. Additionally, oil vessels, off-road vehicles, etc. will also arrive at the port in succession. In 10 days, 3 batches of military arms will dock in the international waters of Myanmar, Malaysia, and Thailand, and we will need to make a trip then. Zhou Chuchu replied, continuing to play with her nails. Suddenly she reacted, how much military weapons did you buy? 3 batches, and they would have to go to the international waters to collect them. Oh my, this is thrilling. As ordinary folks, are we going empty-handed? Won't we get blackmailed? Qin Ziyan, brimming with confidence, replied, Chuchu, didn't I mention that I used to be a mercenary with a group of brothers who risked their lives together? Zhou Chuchu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, as she really didn't know about this. No matter how she pressed Qin Ziyuan for details about his past, he only revealed bits here and there, refusing to elaborate. This left her so angry that she didn't want to talk to him. They collected 900 billion tons of various minerals and raw materials at the port, yet it didn't bring her any joy. She crossed her arms and turned her head away in irritation. Qin Ziyuan found it both amusing and a bit helpless. Upon arriving at their doorstep, he got out and opened the door, his tall figure speaking cautiously. Why are you still angry? Zhou Chuchu had been angry at him many times before, but those were cold and emotionless. Perhaps it was because it had nothing to do with him as a person. But this time her anger was vibrant and passionate, stemming from him as a person. Zhou Chuchu wasn't truly angry, she just wanted him to coax her a bit. Since he had spoken naturally, she had to give him a way out. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shen Danhong and Fang Manru approaching. They evidently had also heard Qin Ziyuan's words. Shen Danhong's head, which was initially held high, instantly rose even higher. Fang Manru also seemed to have confirmed the news of Qin Ziyuan's complete bankruptcy. Otherwise, such a proud man wouldn't be speaking so humbly and gently to his wife. It must be because of his bankruptcy that Zhou Chuchu looked down on him and quarreled with him. And because he was bankrupt, he couldn't hold his head high in front of his wife. Fang Manru only liked powerful men, she had instantly lost interest in Qin Ziyuan. Shen Danhong glanced at Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, her expression showing she looked down upon them. She said to Lu Julin, who was watering the small vegetables in the garden, "Oh, are you watering these broken vegetables here? I wondered why there were vegetables in this pretty garden. Turns out you anticipated your bankruptcy, huh?" It turned out that last night Zhou Chuchu had the little vegetables disguised as ordinary dishes drying out under the scorching sun until they were withered and dehydrated, which caused the grandmother, who came to pick up the children, to feel heartbroken and immediately water them. Coincidentally, they ran into the imposing Shen Danhong and her daughter. In her youth, Shen Danhong had snatched away the fiancé that belonged to the grandmother, marrying into the Fang family and becoming the grand lady, yet her life was not as comfortable as it seemed. She was oppressed by a wicked mother-in-law who bullied her and constantly picked on her, especially because she couldn't give birth to a son. Despite carefully selecting a husband who had been taken from her, he turned out to be merely a pretty face, useless as a pillow. In business, every venture resulted in a loss, and he was fond of flirting. Over the years, she endured endless mistresses and conflicts that left her heartbroken. As for her daughter, they were not close, always looking at her as if she were a fool. She felt stifled inside. In contrast, after Lu Julin married the unremarkable Qin Zhuangming, her life thrived. Although Qin Zhuangming was considered a cast-off from the Qin family, he was a natural at business, and within a short period they amassed a considerable fortune. Their influence had even surpassed that of the Qin family, and later Lu Julin gave birth to a son, Qin Ziyuan, which proved to be extraordinary. With the rise of the dragon, the Qin family's development never stopped again. To what extent the Qin family had developed, Fang Shixiang did not know, and naturally, she was unaware as well. Before the company was sold, the Qin family was very low-key. Qin Ziyuan had only appeared on television a few times on finance channels that did not interest her, not as the CEO, but as a scientist researching new materials, which she had no idea held any significant value. Before the Qin family went bankrupt, she maintained interactions with Lu Julin, hoping that the Qin family would look out for the Fang family, and that Fang Manru would marry into the Qin family. But only she knew how painful it was to watch Lu Julin show off her grandchildren every day. It felt as if she were being scolded for not being able to have a son. She visited Lu Julin daily, merely wanting to see Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan at odds, to see her and Qin Zhuangming wearing worried expressions, and to conveniently stir trouble for them, inciting her to bully her daughter-in-law and drive her out. Unexpectedly, Lu Julin, the foolish one, refused to follow her script, treating her daughter-in-law better than she treated her own daughter, even having a falling out with her over those words. Last time was especially excessive when that little tiger pushed her 2 children down the slide, but weren't the 2 She merely spoke a couple of words from the perspective of an elder and was met with a barrage of blows from that little brat. She ended up covered in filth, causing her husband and daughter to keep their distance from her for days. She merely spoke a couple of words from the perspective of an elder and was met with a barrage of blows from that little brat. She ended up covered in filth, causing her husband, and although her husband had drained their household finances and incurred a substantial external debt to purchase Qin Ziyuan's company for 500 billion. But that company was a golden goose, highly profitable, and the 500 billion would be paid off quickly. Her Fong family would prosper even more. As for the Qin family, I heard running a company is not easy with various debts and triangular debts. If it weren't for their debts, would they need to sell the company? Presumably the money from selling the company went to pay off debts. The more Shun Danhong thought about it, the more pleased she felt, the more comfortable she became. She felt that the scorching sun was no longer hot. Oh, back then I was lucky not to have let my Monru marry into your Qin family, otherwise I would have become a debt dog now. From now on, restrictions on consumption mean you can't go anywhere. Your two grandsons won't even be able to attend a prestigious kindergarten. Exactly what prestigious kindergarten? They should learn to farm from you, and their mother, wouldn't that be just fine? Zhou Chuchu was furious, just about to roll up her sleeves when she was stopped by Qin Ziyuan. Let mom handle this, he said, covering her small hand with his large palm. It felt so wonderful. She had been wanting to do this for a long time. Can mom handle it? Zhou Chuchu was worried about her mother-in-law being taken advantage of. Lu Jilin first ignored her and watered the little vegetables and peach trees generously, and after putting down the hose, she grabbed a handful of wet mud from the ground, and with a calm expression walked over and stuffed a handful of rotten mud into Shun Danhong's mouth as she mocked her. What right do you have to stink up my family? I'll wash that mouth of yours that spews filth. Shun Danhong was stuffed with mud, unable to speak, her face contorting in discomfort as she frantically spat out the mud from her mouth while using her hands to scrape it off. Zhou Chuchu watched her mother-in-law's fierce actions, her mouth agape. Silently, she gave her mother-in-law a thumbs up. Fong Manris' expression changed. It seemed she had never seen this side of Lu Jilin. Aunt Lu, how could you do this? This is too uncivilized. She wanted to help Shun Danhong, but upon seeing her covered in dirty mud, she distanced herself in disgust. She secretly thought it was fortunate that she hadn't married into the quality was truly too low. Lu Jilin snorted. Civilized? Do I need to be civilized to someone who comes to my door and blocks it to insult me? And you say it's fortunate you weren't allowed to marry into my family. We weren't interested in you at all. Fong Manris' expression turned ugly. She had always held herself in high esteem, making many efforts to marry into the Qin family. Yet Qin Ziyuan married Zhou Chuchu, a girl from a humble background, in the blink of an eye, which made her gnash her teeth in anger. She believed that Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming would oppress Zhou Chuchu, just as the grandmother oppressed her mother, yet they treated this daughter-in-law as if she were precious. The Qin Ziyuan she was infatuated with only had eyes for the Zhou Chuchu she looked down upon. Her mindset became unbalanced. Now with Lu Jilin telling her directly that she wasn't valued, her face was overcast with clouds, and her heart was filled with thunder and lightning. Aunt Lu, what you said is truly ridiculous. Your Qin family sold the company, and now you are just an ordinary family with a bit of money. How can you be worthy of my golden phoenix? As the saying goes, a phoenix does not perch on a mere branch. Oh, a good woman does not enter a door without blessings. The fact that I did not marry into the Qin family means that the Qin family is simply not worthy of me. Fong Man's words completely exposed her true nature. Zhou Chuchu could no longer hold back, directly confronting her. Just you, golden phoenix. Stop gilding yourself. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say such things? Our husband has good fortune and luck to not have married you. If he had really married you, haha. Zhou Chuchu held new and old grudges against Fong Manru. A few words were naturally insignificant, yet her family had just bought her husband's company and came to flaunt, not knowing that the company was a death knell for her family. When the apocalypse arrives without cash, let's see how they grab resources. Selling off those ancestral properties, let her family see how they can return to the old house for refuge, relying on the feng shui of the old house to thrive. Fong Manru was seething with anger from Zhou Chuchu's sharp retort, but upon realizing the vast difference in their future statuses, she scoffed. You sure have a sharp tongue, but who knows if you'll still be so arrogant in the future. Zhou Chuchu let out a cold laugh, implying something deeper. You don't need to worry about that, you should focus more on yourself. This Fong Manru was like a wasp with a stinger, both venomous and vicious. Yet all the things she did were done through others. Before the apocalypse, Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang were her blades, and after the apocalypse, the Mingri base became her stronghold with more people heeding her commands. Having returned to life, she might change many things, but as long as Fong Manru was alive, there was a high possibility she would still entangle herself with the leader of the Mingri base. It is said that the leader fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her relentlessly. Zhou Chuchu's gaze grew increasingly cold. In any case, this time in her life, she had to clip Fong Manru's wings first, for after the apocalypse, if Fong Manru dared provoke her again, killing would no longer be a crime. Zhou Chuchu's icy gaze startled Fong Manru as she felt an unimaginable change in the woman she looked down upon, as if she had transformed into an unpredictable and incomprehensible madwoman. She quickly grabbed the mother who was spewing mud and still arguing with Lu Julin. Let's go. Shin Danhong was unwilling as she had come to vent her frustrations, but instead of venting she ended up with a mouthful of mud, and she couldn't accept that. Monru, today I must. Fong Monru shot her a stern look, and Shin Danhong dared not go against her, obediently following her away. Zhou Chuch's eyes were deep, watching Fong Manru's retreating figure for a while. She was indeed adaptable. Chuchu, if you want to kill her now, is not the right time. Qin Ziyuan leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Huh. Zhou Chuchu playfully pushed him away. I'm not that violent, really. I am a kind, generous, beautiful, and lovely woman. She beamed with sunshine, showing no hint of gloom. But can anyone truly maintain such brightness after losing everything and enduring years of harsh torment? The little kindness she had left was carved out from her heart, reserved only for her family. Qin Ziyuan's deep ocean-like gaze enveloped her, yet he did not expose her. Yes, you are the kindest, he replied. The two of them, one willing to speak, the other willing to believe. Monair, you little rascal, why are you still standing there? Hurry inside, it's too hot. Lu Julin gently said to Zhou Chuchu, then scolded Qin Ziyuan. Monair's skin is so fair and delicate, do you want to ruin it in the sun? Qin Ziyuan replied, Mom, I am your real son. Lu Julin pulled Zhou Chuchu's hand and led her inside. Go, you are my son indeed. Lu Julin felt happy seeing her son and daughter-in-law getting along well. You little rascal, now that you've sold the company, you should work harder. Your dad and I have been feeling great lately. You and Chuchu should have another child, and we'll help take care of it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have received 400 trillion megabytes, and because you signed in for 10 days, you are rewarded with an S-level ability Plant Warrior. Another S-level ability reward. She just didn't know what this S-level ability could do. In front of her in-laws and child, she didn't dare to verify it. As her thoughts swirled, the cold mechanical voice once again issued a prompt. S-level Plant Master and S-level Plant Warrior can merge into a 2S ability. Do you wish to merge? 2S ability. Zhou Chuchu was shocked. The abilities were graded from G, F, E, D, C, B, A to S, and before her previous life ended, she had never heard of anyone having a 2S ability. Perhaps after her death, while her soul wandered, she saw Qin Ziyuan, who became a corpse king and destroyed the world wielding that 2S ability. Her heart surged, but she chose not to merge immediately. She was afraid that something unpredictable might frighten her in-laws and child. I'll go get something from my room. She entered her room, thought for a moment, and then climbed out of the window. I'll go help Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan followed her. He wasn't worried about Zhou Chuchu hiding anything from him. Mainly, he was concerned about her safety. This villa area had excellent landscaping with a small park filled with ancient trees hundreds of years old. Thanks to the proper care, these old trees remained lush and green under the scorching sun. Seeing that no one was around, Zhou Chuchu steadied her nerves and said, merge. Congratulations on merging S-level Plant Warrior, S-level Plant Master. You have acquired 2 S-level Plant Master. Plant Master. What's the difference between a Plant Master and a Plant Master? As this thought crossed Zhou Chuchu's mind, a green light burst forth from her hand. A gust of refreshing green wind suddenly rose, bringing coolness to the sweltering heat. Her body slightly levitated, and a carpet of flowers grew from her feet, extending in all directions. She suddenly felt that as long as she wished, these flowers, grasses, and trees would serve her as soldiers. However, without her ability's nourishment, these ordinary plants would shatter and die immediately after use. The plants nourished by her abilities could stimulate their super evolution in a short time, greatly enhancing their combat power. As for herself, the changes she underwent were immense. Firstly, her ability pool had increased 20-fold compared to before, meaning she could now nourish 20 gardens full of plants at the same time. If this amount was concentrated in one garden, the enhancement effect on those plants would be astounding. Not to mention now, she could utilize all the skills of the plants. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed the skill of the little cabbage boxer, sending a flurry of punches that created a roaring sound. The vines she could control also increased from 3 to 18. Is this what it means to be a plant master? This is amazing. And this was just the beginning. The potential of a 2S ability was astonishing, and as she delved deeper into her powers, she believed more abilities would be unlocked. Since my ability pool has expanded so much, I should keep some backup. Zhou Chuchu glanced around at the century-old trees here, thinking it would be too wasteful to treat them as ordinary plants and turn them into plant warriors. The apocalypse was also a calamity for plants. How many century-old trees had been destroyed in that catastrophe? She could not save others, but she could evolve these century-old trees in the villa area. On one hand, they could serve as a trump card to protect herself and her family. On the other hand, she should save as many century-old trees as possible. Zhou Chuchu had been deeply hurt and betrayed, and after going through the hell of humanity in the apocalypse, her trust in people was scarce. Instead, these plants were loyal and never betrayed her. Without further ado, she unleashed her abilities from the ability pool, watering the century-old trees. A circle of extraordinary energy spheres scattered the ancient trees in the Villa District's green belt were specially brought in at great expense by the developers to cater to the wealthy residents in the community, totaling 200 trees. Naturally, she couldn't irrigate them with as much extraordinary energy as she did for the old peach tree, but fortunately her energy pool had expanded 20-fold and would continue to grow, allowing her to nurture them like the peach trees. She had all the time in the world. However, due to her elevation to a master of plant manipulation, not only had the quantity of her energy pool increased, but its quality had also improved 5-fold, transforming the light green energy spheres into a deep green hue. Scattered like this, each of the 200 ancient trees received a substantial share. These ancient trees extended their leaves, and after consuming Zhou Chuchu's energy spheres established a naturally close connection with her. Voices with different vibrations echoed in her heart. Thank you, Master. Oh, beautiful and great Master, thank you for your favor. Delicious, delicious, I eat, I want to evolve, I want to transform. Master, I will evolve well, sending hearts, sending hearts. The trees swayed in the direction of Zhou Chuchu, their leaves rustling. It looked as if the wind had risen, stirring, yet at this moment the heat was unbearable without a hint of wind. Thankfully, due to the hot weather, everyone was reluctant to go outside, hiding in their homes with air conditioning. It was eerily quiet, otherwise anyone witnessing this scene would surely be frightened. Zhou Chuchu thought of her 2 children, fearing they might go into the room looking for her if she stayed out too long, so she hurriedly left. The trees swayed and rustled their leaves in farewell. Zhou Chuchu quickly instructed, "You all stay well, be as you are, I will come to water you every day from now on." Rustle, rustle. The trees replied in unison, and then each tree stood silently. On the surface they appeared the same as before, yet a tremendous transformation had taken place. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of insects falling echoed. These century-old trees had their share of insects, but now they were all shaken off and entangled by the roots dragged into the soil. The ancient trees' natural enemy system had been completely overturned and no longer affected them. Instead, they had become the nemesis of the insects. However, the birds nesting in them were unharmed, and they were instead well protected. 2 patrolling security guards approached, hearing the rustling sounds of insects falling to the ground from the forest, their hearts feeling a bit uneasy. What's going on in this forest? What sound is that? Let's go take a look. They gazed into the woods, seeing nothing but branches and leaves gently swaying, bringing a refreshing breeze. Oh, it turns out it's windy. You scared me. This wind is really nice, so cool. Isn't it? This dreadful weather, it's already nearly October, yet it's getting hotter. Come on, let's finish patrolling and hurry back to enjoy the air conditioning, it's too hot. The 2 of them passed through the woods, and the heat hit them again. Though they found it a bit strange, they didn't think too much about it, as the forest was supposed to be cooler. Behind a large tree, Qin Ziyuan emerged. He glanced at the flower carpet left where Zhou Chuchu had stood, extended his hand, and a flash of a black blade shattered the carpet silently. Noticing the person who had just rushed back was coming again, he hid behind the large tree. Zhou Chuchu ran over to deal with the flower carpet, and upon a closer look the carpet had already disappeared. She communicated with the big trees, who helped me deal with the flower carpet. Qin Ziyuan pressed his hand against the tree. The tree replied, "Master, I'm sorry I was threatened." The trees remained silent, but did not issue any warnings to her. She was filled with questions. Could it be that the flower carpet produced by the stimulation has a time limit and will disappear on its own after a few minutes? She muttered to herself and turned to run back. Qin Ziyuan chuckled lightly, and in a turn he disappeared behind the tree and directly appeared in the room. Just in time to see Zhou Chuchu climbing over the courtyard wall, trying to sneak through the window. She looked up and saw him, feeling embarrassed. "Aha, husband, what are you doing in my room?" Qin Ziyuan countered. "Chuchu, it's almost time for dinner. I'm here to call you for dinner. Did you go outside?" "Oh well. I was exercising before dinner, he." After saying this, Zhou Chuchu slapped herself. What a ridiculous lie. How tiring. Actually, I went out to experiment with my plant powers. She climbed through the window and said so. Stealing a glance at her husband's inscrutable expression, she felt a bit anxious and hesitantly walked over, reaching out to tug on Qin Ziyuan's sleeve. "Husband, about this, I really didn't mean to hide it from you." He turned and walked out. Zhou Chuchu felt numb. What does that mean? Is he angry or not? Sigh, why is it so hard to understand this man's thoughts? Zhou Chuchu numbly followed Qin Ziyuan out. She had never really guessed a man's thoughts before, nor was there any need to write. At that time she didn't love him at all. She fell in love with her husband only after her death, when she turned into a spirit and saw him go mad and destroy the world due to her death. Therefore, she naturally had little experience in guessing a man's thoughts, especially Qin Ziyuan's. Just like she couldn't understand why he would destroy the world after her death. "Husband, are you angry?" "Not angry." The family happily finished dinner, and the 2 little ones rushed over to cling to her. Mommy, why do you smell so nice? Qin Ziyuan was just about to enjoy some tender moments with his wife when the two little ones occupied his position. When the time came, they would definitely come to snuggle up. Sometimes they would completely ignore their father's forlorn face. Like today, Qin Ziyuan was just about to enjoy some tender moments with his wife when the two little ones occupied his position, lying on either side of their mother, making even a man who loved children like him feel a tinge of jealousy. Gigi, Lin, mommy has been tired all day. You should go to your little room to sleep first. The two little ones pouted in protest. No way, Daddy, you've been monopolizing mommy all day. I want to sleep in the same room with mommy. Qin Ziyuan's face darkened instantly. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Qin Ziyuan, there are times when you can't handle things. She hurriedly comforted the two treasures. Darlings, you go to your little room to sleep first, and mommy will come to pick you up from kindergarten tomorrow. Hearing this, the two little treasures reluctantly went out. Mommy, you must come to pick us up tomorrow. Pinky, promise, mommy. As soon as the two little treasures left, Zhou Chuchu was swept into a broad, cool embrace. Chuchu, I also want some comfort. This comfort lasted for 3 hours. Zhou Chuchu rubbed her lower back. It was ridiculous. If it weren't for the merging of dual S powers and her physical capabilities being enhanced again, she really couldn't handle it. No, something's not right. This guy has always been very abstinent. How come? Her face flushed. Qin Ziyuan wasn't like this in his past life. She thought he didn't have much need for such things. After feeding the vegetables in the garden and the peach tree with sugar, Zhou Chuchu returned to her room to continue her deep slumber. Yawn. Every night she went out to water them. She felt quite sleepy. In her past life, she suffered from various torments, unable to sleep at night, her body racked with unbearable pain, each moment a torment. During that time, she wished countless times to sleep comfortably and painlessly. Having been reborn, she could finally lie beautifully in bed and drift off to sleep. However, due to her urgency to protect her family and strengthen herself with her acquired plant abilities, her desire to sleep soundly was completely overshadowed. No matter how tired she felt, she still got up on time to water the plants and train her abilities. After exhausting herself, she laid down on the bed and fell asleep instantly. Once she was asleep, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes and quietly watched her sweet sleeping posture. As he watched, he couldn't help but lean down and place a gentle kiss on her delicate lips. Zhou Chuchu let out a soft moan and licked her lips. He sprang back as if shocked, glancing left and right with a guilty conscience, realizing Zhou Chuchu was merely acting unconsciously, which made him feel somewhat amused. At that moment, a pair of long, delicate arms wrapped around him, her body, shifting her legs, draping across him, holding him tightly. Qin Ziyuan, feeling helpless, tried to pry off his wife's little hands, but they remained steadfast. It turned out Zhou Chuchu was instinctively seeking the comforting coolness in her sleep, and once she found it, it was not easy to get her to let go. I really can't do anything about you. He said this, but inwardly he felt quite pleased. When Zhou Chuchu slightly loosened her grip, he was eager to grasp her little hand. Having his wife close felt wonderful. However, his contentment didn't last long. Glancing at her beautiful sleeping face, his expression slowly darkened. Damn it, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Zhou Chuchu enjoyed a night full of sweet dreams. The only downside was a hard stick poking her in the waist all night long. The person beside her had already gotten up. Even though he was now retired, he still maintained a high degree of self-discipline. Sure enough, he was in the study dealing with various overseas affairs. She received another 100 trillion megabytes in her account. Now she felt little reaction to this endless stream. She even set her phone to silent. Only when transferring supplies did those items excite her, making her feel secure and happy. Using the non-evolving vegetables to make broth, she prepared 2 bowls of fragrant beef noodles and went to knock on the door to call her husband for dinner. Husband, come have some noodles. In the study, Qin Ziyuan was participating in a billion-dollar video conference. Over 100 foreign executives were waiting for his further instructions. When Zhou Chuchu's voice calling for breakfast reached him, he paused the meeting without hesitation and walked out with a smile. The executives were shocked. One executive who understood Chinese exclaimed incredulously, "What? Just a bowl of noodles? A bowl of noodles is more important than our billion-dollar meeting." The executive who had already experienced this twice before nodded. "Yes, buddy, don't be so surprised. This isn't the first time. As long as it's that lady calling the boss, he immediately transforms from a god into her exclusive angel." In the dining room, Zhou Chuchu enjoyed her noodles heartily. Noticing her husband's slightly darkening eyes, she asked, "Husband, didn't you sleep well last night?" Qin Ziyuan paused eating, staring at her intently. "What's wrong? Do I have something dirty on my face?" Zhou Chuchu said puzzledly, touching her face, finding nothing at all. Qin Ziyuan, "Forget it. Hey husband, don't be silent. If you have any troubles, just tell me. Is something wrong with selling the overseas company? Is the purchase of supplies stuck? We may not be able to help much, but we can offer verbal comfort. If you have difficulties, just say it." Qin Ziyuan thought what a lovely wife, yet she had such a big mouth. "Eat your noodles." Oh. After finishing breakfast, Qin Ziyuan continued the video conference. However, his expression visibly darkened. After an intense video negotiation, he successfully raised the company's selling price by 12 points. By the time Qin Ziyuan dealt with various matters, it was already noon. After lunch, the two stepped out into the blazing sun. Outside, cicadas were screaming, and under the rolling heat waves, one just wanted to stay indoors. But they had to go to the warehouse to collect various packages sent from all over the country. No matter how hot it was, they had to go out. Otherwise, she would feel heartbroken over the wasted supplies. Fortunately, with Qin Ziyuan, a human ice block beside her being within a meter of him seemed to be covered by his cool aura, making it bearable. As the car passed the security room and the gate opened, several security guards inside the air-conditioned room were munching on sunflower seeds. Through the distorted view caused by the heat waves, they saw the luxury car driving away. It seems the Qin family really is bankrupt. Of course, we wouldn't want to go out in this terrible weather, yet they still have to. If they weren't bankrupt, could they do this? That woman is so arrogant, making us stand out in the sun. She hasn't been arrogant for long. Let them go out and bake in the sun, they deserve it. The malicious voices reached Old Feng, who was patrolling inside. He sternly scolded, "Stop gossiping behind others' backs. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." The security guards' expressions changed, but they didn't dare to retort Old Feng. Although Old Feng was older, he was the best in terms of skill among them. He hadn't let go of his abilities after retiring. Practicing martial arts every single day, he could easily take on 4 or 5 of them. So even though Old Feng didn't get along with them, they didn't dare to speak back. The security team leader Li Jun glanced around and said, "Brother Feng, I've noticed you've been going to the supermarket every afternoon to buy rice and dry goods. What's that for?" Old Feng didn't even raise his eyes. "I have some poor relatives in the mountains. Their families are struggling to make ends meet, so I'm buying some things to send to them." "Oh, Brother Feng, you still have relatives?" Old Feng replied unhappily, "What? Did I just pop out of a rock?" Li Jun chuckled and stopped talking, but as he turned away, his expression darkened. "Old man, you actually have poor relatives. I'm flattering you, but aren't I just trying to get some money from you? Now you've spent it all on those things, what will you give me?" It turned out Li Jun was actually planning to take advantage of Old Feng. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chuchu finished transferring the packages to the warehouse, they went to the port to transfer various machines, raw materials, off-road vehicles, and dozens of yachts. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ziyuan had to leave to handle something, while Zhou Chuchu took a taxi to pick up the 2 children. The kindergarten the children attended was Haisher International Kindergarten, which implemented elite education and was exclusively open to the wealthy. In this land of skyrocketing property prices, it covered an area of 100 acres featuring European-style architecture resembling a palace. After verifying her identity, Zhou Chuchu waited in the children's pickup room for them to come out. Although this place was called a pickup room, it was about the size of a basketball court, and many parents were already waiting. Once Zhou Chuchu entered, the eyes of the parents waiting for their children fell on her. Some were amazed, while others, a woman beside her with high cheekbones, heavy makeup, and an alluring appearance, was staring at her intently. Zhou Chuchu recognized her as a very popular actress from a few years ago who retired after marrying into a wealthy family. However, her influence still remained, and around her many people were clustered like stars around the moon. As Zhou Chuchu entered, everyone's gaze naturally shifted to her, which made the woman somewhat displeased. She raised her voice and said, "There is a wall between ordinary people and stars. Some ordinary people may look good, but they can never become stars. They just don't have that flair." As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Chuchu, making it clear who she was referring to. Wasn't this just pure? Zhou Chuchu couldn't be bothered with her and just wanted to pick up her 2 kids. Seeing that she was ignored, the woman glared at her, feeling very dissatisfied. Some sycophantic mothers surrounding her acted like her frontline artillery. "This mom looks unfamiliar. Which child is yours? Have you joined our mom's club? Which school did you graduate from? Where are you working now? Our mom's club doesn't accept just anyone. Only exceptional mothers can join. This lady is our leader. You must have seen her on TV. Her husband is the president of the Yellow River Business Association." Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and walked away. The woman huffed, displeased with Zhou Chuchu's lack of recognition, but did not come to bother her again. Soon the children were brought out, and Zhou Chuchu spotted her 2 little ones at once. They were so outstanding that they stood out from the crowd. "Lin Zishi, mommy is here." The 2 little ones, upon hearing her voice, their eyes sparkled like little light bulbs, and they broke free from their teacher's hands and rushed over. Mommy, you came to pick us up." The 2 little ones were so proud and delighted. At that moment, the woman's child also came out. He was tall, dark-skinned, and chubby. As soon as he saw his mother, he quickly ran over, but noticing his mother's dark expression glaring at Zishi and Lin, a cloud of gloom uncharacteristic for his age crossed his face. He hastily approached and pushed Lin and Zishi hard. The chubby black child was clearly older than Zhou Chuchu's 2 little ones, towering over them by a whole head, as he was in the higher class. With such a vigorous push, the ground was made of hard marble tiles, and Lin and Zizi were pushed forward, nearly falling to the ground, causing Zhou Chuchu's heart to race. In a moment of desperation, just as she was about to unleash her plant-based abilities, she saw the two little ones deftly adjust their bodies, skillfully dissipating the force, merely lurching forward without falling. It turned out that the physical enhancement and mental strength potions previously given to the children were taking effect, significantly boosting their physical capabilities, reflexes, and overall fitness. Mom. The two children were oblivious to the situation, fully focused on their mother, unaware that someone had intentionally pushed them from behind. Zhou Chuchu tightly hugged her two little ones, finally relaxing her anxious heart. She glared sternly at the child who had pushed them. Why did you push them? Apologize to them. However, the chubby black child adamantly denied it. I didn't push them. They just couldn't walk properly. His eyes, however, were fixed maliciously on the two little ones. Though he hadn't managed to knock the two children down this time, his heart was filled with rage, and he had already resolved to give them a good beating the next day. Seeing the child's demeanor, Zhou Chuchu concluded that he was a born troublemaker. She wouldn't let him get away with it. You didn't push. Then let's check the surveillance footage to see if you really did push. The child, accustomed to being unruly in kindergarten, but never having encountered a parent like Zhou Chuchu, pouted and immediately began to cry. I didn't push them. I didn't push them. You're an adult and I'm a child. You're wronging me. You're bullying me. His expression made it seem as though Zhou Chuchu was in the wrong. The child's mother, a woman who was clearly hostile towards Zhou Chuchu, pulled her child aside and not only failed to correct his mistake, but also retaliated, saying, "What kind of person are you, bullying my child? Your child can't walk and you blame my child." Zhou Chuchu initially only wanted the child to apologize to her kids, and this matter might have been settled. But since the other parent was so unreasonable, she wouldn't let it slide. If you don't accept responsibility for your child, we have video evidence. Let's not waste time and just call the police. Upon hearing about calling the police, Yu Yan's expression changed. She exchanged glances with several parents surrounding her, who quickly understood and began to attack Zhou Chuchu together. Are you the mother of these two children? Looking at how you're dressed, you don't seem like a good person. I've never seen you come to pick up your children before. Are you really? Your child wasn't careful while walking, so why blame others? You aren't trying to extort Yu Yan just because she's a celebrity, are you? With each parent chiming in, their voices grew louder, quickly drawing attention from others, making those unaware of the situation genuinely believe that Zhou Chuchu was trying to swindle Yu Yan. Yu Yan lifted her head with pride, scanning Zhou Chuchu with a triumphant gaze, reveling in this overwhelm. The two children sensed the malice from the adults, yet they did not cry or make a fuss. Zizi clung to her mother, vigilantly watching these adults. Lin stood like a little man in front of his mother, clearly stating in his childlike voice, "That big brother pushed me and my sister just now. If we hadn't been eating well and exercising with Dad lately, we would have fallen. If you do something wrong, you must admit it." He won't admit it and is playing tricks. You adults are being unreasonable, helping them to slander my mom. Though Lin was only 4 years old and had a limited vocabulary, he understood that the words being spoken were very wrong. Like a little eaglet, he spread his tiny wings to protect his mother, not allowing these people to speak ill of her. The child's words struck a chord, and the expressions of those present who were hostile towards Zhou Chuchu changed. Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of pride and gratitude, hugging her little man and the brave little princess clinging to her. Lin, you spoke very well. Zizi, thank you for protecting mommy. The two little ones, receiving Zhou Chuchu's affirmation, had their eyes shining with courage. Yu Yan, however, furrowed her brow and stubbornly said, "Your child is lying without even thinking it through. My child is tall and strong. If he really pushed them, how could they escape? And what nonsense about exercising with their father? How can a gap in physical ability be made up through exercise?" The surrounding parents looked at the three children's sizes and seemed to agree with Yu Yan. Yu Yan, the big star, makes a good point. Her child is tall and strong. If he really intended to push someone, these two little kids wouldn't be able to dodge. A big star like her wouldn't lie over such a trivial matter, right? Child's mother, you might be mistaken. What your child said can't be taken seriously. He might very well be lying. Zhou Chuchu's face darkened and her hands itched slightly. Yu Yan lifted her head in triumph. The chubby black child, hearing the public opinion shifting towards him, grinned wickedly and pointed at Lin. "Mom, I want to fight him. If I win, his mom has to apologize to us. He said he can dodge my push, so if he can beat me, it proves he's right." Yu Yan patted his head, saying, "Oh, my son." She provocatively looked at Zhou Chuchu. "Then let's do as my son says. Let the two children fight. If my son wins, it proves you are lying, and you have to apologize to me and my son. Not only do you have to apologize in person, but you also have to publicly apologize to us on Weibo and Headline." Though Yu Yan claimed she would retire, she had been closely connected with the industry over the years, frequently making appearances and bringing her child to family variety shows. She knew well that publicity meant wealth and was adept at using various topics to create hype. Here was a ready-made topic, and she even thought of a title. Utterly speechless, some people are crazy for fame. Some moms surrounding her, unable to distinguish right from wrong, added fuel to the fire against Zhou Chuchu. "Yet to prove your child is not lying, let them fight. If your child wins, he'll apologize to you. You can't just speak out of thin air and let the two kids fight it out. Zhou Chuchu surveyed the crowd and coldly smiled. Are you all joking? If her child pushed or not, can't we just check the footage? You all are just shifting the focus. Let my child fight that chubby kid. How ridiculous. She had no intention of arguing with these people and was about to pull out her phone to call her husband for legal support. However, Lin tugged at the hem of her clothes, saying, Mom, I can fight him. Lin's eyes shone with determination. Mom, I can beat him. His little bottom was full of confidence. Since that time he was pushed down the slide, his father had been teaching him and his sister martial arts every day, and he had been doing very well. His father had said that martial arts shouldn't be used against the weak, but this bigger child from the higher class couldn't be considered weak, right? He was a little man ready to protect his mother and sister. Zhou Chuchu crouched down, bringing her gaze level with the child. Lin, have you made your decision? Even if he beats you black and blue, you won't regret your choice, will you? The little one clenched his tiny fists and nodded firmly. I won't regret it, Mama. And I will never. Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up. She didn't mind her child fighting. The apocalypse was approaching, and if the child didn't have a bit of ferocity, it wouldn't do. Now that the child had made a decision regardless of the outcome, all she needed to do as a mother was to support him. Having come this far, she couldn't let the child enter the fray without a purpose. I can let my child fight yours. If he loses, I'll apologize. But if he miraculously wins, I won't ask for an apology from you. I only want to slap each of you once. How about that? Fair, right? Everyone was taken aback by Zhou Chuchu's unexpected proposition, exchanging glances with each other as the pressure fell on Yu Yan. Yu Yan's expression changed drastically. She knew better than anyone whether her child had pushed anyone. The worst part was that her child had pushed someone and hadn't even knocked them down. It was unclear whether her son had not used enough force or if the two little brats had dodged. As she hesitated, her son immediately showed signs of backing down. Mama agreed to her. I won't lose. I want him to know how powerful I am. Yu Yan glanced at her chubby child, then at the normally built Lin. The size difference between the two children was significant. Remembering that her child was ruthless and had never lost to anyone, she agreed to Zhou Chuchu's proposal. All right, let's do it your way. Everyone cleared a space and the tall, chubby child strutted about. Lin walked up. The kindergarten teacher noticed something was off and tried to intervene, but Yu Yan directly shooed her away. The tall, chubby child swung his arms, wearing a fierce expression, threatening and scolding Lin. You dare come at me, little brat. Watch me beat you until you bleed. You little shrimp, I can send you flying with a single— Wait, I'll pin you to the ground and make you cry. Lin completely ignored his threats, staring at him calmly. In the little one's eyes, this tall, chubby child was just slightly bigger, but he was full of weaknesses. His performance surprised some of the watching parents, who praised, this child is truly exceptional with the air of a general. You can tell a lot at 3 years old. He is capable of great things. Whose child is this? Such demeanor, truly remarkable. Hearing these remarks, Yu Yan's face darkened significantly. She didn't need others to point it out. Just looking at her own child, he was nothing but a ridiculous monkey jumping around, while the other child was as steady as a young tiger. The comparison was stark. She sternly shouted at the tall, chubby child, what are you waiting for? Hit him. The tall, chubby child was even more enraged after hearing the praises from the crowd. He had always hated that Lin was cute and charming, receiving special attention and care from the teachers like a star surrounded by moons wherever he went. This made him particularly resentful. His mother was a big star, as such treatment should belong to him. Now, hearing the crowd's praises and his mother's urging, he couldn't contain his anger any longer and swung his arm to strike Lin. Lin sidestepped, ducked down to avoid his punch, and with a sweep of his leg, the tall, chubby child lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lin leaped onto him and landed a punch right on his nose. Blood immediately poured from the tall, chubby child's nose, which felt sore and painful, causing him to cry out in fear. Mama, help me, save me. Having cried him out, Lin didn't continue attacking, but calmly asked, who won, you or me? The tall, chubby child wanted to play tricks, but Lin raised his tiny fist and hit him again. He cried out in a wail, you won. Woo. Mama, help me. Yu Yan trembled with anger, her face ashen. What a useless thing. She stepped forward and kicked Lin with a flying kick. Zhou Chuchu had been keeping an eye on her. Seeing her shamelessly and violently kick Lin in high heels, she rushed over like a gust of wind and kicked her on the thigh, sending her flying. Yu Yan fell to the ground from the kick, her leg hurting as if it were broken. She couldn't believe it and was furious, cursing, you deadbeat mother. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Chuchu grabbed her collar and slapped her 4 times across the face. After the beating, she rushed towards the women who had stirred up trouble earlier. These women usually followed Yu Yan, bullying this and that. They had never encountered someone as tough as Zhou Chuchu, who would strike without hesitation. Yu Yan lay on the ground, bloodied and moaning. The women were stunned. Some of the quicker ones immediately thought, but Zhou Chuchu wouldn't let them have their way. Whoever ran first would be caught, and if caught, they would receive 2 slaps. In no time, the sound of slapping echoed throughout the hall. The people who were slapped were still unwilling to accept it, shouting, we're calling the police, you hit us. Everyone testify she hit us. As soon as she finished shouting, the police arrived. Accompanying the police was a well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses even in the heat of summer. They were left speechless. Who called the police? Zhou Chuchu hugged Lin and Zishi walking towards the police. I did. She nodded at the man in glasses. Lawyer Feng, we meet again. Lawyer Feng adjusted his glasses, a slightly surprised smile on his face. Madam, you truly. Every time we meet you give me a surprise. Last time you kicked Zhang Daong. This time it's even tougher, taking on 6 at once, making a group of troublemakers cry for their mothers. Yes, it's a bit troublesome. There's a star involved, can we handle it? Lawyer Feng said, I've obtained the school's video. I also recorded the scene of your bed on my phone. Lawyer Feng looked around with an inscrutable smile. So the question arises, madam, how many years do you want them to At this point some had already recognized Lawyer Feng, their faces filled with shock. It's Lawyer Feng. My God, he is notoriously hard to hire. My boss spent 5 million to hire him for a lawsuit and couldn't get him. That's quite normal. Lawyer Feng is the top lawyer in the industry. There are many who want to hire him. Lawyer Feng is known for being picky about cases. Who is this mother who could get him involved in such a trivial matter? Not hired. Didn't you hear how Lawyer Feng addressed her? He called her madam. Everyone was filled with suspicion and began to guess Zhou Chuchu's identity. No wonder they couldn't guess. Lin and Zishi's enrollment procedures were handled by their grandparents, who were low-key and naturally wouldn't boast about their son being the richest man in Haishur. Having vented her anger, Zhou Chuchu had no intention of entangling with these people. Her gaze swept over, and those mothers, after hearing everyone call out Lawyer Feng's identity, were scared, their eyes revealing a plea. No need for jail time, they just need to apologize to me, and we'll consider this matter closed. As soon as she finished speaking, those mothers rejoiced and hurried over to apologize. Yu Yan's face was as ugly as if she had eaten feces, and she boasted, Don't think you're the only one who can hire a lawyer. I have a lawyer too. Come on, hurry up and call him over. If we don't send you and him in this lawsuit, won't be fun. Yu Yan. Damn, is it necessary? She was just blowing. Come on, hurry up and call him over. If we don't send you and him in this lawsuit, won't be fun. Yu Yan. Damn, is it necessary? She was just blowing hot air. With Lawyer Feng present, Zhou Chuchu naturally didn't linger there. She hugged her 2 treasures and left the school. She saw a familiar luxury car waiting outside the school to pick her and the children up. Daddy. The 2 children rushed towards their father. Inside the car, the 2 little ones chattered lively, sharing stories about school with Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan smiled as he drove, occasionally responding to the 2 little treasures, glancing at Zhou Chuchu through the rearview mirror. Dad, is Mom very amazing? Lin exclaimed. I only hit 1, but Mom hit 6. Qin Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh, teasing. Mom is indeed quite impressive, daring to hit someone in public. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit embarrassed, saying, All right, thanks to my dear husband for sending a great lawyer to resolve this big matter for me. I am immensely grateful. The family laughed and chatted as they drove home. On the way, they happened to see someone selling balloons, dinosaurs, dolphins, and little rabbits. The 2 little treasures couldn't take their eyes off them. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu led the 2 little ones to buy balloons. Boss, how much for all these balloons? The balloon vendor was overjoyed. $500, but if you take them all, I can give you a 50% discount. Okay, tie them up for me. Sure, just a moment. As the big one and the little ones waited, a piercing dog barked suddenly, accompanied by the sounds of beating and scolding. You filthy dog, you think, because I'm nice you can take advantage of me. Dare to steal food in my shop. They'll beat you to death. The owner of a bun shop was violently striking a large tabby dog with a stick. Despite its size, the dog was bloodied and beaten, yet it did not retaliate, but lay on the ground whimpering. In anticipation of the balloons, Zizi instantly tightened her grip on Zhou Chuchu's hand. She looked at the bleeding tabby dog on the ground, full of pity. Mom, this dog says it hurts a lot and is very hungry. It's sick. Can we help it? Zhou Chuchu was not particularly moved. In the apocalypse, she had seen death. So often people died in groups, let alone a dog. However, Zizi had a heart of gold. She tugged at Zhou Chuchu's hand again. Mom, I can do without the balloons. I can also do without toys, Barbie dolls, and I can even do without my red envelope. Mom, please save it. It's going to die soon. Zizi was anxious, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Chuchu could ignore the dog's life or death, but she didn't want to see Zizi cry. She walked over, stopped the bun shop owner, and casually handed him $100. Well, take this dog. Oh, also bring me 10 meat buns. The owner paused, his face lighting up as he went to pack the buns. You don't intend to keep this dog, do you? I see you are well off raising those fancy dogs, Huskies, Labradors, Akitas. This dog isn't worth keeping, it's just a stray mutt, very cheap. Look how dirty it is, it's covered in fleas, and its flesh is rotting. You won't be able to save it. This statement almost made Zizi burst into tears. Zhou Chuchu's expression turned cold as she snatched the buns away. Whether it can be saved is none of your concern. Shut up. The bun shop owner stood there awkwardly, crossing his arms, looking on with a hint of mockery. Zizi took out a bun and extended it toward the dog. Good dog, eat the bun. Zhou Chuchu was afraid the dog might bite her, hesitant to let her approach, but the little girl confidently said, Mom, don't worry, the dog said it won't bite me. I will feed it the bun. Once it eats the bun, it will have strength. Seeing the child's pure and bright eyes filled with pleading, Zhou Chuchi's heart softened. She allowed Zizi to approach the big dog, while remaining highly vigilant. If this dog showed any intent to attack, she would act immediately. Let alone a dog, if a human threatened her child, she would never hold back. However, the tabby dog showed no signs of aggression towards Zizi's approach. It looked at her with a humane gaze, gratitude evident in its eyes, and cautiously nudged her small hand with its nose before carefully eating the bun. During this process, Zizi gently touched its dirty fur, displaying extraordinary patience and love. Good dog, don't be afraid, you will get better. The tabby dog stared intently at Zizi, its mismatched golden and blue eyes reflecting the little girl's image, as if wanting to remember her forever. It remained quiet, obediently eating the buns Zizi offered. Zhou Chuchu felt mixed emotions watching. She was worried that Zizi's kindness could lead to trouble in a world where people had lost their humanity, yet she cherished this precious compassion immensely. In the apocalypse, people had ceased to be human, becoming beasts. Amidst the degeneration of humanity, this rare glimmer of kindness was so dazzling. She sighed, thinking to herself, let her protect Zizi a bit more. If Zizi wanted to keep this dog, she would not refuse. But looking at its injuries, it was likely not going to survive. She looked again at the tabby dog, only to be slightly taken aback. Whether it was her illusion or not, the dog seemed much more spirited, a strong vitality flowing through its body. Even its matted fur appeared to have gained some sheen, and the rotting flesh had scabbed over. Its emaciated form had gained a bit of meat. After eating 5 meat buns, it even stood up, albeit unsteadily. The bun shop owner, who was preparing to watch a joke, was stunned, dropping the cigarette he was holding. Only he knew that he had beaten the dog viciously. The fact that it hadn't died on the spot was a miracle. How could it possibly get up so easily? This dog is a bit eerie. This dog was indeed eerie. Zhou Chuchu had already recognized it. Affected by dark matter after the apocalypse, humanity began to evolve, but the animals and plants evolved even faster. In the apocalypse, there was a dragon dog that had evolved to the pinnacle, standing at the top of mutated beasts. It harbored extreme hatred for humanity and had organized beasts to attack human bases multiple times. Whether this dog was the dragon dog of the apocalypse remained to be determined. But it was certain that there was something wrong with this dog. Before the owner could react, Zhou Chuchu grabbed the balloons and called the 2 children to get in the car. Whether this dog was the dragon dog of the apocalypse remained to be determined. But it was certain that there was something wrong with this dog. Before the owner could react, Zhou Chuchu grabbed the balloons and called the 2 children to get in the car. Zizi, reluctant to leave the tabby dog, invited it. Good dog, if you have no place to go, come home with me. I will take. After a moment's hesitation, the dog surprisingly got into the car obediently. With the situation as it was, Zhou Chuchu couldn't possibly force it out. Strangely, Qin Ziyuan also didn't ask any further questions and drove them home. Upon returning home, the wounds on this tabby dog had already vanished, leaving only traces of blood on its fur. At this moment, it was brimming with vitality, its 1 blue and 1 golden eye sparkling with intensity, looking at others with a mix of vigilance and disdain. However, when it looked at Shishi, its gaze softened. Zhou Chuchu. This dog truly has issues. The in-laws, upon seeing them bring back a dirty dog, not only did they not scold the children, but they seemed quite pleased. The father-in-law even praised, this tabby dog is really beautiful and fierce. Oh, it's just a bit dirty, but that's no problem, just take it to wash. Tabby dogs are great guarding the home and loyal to their masters. Such good dogs are rare nowadays, my little Shishi is truly lucky. After Qin Zhuangming finished speaking, he attempted to pull the tabby dog for a bath. The dog took 2 steps back, avoiding him. When he tried again, it stepped back another 2 steps, looking at him with a mix of wariness and slight contempt. Qin Zhuangming. Wife, does this dog look down on me? Qin Zhuangming leaped into his wife's arms, crying. Lu Jilin helplessly comforted. All right, you are a person, and it is a dog, it can't reason with you like that. Qin Zhuangming nodded. I understand. But dear, why do I feel like there's something not quite right with your words? Zhou Chuchu stared at the tabby dog, more and more convinced that it resembled the legendary apocalypse dragon dog. That thing is so dangerous, should I find a reason to get rid of it? The tabby dog seemed to understand her thoughts, lowering its head and letting out a whimper from its throat, its blue and golden eyes seemingly filled with a plea. Little Shishi immediately hugged the dog's neck. Mommy, don't send it away, it says it's very obedient and will protect Shishi. Zhou Chuchu's gaze deepened. Shi's earlier behavior was indeed a bit strange. The 4-year-old girl, although she usually talks to her toy rabbits and kittens and greets small birds, this time, it was evident that Shi's words were very targeted, almost as if she could truly understand dog language. Could it be that Shishi has awakened some special ability? This doesn't make sense. In her past life, Shi's awakened ability was to have her arms grow longer and harder, not this. Moreover, this tabby dog, while suspected to be an apocalypse dragon dog, was indeed just an ordinary dog before the apocalypse, known to have been beaten by humans multiple times for stealing food. After the apocalypse, it almost became food for others, completely harboring a deep resentment towards humanity and has led beasts to attack cities numerous times, destroying human survival bases. But now its recovery ability was so remarkable that even the owner of the bun shop noticed it. How could it be an ordinary dog? Could the information be wrong? Tabby dog Xiaohu, the mutated dragon dog Xiaohu. Zhou Chuchu was lost in thought when Qin Ziyuan held her hand and patted it comfortingly. Let's keep it. Zhou Chuchu still felt worried, but she didn't dare to keep a legendary fierce creature like the apocalypse dragon dog in the house. The safety risks were too great. She wanted to keep anything that posed a threat to her family at bay. However, she didn't know how to explain her concerns to her husband. Should she continue pretending it was a dream? Qin Ziyuan squeezed Zhou Chuchu's hand and glanced at the tabby dog. If it wants to leave, I won't stop it. But if it dares to harm any of you, I will make it regret coming to this world. He seemed to be speaking to Zhou Chuchu, yet also to the tabby dog. The moment the dog met his gaze, its fur bristled, but instead of barking and going wild, it lowered its head, signifying submission. With its one gold and one blue eye, what it saw of Qin Ziyuan and the others was utterly different. That terrifying figure, reminiscent of a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, radiated energy in all directions, and its two eyes seemed like two eternal suns. Noticing its tension, Shishi immediately comforted it, gently stroking it. Good doggy, don't be afraid, be calm. As she stroked it, strands of white light flowed from her palm into the tabby dog's body. It truly became quiet, turning to look at Shishi, extending its tongue to lick her hand. Shishi giggled. Good doggy, come on, I'll take you for a bath. You smell so bad. She pointed towards the bathroom, and the tabby dog indeed followed her. Lin was envious and ran over too. I want to go, I want to go. Zhou Chuchu still felt uneasy and wanted to go with them. Mother-in-law Lu Julin said, I'll go over. Manner, I know what you're worried about, but this dog seems quite intelligent but has a bond with Shishi and won't harm her. Zhou Chuchu then did not go over, but frequently glanced towards the bathroom, ready to rush in at any moment. Laughter and joy echoed from within, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of barking. Soon the children brought the clean dog out, and the two kids had also taken a bath. The clean tabby dog had smooth fur, and although it was a bit emaciated due to long-term malnutrition, it still possessed an inexplicable spirit compared to ordinary dogs. The father-in-law, being a dog lover, was utterly taken with it. This dog is truly beautiful, oh let me pet it. The tabby dog deftly dodged him. Qin Zhuangming. Lu Julin laughed heartily, reaching to pet the dog's back. The dog resisted a bit, but ultimately did not evade. Zhou Chuchu thought for a moment and extended her hand. The tabby dog took a couple of steps forward and rested its head beneath her hand. Qin Zhuangming. Lu Julin chuckled. Our family's younger brother position has been clearly arranged by it. Qin Zhuangming, unconvinced, pointed at Qin Ziyuan. This brat is the real younger brother of our family. Qin Ziyuan glanced at the tabby dog. Is that so? The tabby dog lay on the ground, covering its eyes with its paws, as if to say, aren't you making it hard for me? Should I roll over to entertain you? The tabby dog rolled over twice on the ground. Qin Zhuangming was astonished. Has this dog turned into a spirit? Lu Julin patted her astonished husband. Yes, back in the day during your college entrance exam it sat right in front of you. After a bit of playful banter, the family accepted this new member, named Xiaohu by Shishi. Although Xiaohu did not take to the father-in-law, he happily prepared a dog bed for it, intending to enjoy the fun of training the dog to eat and go to the bathroom. However, this dog could not only run to the bathroom by itself, but it also knew how to flush the toilet. That evening, while cooking, Zhou Chuchu prepared a large bowl of beef for it. Xiaohu stared at her for a long time, its eyes slightly moist, and only when she urged it several times did it quietly finish the beef, leaving nothing behind. Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have received 450 trillion megabytes, a 1 pet tiger bone refining essence, and 5 portions of plant-enhancing fertilizer. A round, glistening object seemed to spin in the storage space, resembling a roaring tiger. Is this the pet tiger bone refining essence? Zhou Chuchu felt it was strange. A dog had just arrived at home, and now she was receiving pet supplies. The rewards were entirely based on the amount Qin Ziyuan transferred to her, completely disregarding Zhou Chuchu's exploitation of this rule to take advantage of him. What exactly is the connection between the sign-in rewards and my family members? Their attitude towards me, adding new members, or something else? It seems there are many areas to explore. Initially, the rewards for signing in included an infinite space and a new user gift pack on the first day, but the subsequent days lacked substance. Until she and Qin Ziyuan began exploiting the system, he transferred her a large sum, and the types and quantities of potions from the sign-in rewards increased somewhat. Until yesterday, the system rewarded her with an S-class Plant Warrior ability, merging 2 S-class abilities into a 2 S-class Plant Master. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that she uncovered Lin Shuang and Sun Kixuan's conspiracy and inadvertently set them up, thus the sign-in system rewarded her? System, is it as I think? The system remained silent. Zhou Chuchu was prepared and did not lose. Asking daily, if it doesn't answer, that's fine. If one day it does answer, wouldn't that lead to exploiting? Know the correct way to use the system. Looking at the plant-enhancing fertilizer, it was a vibrant crimson, slightly glowing, resembling animal fat, with a faint fishy smell. She couldn't discern the specific effects of this substance. The best way was to feed it to the old peach tree and let it inform her. As soon as Zhou Chuchu entered the garden, it became lively with cheers. Master, the master is here. Master, look at me, look at me. I love the master. I've learned a new ability, master. The little plants express their affection without reservation, unlike humans who often say one thing and do another. Their words and actions were consistent. Zhou Chuchu fed them abilities and walked over to the old peach tree. After several deep evolutions, the old peach tree had become increasingly stable and wise. My great master, you usually feed me sugar first. Is there something you need me to assist with today? Zhou Chuchu did not hide it and took out a portion of the plant-enhancing fertilizer. Taste this fertilizer and tell me its effects. With a rustling sound, the old peach tree immediately extended 2 branches to take the fertilizer. Its leaves quivered with excitement, as if a dying person had seen a miraculous herb for longevity. My great master, you are truly kind and generous. Even before tasting this fertilizer, I can feel the immense energy it contains. It will greatly benefit me. Thank you, my master. After expressing gratitude, the old peach tree placed the fertilizer at its roots, carefully wrapping it up before burying its roots underground. Minutes later, red lines spread from its roots, gradually dispersing to its branches and leaves before converging on the several enormous peach fruits it bore. Seeing this, Zhou Chuchu felt a bit nervous and expectant. How is it? Master, this fertilizer can enhance certain abilities of ours and elevate them to the next level. For example, if I use it to enhance my internal space, the current 1,000 square meters can become 10,000. If I use it to enhance my roots, they can become stronger and possess terrifying regenerative abilities. If I use it to enhance my attack power, then every leaf I shoot could possess the power of a small bomb. Zhou Chuchu nodded in understanding. It seems you enhance the fruits. The old peach tree replied, because my master has granted us evolution, I also wish to contribute as much as I can. My ability fruit contains ability factors, and after enhancement, there is a great chance of catalyzing advanced abilities. I want to offer these fruits to you, master. Zhou Chuchu never expected the old peach tree to have such thoughts, leaving her standing in silence for a long time. After a while, she went to the greenery to feed the 300 ancient trees, and just as she was about to return, she saw a dog following her at a comfortable distance. It was Little Tiger. In the darkness, its eyes sparkled with a blue and gold hue. It was a bit frightening to see. Zhou Chuchu stopped, and it sat still. As she walked, it followed leisurely behind her. Until their figures faded into the night, Qin Ziyuan, dressed in pajamas, emerged from behind an ancient tree. Having confirmed his wife's safety, he vanished in an instant. After she returned indoors, it went to the doghouse made by Qin Zhuangming to sleep. Zhou Chuchu understood its intention, so it was here to protect me. She returned to her room, where Qin Ziyuan was sleeping with his eyes closed, his features deep and three-dimensional under the soft night light, with long eyebrows framing his eyes and eyelashes like small fans. I never noticed your eyelashes were so thick. It's truly enviable. Zhou Chuchu touched them, feeling them tremble under her fingers. Afraid of waking Qin Ziyuan, she quickly nestled into bed and fell asleep. Once asleep, her limbs instinctively sought out the cool spots for comfort, clinging onto them. In the following days, the weather grew increasingly hot, and Zhou Chuchu continued to transfer packages as usual. However, some food supplies had already stopped shipping. As for Qin Ziyuan, he transferred 9 billion cubic meters of water, 500 million cubic meters of oil, 8 tons of gold, 10 tons of silver, and various unnamed minerals from Russia. Additionally, there were 8 million tons of various seafood. The sea temperature is lower, and the heat has not yet affected it. Seafood undergoes quick freezing once caught, which is why it can still be transported, but this is the last batch of seafood obtained before the apocalypse. All of Qin Ziyuan's foreign companies were sold off, and the funds from daily sign-ins remained at 5 million megabytes, enough for use. Other sign-in rewards also became more abundant with increased quantities. 25 Type 2 physical enhancement agents, 30 Type 2 mental enhancement potions, and 28 Type 2 vitality enhancement potions. 18 portions of plant enhancement fertilizer. 2 multifunctional greenhouses with temperature control, and 5 powerful natural energy collectors. Other sign-in rewards also became more abundant with increased quantities. 25 Type 2 physical enhancement agents, 30 Type 2 mental enhancement potions, and 28. She fed 5 portions of plant-enhancing fertilizer to the second batch of evolving devil peppers, potato walls, angel mushrooms, lentil shooters, and scallions prepared for her brother. On the 13th day of the countdown to the apocalypse, her brother, Zhou Shengyang, arrived in Haishur and called her. Sister, I'm here. The tall and handsome Zhou Shengyang, dressed in a white tank top, was walking by the bus station talking on the phone while carrying a bag of oranges. Okay, I got it, sis. I'm not a kid anymore, I know how to get there. His features were striking, and although his skin was tanned from the sun, it did not detract from his looks. Instead, it added to his vigorous charm. His muscles were taut and well-defined, exuding a strong and wild presence. This was the result of his years of hard work in fruit cultivation. Compared to the unhealthy office workers with dark circles eye bags and bald heads, he had a distinct allure. He caught the attention of many young women along the way, some even daring enough to approach him for his WeChat contact. But he walked too quickly, leaving them in his dust, sighing in disappointment. Unaware of the romantic opportunities he had missed, Zhou Shengyang arrived at the exit and looked around. "Sis, I'm at the exit. Where are you?" Zhou Chuchu glanced at the black figure before her, jumped up and slapped him on the head. "Where are you looking?" "I'm right in front of you. Can't you recognize me?" Zhou Shengyang was astonished as he looked at the dazzlingly beautiful Zhou Chuchu, exclaiming, "No way, sis, did you get plastic surgery? The change is just too dramatic. Let me tell you, don't waste brother-in-law's money. It's not easy for men to earn. And plastic surgery is bad for your health. You may not see the consequences now, but it will be painful later." Zhou Chuchu, speechless, jumped up again and slapped him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The two slaps from his sister rekindled Zhou Xinjiang's sense of care from his elder sister, and the long-standing gap between them dissipated. Zhou Chuchu glanced behind him, not seeing their parents, and firmly grasped Zhou Xinjiang's tank top. "Where are mom and dad? Why didn't they come? Is something wrong with them?" Zhou Shengyang stumbled as Zhou Chuchu pulled him hastily, explaining, Sis, let go. Don't be anxious, mom and dad are doing just fine. They are in the mountains looking at the supplies you gave me money for." Zhou Chuchu was at a loss for words, realizing that the supplies she had given to her brother to survive the apocalypse had inadvertently delayed their parents from coming to Haishur. "What's so interesting about those supplies? Tell mom and dad to come over." Zhou Shengyang quickly waved his hands. "What do you mean, those supplies?" He leaned closer to Zhou Chuchu and whispered in a tone only she could hear, "That's 50 million worth of supplies, 50 million. Zhou Chuchu replied, "That doesn't matter more than mom and dad." Zhou Shengyang looked at his elder sister with a serious expression, saying, "Sis, with your words, mom and dad will have no regrets." Zhou Chuchu recalled the foolish things she had done and felt a wave of sadness. She felt she had let their parents down as a daughter. Tap, tap, tap. Zhou Shengyang shouted loudly, shaking his phone mischievously, saying, "Sis, I just recorded what you said. They'll play it for them when we get back." Zhou Chuchu instinctively kicked out, saying, "Are you crazy? Delete it." Zhou Shengyang skillfully dodged. "Hey, I'm not deleting it. I'm not deleting it." The two playfully bickered until Qin Ziyuan arrived holding two kids. Zhou Shengyang was immediately captivated by the two little treasures, abandoning his sister and rushing over. "Brother-in-law," he greeted first. Qin Ziyuan nodded, his demeanor still somewhat cold. But this was the warmest expression he could muster aside from his kindness toward Zhou Chuchu and the children. Zhou Shengyang was pleasantly surprised. He understood his brother-in-law's nature and felt thrilled that he even acknowledged him with a nod. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, uncle." The two chubby toddlers greeted politely, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they looked at Zhou Shengyang. Zhou Xinjiang's heart melted at the sight of the two little ones. He tossed aside the oranges, opened his arms, and hugged them both. "Oh, little treasures, let uncle hold you. The last time I held you, you were just born. In the blink of an eye, look how big you've gotten. Come on, uncle will take you on a plane." He held the two little ones, imitating the sound of an airplane taking off as he ran. The two kids giggled nonstop, enjoying their time with him. One must admit the bond of blood is indeed subtle. After playing for a while, Zhou Shengyang remembered the oranges he had brought. "Sis, brother-in-law, I brought you oranges that I grew myself. They're super sweet." Zhou Shengyang flashed a bright smile, filled with pride and joy. "The fruits from our farm have had a bumper harvest this year. I'm a renowned fruit king." Zhou Chuchu looked at him, feeling proud. Her brother had quickly risen from the depths of their family's bankruptcy to diligently grow fruits, which was truly impressive. If not for the apocalypse, her brother would surely become a nationally famous fruit king. Once in the car, Zhou Shengyang, a social butterfly, chattered nonstop. "Brother-in-law, our parents heard you sold the company and said if you have any difficulties, just tell us. We're family, no need to be polite." While driving, Qin Ziyuan paused slightly, sincerely saying, "Thank you, mom and dad." Zhou Shengyang waved his hand grandly, saying, "Why say these things among family? Just say it if you need anything. And you, sis, I'm not saying this to you, but if brother-in-law is in trouble, you should spend less of his money. I'll learn to live." Zhou Chuchu's feelings of gratitude dissipated, and she only wanted to smack her brother's head. What kind of brother was this? Forget it. Qin Ziyuan, not wanting his wife to feel embarrassed, defended her, saying, "My money is for your sister to spend freely. They'll earn more once it's all spent." Zhou Chuchu felt sweet inside, proudly telling her brother, "Did you hear that? My husband doesn't mind my spending, you come to manage it." Zhou Shengyang chuckled, grinning widely, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Ziyuan, not refuting her statement. When they returned home, their in-laws had prepared a large feast to welcome him. After a hearty meal, Zhou Chuchu took him to tour the safe house that was under renovation. As soon as he stepped into the yard, his gaze was drawn to the old peach tree in the garden. He walked briskly over, stroking the trunk and praising it. "Its bark is like turtle shell, its trunk like an ancient pillar, and its vigor is like a soaring dragon. Sis, this old peach tree in your yard is remarkable." Zhou Chuchu smiled at her brother, asking, "You understand this?" Zhou Shengyang proudly replied, Of course, don't forget what I do for a living. This peach tree, if it were in the mountains I manage, would be the first of its kind. Even hundreds or thousands of years old trees can't compare to it. Zhou Chuchu felt a spark of interest. Are there many ancient trees there, even ones that are 1,000 years old? Zhou Xingyang said. Yes, there are quite a few thousand-year-old trees. In that deep mountain hollow, the oldest 2 ginkgo trees are about 380 years old. Look at this. This photo shows that at least 5 people are needed to hug it. Zhou Chuchu looked at the photo, and perhaps due to her supernatural ability, she could see deeper truths about those 2 ginkgo trees. Colorful ribbons danced around with auspicious omens surrounding them. Let's bring everyone some shock. The ancient ginkgo trees of Wudong Mountain, over 3,000 years old. Let's bring everyone some shock. Zhou Chuchu was struck with awe. These 2 ancient ginkgo trees steered her thoughts toward directions she had never before contemplated. Perhaps my previous understanding was mistaken, she thought. I had assumed plants only began to evolve after the apocalypse, but clearly that is not so. These 2 ancient ginkgos have in fact undergone profound evolution. Yet since I did not witness it in person, I cannot tell to what extent they have changed. She fixed her gaze on her younger brother. Zhou Xingyang grew uncomfortable under that look. Sis, what is it? Your expression is strange. The sacred magnificent sensation that had swelled within Zhou Chuchu collapsed in an instant. She rolled her eyes skyward. This unlucky brother knew exactly how to unnerve her. Hands on her hips, she jabbed a finger at Zhou Xinjiang's chest. You're the one with the odd look. These 2 ginkgos are far superior to that old peach tree in our yard. What is that face of yours for? If you feed me false reports again, Zhou Xingyang shivered. I won't, sis. Then his eyes fell on the garden's climate-controlled multifunction greenhouses, and he brightened once more. Sis, these 2 big greenhouses are remarkable. Or were they custom-made? Get me 2 too. Perfect for raising seedlings. Watching him flit from one thing to another, she could no longer bear it and grabbed his ear. Come here. I have a question. Did you bring your shopping list? Zhou Xingyang yelped. I brought it. Easy, sis. He slid a photograph copy of the shopping list across. There were too many items. Carrying the paper would look odd and could expose us, so I photographed them. Zhou Chuchu examined it and found his purchases: sensible food, drink, daily supplies, provisions for heating and cooling, various generators, sleds, kayaks, and a small motorboat. She felt a measure of relief. Zhou Xingyang leaned closer. Sis, I also bought 20 makeshift hunting rifles and 15 large sharpened sabers. Surprised, she glanced at her little brother and gave him a thumbs up. No one has discovered these supplies you bought, right? Zhou Xingyang patted his chest. I handled it. Trust me. I moved the supplies across 3 ridges, changed vehicles several times, and finally Dad and I drove them into a naturally hollow cave to hide them. No one knows except Mom and Dad. Zhou Chuchu nodded and exhaled. Then Zhou Xingyang could not contain his curiosity any longer. Sis, now can you tell me what you want me to buy these things for? Zhou Chuchu said nothing, but instead led her brother into the safe house. The safe house was already mostly complete. Zhou Xingyang stared wide-eyed at the villa encased in 50-centimeter thick titanium steel plates, its basement floor and roof similarly sheathed, triple-layer blast-resistant glass fitted, and systems for insulation, cooling, fireproofing, antitoxin measures, shockproofing, and radiation shielding installed. Sis, are we going to war? You are exaggerating, she replied, looking at him gravely. War? What we are about to face will be far more terrifying than war. There are too many people here. Come with me, and I will tell you everything. Zhou Chuchu led her brother back to the residence, and Qin Ziyuan offered them his study so the siblings could speak privately. Xingyang, every word I am about to say is no joke. Remember them well. It may sound absurd, but it is a reality that will soon unfold. In 12 days the apocalypse will arrive. Zhou Xingyang gasped, about to ask if she was joking, when Zhou Chuchu, having anticipated his reaction, drew him into an infinite storage space. He had been shaken by his sister's words. The next moment he saw endless shelves stretching to the horizon laden with innumerable supplies, and he was utterly dumbstruck. What on earth is this? Zhou Chuchu had brought her brother in to lay everything before him. She no longer held anything back. This is my supernatural ability space. What you see are the supplies your brother-in-law and I have prepared to weather the end times. The end is coming: blistering heat, lethal cold, floods, storms, earthquakes, the risen, dead, mutations among animals and plants. These disasters will come in succession, and no one will be spared. I cannot avoid it, nor can you. Only by proactive measures and early preparation can we hope to survive. Zhou Xinjiang's scalp tingled. His sister's words felt like a millstone grinding across his head, leaving his mind numb. He did not want to believe it, yet his sister had thrust such incredible evidence before him that disbelief became impossible. He fell silent. Zhou Chuchu did not press him, allowing him time to digest the truth. After a long moment, he looked up, his eyes resolute. Sis, what more must I do? How can I protect Mom and Dad? Seeing how thoroughly his sister and brother-in-law had prepared, he felt less worried for. But what about our parents? Zhou Chuchu said in a low voice. I have made comprehensive arrangements. I have prepared some things for you. Take them home and use them exactly as I instruct. Zhou Chuchu produced vials of stamina-enhancing serum, willpower-augmenting serum, and life force restorative serum in various doses, plus 3 supernatural fruits from the old peach tree. After explaining their uses and administration to her brother, she said solemnly, "You must persuade Mom and Dad to come to Haishur, who our family must face the apocalypse together. I'm already building a safe house. If we live together, it'll feel more at ease." Zhou Xingyang sounded troubled. "Sis, with Mom and Dad's temperaments, I fear they won't trouble you even when the end comes. Besides, even if I tell them the apocalypse is coming, they won't believe me." Zhou Chuchu had already anticipated this and brought out potted specimens, devil chili, potato wall, angel mushroom, pea shooter, scallion thrower, and a pot of orchids. "If they see these plants, they'll believe me." Zhou Xingyang, lost in end-time anxieties, watched his sister present 5 unusual pots of vegetables and a tray of orchids, and was stunned anew. "Sis, we're discussing serious matters. What are these pots for?" Zhou Xingyang asked. Zhou Chuchu replied sternly, "Don't interrupt. Look closely at these 5 pots." He examined them at once and indeed noticed distinctions. "I must admit, sis, your cultivation of these vegetables is remarkable. With your talent for planting, you should try my orchard." Bam! Zhou Chuchu, unable to endure him any longer, smacked him on the head and would not let him inspect anything further. He simply did not have the sense for it. "Stop pretending these are ordinary greens. Put this simpleton to work." Hee hee, Zhou Xingyang suddenly laughed. "Sister, your serious expression is so funny. Do you really think that if you plant the little vegetables in pots, they will understand what you say? What the hell?" He looked at the scene before him, shocked to the point that his eyes nearly popped out. He saw the demonic chili pepper transform from an ordinary chili into a fiery red, glowing, as if it were burning. Phew, 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 it opened its little mouth and spat out 3 balls of flame, which burned on the ground for a full 3 minutes, making him even hotter in the already sweltering heat. "Oh no. Sister, it grew a mouth. The chili grew a mouth." Zhou Chuchu sneered. Hee hee, it not only grew a mouth, but also eyes and hands. It now looks down on you so much. It even wants to jump over and slap you twice. Zhou Xingyang tightly closed his mouth, then saw the potato wall clumsily open its mouth, clumsily extending 2 hands to push out a potato wall. The potato wall was 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, clearly very sturdy, great for smashing people or serving as cover. "What the hell? My God!" Zhou Xingyang yelled again. Zhou Chuchu replied, "Keep your voice down. It's not that big of a deal." Zhou Xingyang was still howling. "Sister, my dear sister, I can't help but scream. Anyone who sees this would yell." Zhou Chuchu said, "Hee hee, silly dog." Then came the bean shooter, which opened its pod and quickly shot out a bunch of little peas. The little peas were bright green like little beads. Zhou Xingyang wanted to pick them up, but Zhou Chuchu pulled him back. "Don't touch them, they'll explode." Zhou Xingyang quickly retracted his hand, only to see those peas zooming back into their pod, and the pod winked at him. "Sister, it just winked at me, it winked. I can even call back the beans." There were too many points to criticize. He didn't know where to start. Zhou Chuchu calmly flicked her nails. "Isn't it normal for it to have eyes and wink? The beans will explode if you don't call them back. You foolish idiot might step on them and blow them up. Who's responsible for ruining my setup, eh?" Zhou Xingyang said. "Sister, you're making so much sense I find myself speechless." Feeling the disdain from his sister, Zhou Xingyang extended his hand. "Sister, I am professionally trained. No matter how shocking things get, I promise I won't be surprised again." Zhou Chuchu glanced at him, unconvinced. "Really?" "Yes, yes." The scallion thrower crawled out of the flower pot, holding a piece of scallion in front of Zhou Xingyang, performing a set of nunchaku moves. The music paired with the scallion thrower's smooth martial arts motions left Zhou Xingyang completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his sister and asked, "If I keep saying what the hell, will it make me seem uncultured?" Zhou Chuchu coldly responded, "What do you think?" Zhou Xingyang glanced at the quiet white jade mushroom in the pot, thinking to himself, "This mushroom is so quiet it probably won't do anything strange, right?" He puffed out his chest. "No doubt about it, sister, this time I can definitely keep it together." Zhou Chuchu smiled. The white jade mushroom straightened up from the pot, wearing a large mushroom cap, with long white hair and 2 white butterfly wings on its back. It glanced at its vegetable companions and sprinkled a cloud of pink crystal. Upon receiving the pink crystal, the vegetable companions visibly became joyful, their spirits lifted. Zhou Xingyang, "Sister, is it because I've been single for too long that I find even a mushroom looks graceful?" Zhou Xingyang was completely and utterly shocked. Compared to these plants, he felt that accepting the apocalypse wasn't a big deal at all. Zhou Chuchu, in her sisterly way, helped her resentful brother to accept the impending apocalypse, then continued, "The potion I give you, you and Mom and Dad take 1 every 10 days. After taking the potion, eat the ability fruit. If you encounter an emergency, eat the ability fruit first to activate your powers. These 5 pots are to be carried with you. They will disguise themselves as ordinary vegetables and lie low, but once you and Mom and Dad are in danger, they will immediately spring into action. You need to tell Mom and Dad first. If they still refuse to come, then I will entrust them to you, and you must protect them well. If You encounter a danger that cannot be resolved, hold them, and go to those 2 ginkgo trees with mom and dad. Zhou Chuchu provided triple insurance for her parents and brother. If mom and dad come, everyone can stay together and face the crisis. But just as the brother understands their parents, so does she. As long as they have a way out, they won't accept a life of dependency. These stubborn old folks are inherently resilient. If not, they would have accepted help from their husband when they went bankrupt instead of running to the mountains to plant fruits. With their personalities, even knowing the apocalypse is coming, they wouldn't come. She had deeper considerations. In her past life, her parents did not die from lack of resources, but from illness. They already had underlying health conditions, and in extreme environments without treatment and care they couldn't hold on and died. But with these enhancers, their bodies would gradually become stronger, those underlying conditions would fade away, and if they consumed the ability fruit and gained powers, their lifespans would leap forward. In terms of safety, with these 5 vegetable warriors enhanced by plant fertilizer, as long as it's not a disaster like a landslide, they should be able to protect themselves. Even if they can't protect themselves, those 2 old ginkgo trees are the last line of defense. She vaguely felt that her powers had a natural and tremendous attraction to plants. The evolved vegetables would definitely pique the interest of the old ginkgo, thus protecting her parents and brother, and in turn negotiating with her. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. There was one more important reason. She vaguely sensed that in this rebirth, with dangers lurking everywhere, there might be unpredictable mutations that would prevent her from taking care of her parents and brother. She felt that if there were any safety concerns, or if her parents' side was no longer safe, no matter what method, even if it meant binding them, she had to bring them over. This phone is for you. Contact me anytime. Zhou Chuchu handed Zhou Xingyang a black phone. But don't be fooled by its unassuming appearance. It is actually connected to a satellite communication system, a black technology product of Xincheng Group. Even if ground communication facilities are destroyed in the future, it can still be used. Why can it use satellites? Don't ask, just know that her husband prepared for the apocalypse by launching 10 satellites into the sky. Her husband has made many preparations. Just from what she knows, there are 32 laboratories built in deep mountains, underground, and deserts with large amounts of supplies already sent to those places. Of course, she wasn't very interested in the specifics, and she fell asleep listening to it. Zhou Shengyang took the phone and said seriously, "Sister, I will do my utmost to persuade our parents to come over, but if they refuse to come, sister, please be assured I will protect them at all costs." Zhou Xingyang left the city in a hurry after only 2 days. With the apocalypse approaching, he was worried about his parents. The 2 little ones were especially reluctant to part with him. During these 2 days, their uncle had played with them to the point of exhaustion, and they truly adored him. Zhou Chuchu was also reluctant, but she was worried about her parents. However, with Zhou Xingyang returning to check on them, she felt somewhat reassured. Before leaving, Zhou Xingyang called Qin Ziyuan into the study for a serious talk between men. It was unclear what they discussed, but when he came out, he told her, "Sister, I was initially very worried about you, considering you are in Haishi, which is far more complicated and dangerous than my situation in the remote mountains. But with brother-in-law around, I no longer worry about you. As for our parents, you don't need to be concerned. I will do my best." When Zhou Xingyang left, he also left her a precious gift. It was a collection of videos recorded over the past 5 years featuring him and their parents. The videos captured their experiences of planting fruit trees in the mountains and expressed their longing and blessings for her. These videos were the source of Zhou Chuchu's strength. Each time she watched them, she felt empowered. She was determined to survive the apocalypse and reunite with her parents and brother. After returning, her brother quickly called her on a video call. On the call was the face Zhou Chuchu had been longing for. The moment she saw her parents, tears could not be held back. "Mom and Dad, come over. We want to be together as a family." On the other end of the line, her parents looked at her warmly, their eyes filled with reassurance. But they shook their heads. "Near, we understand your feelings, but we cannot come. If we did, it would burden you and add to your stress. You have your in-laws to consider and children to protect. If we came, it would distract you. Moreover, we are in the mountains, which may be safer than where you are. Deep within the mountains, it is cool and refreshing, not fearing the high temperatures, and supplies kept here won't spoil. Even if floods come, they won't reach us. In extreme cold, the mountain can provide excellent insulation. Most importantly, there are very few people around here, so we don't have to face malicious intentions. If we truly encounter difficulties, we also have the tree god for protection. Near, you don't need to worry about us. Instead, you must take good care of Xian." Zhou Chuchu was already in tears. Her longing for her parents surged like a torrent, overwhelming her heart. Even though she had prepared herself, she still harbored the wish for her parents to come. "We are doing well, very well. Both he and I have awakened our abilities, and we have accumulated a lot of supplies. We will be fine, Mom and Dad. Don't worry, don't worry." Regardless of the conflicts and arguments, familial love ultimately binds them together. Seeing her daughter's tears, her mother felt her heart soften, pushing her husband aside to gently reassure her. "Near, don't worry. Your father and I will do our best. We have awakened our abilities too. Once we become stronger, your brother's mischievousness won't be a burden anymore, and he will be able to help you. Even then, even if you dislike us, we will still squeeze in with you. Your parents are willing to put aside their pride to accept our in-laws as sisters. Zhou Chuchu was brought to tears again, nodding vigorously. On the 11th day of the apocalypse countdown, the first wave of intense heat descended upon Earth, raising the temperature in Haishur to 45°C. Global heat alerts were issued and droughts swiftly followed suit. News broadcasts reported various incidents caused by the heat, such as sunburns and heat strokes. Fear and anxiety began to spread as the host urged everyone to stay at home, trust the country, and work together to overcome the challenges. Experts labeled this heat wave as a once-in-a-century event, attempting to prove it was merely a sudden fever of the earth that would soon pass. Only Zhou Chuchu knew that until the cold arrived, every day now was cooler than the next. The apocalypse had already unveiled its terrifying claws, ready to strike down on the earth that humanity relied upon for survival. On the 10th day of the apocalypse countdown, Zhou Chuchu boarded Qin Ziyuan's private jet, heading towards the international waters of South Korea. It was also the first time she saw a different side of her husband. His hair was slicked back, exuding a bold, capable, and fierce aura. Qin Ziyuan, typically exuding a CEO vibe, now sat with the poise of a ruler. But now he resembled a general ready for battle, emanating an air of grandeur, as if ready to conquer the world. As for her, even though she was dressed in athletic, were suitable for movement, and had her long hair tied up high, combined with the strong aura cultivated from her past life's battles, she looked quite the part, if not for the small pot of vegetables she was holding. Inside the pot were cabbage, radishes, mint, angel mushrooms, and chili peppers. The vegetables were lush and looked very appetizing. Yet holding this pot made her appear innocent and harmless. The private jet had already ascended to high altitude, and Zhou Chuchu sat upright, ignoring the curious glances directed at her. Finally, a handsome young man with blue hair could no longer hold back and approached her. "Sister-in-law, why are you holding a pot of vegetables? Are you afraid the in-flight meal won't suit your taste?" Before boarding, her husband had briefed her, informing her about the mercenary group he had formed called Songlong, and provided detailed information on its key members. He also explained that these members were not ordinary people and should not be treated as such. Zhou Chuchu remembered that this young man was named Ji Fanqing, a computer genius. So she pointed at the vegetables. "I could concoct a reason to deceive you, but there's no need. I can only tell you the truth." Zhou Chuchu leaned in closer. "You must not tell anyone." Ji Fanqing nodded excitedly. "MMHM." Zhou Chuchu brought the pot of vegetables closer. "They are my plant warriors, the kind that will spring from the soil to fight fiercely against enemies when I encounter danger." Ji Fanqing. "Sister-in-law, do you think I'm a child? Such a thing wouldn't convince even a 3-year-old. Zhou Chuchu felt helpless in this day and age. No one believed the truth. "I'm bringing this pot of vegetables. Oh, I can use the flower pot to smash someone's head when danger arises." A young man in black, playing with 2 flying knives that danced in his hands like spirits, caught Zhou Chuchu's attention. His name was Wu Shichen, and he left a deep impression on her. In her past life, during the zombie siege, she had witnessed his prowess. He was a powerful SSS-rank ability user hired by the leader of the Tomorrow base, Zhang Haohui, for a hefty price. He was famous, known to be a lone wolf who never joined any bases and had been wandering around. She never expected he would be one of her husband's mercenary group members. There was a silent, bearded man sharpening his gun. He was extremely muscular, yet seemed light and agile, creating a paradoxical impression. His name was Chiu Bupo, skilled with a heavy sniper rifle capable of headshots from 300 meters away. A gentle young man in a white coat named Lin Wan was a renowned healer in the post-apocalyptic world, able to heal bones and even bring the dead back to life. Accompanying him was an expressionless beauty, said to have been transformed from a zombie, impervious to pain and incredibly strong. There was also a young man holding a sword, sitting motionless, almost like a statue. His name was Song Huai. Zhou Chuchu had never seen him in her past life, but she had heard of a sword-wielding ability user in the south who defended a city single-handedly and had thwarted numerous zombie sieges. She wondered if it was him. With 2 future superstars under her husband's command, Zhou Chuchu initially felt a bit bewildered. Reflecting on her past life, her husband had never revealed these details to her and had never sought out these people. Although he didn't speak, she could guess why. Just then, a middle-aged man with a scar exuding both fierceness and steadiness suddenly spoke up. "Boss, the situation has changed. The American companies Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Francis Dassault and Italy's Beretta have violated agreements and sent arms shipments to the international waters of South Korea. They are merging with Japan's Sanling Company in the international waters, and they have handed over this transaction entirely to the Scorpion mercenary group, which is hostile to our Songlong. The Japanese Zhongbin mercenaries and South Korea's Crimson are willingly serving as the right and left wings of the Scorpion. This is a declaration of war from the Scorpion against our Songlong, a provocation from the tyrant towards you, boss. This is troublesome." Everyone on the plane was taken aback by the name of the scorpion tyrant, a suppressed aura emanating from them. Ji Fanxing suddenly punched the seat, his face filled with anger as he growled, "Damn it! Damn it! This madman actually chased us here." Wu Shichen sheathed his flying knife, leaning forward into a defensive posture. This is not surprising. The tyrant sees the boss as his greatest competitor. He has never suffered defeat, while the scorpion terrorizes the international scene, yet he has repeatedly lost to the boss. Do you think he is willing to accept this? Though Lan Ziyuan's face showed little emotion, his voice had grown significantly heavier. The boss returned to start a business, and I, Songlong, am in hiding while the tyrant is searching for the boss all over the world. This time the boss is buying arms. He must have received the news, but strange if he doesn't intervene. Qiu Bupo lifted his sniper rifle, aiming. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. Song Huai remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. Zhou Chuchu was perplexed. Oh, what kind of person was this tyrant to make these renowned abilities holders in the apocalypse so anxious? From their words, it seemed he had some enmity with her husband. Moreover, this person seemed very powerful, as these world-renowned arms companies had entrusted him with full authority over the arms, and mercenaries from South Korea and Japan were willing to work for him. Sensing her confusion, Qin Ziyuan held her hand and said, "The tyrant's real name is Chris Terrier, a Christian pastor and the leader of the world's second mercenary group, Scorpion. I had several confrontations with him when I led Songlong in my early years, all of which I won. But he is a very formidable opponent. In the 7 years since I returned to take over the family business, he has never stopped progressing, continually expanding and developing, and now his influence has spread throughout Europe and America." Zhou Chuchu's jaw dropped. "Wow, so are you saying you're stronger than him?" Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new continent. Qin Ziyuan was somewhat surprised by her reaction. Under normal circumstances, she should be afraid, shouldn't she? Without a doubt, her response made him feel a sense of joy and delight. At this moment, the middle-aged man responsible for communication, named Wu Fifan, once again said in a deep voice, "Boss, the tyrant has intercepted our signal and sent a video call. Do you want to take it?" Qin Ziyuan's gaze deepened. "Take it." The video opened to reveal a man with silver hair and blue eyes, handsome in appearance, exuding a blend of wickedness and holiness, looking at them as if he were thousands of miles away. He appeared excited yet mad, speaking fluent and smooth Chinese. "Long time no see, Black Emperor. I have been searching for you for 7 years, and finally I have found you. Come, let's meet in the international waters of Korea, and let's have a showdown betting those arms and warships. If you win, take the arms. If you lose, you will remain forever as a corpse." The tyrant, Qin Ziyuan, looked at him and said, "These arms were purchased by me. Betting them against my life is not enough." The flamboyant foreign man was taken aback, then his smile grew even brighter. "You're right, betting these arms for your life is indeed insufficient. How about this? I will wager most of Scorpion's arms along with those you purchased as a wager. Is that enough?" The video ended there. Zhou Chuchu stretched her head out, fuming. "Isn't this bastard too arrogant? He wants your life? That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible." Just thinking about it makes me angry. This guy actually held back the arms bought by my husband as a wager for his life. She pretended to pick up a small flower pot. He's dreaming. The previously tense atmosphere eased somewhat due to Zhou Chuchu's words. Qin Ziyan then pulled his wife into an embrace, nodding. "What my wife said is correct." That said, images of the tyrant Chris Terrier flashed through my mind. In those images, Zhou Chuchu followed the troops to battle in exchange for meager living supplies. He was sitting in a low, dilapidated house in the Tomorrow base waiting. His legs had been completely mutilated and amputated, his body severely battered due to long-term malnutrition and abuse. Even so, he still attempted to awaken his abilities. No one knew the immense abyss-like pain he harbored in his heart. He did not want to become a useless person, and he certainly did not want to be a burden to Zhou Chuchu. While he was practicing, a flash of white light appeared, and a beautifully decorated door emerged before him. Chris stepped out of the heavy white light, and upon seeing him, his eyes held both pity and arrogance. "Let me see, who is it that I once regarded as my greatest rival, the renowned Songlong leader, the mighty Black Emperor? How did you end up like this? Haha, you've actually become like this. I won't kill you, Black Emperor. No, you are merely a pitiful weakling now. Let you struggle to die. This is the greatest humiliation for you, and my greatest victory." Qin Ziyuan clenched his fists. He was right, becoming like that was indeed his greatest humiliation. Yet he would never allow the situation in the images to come to pass. He calmly said, "I have defeated the tyrant several times, this time will be no exception." Upon hearing Qin Ziyuan's words, the previously tense crowd began to relax. Indeed, this is their leader, their spiritual leader. He would only speak when he has something to say, and once he does, things will surely come to pass. Never an exception. Even the intelligence officer Wu Fifan casually added, "One more piece of information, Zhang Haohui, from the Zhang family in the imperial capital, is also heading to the international waters of Korea wanting to compete with the boss. With the tyrant in front mentioning the renowned leader of the Tomorrow base in this apocalypse is merely an afterthought. On the high seas of South Korea, an ultra-luxurious cruise ship of 1,000,000 tons is presenting an exceptionally alluring performance. Beautiful women from around the world adorned in splendid attire are showcasing captivating dances. Celebrities from various countries often seen on the front pages of global news gather here. Amidst the clinking of glasses, substantial deals are often struck. The sweltering heat sweeping across the globe cannot reach this place, which seems like a paradise on earth. Fong Monru, dressed in a diamond-studded gown with her hair elegantly styled up, reveals large swathes of delicate fair skin. Holding a glass of red wine despite her efforts to maintain composure, her eyes betray her excitement. Unexpectedly, Fong Manru's fortunes have turned, allowing her to attend such a grand banquet. All thanks to the man beside her. Without Qin Ziyuan, she has found an even better suitor. The young master from the prestigious Zhang family of the imperial capital, a deeply rooted old family with complex underlying connections, wields enormous power. Now that's a true noble family. Compared to his family, what is the Qin family? Looking at the handsome man before her, Fong Monru is determined to win him over. Monru, are you satisfied with this sea trip? Zhang Haohui gazed at the dazzling beauty before him, his eyes filled with admiration. What was simply a business trip by the sea unexpectedly introduced him to such an exquisite beauty. Unlike other women who fawn over Zhang Haohui, Fong Monru maintains a cool and aloof demeanor. She knows all too well that men do not favor women who are overly eager. Once they are easily obtained, they are often discarded. Thank you, young Master Zhang, I am quite satisfied. She raised her glass and clinked it with Zhang Haohui's. With a courteous smile on his face, just as Zhang Haohui was about to engage Fong Monru in more conversation, to win her heart, his female assistant hurried over to him and said, "Young Master, President Baobel of Thunder God Company has agreed to meet with you." President Baobel wants to see me. Zhang Haohui's expression changed instantly. He no longer cared about the beautiful women around him. What beauty could compare to his grand ambitions? If his business succeeded, what beautiful women wouldn't he be able to have? He promptly adjusted his clothing and went to meet President Baobel of Thunder God Arms Company, not even bothering to greet Fong Monru. Upon hearing about Thunder God Company, Fong Manru's heart raced with excitement. This is a renowned arms company in the United States, and the Zhang family actually has a partnership with them. Indeed, her choice was the right one. Once she successfully marries into the Zhang family, she will undoubtedly achieve a leap in social status. At that time, she will be a true socialite. Seeing her expression filled with desire, Zhang Haohui's attractive and capable female assistant who had not left warned her, "I advise you to abandon your thoughts. I have seen many women like you. A wistful thinking will do you no good. You will not be the first woman in young Master's life, and certainly not the last. Young Master is an eagle soaring in the sky. You are not worthy of him." This was akin to an insult, something anyone else would find unbearable. Yet for the ambitious and determined Fong Monru, it was a declaration of war. She lifted her chin, waved her wine glass, and accepted the challenge. The female assistant's gaze darkened as she gave her a long, deep look before leaving. Fong Monru savored the moment, taking a delicate sip of her red wine. There are people in this world who are born to be the protagonists. They are destined to shine and thrive. And I am one of those people. She continued, "The likes of Zhou Chuchu are merely my embellishments." A laughable. Just as she finished her musings, she saw the so-called joke Zhou Chuchu walking in with a canvas bag dressed in functional sportswear. Fong Monru uncontrollably spat out her red wine. She strode over and confronted Zhou Chuchu. "What are you?" Zhou Chuchu was equally surprised to see Fong Monru, and recalling that Zhang Haohui was also present quickly, she couldn't help but marvel at the power of fate. Even though she had changed many things in this life, some events still followed the trajectory of destiny. For instance, the meeting between Fong Monru and Zhang Haohui. In a different place and time, they would still In her past life, Fong Manru's actions against Zhou Chuchu were perhaps influenced by Zhang Haohui's presence. After all, without his approval, how could she have persuaded those researchers? In her past life, they operated in the shadows while she remained in plain sight, leading her family to ruin with no burial place. This time they are in plain sight, while she lurks in the shadows, as she cannot coexist with them. In response to Fong Manru's defensive inquiry, Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and retorted directly, "I can go wherever I please, what do you care? This is not a place for you." Fong Monru insisted. "Qin Ziyuan is bankrupt, you should be in the slums, not here." With her husband's schemes having gone awry, Zhou Chuchu was already in a foul mood. Now Fong Monru appeared to provoke her. How could she let such an opportunity for venting slip away? She lashed out furiously, "Are you crazy? If you're sick, go take your medicine. What do you care where I go? The police in the Pacific have no authority over me. Is this ship yours? My husband may be bankrupt, but so what? Even bankrupt, he is still 1,000 times better than Zhang Haohui." Just as Zhou Chuchu prepared to retort again, a voice she recognized rang out. "Are you the Black Emperor's wife?" Even with her back turned, she felt an overwhelmingly oppressive gaze sweep over her. Zhou Chuchu recalled, who else could it be but that lunatic? She fervently called out for her husband in her heart. Husband, your dear wife has encountered your rival, hurry here. However, her husband did not descend from the heavens. The person behind her was already walking towards her. The Black Emperor actually got married. Hard to believe. Let me see what kind of woman is worthy of him. Zhou Chuchu didn't turn around, but she saw Feng Manru entranced by the man approaching her, even spilling red wine on her dress. Unfortunately, that man had no interest in Feng Manru and did not spare her a glance, but instead showed immense interest in Zhou Chuchu. Turn around, beautiful lady. The voice of this scorpion seemed to possess a special charm, compelling one. Strangely, despite his dazzling appearance, which would normally cause a stir upon his arrival, she had not sensed his presence at all before he spoke. What on earth is going on? Turn around, turn around, turn around. A voice urged her from deep within like a magical melody drilling into her ears. It was akin to someone singing a lullaby right next to her when she was exceptionally tired, luring her into the depths of slumber. However, Zhou Chuchu had endured much suffering in her past life, and her mental fortitude was remarkable. Having also consumed a mental enhancement potion, being a 2th level ability user, she immediately broke free from the allure of that voice. Grabbing the entranced Feng Manru and forcefully throwing her backward, a white barrier of light appeared around Chris, and when Feng Manru collided with this light wall, it emitted a heavy thud sound. Falling onto the deck with her back striking her head again with a loud thud. 2 large lumps forming on her forehead and the back of her head. She had been knocked unconscious. What an unexpected surprise, my little sweetheart, you managed to escape my desire barrier. It seems you are indeed someone favored by the Black Emperor. I find you even more intriguing now. The voice behind her was filled with interest, exuding a leisurely demeanor as if a cat were toying with a mouse. Strangely, whether it was this man's demeanor or Feng Manru collapsing to the ground, the people around them exhibited little reaction. It was as if they hadn't seen anything at all, as if they had disappeared from sight. But I guess the Black Emperor is only using you, otherwise how could he so easily trust such a lovely lady to be under my watch? Chris' words sounded like a devil's whisper, making it hard not to trust him, to submit to him, to bow before him. It was clear that he was a master at manipulating people's hearts. Yet upon hearing these words, Zhou Chuchu felt particularly displeased. She turned her head, her strikingly distinct black and white eyes looking at Chris, devoid of any confusion from temptation. Her hand quietly unzipped her canvas bag. Do you know much about the Black Emperor you just mentioned, who happens to be... Seeing Zhou Chuchu's true appearance, Chris was momentarily taken aback, but this sense of wonder quickly vanished. For if it was a matter of beauty, he surpassed any woman. Of course I know him. Zhou Chuchu shook her head. From just the few words you said earlier, I can tell you do not understand. With someone like you, how can you be his rival? I heard about your bet, Chris. Is that your name? Allow me to tell you the outcome of it. Chris wore an elegant smile. Oh, what is the result? Zhou Chuchu enunciated clearly. You will Chris continued to smile, but the underlying tone of his grin had darkened with madness, and a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the space. It was as if a massive venomous scorpion lurked in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet she fought hard to maintain her composure, making it impossible for anyone to detect her unease. This ability to shift emotions was honed through countless brushes with death. Her voice was steady. All you rely on is your supernatural ability. Abilities like that are as common as... After Zhou Chuchu finished speaking, a ripple surged around her, and 18 vines shot forth, crashing heavily toward Chris. Chris was genuinely surprised this time, but his mental resilience was exceptional. A white barrier of light reappeared around him. Yet Zhou Chuchu was a 2th level ability user, unlike the ordinary Feng Manru. And the 18 vines struck against the light wall, showing signs of impending fracture. Chris' blue eyes deepened instantly. His attitude toward Zhou Chuchu shifted, escalating her from a mere prey to an opponent worthy of a fight. Whoosh. At that moment, a Japanese woman in a qipao leaped down from the 2nd floor, lightly landing on a wealthy merchant's wine glass. Then, like a dragonfly, she gracefully descended, slowly drawing a katana, aiming it at Zhou Chuchu, blocking her path of retreat. She questioned Chris in Japanese. Lord Tyrant, has she received a divine revelation and been granted the blessings of the gods? Otherwise, how could she wield divine skills? This Japanese woman was Haruka Sakura, the leader of the Japanese Hanjin mercenary group. She harbored an inexplicable animosity toward Zhou Chuchu. Chris showed no reaction, seemingly dismissive of answering. From the shadows, a man wearing a tusked mask emerged, dragging a 1-meter-long metal hammer, its surface lined with barbs still stained with remnants of flesh. The hammer tainted a dark red with blood. This man was Jin Guangzhou, the leader of the Scarlet Mercenary Group. He tilted his head and spoke in Korean. Whether one can use divine miracles isn't important. Capturing her, smashing her, and devouring her will suffice to obtain his miracles, right? Zhou Chuchu couldn't understand what these two were saying, but but she could clearly sense the overwhelming malice. Moreover, both of them radiated supernatural fluctuations at least at the level. She was shocked internally. It seems that in my past life I had a narrow perspective. There truly exists a group of people in this world who awaken their abilities even before the apocalypse. It turned out that what she experienced and witnessed in her last life was merely a small part of the iceberg floating above the sea. Below the surface, in places unknown to ordinary people, lurked the real terror. Facing 3 opponents, Zhou Chuchu felt tense. But she did not feel afraid. She might very well have the strength to fight back. Boom. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted outside. On Chris' side, a high-pitched voice rang out in English. Lord Tyrant the Black Emperor is ambushing us. Our people have already been taken down by them in droves. Please provide immediate support. The explosions seemed to be a response to Chris, also awakening those ensnared in his desire barrier. What is happening? What's with the explosions? What's going on? What exactly is happening? Panic erupted among the crowd. These renowned politicians from various countries resembled headless flies. Snap! Chris snapped his fingers, beaming with a smile. The actors are in position. The show is about. He spread his arms wide as if bathed in a holy light, walking toward a levitating high platform, as though transforming into an angel. A pair of transparent wings slowly unfolded from his back. Everyone was stunned by this scene, staring in awe. Haruka Sakura and Jin Guangzhou were filled with excitement and admiration, kneeling before Chris. As they knelt, a throng of people followed suit. Soon in the entire banquet hall, only Zhou Chuchu remained standing. Chris' enchanting magical voice resonated once more. The deity proclaimed, "The end times are approaching. The divine will cleanse the world with calamity. New rules shall be established, and a new order shall descend. The divine fire will sweep through, and the deity will establish an eternal divine kingdom in this filthy world. And I, Chris Toller, am the sole gatekeeper of the divine kingdom. Those who believe in the divine kingdom shall enter and obtain eternity. The unbelievers shall die without a burial place." Tyrant. Chris' voice was filled with charm, coupled with the white light radiating around him. With his fluttering white wings, he appeared as if a true angel had descended. This scene, along with his magnificent and perfect appearance, could truly be described as sacred. The crowd was mesmerized and bowed down. Among these kneeling individuals were super arms dealers, including Thor's Beabel, all with eyes full of devotion and fervor. And the leader of the main faction, Chunhua Ingzi, along with the leader of the Korean faction, Jin Guangzhou, were among the most fervent of all. They had already received the divine gift and acquired divine skills. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the people who were crazily bowing to Chris, seizing the opportunity. The demon pepper, emerging from the canvas bag, opened its mouth and spat 3 fiery jets of spicy chili flames at Chris. The flames clung to Chris' light barrier. Although the light barrier blocked the flames, the pungent scent of the chili penetrated through, enveloping Chris' face, allowing him to taste the mysterious attack of the eastern chili. In an instant, Chris' face turned crimson, unable to suppress his urge to hold his nose and cough furiously. Cough, cough, cough. The holy image he had created collapsed in an instant. Well done. Zhou Chuchu praised the demon pepper. The demon pepper revealed a silly smile. Chunhua Ingzi became enraged and swung her blade at Zhou Chuchu. Ultimate technique, triple cherry. The 3 arcs of blade light sliced toward Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu quickly responded with vines. The blade light instantly severed the vines, but Zhou Chuchu had already retreated 4 or 5 steps. She turned and ran. Chunhua Ingzi leaped lightly, jumping 5 or 6 meters. Just as she was about to strike again, her foot became stuck, pulled back from midair, and she failed to deliver her blow. Fuming, she looked down to see 5 clusters of green mint leaf-shaped traps had appeared on the ground at some point, and her foot was stuck in one, unable to move. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, her head and body were bombarded by a series of rapid strikes. The speed and force of the punches were faster and fiercer than the boxing champion Tyson. She was instantly dazed and bleeding from her head. She wiped the blood that obscured her vision and found a cabbage was attacking her wildly. She was stunned. She had eaten too many of these things and never knew they could attack people, and so fiercely. Jin Guangzhou, seeing her being suppressed by a mint and a cabbage, felt it was utterly absurd. But as the leader of the Korean faction, he was born brutal and bloodthirsty, having a killer instinct etched into his. He instantly deduced that it was Zhou Chuchu controlling these plant warriors. A shadow stretched and extended beneath his feet, quickly covering Zhou Chuchu's shadow, and he vanished into the shadow. In the next moment, he appeared behind Zhou Chuchu, and his steel wolf Fong club swung mercilessly towards her. Zhou Chuchu felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, clank. Jin Guangzhou's blow did not strike Zhou Chuchu, but instead collided with a wall of potatoes. It turned out that Zhou Chuchu had not only brought 5 small vegetables, the potato wall buried itself in the soil and pushed out a wall to protect her at the critical moment. Jin Guangzhou was quite surprised, but in a frenzy he slammed into the wall, quickly smashing it to pieces. He attempted to hide in the shadows and repeat his trick, but stepped right into a mint trap. A plump white radish rolled out, accurately shooting a radish bomb at him. Boom. Jin Guangzhou was blasted away 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a pile of tables and chairs, collapsing on the ground unconscious. After the radish sniper took down Jin Guangzhou, it aimed at Chunhua Yingzi and shot out another radish bomb. The cabbage fist fighter quickly dodged, but Chunhua Yingzi's foot was trapped by the mint trap. Despite her desperate attempts to slash the radish bomb exploded. Boom. With a second detonation, Chunhua Yingzi was blown away, rolling on the ground and knocking down several kneeling individuals, landing next to the still unconscious Fang Manru. Well done. The little vegetables celebrated their first victory, cooperating effectively, unleashing considerable power, and surprisingly, taking down 2 mercenary group leaders, something she never expected. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted. Chris looked at her with astonishment and madness, stepping as he approached. An invisible force surged forth, sweeping aside everything in his path, whether person or object, flinging them to the sides. Though Chris' eyes were bloodshot from the chili, it did not diminish his handsome and eerie appearance, but rather added to his sinister allure. Such a powerful ability. I thought I was the only one blessed by the divine, yet your ability is unexpectedly. He glanced at the little vegetables surrounding Zhou Chuchu, taking a protective stance, unable to find the right words to describe Zhou Chuchu's ability. Never mind, that's not important, he shrugged, looking gently at Zhou Chuchu, but his words sent chills down the spine. The descent of the divine kingdom requires sacrifices to kill her, and you will qualify to enter the divine kingdom. These people wielded knives and forks from the dining table, rushing towards Zhou Chuchu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The potato wall pushed out high walls, but these people stacked on top of each other, climbing the walls towards her. These people wielded knives and forks from the dining table, rushing towards Zhou Chuchu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The potato wall pushed out high walls, but these people stacked on top of each other, climbing the walls towards her. Their frenzied appearance was not much different from that of zombies seeing a living person. The little vegetables exerted all their strength, and when their special abilities were almost depleted, the fairy mushroom shone brilliantly and granted them a boost, and they once again roared and fought. They stayed close to Zhou Chuchu, doing their utmost to protect her. Zhou Chuchu used her vines to push the people aside, quickly breaking through a path to escape. She skillfully utilized the little vegetables' abilities, either knocking back those who got too close or setting traps to ensnare them, occasionally pushing them away with walls of potatoes, and even unleashing a radish bomb to blast them away. In any case, she absolutely could not be caught and killed by Chris. The 2 children could not be without their mother, and Qin Ziyuan could not be without her either. Chris followed at a leisurely pace, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, his blue eyes filled with astonishment. You can still use the abilities of your special plants. This ability is truly astonishing. Can you only use the abilities of these few plants, or can you use the abilities of all plants? With someone like you assisting the Black Emperor, I find it hard to be at ease. So please die. After finishing his words, Chris extended his hand, gathering white light into a long arrow with wings. As it radiated light, it emitted a terrifying wave of energy, and Zhou Chuchu immediately felt herself locked onto an immense sense of threat surging in her heart. Run! She sprinted outward with all her might. Chris did not pursue her, as if he was certain she would be unable to escape. My winged arrow of light consumed most of my abilities and can automatically lock onto its target. You cannot escape. I originally intended to use this move against the Black Emperor, but the threat you pose even surpasses his. He released his grip, and the arrow with wings flapped once and followed Zhou Chuchu out of the banquet hall. Zhou Chuchu dodged several times, but it immediately turned around and reamed at her. Zhou Chuchu tried to block it with a wall of potatoes, but it easily penetrated through. Seeing it racing toward the back of her head with nowhere to hide, she simply turned around to face the light arrow Hedon, crying out in her heart, "My life is over." But in the next second, she was embraced by a sturdy, broad figure, and the familiar scent instantly relaxed her as she leaned against the newcomer. After Qin Ziyuan embraced his wife, a flash of heartache crossed his eyes. He opened his hand, and the terrifying energy surged, coalescing into 2 black dragons. He reached out and firmly grasped the light arrow. The light arrow struggled and trembled in his hand, trying to escape. The next second, bang! The light arrow was crushed in his grip. Zhou Chuchu, Omega. Hubby, when did you become so strong? This troublesome light arrow was just crushed by my husband. Her husband was just too fierce. Qin Ziyuan helplessly stated, I told you every time I mention it you Is that so? How embarrassing. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan did not seem to hold it against her. He glanced toward the banquet hall, reached out to hold Zhou Chuchu in his arms, and said, they have already dealt with things over there. Oh, let's go collect the goods. Okay. Wait a moment. Zhou Chuchu opened her canvas bag, and one by one the little vegetables jumped into the bag. Only then did she say, we can go, but how do we get there? I will carry you over. Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan demonstrated his words with action, carrying Zhou Chuchu and disappearing from the spot. Beside the luxurious cruise ship, there were hundreds of massive cargo ships and 15 warships. On the cargo ships and warships, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Signs of explosions were evident everywhere. Clearly, these places had experienced fierce battles. When Qin Ziyuan appeared on one of the cargo ships, carrying Zhou Chuchu, Wu Shichen, Xiu Bupo, Ji Fanqing, and others who were resting on the ship, stood up, their expressions revealing shock, excitement, and unspoken admiration. Even though they already knew their leader might possess some terrifying powers, and even after seeing him annihilate most of the mercenaries like Scorpion Crimson and Heavy Capital, witnessing him appear with Zhou Chuchu still made them tremble and be utterly shocked. Zhou Chuchu was equally astonished. What was going on? When did her man become this impressive? Grasping a light arrow and traversing space. He didn't even have this ability, did he? Wait, isn't this the ability awakened by her husband turning into a zombie king? Her husband has turned into a zombie. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but touch her husband a couple of times. The touch was great. Although his body temperature was somewhat low, it was definitely not the cold and lifeless touch of a zombie. Qin Ziyuan grasped her mischievous little hand, his gaze lowered. Don't mess around if you want to touch. Wait until we get home. Zhou Chuchu obediently shrank back, resembling a little quail. Oh, okay. The main members of the Tsunami gathered around. Boss, we've already eliminated the enemies. The tyrant won't allow us to take these arms. How should we transport them? Boss, what should we do next? Even if each of them took a cargo ship, they wouldn't be able to transport many arms. Given Chris' craziness, despite how nicely he spoke, it was very likely he would rather blow up these arms than let them be taken away. Zhou Chuchu knew it was time for her to perform. She tugged at her husband's clothing. Hubby, take me to the top of that. I've observed it. That place is the highest. According to the rules of spatial gathering, as long as it was within her line of sight, she could transfer it into space. Qin Ziyuan said nothing, instead embracing Zhou Chuchu and disappearing once more the next second, standing atop the sail. As a couple in love, the Heart of Thousand Threads activates. Your abilities and skills are enhanced 69 times. Zhou Chuchu pursed her lips and smiled, clearly on the same wavelength as her husband. Chuchu, is this view sufficient? Qin Ziyuan felt his heart flutter slightly at her smile, turning his face away awkwardly with slightly reddened ears. Zhou Chuchu smiled, her gaze directed toward the various cargo ships and warships. As her eyes touched them, the cargo ships and warships vanished from the surface of the sea. Indeed, she not only collected the arms stored on those cargo ships into the warships, but also accepted those massive cargo ships and warships. The main members of Tsunami on the cargo ship were once again astonished. This was just too amazing. Were both the boss and his wife divine beings? After Qin Ziyuan brought Zhou Chuchu down, he directly instructed Ji Fanqing. Bring the helicopter over, we're leaving. Ji Fanqing's eyes glimmered with excitement, looking at Zhou Chuchu as if seeing a superhero, vigorously nodding yes. He took out a silver remote control, and after operating it for a few moments, a helicopter that had been hovering over the high seas flew over with a whirring sound. The helicopter dropped a soft ladder. You all go up first. Everyone wasted no time leaping onto the ladder and climbing into the helicopter. Qin Ziyuan held Zhou Chuchu and instantly entered the helicopter. Zhou Chuchu glanced back at the last cargo ship below, which had also disappeared from the surface of the sea. On the high seas, that solitary luxurious cruise ship erupted with a nearly frantic roar. Chris' eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at the departing helicopter. His silver hair flew up, both hands coming together to summon a long, light sword which whistled through the air, slicing toward the helicopter. Qin Ziyuan suddenly appeared outside the helicopter, floating in midair, black energy swirling around him like two ancient dragons guarding him. He grasped a white giant sword tightly, and in an instant the black hole-like energy obliterated and devoured the light sword. Chris stepped forward, his wings of light unfurled behind him as he soared into the sky, facing Qin Ziyuan directly. At this moment, he was no longer the calm and collected figure he had been before, nor was he elegant. He shouted angrily, Black Emperor, what method did you use to hide these weapons? Such a massive amount of arms made even him feel heartache. He had calculated everything perfectly. This siege against Qin Ziyuan, even if he could not kill him, would never allow him to take away these weapons. But now he had lost. As long as that Tsunami lost, he could clear his name, his confidence surging to unprecedented heights, completely breaking through the barriers. Yes, he wanted to use this victory to elevate himself to another level. But now he had failed, utterly failed. The ships and those 15 warships had vanished before his eyes vanished. This was the greatest defeat he had ever experienced, a failure he could not accept. In response to Chris' almost mad inquiries, Qin Ziyuan merely replied coldly, no comment. Chris completely lost his mind. He roared, his whole body bursting with white energy gathering. The sea beneath his feet even parted due to the explosive energy he exerted. Around him, arrows of light began to form, surrounded by white lightning. As he wielded his extraordinary powers, his body pushed to the limit. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears, and his skin cracked, leaking drops of blood. Yet when these drops met the erupting white light, they quickly dried up, turning to ashes. Black Emperor, I will do whatever it takes to make you die here. In response to Chris' provocation, Qin Ziyuan simply retorted, you cannot. After saying this, black holes emerged from all around him, drawing in the sea, wind, seawater, and even Chris' explosive energy, funneling them into those black holes. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened, and the originally clear sky was suddenly engulfed by swirling black clouds, within which black lightning surged and flashed. The helicopter swayed violently in the storm, and the members of Tsanglong stared in shock at the confrontation between the two in front of them, stunned. Is this still a battle belonging to humanity? Of course the boss is not human, he is a god. Oh my. What has happened today has completely shattered my world. Not to mention anything else. One thing I can be sure of is, we have latched onto an immensely powerful thigh. Zhou Chuchu could not hear their exclamations. She leaned forward anxiously, watching ahead, her eyes solely on her husband. She was ready. If things got out of control, she would immediately use her space ability to shift her husband inside, while entering the space herself. As for the others, she didn't care. In her eyes ahead was a stark contrast of black and white. But it was clear that Chris was giving his all, while Qin Ziyuan remained calm and collected, evidently having plenty of strength left. Chris was stunned, a deep jealousy welling up within him. Now he had to admit he was envious of Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan's emergence had crushed all his pride. Even regarding the blessing of the divine, he still enjoyed more favor from the gods than himself. Clearly he was the chosen one, wasn't he? Did the gods think Qin Ziyuan was more suited to be the king of the new world than him? He was unwilling. Arrows of light erupted from his surroundings, powered by white lightning rushing forth. Qin Ziyuan extended his hand and grasped. From those black holes emerged black dragons formed of black light, biting and shattering each of those light arrows. Chris suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper, like a kite, with a broken string plummeting into the sea. Without hesitation, Qin Ziyuan unleashed a massive black lightning strike, intending to eradicate him completely. The sea exploded, millions of tons of seawater splashing everywhere, creating a massive deep pit in the ocean where black lightning surged within. The surface of the sea was littered with the corpses of fish and shrimp, which sank down with the receding water into the pit. The black lightning did not hit Chris. He had vanished from the sea. Qin Ziyuan had anticipated this, so it did not come as a surprise. He took a deep look at the sea before returning to the helicopter. Husband. Zhou Chuchu rushed over, hugging her husband's waist. She had been terrified moments ago. The next second, she showered him with compliments. Husband, you are simply amazing. Husband, you are truly my idol. Woe, your strength gives me such a sense of security. Compared to you, Chris is nothing. The murderous aura surrounding Qin Ziyuan dissipated due to her praises, like an iceberg melting spring returning to the earth. He nodded. I will become even stronger. To protect you, to protect our child, to protect our parents. The people in the helicopter exchanged glances, their feelings becoming very subtle. Their cold, unsmiling, and domineering leader, the head of the Tsanglong mercenary corps, recognized as the Black Emperor in the mercenary world, now an immensely powerful, extraordinary being. Before his own wife showed such a demeanor, it was unimaginable for those who had fallen to his hands. Immediately, several married people on the plane felt embarrassed, while only Ji Fanqing, the genius boy, was excited, passionately shipping the couple online. The helicopter flew further away. On the luxurious cruise ship, Fong Monru regained consciousness, her head pounding, and upon touching it, discovered 2 large bumps on her head. The cruise ship was in disarray, tables and chairs overturned. Next to her lay a woman in a Japanese outfit who had been injured in the explosion. What happened? Where is Zhou Chuchu? She only remembered catching a glimpse of Zhou Chuchu before losing consciousness along with a very handsome foreign man. What happened? Where is Zhou Chuchu? She only remembered. Everyone on the ship awakened from their madness, some injured, yet they had no idea what had happened. Their memories after seeing Chris became entirely foggy and abstract. Just as they were filled with confusion, a group of Scorpion members landed on the cruise ship via helicopter, carrying Jin Guangzhao and Chunhua Ingzi away, having taken over the ship's navigation, driving it to shore and expelling all passengers. Fong Monru and Zhang Haohui were also driven away. Fong Monru remembered she had been there to discuss business and asked young Master Zhang, "How did your business negotiation with President Bao Bier go?" To her surprise, Zhang Haohui's face turned ashen, looking extremely displeased. He did not even greet Fong Monru before leaving. Fong Monru was perplexed, watching Zhang Haohui's back, feeling that what had once seemed certain was now changing. After returning from the waters of Korea, the temperature officially surged, rising higher day by day. There are all sorts of rumors online, from solar flares to global warming and nuclear emissions. Most companies have changed their working hours from daytime to nighttime, but even so, everyone feels too hot to go to work. It's not any better at home. The electricity meter spins rapidly, and the air conditioning seems to blow less. At night, the air raid shelters and subway stations are filled with people seeking relief from the heat, discussing those who have collapsed from heat stroke and hoping for the heat to dissipate soon. But their hopes are destined to be in vain. On the last day before the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu stood in the safe house, tightly closing the doors and windows, and cranked up the air conditioning. She vividly remembered that on this day in her past life the sky erupted in a dazzling display of colors with the rainbow light lingering in the air for a full half hour before gradually fading away. The mesmerizing spectacle drew many out despite the heat, only to be burned by the subsequent scorching temperature of 58. Those who looked directly at that heat were left permanently blind. Checking the time, there were 3 minutes left until the apocalypse. Mom, I'm here. What are you doing here, Mom? Lin and Cece rushed into her embrace, followed by a peculiar-eyed tabby dog. Qin Ziyuan walked over, gently embracing his wife and children. The in-laws were watching television nearby. Heat warning, please take precautions to avoid heat stroke and ensure your health. The heat is only a temporary phenomenon. The first wave of cold air is about to arrive from Siberia. We will surely overcome the heat and return to normal life. Fizz, fizz, fizz. The television was filled with static. Buzzing sounds filled the air. A buzzing sound arose, a wave of heat swept through, causing the sofa, table, refrigerator, and other items to tremble slightly, and the cup on the coffee table suddenly bounced a few times before crashing to the ground and shattering. Bang! The sky erupted with a loud explosion, like fuel igniting, with colors of red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and purple spreading across the horizon, painting the sky in a kaleidoscopic array of colors. Ignoring that this was a signal of the apocalypse, such a scene could even be described as magnificent. But this was merely the last brilliance before the apocalypse, a soul-calling banner for all living things on Earth. Qin Ziyuan silently held her and the children tighter as the family looked out the window. Mom, what is that? It's so beautiful. Is that a rainbow explosion? Cece and Lin, oblivious to what the apocalypse meant, only knew to gaze at the colorful lights in the sky. Zhou Chuchu replied, that is the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. Fizz fizz. Latest news, the sky suddenly erupted with rainbow light. Our station kindly reminds you to take protective measures when going out to watch, as the components of this light are unknown. Do not look directly at it. Fizz. Pop. The television turned to a blue screen. The heat wave swept down from the sky, and in an instant the temperature rose from 45 to 56. Just like in her past life, a large number of people who went out to watch the spectacle were swept away by the heat, suffering severe damage to their eyesight, with many left permanently blind. The more alert ones closed their eyes in advance, but they too were burned by the heat, screaming and jumping back inside. In the villa area, luxury cars like Mercedes and BMW parked outside exploded and caught fire. Such scenes were occurring densely across Haishi, the whole country, and the world. Outside the window, the leaves of the greenery visibly curled up and delicate flowers fell to the ground, severed from their stems. The outdoor environment in the apocalypse was no longer suitable for these delicate plants to survive. Now, apart from Zhou Chuchu's small vegetables and the 100 old trees behind the villa that withstood the heat, the rest of the plants would perish in this incredibly harsh environment, unless they entered a stage of self-evolution. Inside the safe house, surrounded by 50 centimeters thick steel plates, Zhou Chuchu fortified it with special protective materials, rewarded for signing and making it as secure as a fortress. No matter how hot it got outside, it would not affect the home. With the air conditioning blowing and under a superior indoor circulation system, the indoor temperature was only 25. Compared to the outside, it was like heaven and earth. Is this the arrival of the apocalypse? Oh dear. Mother-in-law Lu Julin felt distressed as she watched the accidents and disasters occurring everywhere on the television that had regained signal. She looked at Zhou Chuchu with gratitude in her eyes. Mother, you truly had foresight. Father-in-law Qin Zhuangming thought even more than his wife. Demand, thanks to you, that scoundrel was able to sell the company in time, avoiding unnecessary losses. Lu Julin said. Yes, 10 days ago Chuchu told us the apocalypse was coming, and we didn't believe it. This scene before us is exactly as Chuchu described. The two elders could not hide their worries. With the apocalypse arriving, the family would face various natural and man-made disasters. To say they weren't worried would be a lie. But more than that, they felt fortunate that the children had made ample preparations, sold the company, built a safe house, and purchased various supplies. Yes, Zhou Chuchu had told them the apocalypse was approaching, and although they did not believe her, they still went out to buy sufficient supplies. Whenever they could go out, they rushed to various wholesale markets, supermarkets, and malls to purchase what they deemed necessary. Then Zhou Chuchu in front of them transferred these supplies into the storage space and took her in-laws to view it. Zhou Chuchu had never intended to hide the storage space from her in-laws. In the future, they would need to retrieve supplies from it. What benefit would there be in keeping it a secret? After their shock, the two elders quickly accepted it. They placed Zhou Chuchu in even higher regard, praising her continuously, declaring that Qin Ziyuan had married a fairy. They did not understand what abilities were, only feeling that possessing such a vast and limitless storage space could not be anything but magical. Mother, that scoundrel, how we will survive the apocalypse in the future will be up to you too. We won't have any desire to interfere with these supplies. The elders had no intention of asserting any control over the supplies, just as they willingly handed over the company without interference. They would have no thoughts on how to use these supplies, or how they should be used. Zhou Chuchu nodded just as she was about to speak. Her phone buzzed continuously. Opening it revealed that the owner group was flooded with messages. What's going on? Why has it suddenly become so scorching hot? Is there a security guard present? Go check immediately. What's wrong with my car? Damn it. The temperature has soared to 58°C. This is a death sentence. Security. Go check the unit next door. I swear someone must have died in there. It reeks. That's old Mr. Son's residence. His son has been abroad on official business for years. Only he and his housekeeper lived in the villa. She resigned and returned to her rural hometown recently, and no one's seen him leave the house these past few days. He's likely already dead inside. What the hell? How utterly grim. Security. Security. Are you useless? You didn't even notice a death. What good is calling security for this? Call the police. Good God. The temperature is so extreme the body must have already decomposed. Call the police. I did. Line busy. I dialed dozens of times and never got through. So did I. But when they finally answered, they said they were completely overwhelmed. Too many emergencies demanding their attention. We're still relatively fortunate. One of my subordinates drove his family to a summer retreat. En route, their car exploded. All 4 perished. Security. Security. Remove the corpse from next door immediately. Damn it. We pay you not to stand idle. What on earth is happening to the weather? It's beyond reason. Does anyone intend to let us live? My child has a persistent high fever. I'm desperate. Who will help me? The group chat erupted into chaos. Messages flooded in faster than they could be read, hitting the 999 limit instantly. No one dared venture outside. Calls to security went unanswered. Guards themselves refused to step out under such lethal heat. Morale plummeted. Before this cataclysm, humanity's fragility lay bare. Zhou Chuchu stared at her phone. The messages mirrored those of her previous life word for word. The sudden explosive surge in temperature instilled pure terror. Thermal detonations ignited vehicles one after another. Tragedy upon tragedy unfolded without end. Police were utterly swamped. Even if officers responded, prolonged exposure outdoors would trigger heatstroke, escalating rapidly into fatal heatstroke. Elderly residents weakened by age and frail health succumbed during the thermal blast. Even those who survived faced graver trials ahead. Many would perish alone indoors, unable to endure. Initially, people dialed emergency lines and contacted funeral homes, but authorities were paralyzed and mortuary staff critically understaffed. Even with emergency recruitment, they couldn't transport or cremate the overwhelming tide of corpses. Take old Mr. Son. His decomposing body was finally retrieved by Lao Feng and his team late one night. By then, the corpse had collapsed entirely onto the floor. Stench choked the air. Maggots writhed across the floor. After that, guards refused further retrieval duties. Only grieving relatives, swallowing sorrow, buried their dead secretly under cover of darkness. Infants and toddlers, fragile as dew, perished one by one beneath the mounting inferno. This was the apocalypse, brutal, unrelenting. Every soul had to fight, absolutely fight, to survive. Even having lived through an apocalypse once, Zhou Chuchu could not find inner calm. Only profound dread of nature's wrath and crushing awareness of her own helplessness. She held her 2 children tightly, then glanced at Qinzian, just as he gazed steadily back at her. In each other's eyes, unwavering resolve burned bright. No matter how horrific or terrifying this apocalypse became, they would survive together. Lin Chichi, outside temperatures have grown dangerously extreme. From now on, we'll stay indoors. Understand? The children nodded vaguely, but seeing their mother's grave expression, they hugged her tightly. We understand, Mama. We'll be good. Zhou Chuchu nodded, then called out to her in-laws. Mom, Dad, please take the children to the study to watch the animated films I downloaded. They agreed and led the children away. Xiaohu the tabby dog followed the children closely, never straying a step. Perhaps instinct told him the world outside had turned hostile, and survival meant clinging close. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the plants suspended throughout her home. As her innate abilities surged, her control over flora expanded dramatically. Each plant now nourished with spiritual candy, awakening latent powers. Calla lilies ensured air circulation and cooled interiors with gentle breezes. Orchids stabilized fluctuations in spiritual energy, aiding cultivation. Spider plants enhanced sleep quality. Lotuses increased indoor humidity. Thus, while searing heat waves raged outside, her home remained temperate, serene, comfortable, sanctuary-like. She'd sent the children away not merely for quiet, but to shield them from vile, boundaryless posts flooding the group chat, fearing her own anger might darken her expression and frighten them. Indeed, amid collective panic, outrage, and fear, revolting messages slithered in. Yuhali. So liberating. I'll never again endure that old hag of a mother bossing me around and nagging endlessly. My uncle died in the hospital. This gorgeous villa now belongs solely to me. So exhilarating. I'll pop champagne to celebrate. Huh. Images attached a young woman with purple-dyed hair, smoky eye makeup, tattoos, and a bikini beams triumphantly, flanked by two men, all flashing victory signs. Her smugness radiated unapologetically. She cranked the villa's air conditioning to maximum and sprinted gleefully through its halls with her two boyfriends. Waving her phone, she crowed, "So thrilled. My mother roasted to death. My uncle perished in the hospital. I'm finally free. No one will ever control me again. And this luxurious villa is mine. I'll flaunt it shamelessly, make every elder green with envy." Her boyfriends, each harboring hidden agendas, played along obediently. "Our little princess, you are the noblest of royalty, and we your devoted knights. Let this castle become our love nest, forever filled with joy and harmony." Yu Haoli exulted. "Exactly. I am royalty now. Huh. Let me see if they're seething with jealousy and hatred." She glanced at her phone, and her face fell instantly. Curious, her boyfriends leaned in, and paled too. Utterly shameless. How did such a person infiltrate our residential group? "I know the true owner of Unit 1701 Villa Row 17. He's a child-free professional chronically overworked to the point of illness who brought his brother's daughter to manage the property. Never imagined he'd invite a wolf into his den. How heartless. If she were my daughter, I'd beat her senseless. I wouldn't have let her be born in the first place." At that moment, moral boundaries still held firm, so witnessing such brazen depravity ignited universal fury. Yu Haoli fumed, hammering furiously at her phone. "You're just jealous. Humph, just wait. I'll make you pay." Zhou Chuchu read the message. Her gaze turned glacial. Indeed, Yu Haoli carried out her vengeance. Back in the prior apocalypse, she'd waited for the cooler hours of night to smash the windows of Zhou Chuchu's villa. Though Zhou Chuchu hadn't uttered a single word in the group chat. In her past life, after the apocalypse, the first wave of malice that Zhou Chuchu faced came from Yu Haoli. It was precisely because she smashed the windows of her own house that the villa, which had good insulation, was invaded by hot winds, worsening the condition of her already seriously ill husband. Her expression inevitably turned cold. In her past life, she was weak in character and had to care for her sick husband. After Yu Haoli smashed her windows, she couldn't catch up with that mental girl and her two boyfriends. Even if she had caught up, she was no match for them. She tried to reason in the group chat, but at that time, everyone chose to remain silent out of fear of the mental girl smashing windows. Later, the mental girl attacked her wildly, and some people even became accomplices. At that time, only Old Feng stood by her side, driving the mental girl away. It was one thing in her past life, but if she dared to come to her trouble again in this life, she would definitely give her an unforgettable lesson. When Qin Ziyuan saw Yu Haoli's words in the group, his eyes turned cold. Some future scenes reappeared in his mind. They were about Yu Haoli. In the scenes, Yu Haoli smashed the glass in their home, and he immediately caught a wind-induced fever, with his body temperature rising sharply and becoming even weaker. At that time, Chu Chu heard the commotion and ran out to chase, but he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. His wife, who had just run out the door, turned back to help him up, feeding him water and medicine. This eased the tense atmosphere between them. However, that illness compounded upon illness caused his body to weaken rapidly. He glanced at his wife, then at that name, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A couple in love with 1,000 knots in their hearts, your abilities and skills increased by 102 times. Zhou Chuchu. Did she and her husband become so in sync again? During this time, such instances of heart-to-heart connection became increasingly frequent. Yet she often didn't know how they became connected. Fortunately, this was a great blessing, alleviating her cold and irritable mood, bringing a smile to her face. When Qin Ziyuan saw her smile, his mood also improved slightly. In the afternoon, the high temperature outside persisted without any sign of easing, with cars parked outside experiencing flat tires or explosions one after another, causing a chorus of wails in the group. Except for the mental girl and her two boyfriends celebrating, everyone else was in low spirits. The tense atmosphere spread along with the temperature. On Zhou Chuchu's side, the first check-in of the apocalypse arrived. Ding. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have obtained a ranch puzzle piece and a can of itching powder. Since today is the first day of the apocalypse, you have also obtained the SSS-rank ability Water Star. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. In the first 5 days of the apocalypse, after spending all their money, check-ins no longer rewarded money, but obtaining ranch puzzle fragments still surprised her. If she collected all the puzzle pieces, could she open a ranch in her space? What surprised her even more was that she had unexpectedly gained another SSS-rank ability, Water Star. In her past life, she awakened a crank auxiliary water ability, which evolved into a brank offensive ability by chance. It was this brank offensive ability that saved her life multiple times from dangerous situations. Compared to plant abilities, she was more familiar and fond of water abilities. How fortunate it was that check-ins actually rewarded her with an SSS-rank water ability. How could this not make her exceptionally happy? If any ability matched with plant abilities, it was undoubtedly the. After gaining the ability, a circle of blue water light enveloped her. Her already delicate and fair skin became tender and translucent, and her hair seemed to be covered with a layer of water film, looking extremely lively. She stretched out her hand, and 2 circles of water emerged, forming a huge water ball in midair. With just a thought, she could transform this water into any shape. Zhou Chuchu. This is great. She could now achieve water freedom, and her mother no longer had to worry about her not having water to drink. The potential of this rank ability was immense, and Zhou Chuchu planned to explore it thoroughly. Qin Ziyuan's gaze met Zhou Chuchu's figure. Another ability has awakened. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Yes, it's water ability. Am I impressive? Qin Ziyuan nodded. Chuchu, you are very impressive. It seems that if my husband doesn't work harder, he might be surpassed by Chuchu. The acknowledgement from a big shot. Zhou Chuchu's face flushed, and she thoroughly enjoyed being praised by her husband. With great ambition, she declared, "Don't worry, I will protect you from now on." Qin Ziyuan chuckled. Zhou Chuchu felt that his smile was particularly captivating, so she took the ball of water to the yard. The yard was already surrounded by high-speed alloy steel fences entangled with electric wires. The vegetables were planted in a multifunctional greenhouse. The peach tree was exposed to the scorching heat, but it showed no signs of impact, remaining lush with bright green leaves. With a wave of her hand, a sphere of water enveloped her, freezing the surface to isolate her from the heat. She routinely fed her vegetables and the peach tree with her abilities. Now, except for her, no one else dared to go outside, so she moved her feeding time to the daylight hours. After feeding the peach tree and the vegetables, the ground began to stir, and roots stretched out gently, swaying in front of her like dogs wagging their tails. These roots came from the 200-year-old trees in the greenbelt. Without her needing to approach, they spread all their roots to the safe house. From the outside, nothing seemed unusual. But if one were to look underground, they would find that these ancient tree roots had completely surrounded and protected the safe house. After feeding the ancient trees, Zhou Chuchu was about to enter the house, when she suddenly had an idea upon seeing the water ball in her hand. What changes will happen if I water the plants with this water? This water was transformed from her abilities, so it should be effective for the plants, right? With this thought, she poured the vegetables, and peach tree quivered, instantly bursting forth with a brilliant green glow. The ancient trees even seemed excited enough to bounce in place. Sweet rain, sweet rain. I've been nourished. Surprise. A super big surprise. Wow, I'm evolving faster. It was still the big peach tree that expressed the most clearly. Master, my great master, the sweet rain you have bestowed can double our evolution speed and give us more directions for evolution. Zhou Chuchu never expected that the water star would have such a significant effect, essentially unlocking other uses of this ability. But this was a good thing. With a wave of the water, the plant's evolution speed accelerated and their evolution directions increased. Even the edible vegetables, which couldn't evolve, instantly increased in yield, looking even more enticing. Zhou Chuchu casually picked some vegetables to take inside the house. She didn't notice that when the water seeped underground, the plants outside the villa, which had already withered, began to regain vitality. Time passed quickly and night fell. At night, the temperature dropped slightly from 58 to 39, and those who had been cooped up at home all day seized the opportunity to go outside. The majority headed to various supermarkets and malls to scramble for supplies. Supplies were snatched up, and incidents of smashing, looting, and fighting ensued. Even if victims called the police were too preoccupied to attend. The law of the jungle in the apocalypse began to replace the laws of the civilized world. However, not everyone was busy looting. Not far from Zhou Chuchu's home, 3 people approached, drenched in sweat. Damn, it's too hot. Hurry, let's smash the windows and go back to enjoy the air conditioning. Little princess, why did you choose this house to vandalize? Even at night, the sweltering heat, nearing 40 degrees Celsius, made it unbearable. Shi Xingting suppressed his impatience and asked in a restrained tone. No particular reason. I simply dislike the woman who lives here. What are you unwilling to smash her windows? Yu Haoli showed no attempt to conceal her malice. She had once seen Zhou Chuchu dressed elegantly and stylishly gliding in and out of her driveway in a luxury car that made Yu Haoli's mouth water with envy. She lived in a villa with a handsome CEO husband and 2 exquisitely lovely children. At once, Yu Haoli felt deeply unsettled, consumed by searing jealousy. The life she yearned for day and night had been effortlessly claimed by Zhou Chuchu, and fury burned within her. Shi Xingting knew Yu Haoli's temperament well, and he himself was no paragon of virtue. Currying favor with this spoiled heiress was merely a means to sustain his current affluent lifestyle. Willing? Of course we're willing. Whose windows you name, those windows will smash. Kong Mingxiu, Yu Haoli's other boyfriend, voiced cautious concern. This family lives in a detached villa. Surely they're wealthier than your uncle. Is it safe to break their windows? Yu Haoli jabbed a finger at his nose and snapped, Coward. What are you afraid of? We'll smash and flee. We'll vanish before they even know who did it. Even if they find out, who dares chase after us? And should she dare step outside, you 2 handle the man while I give her a beating. Enough talk. Let's act or don't act at all. Stop dithering. Kong Mingxiu harbored no moral qualms. He merely feared provoking the wealthy and suffering dire consequences. Hearing Yu Haoli's words, however, he found them strangely persuasive. Fine, Then let's go smash. The three hastily gathered several bricks and froze in disbelief upon approaching Zhou Chuchu's residence. Zhou Chuchu's courtyard was encircled by a 5-meter-high high-speed alloy steel fence grotesquely crowned with electrified wiring. Though not fully sealed, the narrow gaps, no wider than a thumb, were far too small for them to squeeze through. Their scheme collapsed before it even began. Are these people insane? Who on earth are they guarding against? How excessive. Now what do we do? Little princess, shall we pick another house instead? Yu Hali's face flushed an angry green. She did this on purpose. No, only her house. If I don't smash her windows, she'll never know my power. Sure, Xingting rolled his eyes inwardly. What a fool. Yet still cooed soothingly. Little princess, their security is extraordinary. We can't even climb over. Can't climb in. Yu Hali studied Zhou Chuchu's villa for a moment, then broke into a chilling smile. I've decided no more window smashing. You two fetch 2 bags of feces. I'll hurl that at her windows. Sure, Xingting and Kong Mingxiu stood stunned. What kind of deranged lunatic is this? To hurl excrement at someone's windows? Seeing their horrified expressions, Yu Hali scowled impatiently. Well, are you doing it, or not? Do it, and each gets 500 yuan. Refuse, and you're out. They exchanged a glance. How could they abandon their carefree life in that luxurious villa? Besides the money, what's 2 bags of waste? As they turned to comply, they failed to notice the broad, luxuriant branches of a peach tree, already silently extended over their heads beneath the cover of night. Rustling, a fine powder rained down, coating their faces, hair, and every inch of exposed skin. Instantly, their bodies erupted in violent, crawling agony, as though swarmed by stinging caterpillars. Non-lethal, but maddening. Crimson welts bloomed across all bare skin. A scratching brought excruciating pain, yet resisting only intensified the torment of itch and burn. The sensation of that vile substance clinging to their flesh drove them writhing to the ground, shrieking, "Ah, what is this? What is this? Who's attacking us? Aha, it hurts." The piercing, tingling agony seemed to rise from their very marrow. Unable to endure, they clawed frantically at their own flesh, leaving gashes streaked with blood. Only when they'd shredded themselves, faces unrecognizable, bodies drenched in crimson, did the torment ease ever so slightly. Then, the peach branch trembled once more. SHHHSHHH. Another chorus of wails erupted. Terrified, the three scrambled away, rolling, crawling, fleeing into the darkness. Zhou Chuchu watched the scene unfold on her surveillance feed, her expression utterly impassive. Only her eyes, usually warm and radiant when gazing upon her family, now burned with the crimson flame of karmic fire. The itch and tingle powder from the daily sign-in reward proves highly effective. Indeed, she had long since entrusted the powder to the peach tree, requiring no personal intervention to punish Yu Hali and her accomplices. The thought of that wretched trio attempting to assault her home with feces ignited a fierce urge to chase them down and dust them with the powder again and again. She acknowledged without flinching that after enduring boundless suffering, a demon now slumbered deep within her heart. Yet the moment she turned, seeing her 2 adorable children sleeping soundly beneath a light quilt and her handsome husband beside them, the demon receded silent and hidden once more. She drew the quilt gently over her abdomen and softly patted her baby's little bottoms. Their breathing deepened, sinking further into peaceful slumber. Outside the room, Xiao, who lay sprawled on the floor, his heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire, one gold, glinting faintly as he confirmed the absence of threat. Then he rested his head upon his forepaws, ears drooping low. For days he had shadowed the 2 infants without respite, loyal, vigilant. When they tumbled during play, he became a streak of light cushioning their falls, earning endless hugs and affectionate squeezes. At first he'd resisted the elder boy Lin, but the moment Chi placed his brother's hand upon Xiao, whose head, it felt like a sacred covenant. From then on, the children's safety became his sole imperative. Zhou Chuchu observed him closely, on several occasions deliberately stepping away, relying on nearby Flora to monitor him. She confirmed that Xiao, who remained unfailingly gentle toward the children. Even when stepped on, he never growled, only gazed at them with quiet tenderness. Gradually she trusted him. She fed him the refined tiger bone sinew essence, combining stern discipline with promises of greater purpose. Xiao, who clearly understood who held sway over his destiny, and served with increasing devotion. Yet as his bond with the children deepened, his gaze softened, growing warmer, gentler, until slowly he truly belonged to this family. Here Zhou Chuchu savored cool serenity, utterly divorced from the oppressive heat beyond her walls. There Yu Hali and her companions writhed in relentless, stinging torment, showering repeatedly, yet finding no relief. Worse still, despite blasting every air conditioner, the room grew inexplicably stifling. Sweat clung viscously to their skin, causing their self-inflicted wounds to fester and suppurate rapidly. Yu Hali snapped entirely, rampaging through chat groups, hurling venomous curses at Zhou Chuchu.